The Awakening Plaza at Modi University was bustling with activity as young men and women, under the guidance of their mentors, prepared to participate in the martial soul awakening ceremony. Some were anxious, others were trembling with anticipation, but one black-haired boy stood out with his calm demeanor, completely out of sync with the tense atmosphere. Chu Li slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He understood that he had traveled to a parallel world similar to his previous life, replacing someone with the same name and appearance. This world was experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy, where everyone could awaken a martial soul upon reaching adulthood, and Modi University was a comprehensive martial soul academy for training warriors. In the center of the plaza stood an ancient and mysterious gray stone pillar, topped with a blue and white crystal ball. Students took turns placing their hands on the crystal ball to awaken their martial souls. Su Xingrong awakened the non-ranked clear mind grass martial soul, while Xing Yu awakened the human spirit level shadow sword, stirring excitement among the swordsmanship club. At that moment, a name caused a stir in the crowd. The campus beauty, Bai Wan'ning, gracefully walked towards the center of the plaza. Dressed in a white t-shirt and blue shorts, her graceful figure and every movement attracted countless gazes. Many suitors eagerly showed their affection, but she only offered a faint smile, exuding composure. Chu Li watched all this with indifference. To him, although the campus beauty was stunning, she had nothing to do with him. He was neither a sycophant nor infatuated, and he certainly wouldn't deceive himself with unattainable fantasies. Bai Wan'ning placed her hands on the crystal ball, and a sudden phenomenon occurred. A grand heavenly palace appeared among the clouds, with a red-blushed peach standing out amidst the feasting. A strange fruit aroma emanated from her, and a phantom gradually formed above her head. The crowd gasped in awe, recognizing it as the legendary mythical martial soul, the immortal peach spirit fruit. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Bai Wan'ning began to tremble, her face flushed, and the phantom started to dissipate. The female mentor was alarmed and quickly gathered colleagues to assist. Many suitors rushed to offer their soul power, determined to help her through the crisis. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Chu Li's ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding with the God-level choice system. What you see and hear has caused you to question, and you are currently facing a choice. Each choice leads to a different outcome. Please make your choice promptly. Option 1. Follow the crowd and be a sycophant by offering your soul power. Reward: a Michelin tire. Option 2. Stand by and preserve your strength to awaken your martial soul. Reward: a mythical martial soul, the Overlord's absolute blade. Option 3. Pretend to offer soul power. Rush over and seize Bai Wan'ning's immortal peach spirit fruit and swallow it. Reward: a creation-level martial soul, the Ginseng fruit tree. Chu Li blinked, looking around in confusion. A strange voice echoed in his mind, mentioning choices and a system. He couldn't help but wonder if he was hallucinating or if this was some special ability accompanying his transmigration. The voice sounded again, this time accompanied by 3 lines of text floating before his eyes, promising rewards for making a choice. Chu Li examined the 3 options carefully. The first option, contributing his soul power along with others, was immediately dismissed. It didn't align with his style, and the reward seemed trivial. The second option, maintaining the status quo, promised him a mythical-level Overlord saber. This offer was tempting, as acquiring a mythical-level martial soul before his own had even awakened seemed like a good deal. However, when his gaze fell on the third option, Chu Li hesitated. By seizing and consuming Bai Wan'ning's immortal peach, he could obtain a creation-level martial soul. While Chu Li understood the hierarchy of martial soul levels from highest to lowest, mythical, immortal king, human spirit, and unranked, this creation level was an enigma to him. Despite this, the reward, Alonia Ginseng fruit tree, was enough to make him realize the exceptional nature of this option. As a divine root, the Ginseng fruit tree took 3,000 years to bloom, another 3,000 to bear fruit, and 3,000 more to mature. Legend had it that just smelling it could extend one's life by 360 years, and eating one could grant 47,000 years of life. Based on this, Chu Li boldly speculated that this ginseng fruit tree martial soul might surpass even a mythical level 1. Weighing the pros and cons, Chu Li decided on the third option. It wasn't just the potential gains. Certain students' behavior since Bai Wan'ning's arrival had been intolerable to him. What should have been a solemn awakening ceremony had turned into a fan meeting. Chu Li began to move cautiously through the crowd. Due to an unexpected event during Bai Wan'ning's awakening, many instructors had gathered in the center to assist. The once orderly student formation was now in disarray, with students huddled in small groups, chattering away. Some bolder students even left the designated area, attempting to contribute their soul power to the formation of the immortal peach. Instructors merely glanced at the situation without intervening. After all, if the heiress of the Bai Lu group had an issue during the awakening ceremony at Modi University, they couldn't afford the consequences. At this critical moment, any additional support was welcome. Moreover, The birth of a mythical-level martial soul always caused a stir in the true martial world, signaling a step forward in humanity's fight against beasts. The students contributing their soul power could be seen as adding to humanity's cause. Chu Li's progress was unimpeded. Many assumed he was another admirer of the campus beauty as he moved toward the center of the square. Some even patted him on the shoulder encouragingly, making way for him. In response, Chu Li merely smiled to himself. He walked slowly over to Bai Wan'ning, raising his right hand as if preparing to transfer his spiritual power. In this world where spiritual energy has been rejuvenated, everyone is born with spiritual power, and a martial soul is simply the manifestation of this innate gift. From middle school onwards, the study of cultivation and the basics of nurturing one's spiritual power are mandatory courses, with the strength of one's spiritual power being a crucial factor for university admission. At this moment, Bai Wan'ning, with the help of those around her, was gradually stabilizing, and her martial soul was about to fully materialize in a few breaths. Seeing Chu Li approach, her delicate face first showed surprise, then astonishment. She recognized this tall young manha was a hot topic among the girls recently. The buzz started with a photo taken by a senior who was welcoming new students. The perfect angle captured his chiseled profile, prominent eyebrows like cliffs, and eyes bright as stars. The photo was initially shared within her dorm, but a roommate's mistake led to it being posted in the department's group chat. Within days, countless girls saved it, and there were even suggestions to nominate him for the title of the most handsome guy at Moda University. However, due to the girls' restraint, this craze hadn't yet reached the boys' circles. Bai Wan'ning herself had secretly saved the photo, and she had to admit that Chu Li indeed had an outstanding presence. Now, seeing him offer help, she felt a secret joy. Even a future campus heartthrob would have to be captivated by her charm, wouldn't he? She flashed a sweet smile and softly thanked him. This scene immediately sparked discontent among the surrounding boys, who glared at Chu Li with envy, their eyes almost shooting daggers. Why did this guy get Bai Wan'ning's favor without lifting a finger? Just because he looked good? Chu Li responded to Bai Wan'ning's friendliness with a smile of his own. But in the next instant, his right hand suddenly shifted direction, skillfully seizing the Pan-Tao spirit fruit martial soul, just as it was about to return to her body. Under everyone's stunned gaze, he raised the martial soul to his lips and swallowed it in 3 bites, deliberately waving his hand in front of Bai Wan'ning. The scene plunged into shock. The instructor and the boys who admired Bai Wan'ning were dumbfounded someone actually dared to snatch and consume another's martial soul right in front of everyone. Bai Wan'ning's face turned from red to pale, her chest heaving as her breathing became erratic. At that moment, the system's notification sounded timely. Ding! The system has detected the host's choice. Reward distribution will now commence. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. A creation-grade martial soul, the Ginseng fruit tree. Chu Li felt the surging energy within him, unaware that he was about to stir up a great commotion. In this world where warriors are ranked as E, D, C, B, A, and S, the rare mythical martial soul he had just consumed was a consumable type. This martial soul had only one function. Once consumed, it could instantly elevate the devourer to the master level. How dare you? The female instructor responsible for Bai Wan'ning's awakening was the first to act. A massive ice wolf martial soul appeared behind her, howling at the sky. A cold wave swept across the awakening square, causing the ground tiles to crack as the ice wolf passed over them, leaving many students shivering with a thin layer of frost forming on them. Just as the ice wolf was about to pounce on Chu Li, a middle-aged instructor summoned a fiery soul to block its path. The instructors quickly divided into 2 factions, those advocating immediate action and those who believed in punishment but not rash moves. Restrain him now, and we can still recover some of the martial soul's power, an elderly professor shouted in distress. This is a mythical martial soul. No way, another instructor immediately opposed. Forcibly seizing the soul power could cripple him or even endanger his life. So what? Is his martial soul more precious than a mythical one? He brought this upon himself. I strongly oppose this. Moda University must not deprive any student of their path as a warrior. The elderly professor, enraged, declared. Then I order you to step aside in my capacity as the vice dean. The students around were buzzing with conversation. Some were indifferent. Others applauded Chu Li's audacity, and many were indignant about Bai Wan'ning's plight. Discussions rose and fell. How long would it take for Bai Wan'ning's martial soul to reform? Would Chu Li be expelled? What a waste, such talent. And now he'll just be an ordinary person, a girl lamented. He deserves it. A supporter of Bai Wan'ning retorted angrily. What did our goddess Bai do to deserve this? Exactly, he should consider it an honor to contribute his soul power, and now he's biting back. We must take it back. In the tense atmosphere, Chu Li's reward finally arrived, shaking the entire world. Miles away, several powerful beings in seclusion suddenly opened their eyes, their gaze piercing through obstacles, focusing on Jiangxing, the magic city. Out at sea, a colossal sea beast emerged, creating towering waves and roaring towards the magic city. Centered around the magic city, a 100-mile radius experienced celestial phenomena. Auspicious clouds gathered, and auspicious energy swirled. Light rain fell from the void, and a towering mountain loomed amidst the clouds. Mythical birds soared through the clouds, and the sound of the Tao echoed between heaven and earth. At Awakening Plaza, the once noisy crowd fell silent, all eyes instinctively turning to the center. There, a towering tree rose from the ground, its branches and leaves brimming with spiritual energy. Those nearby felt their cultivation surge with just a breath. If not for the roots suspended in the air, the tree would seem entirely real. This was clearly a powerful martial soul, and its master was the young man meditating at the center of the plaza. An old professor's lips trembled as he watched. Having studied martial souls for decades, he had seen countless souls, but never such a spectacle. Judging by the scene, this martial soul's quality might rival Bai Wan'ning's divine peach spirit fruit. Could this be a mythic-level martial soul too? Perhaps it evolved after absorbing the divine peach spirit fruit? Amidst the crowd's amazement, Chu Li slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Bai Wan'ning's slightly parted lips, a sign of her shock. Seeing him awake, she quickly stepped back and tried to appear calm, saying, "Did you awaken a martial soul too?" Chu Li's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Instead of answering directly, he casually picked a fruit from the ginseng tree and said, "You could say that my martial soul awakening required one of your divine peaches. Of course, I won't take it for free. Here's a ginseng fruit for you to restore your martial soul." Bai Wan'ning absent-mindedly accepted the fruit and took a small bite. Instantly, warmth spread through her body, her depleted meridians filled, and her martial soul recovered at an astonishing rate. A warmth emanated from her dantian, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. "Needed one of my divine peaches, won't take it for free." As the campus queen often participating in girls' night chats, Bai Wan'ning's thoughts wandered. Of course, it was due to the reversal of the situation, along with Chu Li's martial soul seeming to rival hers, that her mind raced. It definitely wasn't because his face looked handsome up close. As Bai Wan'ning was lost in thought, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The phantom of a peach above her head miraculously reformed, radiating a dazzling light. This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. The female academy mentor, who had been preparing to control the ice wolf, widened her eyes in disbelief, and even the old professor and other mentors were left speechless. The old professor swallowed hard, his heart racing. What kind of martial soul is this? Just a single fruit can reshape a martial soul. The once noisy square of students fell silent, all eyes fixed on the scene in the center. The phantom peach grew increasingly solid, eventually releasing a delicate fragrance that seemed to purify the soul. "Mythical level martial soul," the old professor exclaimed in shock. "Chu Li's martial soul is not only mythical, but among the best of its kind." In the ensuing silence, his words struck like a thunderclap. The students immediately began to chatter. "Chu Li's martial soul is mythical level. Look, Bai Wan'ning's martial soul has reformed. The academy will definitely focus on nurturing him. His future is limitless." The mentors exchanged meaningful glances, clearly agreeing that a new star student was emerging. Regaining her senses, Bai Wan'ning felt the powerful spiritual energy within her and gazed at the nearly solid peach above her head, her mouth agape in awe. Her beautiful eyes filled with wonder as she instinctively looked at Chu Li, questions flooding her mind. "My martial soul is a ginseng fruit tree," Chu Li explained with a gentle smile. "The fruits it bears are ginseng fruits, which have a strong ability to restore spiritual power." Chu Li chose to remain silent about the level of his martial soul. Since everyone believed it to be mythical, so be it. What he didn't reveal was that as his cultivation progressed, the ginseng fruit tree could also unlock abilities to enhance cultivation and extend lifespan. These secrets he had to keep buried deep within. For now, the abilities he had shown were enough to prove it was a mythical level martial soul, securing him the academy's focused training. However, Chu Li understood that if those more powerful abilities were exposed, they would attract the attention of countless factions. Even with a creation-level martial soul, as someone just starting his cultivation journey, he was not yet equipped to handle such a situation. It was like a child holding a priceless jade, drawing envious eyes from all around. When Chu Li announced it was a support-type spirit, many students visibly relaxed. "Do you underestimate support-type spirits?" A student immediately stood up to challenge. A person with a support-type spirit can turn the tide in battle. With a mythical-level spirit like Chu Li's, even if it isn't strong in attack, just by speaking, those with powerful combat spirits will be eager to team up. Most of the young students present admired strong combat abilities, but didn't understand that life and death struggles are the norm in the world of warriors. Even the strongest warrior can make a mistake, which often means death. It is in such moments that the value of a support-type spirit becomes invaluable. It can pull someone back from the brink of death, and even completely change the course of a battle. Moreover, Chu Li's spirit was of a mythical level. Amidst the storm of attention, Chu Li remained composed. He turned to the instructor responsible for Bai Wan'ning's awakening ceremony and softly said, "Teacher, could you please retract your ice wolf now?" All eyes turned to the ice wolf. This once fierce creature was now frozen in place, trembling, and looking at Chu Li's spirit with fear. This scene left everyone stunned. After all, to become an instructor, one had to be at least a level warrior, yet her ice wolf spirit seemed to have met its nemesis. The female instructor was immediately embarrassed, her expression fluctuating. She knew well that even as an instructor, she held little weight against a student with a mythical level spirit. If a conflict arose, the academy would undoubtedly side with Chu Li. Moreover, Bai Wan'ning was unharmed, and Chu Li had awakened a mythical level spirit who would dare punish him? This was reality. Everything revolved around value. The elderly professor quickly stepped in to smooth things over, announcing, "Bai Wan'ning, mythical level support type spirit, Pan Tao spirit fruit. Chu Li, mythical level support type spirit, Ginseng fruit tree." Although he was curious about Chu Li's spirit, to maintain the academy's dignity, he took over the awakening ceremony from the female instructor and called out, "Next." As the two walked off the stage, Bai Wan'ning thanked Chu Li, "Just now. Thank you." She knew that the ginseng fruit had not only fully restored her soul power, but had also surpassed her original level, equivalent to half a month's worth of cultivation results. Chu Li smiled and said, "To be precise, I should be thanking you. If not for your Pan Tao, my spirit might not have awakened." "My Pan Tao." Miss Bai's thoughts strayed again, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Chu Li was momentarily taken aback by the other's reaction. Bai Wan'ning's cheeks flushed, and her hands nervously twisted together, showing her unease. "No, it's nothing," she replied softly, her gaze evasive. The surrounding students began to murmur among themselves at the scene. Those who had long harbored feelings for Bai Wan'ning felt a pang of jealousy, witnessing the school beauty showing signs of affection towards Chu Li. Chu Li, however, remained remarkably composed. In his view, even though Bai Wan'ning was the school beauty with talent, family background, and looks, it was not enough for him to make an effort to get close. After a simple farewell, he found a quiet corner in the plaza and sat down, waiting for the awakening ceremony to conclude. This behavior, however, left Bai Wan'ning in deep self-doubt. She watched Chu Li's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and frustration. Am I not charming enough? How can he just walk away? Soon, her suitors, feeling hopeful again, rushed over to shower her with attention. But Bai Wan'ning had lost interest in such flattery. After dismissing them casually, she also found a quiet place to wait, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards where Chu Li sat, her emotions unsettled. The awakening ceremony continued. Chen Haoyan, weapon-type martial spirit, Ho, ungraded. Lin Hai, beast-type martial spirit, red flame tiger. Human spirit level. As each name was called, the atmosphere on the scene gradually split. Some were joyful, others disappointed. Those whose martial spirits were graded would stay at Magic City University to enjoy quality resources, while those ungraded had to seek other paths. Last one. The old professor looked down at the list. Lu Feng. Present. A composed young man stepped forward. Lu Feng. Heroic soul martial spirit, warrior god Lu Bu. Immortal king level. Though this result was astonishing, it did not cause much of a stir compared to the brilliance of Chu Li and Bai Wan'ning. Once the scene calmed down, the old professor announced, "The awakening ceremony is over. Those at human spirit level and above may stay to handle enrollment procedures and receive cultivation resources." A large number of students whose talents were ungraded gradually left. Chu Li quietly queued up, and soon it was his turn. Professor Lu Qing reviewed his information. Chu Li, 18 years old, parents were warriors, died in a beast attack while on a bounty mission, has a younger sister at home. He looked up and said, "I am Lu Qing. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me." Chu Li smiled and said, "Thank you in advance, Professor Lu." Lu Qing nodded slightly and handed a small black wooden box to Chu Li. Inside is a soul elixir that can enhance your spiritual power. There's also a new student handbook and the key to your dormitory. Thank you, Professor Lu. Chu Li accepted the box and turned to leave the Awakening Square. As the premier institution for training warriors in the Great Xia Kingdom, Magic City University spans an extensive area. Walking from south to north takes over an hour, and the dormitories are conveniently located near the north gate. Each dorm room is a single with a private bathroom, modestly decorated yet of high quality. 20 minutes later, Chu Li stood in front of his dormitory door. Entering and surveying his new quarters, he felt quite satisfied. The class sorting is in 3 days. Meanwhile, I can test the effects of this soul elixir. On the market, a soul elixir costs tens of thousands of Great Xia currency per piece, but at Magic City University, it is merely part of the monthly basic cultivation supplies, demonstrating the school's considerable resources. Chu Li opened the box, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. A small brown pill, about the size of a fingernail, lay quietly inside. He placed the pill in his mouth, and it immediately dissolved into a warm current that flowed into his abdomen. Chu Li began to circulate the basic spiritual power technique, refining the medicinal effect. Over time, he could distinctly feel his spiritual power growing stronger. After more than 2 hours, Chu Li opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flickering in them. One soul elixir is equivalent to a month's worth of cultivation. With 6 more, I can advance to a level and officially become a warrior. His gaze fell on the new student handbook in the box. Magic City University doesn't practice equal distribution, but rather encourages competition to cultivate true strength. The handbook detailed the ways to obtain soul elixirs. After spending about 10 minutes, Chu Li had a good grasp of the handbook's contents. Besides the fixed monthly distribution of 1 soul elixir, there are 2 additional ways to acquire them: completing school-issued tasks to earn contribution points for exchange, or participating in arena matches to earn extra allocations based on ranking. Those are still far off for me, Chu Li murmured to himself, setting the handbook aside. Right now, the most important thing is to stabilize my cultivation. The soul elixir is powerful, but it requires time to consolidate, or else the level might become unstable. Having adjusted his state, Chu Li resumed his cultivation. The path of cultivation values perseverance and accumulation over time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the dormitory, Chu Li stared at the red envelope on the table, which had just arrived with the results of the freshman class assignments. He picked it up and carefully read the contents. First year, Support Department, Class A. At Modi University, the class assignment system strictly follows the type and level of talent. Class A, being the top class, gathers students with outstanding talents demonstrated during the awakening ceremony. As Chu Li examined the class assignment results, a cold system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! You are currently facing a choice, and the outcome will vary based on your decision. Please make your selection promptly. Option 1. Accept the class assignment and receive the mythical spirit weapon Linglong Pagoda. Option 2. Reject the class assignment, transfer to the combat department, and receive the creation-level spirit weaponry Jingu Bang. The system is really pushing me to stir things up, Chu Li murmured to himself. A support-type warrior transferring to the combat department would undoubtedly cause a stir at the school. However, he hesitated only for a moment before decisively choosing the second option. Since I've decided to switch departments, I should first discuss it with my current mentor. Chu Li quickly stood up and headed towards the classroom. Meanwhile, in support department Class A, the freshmen were gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. The topics of discussion always revolved around 2 focal figures, Chu Li and Bai Wan'ning. Bai Wan'ning ignored the attention around her, but occasionally glanced towards the classroom door, secretly anticipating Chu Li's reaction upon learning they were in the same class. Footsteps approached from a distance. The previously noisy atmosphere in the classroom quieted instantly as the students quickly returned to their seats. A slender middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered the classroom. His face was pale, giving him a somewhat sickly appearance. Hello everyone. I am Chen Changsheng, and I will be your mentor. Whether you encounter difficulties in life or in your cultivation, feel free to come to me. The students, although inwardly skeptical about their mentor who seemed anything but Changsheng, which means longevity, maintained a polite demeanor. Chen Changsheng appeared accustomed to such reactions and simply gave a cursory glance before beginning roll call. Lin Yu, present. Wang Xiao, present. Bai Wan'ning, present. Bai Wan'ning replied absent-mindedly. Chen Changsheng's gaze lingered on Bai Wan'ning for a moment, a look of surprise and delight appearing on his face. So, you're Bai Wan'ning. I didn't expect to have the honor of teaching students with myth-level martial souls, and 2 at that. He quickly turned to the attendance sheet. Chu Li. After calling the name, the classroom fell silent with no response. Looking around, Chen Changsheng frowned slightly. Is Chu Li not here? Bai Wan'ning silently grumbled to herself, thinking about what she would say upon meeting Chu Li, only to find he was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a hurried voice came from outside the classroom. I'm here, I'm here. Chu Li pushed the door open and strode in with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I accidentally came late. All the freshmen's eyes immediately focused on this myth-level martial soul owner, filled with envy. Bai Wan'ning's eyes lit up with interest as she observed the latecomer. Chen Changsheng wore a kind smile. It's all right, take a seat. If it had been any other student, he would have reprimanded them severely, but he was particularly lenient with someone possessing a myth-level martial soul. However, Chu Li did not sit down and instead stood there hesitantly. Is there something else, Chu? Chen Changsheng asked. Chu Li spoke up nervously. Professor, I want to join the combat department. You mean, you want to join the combat department? Chen Changsheng was taken aback. The entire class, including Bai Wan'ning, looked stunned. A support-type martial artist wanting to join the combat department? Chen Changsheng took a deep breath and spoke seriously. Chu, I hope you reconsider. As a support-type martial soul owner, joining the combat department would be a waste of your talent. Professor, I've made up my mind. I want to join the combat department, Chu Li said firmly. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. I do not agree. Chen Changsheng finally lost his temper. Many freshmen secretly felt schadenfreude, thinking this myth-level genius had already offended the professor on the first day, and he would surely face consequences later. Just then, Chu Li timidly added, "Professor, actually, on the day of the awakening ceremony, I also awakened a weapon-type martial soul." What did you say?" Chen Chongqing was about to continue his reprimand, but was stunned by this revelation. The classroom erupted into a buzz of discussion among the students. Is he joking? Another martial soul? Twin martial souls are incredibly rare nationwide. He must be dreaming. Bai Wan'ning frowned slightly, looking at Chu Li with doubt. If he truly had twin martial souls, it should have been detected during the awakening ceremony. Chen Chongqing regained his composure and said seriously, "Chu Li, if you claim to have awakened a second martial soul, then show it to me. If it's true, I'll agree to your transfer. But if you're making this up, even with your myth-level talent, I won't let it slide." Chu Li faced Chen Chongqing's words with a calm demeanor. The system's reward had already arrived. He only needed to claim it. "Mentor," Chu Li hesitated slightly before speaking, "the classroom is too small. I'm afraid I won't be able to fully display my abilities." This remark left Chen Chongqing both amused and exasperated. "All right, in that case, let's go outside." In his mind, he had already labeled Chu Li as someone seeking attention. Moments later, more than 20 students from the auxiliary class A gathered in an open area under Chen Chongqing's guidance. "You may begin," Chen Chongqing said, stepping aside without further comment. The expressions among the new students varied. Some sneered, others showed disdain. To them, even if Chu Li possessed a mythical martial soul, he was merely being ostentatious. Facing the skeptical gazes, Chu Li remained composed. "Claim system reward," he silently chanted in his mind. As soon as he finished, a pillar of light shot skyward, piercing through the clouds. The terrifying pressure instantly swept across the field. Chen Chongqing's eyes widened, and he involuntarily stepped back a few paces. This isn't just a mythical martial soul. This pressure surpasses even that of the renowned one. The freshmen were frozen in place, unable to move. Their martial souls manifested uncontrollably, trembling under the immense pressure. Even Bai Wan'ning, who possessed a mythical martial soul, struggled to resist. Her eyes filled with shock. Chu Li had truly awakened the legendary twin martial souls. In the president's office at Shanghai University, an elderly man with white hair suddenly opened his eyes, looking toward the window at the towering light pillar. Whose martial soul is this, with such terrifying pressure? He immediately summoned his undead phoenix martial soul, leaping out the window and flying toward the light. The entire city's martial artists were drawn to the pillar, feeling a shiver deep within their souls. Many strong figures employed their skills to head to Shanghai University. As time passed, the pillar of light piercing the clouds became even more dazzling. Above the clouds, a majestic celestial palace faintly appeared, accompanied by ethereal music. Chen Chongqing swallowed hard, staring at Chu Li in shock. Hadn't lied, and had awakened a martial soul no less impressive than the legendary Ginseng fruit tree. However, he failed to notice a fiery figure silently appearing in the sky not far away. The fiery red figure was none other than the white-haired elder riding the immortal phoenix. His sharp gaze was fixed on the towering beam of light above the celestial palace, his eyes betraying an unmistakable sense of awe. "Principal Yu, congratulations. Another prodigy has emerged from Modi University." A figure swiftly arrived at Principal Yu's side. This martial artist, appearing to be in his early 30s, had a pair of enormous bat wings unfurled behind him. Each flap sent ripples through the air, showcasing the formidable power of an 11th warrior. As time passed, figures continued to arrive from all directions. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen 11th warriors had gathered around Principal Yu. In a world where martial artists were 1 in 100 and 11th warriors were 1 in 10,000, the assembly of so many top-tier warriors was a testament to the sensational impact of Chu Li's martial soul. Principal Yu shook off his astonishment and glanced at the powerful figures around him, letting out a calm smile. "If you're here to watch, feel free. But if you're looking to recruit my student, I'm afraid I must decline." As the longtime principal of Modi University, he understood that these warriors represented various factions, all aiming to recruit the astonishingly talented martial soul. However, he believed that getting involved in factional disputes too early was not beneficial for a prodigy, and Modi University had the capacity to nurture such talent. "Principal Yu, what are you saying?" "Ha!" The strongmen laughed at his words. They knew well that recruitment would be refused. Their visit was merely to gauge the situation. If they couldn't have the talent, neither should any other faction. As the crowd discussed, another phenomenon unfolded. The towering beam of light gradually dissipated, revealing a colossal pillar. The top and bottom ends of the pillar were dark gold, while the middle was pitch black, exuding an ancient aura. Most striking were the 5 radiant golden characters engraved on it: Rui Jingu Bang. The moment the golden characters appeared, the celestial palace in the clouds vanished abruptly. It was replaced by the thunderous sound of war drums, with the silhouettes of 100,000 celestial soldiers faintly emerging in the clouds. The drumbeats and shouts grew louder and louder, like a tidal wave, shaking one's very soul. Under this overwhelming pressure, many of the new students involuntarily felt the urge to kneel. Even Chen Changxing's face turned pale, not due to a lack of cultivation, but because of the instinctive suppression from the depths of his martial soul. While the ginseng fruit tree was also a creation-level martial soul, its supportive nature made its aura gentle. In contrast, the Rui Jingu Bang, focused on destruction, exerted a far more formidable pressure. Chu Li glanced over at Chen Changsheng and the others, then looked up at the figures in the sky, grinning wryly. I think I might have overdone it this time. In front of the open space at Modi University, hundreds of students and faculty members gathered spontaneously. All eyes were fixed on the young man in the center, filled with awe and envy. Professor Lu Qing stood among the crowd, his eyes wide open, looking at Chu Li with disbelief. His lips trembled slightly, and his heart surged with waves of astonishment at dual martial soul, both of mythological level. Such talent is unparalleled even across all of Daxia. Professor, do you believe what I said before now? Chu Li retracted his martial soul and turned to Chen Changxing. As the Rui Jingu Bang disappeared, those with lower cultivation levels breathed a sigh of relief as the oppressive aura of the martial soul dissipated. Chen Changxing looked at his extraordinarily gifted student, feeling both reluctant and helpless, and could only nod gently. In that case, can I join the combat department? Chu Li asked with a smile. Chen Changxing's eye twitched slightly. At this point, not only the combat department, but even if you wanted to start your own department, the school would consider it. At that moment, more than a dozen figures streaked across the sky, led by Principal Yu and other A-level powerhouses. Even though they had restrained their aura, they still emitted an intimidating presence. Hello, Principal. The students and faculty quickly greeted the newcomers. No one expected the principal to be alerted by this event, but upon reflection, it seemed only natural. Chu Li's display of his martial soul was truly astonishing. Principal Yu nodded slightly in response to everyone's greetings, his gaze falling on Chu Li with a kind smile. What's your name? Although Chu Li recognized who he was, he remained composed and replied respectfully. My name is Chu Li. Chu Li. Principal Yu was slightly taken aback, as if the name was familiar to him. Principal. Professor Lu Qing immediately pushed through the crowd to explain. Chu Li is the student who awakened the mythological level ginseng fruit tree martial soul during the awakening ceremony. With these words, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The students, having witnessed the awakening ceremony, remained relatively calm. However, the faculty members, who had only heard of the name but never seen him, now truly understood the extraordinariness of the young man before them, and their inner shock was palpable. Principal Yu's expression froze instantly, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Are you saying, Chu Li has twin martial spirits? As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the dozen or so powerful individuals around him lit up with fervor. Although they had previously promised not to recruit Chu Li, upon learning that he possessed two mythic-level martial spirits, those promises were quickly forgotten. With such talent, reaching the legendary level realm seemed only a matter of time with proper cultivation. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Principal Yu quickly spoke up, knowing the situation was turning unfavorable. Chu Li, would you be willing to become my personal disciple? His words left the room in stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at Principal Yu, the legendary head of Modi University, a figure whose influence even level powerhouses respected, actually wanting to take Chu Li as his personal disciple. Chu Li was initially taken aback, but a surge of joy soon welled up within him. Just as he was about to agree, an A-level powerhouse spoke up first. Chu Li, if you join my Li family, I assure you that you will receive abundant resources for focused training. The Li family? The crowd was taken aback, recognizing one of the 7 great families of Modu. Another A-level powerhouse stepped forward. Chu Li, I am the head of the Wang family. If you join us, I can offer my daughter's hand in marriage. How does that sound? The scene quickly became overwhelming, with other powerhouses eagerly extending offers, each presenting various enticing terms. The promises from the 7 great families and other factions left the students present both envious and jealous. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! As numerous factions extend their offers, you find yourself wavering. The system then presented 16 options, including: accept the Li family's offer and receive 100 soul elixirs. Accept the Wang family's offer, marry the Wang family's young princess, and obtain the human spiritual martial spirit, Fong Tian Huaji. Remain at Modi University and become Principal Yu's disciple, gaining the creation-level martial art, 1000-weight staff technique. Chu Li contemplated briefly before making his decision. Thank you all for your kind offers. However, as a current student of Modi University, I have long admired Principal Yu, and becoming his disciple has been my long-standing wish. I hope you all can understand. He was well aware that joining any faction would come with numerous obligations and close scrutiny. As a possessor of twin mythic-level martial spirits, he was confident in making his own choices. As a neutral force affiliated with the Daxia, Mordor University holds a unique position in the martial arts world. The principal, Yushan, is not only a highly respected martial artist, but also the soul of Mordor University. While the resources here may not be as abundant as those of other factions, the rare freedom it offers is truly invaluable. As Chu Li finished speaking, the dozen or so powerful figures present exchanged glances. They were well aware that if Chu Li chose to join any particular faction, it would certainly stir dissatisfaction among others. Opting for Yushan, however, skillfully balanced the various relationships. Ding! The system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Choice successful, reward received. Creation level martial art 1000-weight staff technique. A smile played on Chu Li's lips, his eyes glinting with delight. This 1000-weight staff technique was the signature skill of the legendary Monkey King from ancient mythology, and when combined with his existing Rui Jingu Bang martial soul, his combat power would surely soar. Ha! Yushan's hearty laughter broke the brief silence. Good. From now on, you are my personal disciple. Chu Li's decisive choice earned him great admiration. Master, your disciple has one more request. Chu Li seized the moment to speak cautiously. Speak freely. Yushan gestured with approval in his eyes. I wish to join the combat department. Yushan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Even if you wanted to stay in the support department, I wouldn't allow it. That would be a sheer waste of talent. Starting today, you will attend classes in the weapon department's Class A. But for now, follow me. Turning to the other powerful figures, Yushan smiled and said, I will host a banquet to celebrate taking on a new disciple at a later date. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the other figures took their leave. Yushan then summoned his undying phoenix martial soul and, with Chu Li in tow, headed straight to the principal's office. The faculty and students present were still in shock, unable to regain their composure. After today, the name Chu Li will surely resonate throughout the Mordor martial arts world, muttered Lu Qing as he watched the departing figure. He realized that he had previously underestimated Chu Li. The support department students who had once mocked Chu Li now stood red-faced and speechless. Although Bai Wan'ning maintained a calm exterior, a sense of defeat stirred within her. As the heiress of the Bai Consortium, she had always been the center of attention, with top-tier looks and figure, yet Chu Li had never spared her a glance. Bai Wan'ning watched as Chu Li quickly devoured her martial soul and casually tossed her a ginseng fruit as if to dismiss her. She clenched her fists in anger and exclaimed, Chu Li, dream on. In the principal's office, Yushan sat behind his desk and kindly said to Chu Li, have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. From today onwards, you're my personal disciple. No need to be so formal. Chu Li pulled over a chair and sat down, directly asking, I wonder what important matter brought my master to summon me. You cheeky boy. Yushan chuckled, shaking his head. He took a black wooden box from his drawer and pushed it towards Chu Li. Inside are 20 soul pills. Take them and refine them. 20 soul pills are equivalent to 200,000 daxia currency, a resource that would sustain an ordinary student for almost 2 years of cultivation. Chu Li accepted them gladly after all. He had turned down offers from over a dozen factions to become Yushan's disciple. Yushan then took out a long, fiery red staff engraved with phoenix patterns, his expression somewhat nostalgic. This is the Chaotian staff, an immortal king-level weapon I acquired in my early years. I never practiced staff techniques, so it has remained unused. Today, I gift it to you as a token for becoming my disciple. It should suit your martial soul well. Chu Li received the staff, feeling its cold touch. He understood the rarity of immortal king-level weapons. Ordinary warriors use ungraded weapons, and even human spirit-level ones cost tens of thousands of daxia currency. Immortal king-level weapons easily reach millions, sometimes being priceless. As for mythological-level weapons, they can be counted on one hand in all of daxia. Thank you, master. Chu Li stood and bowed. Yushan stroked his beard with a light laugh. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. You haven't completed any tasks for me yet. Please, master, enlighten me. Chu Li replied confidently. Since the old principal wasn't afraid of pressure from numerous factions to take him as a disciple, he certainly wouldn't harm him. My expectations are simple. I want you to secure the top spot in the upcoming freshman competition a month from now. Yushan stroked his beard, his eyes filled with anticipation. Now that I've taken you as my personal apprentice, countless eyes in the school are watching. The freshman competition is a traditional event at Magic Capital University, where all new students must form teams to hunt mythical beasts in a designated area. Placing high not only grants cultivation resources, but also substantial cash prizes. Rest assured, master, I will do my utmost, Chu Li promised earnestly. Yushan nodded in satisfaction. In that case, you should head to class. I've already informed the instructor of Weaponry Department's Class A. After bidding farewell to Yushan, Chu Li headed straight to the Weaponry Department's building. At that moment, Class A was in the middle of self-introductions. Hello everyone, my name is Xing Yuyu, and my martial spirit is the human spirit level Chungying sword. I hope we can all get along well, Xing Yuyu said as he stepped down amid applause. The class instructor was about to call the next student when a knock on the door interrupted. The instructor, appearing to be around 25 or 26, had a striking appearance, wearing black leather attire that accentuated her slender figure. Come in, she said. As Chu Li entered, the classroom erupted. Oh my gosh, it's Chu Li. Am I seeing things? Why is Chu Li in our class? Due to the sensational demonstration of his Rui Jingu Bang martial spirit earlier, many students had witnessed it firsthand and knew Chu Li possessed twin mythological level martial spirits. Many female students looked at him with admiration in their eyes. The instructor, seeing the commotion, smiled wryly. Although the principal had informed her in advance, she hadn't anticipated Chu Li's impact to be this significant. Hello, instructor. I'm the new transfer student, Chu Li. Chu Li greeted calmly. Is he really joining our class? That's fantastic. With such a powerhouse in our class, who wouldn't know about weaponry department's Class A? The students' chatter grew even more enthusiastic. The instructor cleared her throat and said, My name is Mu Qing. You can call me Instructor Mu or Sister Mu. Chu Li, you're just in time. Please introduce yourself. Chu Li nodded in agreement. Hello everyone. My name is Chu Li, and my martial spirits are the Ginseng fruit tree and the Rui Jingu Bang. Mu Qing, hearing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She initially worried that he might be a troublesome character, given the talent he displayed. If that were the case, she'd have no way to handle him. But now it seemed she had worried unnecessarily. In that case, find yourself a seat, Mu Qing said, her tone noticeably more friendly. Chu Li glanced around the classroom and headed straight for a seat. As he passed by, the female students widened their eyes, hoping he would stop beside them. But they were destined for disappointment. Chu Li went directly to a corner of the classroom and sat next to a chubby boy. This chubby boy looked about 17 or 18. Though not handsome, his fair and round face was rather endearing. Seeing Chu Li sit next to him, he stammered with wide eyes, Big bro you. Just call me Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. He chose this spot simply for some peace and quiet. Looking around, this honest-looking chubby boy seemed the most suitable. Relieved by Chu Li's approachable demeanor, the chubby boy quickly said, Chu bro, my name is Du Yu. My martial soul is a human-level Zhangba snake spear. Please take care of me. They chatted briefly. Meanwhile, other students took turns introducing themselves on stage, but the classroom atmosphere had significantly dulled. Everyone's gaze occasionally drifted to Chu Li, the dual soul wielder, personally taught by the principal, was hard to ignore. Mu Qing smiled helplessly. Once the introductions were over, she stepped onto the podium and asked, Class, let's officially start. First, can anyone tell me the origins of the martial artist? The students raised their hands eagerly. This was high school knowledge. Only Chu Li remained still, focusing on practicing the basic divine soul technique to stabilize his cultivation. This Chu Li, daydreaming on the first lesson, Mu Qing thought, clenching her teeth, though her expression remained calm. Since Chu Li has raised his hand, why don't you answer? When did I raise my hand? Chu Li thought, bewildered, but seeing Mu Qing's playful look, he reluctantly stood up. 100 years ago, spiritual energy revived, and beasts mutated and multiplied, drastically reducing human living space. This situation persisted for 10 years until the first human awakened a martial soul and developed the basic divine soul technique, marking the beginning of the martial arts era for humans, allowing them to stand against the beasts. The previous owner of this body was a top student in high school, so this knowledge was second nature to him. His explanation went well beyond the high school curriculum. The classmates listened intently, and even Mu Qing couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Chu Li, however, was oblivious, speaking for a good 4 or 5 minutes until his mouth got dry and he stopped. The classroom erupted in thunderous applause. As Mu Qing observed the lively atmosphere she had successfully created in the classroom, a smile appeared on her face. She gestured for Chu Li to take a seat, and then began explaining the fundamental knowledge of martial cultivation. Chu Li, already well-versed in this material, didn't pay much attention. Instead, he took the opportunity to focus inwardly and concentrate on refining his spiritual power. Sitting next to Chu Li, the chubby Du Yu quickly sensed something unusual. He clearly felt the faint spiritual fluctuations emanating from Chu Li and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Chu, not only is he incredibly talented, but he doesn't even waste class time. His diligence is truly admirable. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Qing announced, Class, gather at the training hall this afternoon, and I'll teach you how to manifest your martial soul. As her words concluded, the students rose and left the classroom. Chu Li planned to return to his dormitory for lunch before refining a soul pill. Unexpectedly, Du Yu quickly caught up with him. Chu, are you alone? I'll join you. Although Chu Li hadn't anticipated gaining a follower so soon, he didn't refuse. As they walked out of the teaching building, Du Yu suddenly pointed excitedly into the distance. Chu, look, that's our school bell. Not far away stood a graceful figure, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, yet highlighting her slender frame and youthful energy. It was Bai Wan'ning. Isn't Bai Wan'ning from the support department? What's she doing in the weapons department? Passing students stopped to discuss curiously. Do you speculated? I think she's probably waiting for her friend. Chu Li just nodded casually, indifferent to the title of school belle. To everyone's surprise, Bai Wan'ning walked straight towards Chu Li. Amidst numerous astonished gazes, she stood in front of him and asked softly, Chu Li, are you free for lunch? The scene plunged the surroundings into silence. Although everyone knew they had interacted during the awakening ceremony, no one expected Bai Wan'ning to invite Chu Li to lunch. Even the usually composed Bai Wan'ning couldn't hide her nervousness, her slightly red ears betraying her feelings. As Chu Li hesitated to respond, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. Chu Li, you jerk! Bai Wan'ning shouted, her face slightly flushed as she stood under the scrutiny of the crowd. The surrounding students paused to watch, making her feel even more embarrassed. Chu Li remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the curious faces around him before finally pointing at Du Yu. Sorry, I've already made plans with him. Du Yu was about to exchange a shy smile with Bai Wan'ning when he noticed a hint of threat in her eyes. Adding me to your plans shouldn't be a problem, right? She asked. No problem. Of course, no problem. Du Yu shivered and quickly nodded. Bai Wan'ning turned to Chu Li, her lips curling into a charming smile. In that instant, her beauty seemed to outshine everything around her, leaving several male students in a daze. However, no one noticed her secretly clenched fists, as she silently cursed Chu Li for hesitating over a meal invitation. Seeing the situation, Chu Li had no choice but to nod in agreement. Under the envious gazes of the onlookers, the three of them left together. During lunch, Bai Wan'ning seemed unstoppable, bombarding Chu Li with questions. Anyone else would have been overwhelmed by such a beautiful onslaught, but Chu Li remained calm, responding only sporadically. Meanwhile, Du Yu sat quietly, too stunned by the situation to speak. After the meal, Bai Wan'ning invited Chu Li to have dessert, but he declined, thinking about refining the divine soul pill, and returned to his dormitory. Jerk, Bai Wan'ning muttered through gritted teeth as she watched Chu Li's departing figure. She pulled out her phone to text a contact labeled, Your Majesty, to vent her frustrations. The other person teased her about her setback and suggested teaching Chu Li a lesson in the weaponry Class A battle course the next day. At that moment, Chu Li was unaware of the attention he had attracted, nor would he have cared if he knew. Back in his dorm, he immediately sat cross-legged, took out the divine soul pill, and began refining it. As the premier institution for cultivating martial artists, Magic City University was far more complex than it appeared. Many freshmen had already awakened their martial souls and begun training with the help of their resources. If Chu Li wanted to win the freshman competition in a month, he had to seize every moment to train. Chu Li successfully refined a soul elixir, and as he opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashed through them. He thought to himself that at this pace, he could advance to F-level within a day and officially become a martial artist. Those below F-level are collectively referred to as unranked or apprentice martial artists, which is the current level of most students at Magic City University. Noticing the time, with class about to start, Chu Li stretched lazily and headed straight to the training hall. In the training arena, instructor Mu Qing stood before the students and began her lecture. Class, today I'll teach you how to manifest your martial soul. First, recall the sensation from your awakening ceremony, then channel your soul power. Following her guidance, the students began to try. Soon, Xing Yu excitedly raised the shadow sword he had manifested. Huh? I did it. However, before he finished speaking, the sword shattered, and he coughed up blood, his energy instantly waning. Martial cultivation requires steady progress. Every step is fraught with danger, so never be hasty, Mu Qing sighed. Your injury is not severe, a few days of rest will suffice for recovery, but remember this lesson. Blushing with embarrassment, Xing Yu replied. Yes, instructor. The loss of face was harder for him to accept than the damage to his soul. At that moment, a timid voice spoke up. Instructor, is this correct? Everyone turned to see Chu Li holding a crimson iron rod, clearly engraved with the words, Rui Jinggu Bang. The room fell into an eerie silence. Although everyone knew Chu Li was exceptionally gifted, manifesting a martial soul so effortlessly was astonishing. For Chu Li, manifesting a martial soul was indeed easy. By following the instructor's instructions, the martial soul appeared naturally in his hand. He speculated that this might be related to the quality of his martial soul. Instructor, since I've already mastered it, may I return to the dormitory to cultivate? Mu Qing hesitated slightly. Where are you going? Back to the dormitory to cultivate. Amidst voices of doubt, Mu Qing eventually nodded, granting Chu Li's request. Some male students grumbled. It's class time. And he just leaves? The instructor actually agreed. How biased. Mu Qing frowned at them. If any of you can achieve what Chu Li has, you may leave as well. With those words, the room fell silent. Everyone knew well Chu Li was a genius with twin mythological martial souls. Matching him was a fool's errand. The next morning, over 20 students from Class A of the weapon department had gathered in small groups on the second floor of the training hall, whispering among themselves. Have you heard? There's a new stunning female instructor in the martial arts class, and they say she's as impressive as instructor Mu Qing. Excited chatter filled the classroom during the break. As the students buzzed about the new instructor, Du turned to Chu Li with admiration in his eyes. Chu, you were amazing yesterday. Manifesting your martial spirit seemed like child's play. No wonder even the campus beauty is after you. Manifesting isn't that difficult. Wait, what about the campus beauty chasing me? Chu Li was about to share his experience, but was taken aback by the last comment. You don't know about it? Du rolled his eyes and handed his phone to Chu Li. See for yourself. Chu Li took the phone, and the screen displayed a bold headline. The unspoken story between Chu Li and the campus beauty. The post detailed how he met Bai Wan'ning during the awakening ceremony, inexplicably requested a transfer from her class, and how she sought him out in the weapons department for lunch, only to be met with indifference. The comments underneath had exploded. Chu Li, you heartbreaker. Give us back our pure campus beauty. As the leader of the Beauties fan club, I call for everyone to take action against Chu Li. He's the principal's disciple and has twin martial spirits. I can only support you all in spirit. What is all this nonsense? Chu Li handed the phone back to Du, exasperated. There's nothing going on between Bai Wan'ning and me. Of course, whatever you say, Chu. Du nodded repeatedly, though his face was full of disbelief. Meanwhile, Bai Wan'ning was having an even worse day. On her way to class that morning, she noticed everyone, students and instructors alike, looking at her with sympathetic eyes. It wasn't until she saw the post that she understood why. When was I ever with Chu Li, let alone abandoned by him? Bai Wan'ning fumed, determined to find the person who posted it and make them pay. Just then, a male student approached her with a look of grim determination. Bai Wan'ning, even if Chu Li has wronged you, I don't mind. Please accept my pursuit. Bai Wan'ning was furious and slammed her hand on the table. Get lost. On the second floor of the training hall, the trainees stood in neat rows, their eyes collectively fixed on the staircase leading from the third floor. A graceful figure descended slowly, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The newcomer was a young woman, around 23 or 24 years old, dressed in a black, form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her perfect physique. Her face was stunningly beautiful, with a hint of determination in her brows, giving her an overall impression of competence and efficiency. With long strides, she approached the group, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room, pausing briefly on Chu Li. Hello, everyone. My name is Lin, and from now on, I will be your combat class instructor. As soon as she finished speaking, applause erupted, particularly enthusiastic among the male trainees. Lin seemed accustomed to such scenes, her expression remaining as calm as still water. Now, the most crucial question is this: what is combat? Can anyone answer me? Faced with this question, the trainees exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin was not surprised and continued. Combat is not the passionate endeavor most of you might think it is. It is filled with coldness and brutality. For warriors, combat is even more so. Once you step outside the city, every battle could be a fight to the death, because beasts won't stop at the point of contact like in school arenas. With that, she turned and headed back to the third floor. Words alone might not suffice. Come upstairs with me. The trainees followed her closely. The third floor was vastly different from the second. At its center was an octagonal cage, surrounded by tiers of spectator seating. Lin walked to the front of the cage and pressed a button, causing the top to open and a metal cage to slowly descend. Inside crouched a dark-colored, beastly wolf, about 3 meters long. Upon seeing the trainees, its eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty intent, and it slammed into the cage fiercely. With a clattering noise, the cage shook violently. The female trainees screamed in fright, while the male trainees turned pale, their bodies involuntarily trembling. A beast. Du stammered, swallowing hard. Enflevel beast wolf. It's enflevel beast wolf. Beasts, like warriors, are categorized from F to S levels. At the same level, beasts often possess stronger physiques, and if a warrior's martial soul isn't strong enough, they might not even break through its defense, resulting in many warriors perishing at the hands of beasts of the same level. Lin expected such reactions from the crowd, but when her gaze swept over Chu Li, she was momentarily surprised. Chu Li remained calm throughout, showing no fear in the face of the ferocious, beastly wolf. Truly worthy of being a prodigy with a twin myth martial soul, to possess such composure. Lin's beautiful eyes reflected admiration. After all, even she had been terrified and trembling the first time she encountered a beast up close. Lin calmed herself, glanced over the crowd, and spoke with a steady tone. Outside the city, such demonic beasts are merely at the bottom of the food chain. If you're frightened by this, how can you hope to become a warrior capable of standing on your own in the future? Her words acted like a calming balm. gradually stabilizing the emotions of the students, though their gazes towards the demon wolf still held traces of fear. Seeing this, Lin Lin nodded in satisfaction and continued. In reality, demonic beasts aren't as terrifying as they seem. The key is finding the right way to handle them. I brought you here today not to fight the beasts, but to learn. With that, she approached the octagonal cage and lightly touched the door. Next, I will suppress my strength to level F and demonstrate how to kill a demon wolf in the shortest time possible. The students perked up, focusing intently. As a teacher at Magic City University, Lin Lin's abilities were undoubtedly formidable. Chu Li also held his breath, ready to closely observe the battle. But at that moment, a cold prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Faced with the impending battle between a beauty and a beast, you feel a sense of hesitation. Why am I hesitating again? Can't you come up with a new line? Chu Li muttered with a wry smile. Successfully activated the god-level choice. Please make your decision quickly. Option 1. For Lin Lin's safety, stop her from entering the octagonal cage. Reward, a red scarf. Option 2. Do nothing and enjoy the spectacle of beauty and beast. Reward, immortal king-level soul refining technique immovable as a mountain. Option 3. As a gentleman, how can you stand by and watch a lady fight a beast without taking action? Stop Lin Lin and take her place in the cage. Reward, advanced combat experience. Chu Li quickly weighed the pros and cons. The red scarf from the first option was clearly insignificant. The immortal king-level soul refining technique from the second option was precious, but wouldn't have an immediate effect, while the advanced combat experience from the third option would not only boost his ranking in the arena, but also prepare him for the upcoming competition in a month. I choose option 3. Chu Li decided swiftly, striding towards Lin Lin. Teacher, please wait a moment. Lin Lin turned, slightly surprised. Student, is there something you need? Chu Li smiled slightly, his gaze resolute as he said, I wish to take my teacher's place in the octagonal cage and fight the beast. As soon as he spoke, the entire arena fell silent. The students stared at Chu Li in disbelief, as if they were looking at a madman. Fighting an level beast? That was practically a death wish. Teacher Lin Lin frowned and said, Chu Li, fighting a beast is a matter of life and death. There's no need to rush. It's better to wait until you're fully prepared. Though she was instructed by Bai Wan'ning to teach Chu Li a lesson, she couldn't just watch him walk into danger. Chu Li said nothing more and simply released his martial soul's aura. At that moment, everyone was stunned. It turned out he was already an level warrior. No wonder he was so confident. But even so, without practical experience, he was still courting disaster. Lin Lin was also surprised by Chu Li's strength. She was about to persuade him otherwise, but was met with his determined gaze. Almost against her better judgment, she nodded. Very well, give it a try. But remember, if there's any danger, I'll stop it immediately. She reassured herself. A prodigy with 2 mythical talents wouldn't throw his life away so easily. Without hesitation, Chu Li stepped into the octagonal cage, causing an uproar among the students. Their reactions varied, some sneered, others worried, and some were even gleeful at the prospect of his failure. Lin Lin remained concerned and asked one last time. Chu Li, there's still time to change your mind. No need, please close the cage. Teacher, Chu Li replied calmly. As soon as he spoke, a system notification suddenly chimed. Choice successful. Reward earned. Advanced combat experience. In an instant, countless experiences of battles against beasts and warriors flooded into Chu Li's mind. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. I made the right choice. The distilled combat wisdom from these advanced warriors is invaluable. Just by observing this demon wolf, I've already identified over a dozen weaknesses and countless ways to defeat it. Seeing his determination, Lin Lin pressed the button. With the sound of machinery, the octagonal cage slowly closed. Now, only Chu Li and the demon wolf remained inside the iron bars. The wolf seemed to sense something, pressing its head against the cage, its cold eyes locked onto the young man, occasionally glinting with bloodlust. Such a scene would likely have left anyone else trembling with fear. Chu Li remained calm and composed as he summoned the heavenly staff with a gesture of his right hand. The staff emerged from his martial soul and landed firmly in his palm. Instantly, the overwhelming aura unique to a celestial king-level weapon swept across the arena, causing everyone present to gasp in awe. A celestial king-level weapon? Gasped the crowd in disbelief. How could an level martial arts student possess such a divine weapon? Even some powerful A-level martial artists might not own such a treasure. Lin Lin's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise as she realized the significance. The principal must have bestowed this divine weapon upon Chu Li, clearly treating him as a personal disciple. With this thought, her anxiety eased. Given that Chu Li wielded a celestial king-level weapon, dealing with an level demon wolf should be manageable. She pulled out her phone and aimed it at the octagonal cage. Chu Li, are you ready? No problem. Chu Li replied in a steady voice. Lin Lin pressed a button, and the cage door opened with a thunderous crash. The famished demon wolf let out an earth-shaking howl, trembling with excitement. It stared coldly at Chu Li, muscles taut and ready to spring. Chu Li held the heavenly staff upside down, remaining motionless. With his advanced combat experience, the Celestial King-level heavenly staff, and 2 creation-level martial souls, if he couldn't handle an level demon wolf, he might as well give up. The demon wolf, feeling provoked by Chu Li's calm demeanor, suddenly lunged like an arrow from a bow. The audience erupted in gasps, with many falling back in fright. This was no television show, but a real-life battle of life and death. Bring it on. Chu Li laughed heartily, stepping forward instead of retreating and swinging his staff to meet the attack. The demon wolf, recognizing the threat of the heavenly staff, agilely dodged aside. The staff missed its target and struck the ground, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Unperturbed, Chu Li immediately executed the creation-level martial art Thousand Gene Staff technique. This was the legendary skill used by the great sage equal to heaven to battle 100,000 heavenly soldiers. In his hands, the heavenly staff became a blur of afterimages, striking precisely at the demon wolf. Despite its instinctive evasions, the demon wolf was struck on its left forelimb, letting out a harrowing wail. Chu Li pressed his advantage, delivering a sweeping blow. Bang! The dull thud of impact sent the demon wolf's body flying, crashing heavily into the octagonal cage before it fell to the ground. It twitched a few times before falling silent. The arena fell into a deathly silence, with everyone staring wide-eyed, too shocked to speak. Was it over just like that? Had the demon wolf been defeated so swiftly? No one expected that within less than 10 seconds, the ferocious demon wolf would be killed outright. Those who were initially looking forward to a good show were left speechless, simply staring in awe at Chu Li. Compared to the demon wolf, Chu Li seemed more like a fearsome beast himself. His movements were swift and precise, with each strike deadly accurate, as if he could predict the wolf's every move. Do you? The chubby kid looked at Chu Li with a newfound admiration. His eyes were wide, mouth slightly open, as if he were gazing at his hero. Lin Lin was equally astonished by the overwhelming battle. Although she had anticipated Chu Li's victory, she never imagined it would come so easily. Her shock was such that she nearly dropped her phone. Teacher, can we open the octagonal cage now? Chu Li's voice snapped Lin Lin out of her daze. She hurried to open the cage, not forgetting to ask, have you ever fought a demon beast before? Lin Lin noticed that Chu Li's demeanor and reactions during the fight were anything but novice. He seemed more like a seasoned warrior who had faced life-and-death battles. Chu Li calmly stowed his staff into his soul space before walking out of the cage, replying, this was my first time fighting a demon beast. A flash of shock crossed Lin Lin's eyes. To achieve such a feat on his first encounter, he was a natural-born fighter. She didn't doubt Chu Li's words. After all, it wouldn't take much to verify. The other students listened to their conversation with wide eyes, looking at Chu Li as if he were a monster. This guy not only had dual myth-level soul weapons, but also possessed such extraordinary combat talent. Not just in the Magic City, but even across the entire Great Xia, it would be hard to find another like him. Lin Lin took a deep breath and said, in that case, would you mind if I assessed your combat aptitude? She hadn't forgotten her promise to Bai Wan'ning to teach Chu Li a lesson, but now she was more interested in evaluating his combat talent. Ding! Faced with Lin Lin's proposal, Chu Li hesitated, activating the divine choice system. Chu Li, please make a choice. Option 1. Refuse Lin Lin's proposal and receive a reward, 30 soul pills. Option 2. Accept Lin Lin's proposal and receive a reward, advanced combat techniques. The effects of the soul pills were well known as essential resources for a warrior's training. Advanced combat techniques were equally crucial for a warrior's survival. Once a warrior's soul power was exhausted, close combat skills would be all they could rely on. Chu Li already had advanced combat experience, and combining it with advanced combat techniques would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. He hesitated only briefly before choosing the second option. I have no problem with that. Chu Li nodded in agreement. Lin Lin nodded slightly and said, in that case, let's see your soul weapon. Although she said this, she had no intention of using her own soul weapon. After all, she was a clever warrior. While not as powerful as the school's instructors, she was still respected by many outside. If she needed to use her soul weapon against enfleveled Chu Li, it would surely be laughable. If the teacher isn't using a soul weapon, then neither will I, Chu Li responded calmly, a confident gleam in his eyes. Chu Li's lips curled into a slight smile as he contemplated testing the combined effects of his advanced combat experience and advanced martial arts skills. His calm demeanor caused Lin Lin to pause for a moment, a playful glint appearing in her eyes. Since you're so confident, don't blame me if you get hurt later, she teased. The surrounding students quickly dispersed, forming a spacious circle to watch the match. Their discussions buzzed with excitement. Chu Li is really bold, daring to challenge teacher Lin Lin barehanded right after defeating the demon wolf. Many eyes were filled with admiration for this genius with twin mythological martial souls, who had transformed their initial jealousy into pure admiration. Teacher, please begin. Chu Li gestured with a composed expression. It wasn't arrogance, but a deep understanding of the difference in martial artist levels. While the strength of a martial soul was important, the gap in physical prowess wasn't insurmountable. With his advanced combat experience and martial arts skills, he believed he could hold his own in close combat, even against the principal, Yushan. Unaware of his hidden strengths, Lin Lin was intrigued by his calmness. Then let me see what you're made of, she declared, darting forward. Just as she was about to reach Chu Li, her long right leg swept out in a powerful kick. Chu Li moved with fluid grace, his right hand precisely catching her lower leg, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. The warmth of her skin surprised him, and he subconsciously gave a slight squeeze. This small gesture made Lin Lin blush, her eyes flashing with irritation as she quickly retracted her leg and swung her fist instead. Realizing his lapse, Chu Li felt a tinge of embarrassment and refrained from counterattacking, opting instead to dodge continuously. To the onlookers, the duel was thrilling, but true martial arts experts could see that in pure hand-to-hand combat, Lin Lin was no match for Chu Li. Lin Lin soon noticed this as well, her attack slowing. However, remembering Chu Li's earlier indiscretion, she increased her assault in frustration and embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Li executed a clever pull-and-push maneuver, easily deflecting her attack. As Lin Lin was about to fall, Chu Li instinctively stepped forward to catch her by the waist. Yet, his hand involuntarily squeezed again. Lin Lin's face turned crimson, and as she struggled to break free, she found herself unable to muster any strength. Now extremely close, she could feel Chu Li's breath, biting her lip in embarrassment and frustration. Chu Li, let go of me, she demanded. Upon seeing the situation, Chu Li hurriedly helped Lin Lin up, his face flushed with embarrassment. Thank you, teacher, for showing mercy. Lin Lin shot him a fierce glare. Although she was seething with anger, she had to suppress it under the watchful eyes of the many students around them. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were immersed in shock, buzzing with discussions about Chu Li's victory. Ha, that's our Chu. He even beat the teacher, shouted the chubby Du-Yu, clenching his fists in excitement. Other students were equally amazed, with some looking at Chu Li with newfound admiration and awe. Teacher, I have something to attend to. May I leave early? Chu Li asked awkwardly, unable to bear Lin Lin's piercing gaze. He was secretly regretful, thinking he hadn't meant to take advantage of her. It was just that his hands seemed to have a mind of their own. All right, if you have something to do, you may leave, Lin Lin replied, taking a deep breath to maintain her composure. Chu Li quickly left, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, while the other students, accustomed to his special treatment, merely looked on with envy. Once Chu Li had left, Lin Lin collected herself. All right, let's continue the class. As soon as the class ended, Bai Wan'ning pulled out her phone and messaged the contact saved as Your Majesty. So, did you get any pictures? Let me see how you taught him a lesson. Lin Lin read the message, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she recalled the earlier scene, but she composed herself to reply, Humph, when I personally step in, it's a piece of cake. As for photos, with so many students around, it wasn't convenient. True, but I still have to thank you for helping me vent my anger. Bai Wan'ning replied. What are you planning to do next? He's the only one who doesn't pay attention to me. I must make him fall for me, then dump him hard. Lin Lin couldn't help but smile at the response and typed back. That sounds like a tough challenge. This Chu Li's talent is beyond your imagination. With that, she sent over a video she had taken earlier of Chu Li battling a beast. After a long pause, Bai Wan'ning finally replied. He's really that amazing? Lin Lin thought to herself that he could even defeat her, a clever martial artist, in close combat. But she only said, guys with talent like his won't be short of admirers. You better work hard. The arena stood prominently in the central area of Magic University, covering an extensive space. In the arena, 18 platforms stood tall, surrounded by tiered seating reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum. Above the seats, a giant electronic screen flickered, clearly displaying the latest rankings of first to third-year students. First place, Gu Zheng from the third year, a D-level weaponry warrior. Second place, Fang Cheng from the second year, a D-level soul warrior. Chu Li rested his chin in his hand, his gaze roaming over the electronic screen. After leaving the training hall, he didn't return to his dorm to rest but headed straight to the arena to improve his ranking. The leaderboard in front of him left him marveling. Every one of the top 100 was a D-level warrior, and not even a single F-level warrior was in the top 1,000. No wonder it's Magic City University, he thought to himself. Without much hesitation, Chu Li quickly approached an empty platform. At the intelligent electronic screen in front of the platform, he swiftly entered his personal information. The screen immediately displayed the current challengeable opponent ranked 3,000th, Xin Yuan from the second year, and a level B soul warrior. As a newcomer not yet on the leaderboard, Chu Li had to start by challenging from the lowest rank. Once he secured a ranking, he could then challenge opponents up to 100 positions higher each time. This rule was designed to prevent high-ranking warriors from being repeatedly harassed by those of lower ranks, thus conserving their energy. After confirming the challenge, Chu Li sat cross-legged on the platform, waiting for his opponent to arrive. The system would automatically send a text notification to the challenge party, who, unless on a school task, must respond within 3 hours or face rank cancellation. While waiting, Chu Li contemplated the many benefits of a high arena ranking. The 3000th rank earned 1 soul pill per month, 2 for the 2500th rank, 3 within the top 2000, and so on. The top 500 received 10 soul pills monthly, and the top 100 a staggering 100 soul pills. In martial cultivation, the demand for soul pills only grows. Chu Li mused silently. I broke through to level with less than 10 soul pills, but that was based on years of hard training with the soul technique. To break through to a level now, at least 200 soul pills are needed, and even more later. Although Principal Yushan was his mentor, Chu Li did not want to rely on him for everything. After all, Magic City University was part of Xia, not Yushan's personal domain, and he wasn't as wealthy as outsiders might think. In this world, strength is paramount. With great strength comes resource allocation, creating a positive cycle. As he pondered, a figure slowly approached the platform. Are you the one challenging me? In the arena, 2 figures faced off from a distance. On one side was Chu Li, a newcomer who had only been at the academy for a few days. On the other stood Chen Yuan, an air-ranked beast soul warrior ranked 3000th. You're Chu Li, right? I recognize you, Chen Yuan said, scrutinizing his opponent with a hint of appraisal in his voice. Your reputation has certainly grown recently. I admit you have great talent. Given enough time, reaching the top of the rankings is just a matter of time for you. He paused, his gaze turning cold. However, you've only been here for a few days. Thinking you can defeat me is nothing short of a fantasy. His words were sincere. As the 3000th ranked student among thousands at Magic City University, Chen Yuan had plenty of confidence facing this newcomer. Chu Li smiled slightly, maintaining his composure. In that case, I would appreciate any guidance you can offer, Senior Chen Yuan. Seeing that Chu Li showed no intention of backing down, Chen Yuan's eyes sharpened. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before his words fully settled, an intense aura surged from Chen Yuan's body, causing his clothes to flutter as if caught in a gust of wind. Above his head, a massive white tiger materialized, roaring thunderously before merging into his body. Take this. With a fierce shout, Chen Yuan charged at Chu Li like a tiger descending a mountain, his momentum more ferocious than a demon wolf's. As in Frank Warrior, Chu Li didn't dare take it lightly. He summoned his skyward staff with a motion of his right hand and engaged with the 1,000-pound staff technique. Bang, bang, bang. A series of clashes echoed throughout the arena, drawing the attention of the scattered audience. They quickly recognized Chu Li and were shocked that this newcomer could hold his own against an rank warrior. Other matches in the arena paused as all eyes were drawn to this battle that defied the ranks. Chu Li focused completely on the fight, leveraging his exceptional combat experience. After several exchanges, he seized an opening in his opponent's defense and struck diagonally with his skyward staff. Thud! With a dull thud, the staff hit Chen Yuan squarely in the chest, causing him to spit blood and be sent flying out of the arena. Chu Li wins. The entire arena fell silent, with everyone wide-eyed and staring in disbelief at the scene before them. In the eyes of many, this duel was expected to be a mismatch. Chen Yuan, an A-level fighter, though considered the weakest in the arena, was still far superior to the newly enrolled level student, Chu Li. However, the result of the battle left everyone dumbfounded. Chen Yuan was defeated swiftly and decisively. Chu Li, I was careless this time, Chen Yuan said, clutching his chest as he staggered to his feet. Once I recover, I'll come back to learn from you. With that parting remark, he hurriedly left, clearly unwilling to linger under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chu Li watched Chen Yuan's retreating figure with a calm gaze. To him, the age-old truth was that the victor becomes the king, while the loser is just a bandit. If not for the rules of the arena, such a duel would have been a fight to the death. Without hesitation, Chu Li walked over to the smart screen below the stage, pulled up the profile of the competitor ranked 2,901st, and issued a challenge. Although he had won this battle, he relied on advanced combat experience to gain an advantage, barely exhausting his spiritual and physical strength, allowing him to continue fighting. His actions immediately caused a stir among the spectators. What? He's going to keep challenging. This Chu Li is too arrogant, not taking us seniors seriously. Does he think everyone is as easy to defeat as Chen Yuan? Many were intrigued and eager to see more, pulling out their phones to gather friends to watch. Students who were about to compete on other stages paused their battles and flocked to the audience. As time passed, news of Chu Li's victory over Chen Yuan spread, attracting more and more students. Despite the growing crowd, Chu Li remained seated in the center of the arena, calmly meditating with his eyes closed. His composure won him admiration. As expected of someone with a twin mythical martial soul, his demeanor is extraordinary. Some girls even declared on the spot, "Chu Li is so handsome, I must win him over." At that moment, Chu Li's second opponent finally appeared on the stage. The noisy scene quieted instantly, with all eyes focused on the arena. It was a young man of about 17 or 18, standing with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. "Chu Li, make your move. I'll let you have 3 strikes, the young man said haughtily. Chu Li sneered. "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his staff and charged towards his opponent. The tip of the staff scraped against the ground, sparking along the way. As he closed in, Chu Li silently invoked the 1,000-pound staff technique, sweeping the staff horizontally towards his opponent's vital points. The young man never expected his opponent to launch such a ferocious attack right from the start. Faced with the oncoming onslaught, he instinctively tried to dodge, but it was already too late. In a split second, he had no choice but to unleash his own martial soul in an attempt to block the lethal strike. Bang! A dull thud echoed throughout the arena. The boy's martial soul was injured on the spot, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily outside the ring. The audience erupted in disbelief, all rising to their feet to witness the scene. Could the match have ended so swiftly? Chu Li had defeated an E-class warrior with just one move, shattering everyone's expectations. The truth was simple. Chu Li's ability to win with a single strike came from his extensive combat experience. He was adept at exploiting his opponent's psychological weaknesses. Although the top-ranked arena participants were strong, their lack of life-and-death combat experience made them vulnerable against a seasoned opponent like Chu Li. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Chu Li walked straight to the intelligent screen to select his next challenge. This action caused another uproar among the spectators. She was going to continue fighting? What the others didn't know was that Chu Li possessed twin myth-level martial souls, one of which was a support type. This meant he could recover quickly even when exhausted, and the energy expenditure was trivial for him. As the third opponent stepped into the ring, a new round of battle commenced. This time, the opponent, aware of Chu Li's prowess, went all out from the beginning. Despite the trouble it caused Chu Li, he managed to secure victory through his martial soul advantage and rich experience. In the subsequent matches, Chu Li continued his winning streak. Third match, victory. Fourth match, victory. Before long, the sun was setting. Chu Li had astonishingly achieved a record of 7 victories in 7 matches. The audience fell silent, watching with awe the figure still standing on the stage. At this point, Chu Li's ranking had soared to 2,301st, an impressive feat for a first-year student. But everyone knew this was just the beginning. Let's call it a day, Chu Li thought, looking at the darkening sky, as a profound fatigue washed over him. Despite using the ginseng fruit tree multiple times to restore his soul power and physical strength during the 7 matches, the mental exhaustion was unavoidable. He turned away from the ring, ready to return to his dormitory. The spectators, though wanting more, could only watch as the miracle-making young man departed. In the blink of an eye, the morning light of the next day had spread across the land. Buzz, the phone vibrated intensely in the dorm room. Chu Li slowly opened his eyes, ending a night of cultivation. After a night of diligent practice, he had successfully refined 10 spirit soul pills, feeling the surging power within him. His abilities had indeed improved significantly, but he still needed to strive further to reach his goal of a level cultivation. At this pace, reaching a level cultivation before the freshman competition is totally possible. Chu Li murmured to himself as he reached for his vibrating phone. The screen lit up, displaying a series of messages from Fatty to you. "Chu, you have to check out this link. It's incredible. If I hadn't checked the campus forum this morning, I wouldn't have known how impressive you were yesterday. 7 victories in 7 battles. And you even challenged upperclassmen." Chu Li clicked on the link you sent, and a meticulously edited half-hour video appeared. It captured his thrilling duels with 7 upperclassmen, accompanied by rousing background music, making it incredibly captivating. Was I really that cool yesterday? Chu Li touched his nose, slightly embarrassed. Scrolling down, the comments had already surpassed 1,000. Most were words of admiration. Is this Chu Li? Are freshmen this strong now? His moves are so skilled, he doesn't seem like a freshman at all. He has the same aura as my uncle who hunts demons in the wild. 7 victories in 7 battles, the first in the history of Magic City University. From today on, Chu Li is my idol. Aside from a few negative comments, the post was filled with praise for Chu Li. Some insightful viewers even analyzed his combat techniques, helping more people recognize Chu Li's extraordinary battle experience. Such widespread attention was something Chu Li was already accustomed to. His heart merely rippled for a moment before calming down. After briefly replying to Fatty, he got up to wash up and prepare for class. Meanwhile, Bai Wan'ning was staring at her phone screen. On it, Chu Li wielded the skyward staff, sparks flying wherever he went, exuding a heroic demeanor. So he is this impressive. Bai Wan'ning's heart raced as she watched. After finishing the video, she finally understood why Chu Li never paid her much attention. Someone truly capable has their own pride and would not easily bow down. Chu Li, a genius with dual mythical martial spirits and outstanding combat talent, was indeed impressive. Thinking about this, Bai Wanning's resentment dissipated a little. She clenched her small fists and secretly vowed, "No matter what, I will make you notice me." Her phone suddenly vibrated, interrupting her thoughts. The sender was, "Your Majesty the Queen." "Little princess, did you watch the video? Your little crush is something else." Bai Wan'ning blushed slightly and quickly replied, "What little crush? Stop making things up." "Oh, still in denial? I was going to tell you some interesting intel, but never mind." This piqued Bai Wanning's interest immediately, and she quickly softened her tone. "What intel? Tell me. You want to know? Accompany me shopping this weekend, and I'll tell you." "Deal." Here's a juicy piece of news. Dozens of female students have spontaneously formed a Chu Li fan club. Ah, youth. Bai Wan'ning was stunned. A fan club? As the campus belle, she had a fan club too, but most were just admirers. The thought of other girls pursuing Chu Li made her uncomfortable. "Little princess, you better work hard. I have class now, bye." This was practically forcing her to make a move. Bai Wan'ning gritted her teeth. "Fine, let's do it. I must let those girls know that Chu Li is already taken." Meanwhile, Chu Li was unaware that he had caught the attention of the campus belle. After a morning of survival theory classes, he was heading to the cafeteria with Du Yu. "Chu, you're so famous now. You see, people are sneaking glances at you." Du Yu exclaimed. "If I were like you, I'd have no trouble finding a girlfriend." Chu Li glanced at him. "Your family's company is worth over 100 million, and you're worried no one likes you?" "Chu, you know I want pure love." Du Yu said longingly. Yeah, whatever you say." Chu Li replied, not wanting to engage further. Du Yu was about to retort when his expression suddenly changed, his facial muscles twitching slightly with excitement. "Chu, brother Chu, look, why are there so many girls outside?" Du Yu pointed excitedly outside the school building, his voice trembling with excitement. Chu Li followed the direction of his finger and was momentarily stunned. Outside the building were dozens of female students, all wearing casual t-shirts and shorts, their long, fair legs strikingly noticeable in the sunlight. Even more surprising, many of them were holding signs with Chu Li written on them, drawing envious looks from passing students. "Brother Chu, look at those signs, they're all here for you." Du Yu explained in a hushed, excited tone. "You probably don't know yet, but there are already girls at school who have spontaneously formed a fan club for you. I thought it was just a joke, but it turns out to be true." Chu Li shook his head with a wry smile. "So, the question is, how do we get out now?" "Don't worry, they won't stop us from going to eat, right?" Du Yu reassured him, pulling Chu Li along. "Relax, brother Chu. I've got you covered." However, as soon as they stepped out of the building, they were immediately surrounded by the enthusiastic girls. "Chu Li, can I add you as a friend?" "Chu Li, your 7 victories in a row were so impressive." The chorus of voices from dozens of girls left Chu Li overwhelmed. Just as he was about to ask Du Yu for help, he realized his support had already been pushed out of the circle. "What? Am I really so unpopular that they just tossed me out?" Du Yu muttered helplessly from the outside. At that moment, a cold voice cut through the crowd. "Du Yu, what's going on here?" Bai Wan'ning had appeared beside Du Yu, her face tinged with a hint of displeasure. Du Yu glanced at Chu Li's fan club, then at Bai Wan'ning, swallowing nervously as he stammered, "Brother Chu is in there. He can't get out." Hearing this, an inexplicable mix of anger and jealousy surged in Bai Wan'ning's heart. Without a word, she released her martial spirit, and with the appearance of Peaches, a powerful aura swept across the scene. Bystanders paused, and the fan club girls instinctively stepped back, revealing the embarrassed Chu Li. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Bai Wan'ning gracefully approached Chu Li, her icy expression melting into a warm smile. "Chu Li, we were supposed to have lunch together. Let's go? I almost forgot about it." Chu Li, eager to leave, quickly agreed and followed her. Du Yu watched in disbelief, murmuring to himself, Is this what they call a beauty rescuing a hero? What's so special about the campus queen?" "Yeah, does being the campus queen mean she can monopolize Chu Li?" The female supporters grumbled, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "Don't be fooled, everyone. I've already investigated. Chu Li and the campus queen aren't even in a relationship," a girl shouted loudly. Bai Wan'ning heard these words, and her pretty face darkened slightly. Without a word, she immediately linked arms with Chu Li, asserting her claim. Her ample chest inadvertently pressed against Chu Li's arm, causing his mind to wander. Before Chu Li could say anything, Bai Wan'ning pulled him along and said, "Come on, let's go eat." Du Yu, standing nearby, quickly tagged along. Although the group of female students were Chu Li's admirers, they didn't dare offend someone as influential as Bai Wan'ning and could only watch them leave. Once they managed to escape the crowd, Bai Wan'ning released Chu Li's arm and looked up at him slightly. "So, how do you plan to thank me?" Her height was a head shorter than Chu Li's at 1.7 meters tall. "Want me to offer myself as a reward?" Chu Li joked half seriously. "Sure." Bai Wan'ning agreed immediately, leaving Chu Li and Du Yu stunned. "Stop kidding around," Chu Li said as he regained his composure. "If your admirers find out, They'll drive me crazy. Dewey was dumbfounded, watching Chu Li directly turn down the campus queen. He began to question Lifeeda's age. He hadn't even held a girl's hand. It was a case of some having too much while others had none. Bai Wan'ning was internally frustrated but maintained her composure. It's mutually beneficial. You won't have girls bothering you, and I won't have to deal with unwanted attention. Why don't we pretend to be a couple and help each other out? Besides, I just saved you back there. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. You have a point. Let's give it a try. Success. Bai Wan'ning celebrated inwardly but outwardly said, all right, let's give it a shot. Chu Li suddenly extended his right hand, catching Bai Wan'ning off guard. What is it? Give me your hand. Chu Li sighed helplessly. If we're going to pretend to be a couple, we need to hold hands for people to see. Bai Wan'ning's face flushed with embarrassment as she hesitantly handed her hand to Chu Li. Feeling the warmth and firmness of his palm, her heart raced. You didn't seem shy a moment ago, Chu Li teased. Faced with this remark, Bai Wan'ning became even more flustered, speechless, and felt her face grow hot. The moment she anxiously grabbed his arm, her heartbeat uncontrollably quickened, and her body felt slightly weak. Observing the scene, Dewey immediately sensed something. Judge, sister-in-law, you two go ahead and eat. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll head off first, he said tactfully, turning away to avoid being a third wheel. After Dewey left, the two continued walking arm in arm toward the cafeteria. Their presence immediately drew attention. This pair was indeed striking. One was a gifted and well-connected campus beauty, the other a prodigious talent with dual mythological-level martial spirits. No way. Are Chu Li and the campus beauty really together? Wasn't there a rumor he had a fling and then abandoned her? Have they reconciled? Speculation buzzed around as some students whipped out their phones to capture the moment. The news spread rapidly across campus. If previous rumors were just hearsay, this handholding was concrete evidence. Instantly, countless admirers of the campus beauty lamented their loss. In the following days, after each class, Bai Wan'ning would appear punctually in front of the weapons department building to wait for Chu Li, like a real couple. This not only sparked envy among many students, but also dashed the hopes of those who fantasized about her. For Chu Li, it was a relief. Ever since the relationship became public, the so-called fan club stopped pestering him. One morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window onto the floor. As usual, Chu Li sat cross-legged on his bed, focusing on refining a soul pill. When he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, he couldn't help but assess his progress. My training during this time has indeed been fruitful. Although I'm still some way from reaching a level, I should be able to handle those 7 senior students from the arena with ease now. However, his brow soon furrowed. There are only 7 soul pills left, barely enough for a day's training. I need to find a way to get more. He began considering ways to acquire more soul pills. School missions? Perhaps good for other students, but the rewards were too little for him. The arena? Even with a higher ranking, he'd have to wait a month for rewards, which was too long. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, a glint of determination in his eyes. What if I try underground fighting? With my current skill level, there are few who could defeat me at the same rank, and that's my biggest advantage. Underground fighting, known as black boxing, takes place in clandestine arenas where fighters can choose to battle beasts or challenge other fighters of the same level, leaving their fate to chance. Victors not only earn lucrative cash rewards, but spectators can also bet on the outcomes based on the perceived strength differences, turning a profit. While this kind of enterprise existed in Chu Li's previous life, it was always hidden from view. Yet, in this world where strength reigns supreme, the black boxing industry thrives and can easily be found with a little inquiry. This Saturday, there were no classes at school. After a quick wash, Chu Li was about to head out when his phone buzzed with a message. It was from Bai Wan'ning. Do you have time today? Want to go shopping with me? Chu Li replied briefly. No time. Never mind then. I was going to introduce you to a stunning beauty. Bai Wan'ning sent another message, unwilling to give up. It has nothing to do with me. I'm busy. You all have fun. Chu Li replied, then turned off his phone screen and walked out the door. On the other end, Bai Wan'ning was so frustrated she was grinding her teeth. Standing beside her was a tall, striking woman, their martial arts instructor, Lin Lin. Ah, didn't someone say they'd definitely get him to come out? Lin Lin teased. Bai Wan'ning rolled her eyes. You're a teacher, can't you have some principles? Stop teasing me. All right, no more jokes, little princess. Now can you accompany me shopping? Lin Lin said helplessly. That's more like it. Bai Wan'ning pouted. Meanwhile, after some inquiries, Chu Li took a taxi to an underground fighting arena not far from Magic City University. This place, backed by the prestigious Lin family, one of the 7 great families of Magic City, attracted countless fighters and spectators, making business extraordinarily booming. As he reached the entrance of the underground passage, Chu Li paused. Before him were 2 branching paths. First time here, young man? A guard nearby approached and kindly explained. The left path leads to the spectator seats, and the right one is for participants. Thanks for the info. Chu Li expressed his gratitude. Then, to the guard's surprise, unhesitatingly chose the right path. About a minute later, Chu Li arrived at a smoke-filled, spacious lounge. Inside, a few burly, fierce-looking men were scattered around, their eyes fixed on a large screen on the wall showing a deadly duel between two fighters in the arena. As Chu Li entered, these men barely glanced at him before returning their attention to the screen. At the entrance of the arena, Chu Li's appearance caught everyone's attention. His harmless-looking face seemed out of place in this smoke-filled venue, prompting a man in a black suit to approach him and ask, "Young man, are you here to find someone?" "I'm here to participate in the combat." "What are the requirements?" Chu Li replied calmly. "Participate in the combat?" The man in the suit was taken aback. The surrounding strongmen turned to scrutinize Chu Li, this seemingly fragile young man, and then burst into laughter. "Ha! This little guy looks like he might break with a single touch. Kid, you look like you're still in school. Take my advice and go back home. Don't risk your life here." The man in the suit also advised kindly, "Young man, the arena isn't as simple as you think. You have to sign a life-and-death waiver to enter." Despite the skepticism and laughter, Chu Li remained composed and simply nodded. "I know." To him, these were merely whispers of the wind, far from enough to shake his resolve. "Well, all right then." The man in the suit, seeing his determination, sighed and led the way. At the door of an elegantly decorated office, the man in the suit knocked respectfully. Upon receiving permission, he entered. "Sister Yun, this young man intends to become one of our fighters. I wanted to ask for your opinion." Behind the desk sat a professional woman in her 30s. Her well-fitted attire highlighted her graceful figure, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. When she looked up, revealing her stunning, fair face, she appeared even more beautiful than Bai Wan'ning. Sister Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon seeing Chu Li. "All right, you can leave now. I have a few things to discuss with this young man." The man in the suit left the office, full of doubt. He had assumed Chu Li would be rejected. After all, who would let a seemingly fragile teenager fight? Was it because of his good looks? Chu Li was about to demonstrate his abilities when Sister Yun spoke. "Chu Li, a freshman at Magic University, possessing dual myth-level martial souls, the Ginseng fruit tree and the Rui Jingu Bang. Besides that, you're the disciple of Magic University's president, Yu Shan, and rumored to be the boyfriend of Bai Wan'ning, the heiress of the Bai group. Am I right?" She gracefully gestured. "If you have any questions, feel free to sit down and discuss them." Chu Li sat across from her and asked directly, "How do you know all this?" Yunjia looked at Chu Li with a meaningful gaze, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. "You have to understand, this arena is owned by the Lin family. Recently, you caused quite a stir here and refused offers from various factions. Now, every move you make is under their watch." Such situations didn't surprise Yunjia. After all, Chu Li was not only the possessor of the twin mythical martial souls, but also a direct disciple of Yu Shan, the president of Magic City University. His limitless potential naturally attracted attention from all sides. "I see." Chu Li nodded with a light smile. "But I'm curious, what exactly do you want to say, Yunjia?" Seeing his calm demeanor, Yunjia's eyes showed a hint of approval. "My name is Lin Yun. You can call me Yunjia. Keeping you here is just a friendly gesture." "A friendly gesture?" Chu Li raised an eyebrow. Lin Yun spoke candidly. "With your status and strength, you could participate in arenas of other factions just as easily. Rather than let others take the lead, I'd prefer to seize the opportunity." She paused briefly before continuing. "According to the rules, an level fighter earns 10,000 daxia currency per victory. I can increase that to 50,000 for you. Additionally, the requirement to participate at least once a week can be waived for you." The offer was quite generous, but Chu Li remained unfazed and simply asked, "What do you hope to gain from this, Yunjia?" "Chu, this is an investment," Lin Yun said with a smile, fully aware that Chu Li would receive similar offers elsewhere. Chu Li nodded in agreement and then asked, "When can I start?" "If you're willing, we can arrange for the next match," Lin Yun responded, her smile growing more genuine at his straightforwardness. "Thank you, Yunjia." Chu Li expressed his gratitude and then inquired, "Do you have masks here?" Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, "Yes, I'll have someone bring you one." Her admiration for Chu Li grew. In a place like the arena, where life and death battles occurred, wearing a mask could avoid unnecessary trouble. This young man's prudence and maturity were more akin to that of an experienced veteran. Chu Li left the office and sat in the lounge. The fierce-looking men there immediately understood that he was the arena's new contestant. Some sneered mockingly, while others showed disdain, considering him an ignorant boy walking into a death trap. The man in the suit glanced at Chu Li, but said no more. It was futile to advise someone determined to court death. If he insisted, there was nothing more to say. Inside the arena, the audience's shouts echoed continuously, "Kill him! Kill him!" The chants were like a roaring sea, deafening and relentless. The stands around the arena were packed with spectators, tens of thousands of them clenching their fists and shouting excitedly. In the center of the arena, two warriors, covered in scars, were locked in a fierce battle to the death. Blood stained their bodies, yet neither took a step back. Here, life and death were decided in an instant. Kill! One of the warriors roared, swinging his iron hammer with a whoosh. His opponent instinctively raised his weapon to block, but exhausted, he couldn't muster the strength. His weapon flew out of his hand, and the hammer crashed down on his head. With a dull thud, his skull shattered like a watermelon, and his headless body collapsed to the ground. Falling star! Falling star! Falling star! The crowd chanted the victor's name, each wave of sound louder than the last. Gasping for breath, Falling Star raised his blood-stained hammer to the sky, reveling in the glory of victory. The next match is in Glass Showdown. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Veteran fighter Fierce Blade versus newcomer Great Sage. As staff quickly cleared the area, the announcer introduced the fighters. Fierce Blade, with a human-level dragon-slaying sword spirit, has won 3 out of 3 matches in the arena. Today's battle will be his 4th. Meanwhile, Great Sage is a first-time competitor with a mysterious spirit. The duel will begin in 10 minutes. The audience immediately began placing bets on the smart screens in front of them. With his human-level spirit and perfect record, Fierce Blade attracted the majority of the bets, while the mysterious newcomer Great Sage only received a few, causing his odds to skyrocket to 10-1. In a second-floor VIP room, Lin Lin gazed down at the arena through the floor-to-ceiling windows, smugly asking, "Wan'ning, what do you think? Didn't I tell you it would be interesting?" Witnessing the bloody scene firsthand, Bai Wan'ning's face turned pale. "Interesting? You're a psychopath. Since you're a warrior, this is all part of the journey," Lin Lin retorted. "And I'm just showing you, not making you fight. There are even more brutal things to come." "You still say that?" Bai Wan'ning exclaimed, her eyes wide with anger. "You promised a shopping trip, and instead you tricked me into coming here, claiming it's for my own good." Lin Lin looked at her playfully. "If I told you the truth, would you have come, princess?" Bai Wan'ning turned away, gritting her teeth, refusing to speak further. Lin Lin gently patted her head. "All right, don't be mad. I'll admit I was wrong, okay? The betting's about to close. Want to try your luck?" Bai Wan'ning was taken aback by the words, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. "Bet? Place a bet," she murmured softly. It was her first time stepping into the world of the arena, and she felt a bit at a loss. Seeing this, Lin Lin patiently explained the rules of the arena and how the betting system worked. She then brought up a smart projection screen, pointing at the fluctuating numbers. "Look, the odds between the two sides have reached 10-1. She paused for a moment and continued. "This means if you bet 10,000 Daxia coins on Lai Dao and win, you'll get 11,000 Daxia coins including your principal. But if you bet that amount on Sheng and win, you'll get 110,000 Daxia coins with the principal." Bai Wan'ning gasped in surprise. "That much?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Lin nodded slightly. "That's expected. After all, Sheng is participating in the arena for the first time and refuses to reveal his martial spirit, naturally not inspiring confidence." Bai Wan'ning pondered aloud. "Then I'll bet 100,000. For an average family, 100,000 Daxia coins could be a year or even 2 or 3 years' living expenses. But for Bai Wan'ning, it was just a month's pocket money, so she said the number without a care. Lin Lin wasn't surprised, just nodded. "Are you betting on Lai Dao?" "No, I plan to bet on Sheng," Bai Wan'ning replied with a sly smile. "Even if I lose, it's just 100,000 Daxia coins. If I win, that's 1,000,000. Lin Lin rolled her eyes. "Little princess, as long as you're happy." In her view, the contestant codenamed Sheng was likely to lose. Bai Wanning's money was basically going down the drain. However, seeing her so enthusiastic, Lin Lin didn't have the heart to dampen her spirits. Lin Lin adeptly operated the smart projection to place the 100,000 bet for Bai Wan'ning and matched it with her own. For them, 100,000 Daxia coins wasn't much, just a way to have some fun. Meanwhile, in the contestants' lounge, a sharply dressed man walked briskly to Chu Li's side, urging, "Sheng, it's your turn to go on stage." As he spoke, his gaze was drawn to the smart screen in front of Chu Li, and he paused slightly. "What are you doing?" Chu Li smiled calmly. "It's the arena, after all. Once inside, only one can walk out alive. Keeping a little savings doesn't mean much. Might as well bet it all." The original owner of this body had parents who died due to a failed mission, and the Martial Arts Association had provided a 300,000 condolence fund for the original owner and his sister's living expenses. Today, only a bit over 50,000 remained. Just now, Chu Li had bet all 50,000 Daxia coins. Most martial artists participating in the arena make such a choice. After all, if one dies, what use is money? Better to take a gamble. Hearing Chu Li's words, the suited man couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Initially, he thought Chu Li was just a pretty face, not realizing he was prepared to die. Regardless of his strength, this was a true martial artist. The suited man's gaze at Chu Li now held a genuine respect. "There are 2 minutes left before the match starts," the suited man reminded. Chu Li nodded slightly, then picked up a fearsome demon mask and put it on before standing up. "Please lead the way." Led by the suited man, the two walked through a concealed door in the lounge. entering a dim corridor, heading towards an unknown fate. In the dimly lit corridor, flickering candlelight appeared every few steps, casting shadows on the mottled walls. The distant sounds of commotion from outside were faintly audible, adding a sense of oppression to the enclosed space. Chu Li followed the man in the suit for about half a minute before stopping in front of a heavy iron door. "This is as far as I can take you," the man said just as the door began to rise with a deep, resonant boom. "Thank you," Chu Li replied briefly, stepping forward without hesitation. The man in the suit watched Chu Li's determined back, sighing softly. Such a shame for this young man. It was clear he had no confidence in Chu Li. Outside the iron door seemed like another world. The noise from all directions hit like a wave. In the center of the open arena, a towering, shirtless man was already waiting impatiently. The high walls around, packed with tiered seating, were designed to ensure the safety of the spectators. As Chu Li entered the arena, the host immediately worked to rile up the crowd. "All right, our mysterious contestant, Desheng, has entered the ring." The audience had initially been eager to see the enigmatic Desheng, but upon seeing Chu Li's slender frame, their anticipation turned to disdain. Can someone with that build even fight? Li Dao could probably take him down 10 times over. The gamblers who had bet on Desheng looked defeated, as mocking glances were cast their way. In the VIP box on the second floor, Bai Wan'ning observed the scene with a slight frown. "Why do I feel like this contestant called Desheng seems so familiar?" "Oh, my little princess, come on," Lin teased, rolling her eyes. "You're not going to say he looks like your little boyfriend, are you?" "He does look a bit like." Bai Wan'ning realized her slip as soon as she spoke, her cheeks flushing. "Who said I have a boyfriend?" Lin gave a sly smile. "You just did." Bai Wan'ning was flustered and annoyed, and if she could take Lin on, she might have tried. Instead, she chose to focus intently on the arena below. The host, having successfully amped up the crowd, wasted no more time. "Now, I declare the duel. Begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, the stands erupted into a thunderous chant. "Li Dao! Li Dao!" The cheers grew louder and louder. The man known as Li Dao didn't rush to attack. Instead, he spread his arms wide, basking in the adulation of the crowd. Once the noise subsided, he looked down at Chu Li from his lofty height. "Kid, if you kneel and beg for mercy, I might give you a decent death." To him, Chu Li was just a naive youngster, and his words were naturally dismissive. Faced with the enemy's taunts, doubt arose in your heart. A timely system prompt echoed in Chu Li's mind, presenting him with 3 crucial choices. First, torture the enemy to death in the most ruthless manner to obtain the immortal king-level netherworld soul refining technique. Second, maintain a calm state of mind in battle to acquire the immortal king-level tranquil soul cultivation technique. Third, crush the opponent with overwhelming force to gain the mythical Xian bird soul refining technique. Among these techniques, the Xian bird soul refining technique is the most precious, being of mythical level. This technique is related to the ancient divine beast Xian bird, and likely originates from the Qin dynasty array. If it indeed comes from the Xian bird itself, it would be of a creation level. Without hesitation, Chu Li chose the third option. In an instant, his demeanor changed dramatically, and his gaze became as sharp as a blade. Li Dao noticed the change in his opponent, and his expression froze for a moment, but he quickly sneered. "Kid, if you have the guts, then bring it on." Before he finished speaking, Li Dao raised his right hand, revealing a steel knife in his palm. The aura of his martial soul surged, and the blade was immediately engulfed in fierce flames, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. Chu Li remained calm, swiftly summoning his skyward staff and striding forward confidently. Clang! The weapons collided, sending sparks flying. The immense force shook Li Dao's internal organs, almost making him cough up blood. Before he could recover, Chu Li unleashed a relentless barrage with his 1,000-weight staff technique, each strike more powerful than the last, flowing seamlessly like a river. Initially, Li Dao could barely defend himself, but under Chu Li's continuous onslaught, his injuries worsened. Finally, with a resounding bang, he was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, and coughing up several mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The arena fell into a stunned silence, with the audience staring wide-eyed in disbelief. The mighty Li Dao had been defeated by a mere newcomer in just a few rounds? In a certain office, Lin Yun watched the scene unfold on the electronic screen, a slight smile playing on her lips, hinting at a touch of allure. Her beautiful eyes flashed with admiration as she whispered, "Chu Li, being accepted as Yu Shan's personal disciple, you truly are remarkable." In the lounge, the competitors who had previously mocked and scorned Chu Li now stared wide-eyed at the screen. Li Dao, the notorious fighter in the arena, had been so easily defeated by a newcomer? These men, who often walked the line between life and death, wore grave expressions. As seasoned warriors, they understood better than anyone that Chu Li's seemingly simple attacks required countless life-and-death battles to perfect. The man in the suit was even more puzzled. He had been certain of Chu Li's defeat, yet the overwhelming victory was unexpected. Even someone as knowledgeable as he was found it hard to accept such a dramatic turnaround. After a brief silence, the audience in the arena erupted into cheers. The great sage won, and with such ease. Haha, I bet 5,000 on the great Xia currency, and now I've earned 50,000. Damn, I bet 100,000 on Lai Dao, and lost it all. The crowd displayed a range of emotions, from elation to regret, but the outcome was clear. Chu Li had become the center of attention. Yet, he remained calm, holding his staff as he approached Lai Dao. If you want to kill me, go ahead, Lai Dao said with a grim smile. As a gladiator, he was prepared to die in battle. Chu Li looked down at him without a trace of pity. In this arena, only one could leave alive, and it had to be him. Sorry, Chu Li said softly, then thrust his staff into Lai Dao's chest. With a dull thud, Lai Dao's heart shattered, and he spat a mouthful of blood before convulsing and dying. The great sage, someone shouted, triggering a chain reaction. More and more spectators chanted the moniker, their voices rising in waves, shaking the entire arena. All eyes were on Chu Li, and the earlier disdain was replaced by genuine respect and honor befitting the victor. In the VIP room on the second floor, Lin Lin leaned against the railing with her arms crossed, her eyes fixed intently on the arena below. It seems I was right. The one down there really is your little boyfriend. Surprisingly, his skills are far beyond what you would expect for his age, she remarked with genuine admiration in her voice. Bai Wan'ning stood beside her, emotions swirling within her. As a fellow freshman, Chu Li was already maneuvering through the life-and-death arena with remarkable ease, showcasing astonishing combat skills. She couldn't help but measure herself against him, realizing that she probably wouldn't last even a single round if they were to fight. The reason Chu Li participates in the arena is simple, Lin Lin said after a moment of thought. It all boils down to one word, resources. Without the support of a background or financial means, a common warrior can only change their fate by risking their life. However, she paused. What surprises me is that despite having a mentor like Yushan, he hasn't been greedy. Your little boyfriend is indeed quite charming, Lin Lin added with a meaningful tone. What do you mean by that? Bai Wan'ning immediately became alert. Relax, in my eyes, he's just a kid, Lin Lin replied. Though she couldn't help but recall their recent sparring session, a hint of redness creeping to her ears. Feeling somewhat reassured, Bai Wan'ning turned her gaze back to the arena and murmured to herself. So, it's for the resources, huh? After leaving the arena, Chu Li headed straight to the rest area. The other competitors no longer looked at him with disdain, but with deep apprehension. One wanted to face such a formidable opponent in a match of equals. Chu Li paid no mind to the glances around him. He found an empty seat, pulled up the smart screen, and checked his balance. Reflecting on his recent duel with Lai Dao, it had been the first time he had taken a life with his own hands, yet he remained unusually calm, neither fearful nor excited. I might be a natural-born warrior, Chu Li mused to himself, his eyes returning to the fully loaded smart screen. He transferred all the funds from the betting pool into his bank account, 550,000 Xia currency. A sum that might be unachievable for ordinary people in their lifetime was, for him, merely the beginning. For Chu Li, 550,000 Xia coins wasn't a substantial amount. It translated to just over 50 spirit soul pills, far from enough to support his ambitions. He gently touched his storage ring, recalling the newly acquired Xian bird soul refining technique. While this technique could significantly enhance his cultivation speed, it also meant that his consumption of spirit soul pills would increase exponentially. Time was of the essence, and he needed to acquire more resources quickly. Great sage, Sister Yun wants to see you. A man in a suit respectfully approached Chu Li. Chu Li knew it was time for him to receive his reward, so he got up and headed to the office. As he pushed the door open, he saw Lin Yun sitting at her desk, sipping coffee, apparently having waited for a while. Chu, you made quite an impression earlier, Lin Yun said with a smile. Chu Li smiled modestly. Sister Yun, please don't tease me. All right, I won't. Lin Yun waved her hand dismissively and then took out her phone to operate it. Moments later, Chu Li's phone buzzed with a message. His bank account had been credited with 100,000 Xia coins. He looked at Lin Yun, slightly puzzled. Because of your outstanding performance, I added a little extra to your reward, Lin Yun explained. As for your bank account number, you entered it yourself in the system when you placed your bets, so there's no need to worry. To Chu Li, this explanation seemed unnecessary. Apart from the system, his biggest secret, nothing else mattered much. What he was more concerned about was the significance behind this reward. His demonstrated potential, along with Yushan as his backing, had earned him such preferential treatment. In that case, thank you, Sister Yun, Chu Li said with a smile. No need to thank me, you earned it. Lin Yun paused. What are your plans next? Continue fighting, or take a break? After a moment of thought, Chu Li replied, if it doesn't violate the rules of the arena, I hope Sister Yun can arrange more fights for me in the next 2 days. He intended to maximize his funds in preparation for purchasing cultivation resources. All right, but I have one condition. Lin Yun's expression turned serious, her eyes fixed on Chu Li. Please, go ahead. If you're not in good condition or if your stamina is lacking, you must inform me immediately so I can cancel the subsequent fights, Lin Yun said sternly. In her view, Chu Li wasn't just an ordinary warrior. He was a prodigy with dual mythological martial souls and the personal disciple of the headmaster of Moda University. If anything happened to him in the arena, it wouldn't just be her responsibility. The entire Lin family might have to bear considerable consequences. Chu Li readily agreed to Lin Yun's terms. For him, it was merely a transaction of interests, with no need to complicate matters. Over the next period, Lin Yun systematically arranged opponents for Chu Li. In the second and third matches, Chu Li won decisively, earning a steady reward of 200,000 Xia currency per match. More notably, his earnings from the betting pool reached a staggering 1.8 million. This figure could have been higher, but as his victories accumulated, audience attention grew, leading to adjustments in the odds. By evening, after completing 3 matches, Chu Li bid farewell to Lin Yun and prepared to leave the arena. He calculated in his mind that one more day of fighting would suffice before calling it quits, as the continuous adjustment of odds would only lead to diminishing returns. For him, the arena was always just a stepping stone for initial resource accumulation. There was no need to linger. As he was about to hail a cab back to his dorm, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Chu Li, what are you doing here? Turning towards the sound, he saw Bai Wan'ning waving at him from a short distance. Before he could gather his thoughts, she had already walked up to him. I just finished shopping and was about to head back to school, Bai Wan'ning said, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Didn't you say you were busy? How come you're here too? Chu Li shrugged nonchalantly. I was busy. I just finished up and was about to go back to school. What were you up to? Bai Wan'ning asked knowingly. Take a guess. Chu Li replied casually, clearly not inclined to elaborate. Seeing his dismissive attitude, Bai Wan'ning gritted her teeth in frustration. Did you go to the arena? Huh, Mr. Great Sage. Her words caught Chu Li by surprise, but he unexpectedly admitted. That's right. But since you already knew, why ask? This response left Bai Wan'ning momentarily speechless. Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention, yet Chu Li not only didn't pay her any special regard, but often left her at a loss. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she asked in a composed tone, Are you fighting in the arena because you're short on resources? Most men, out of pride, would likely deny such a question. But Chu Li nodded without hesitation. That's correct. If I weren't lacking cultivation resources, I wouldn't be here. You don't have to fight in the arena. I can lend you some, Bai Wan'ning said earnestly, quickly adding. After all, we're friends now, right? It's only natural to help each other out. Chu Li gently shook his head, his expression resolute, and said, I appreciate your kindness, but borrowing money is out of the question. If he were truly willing to borrow money from a girl, he would have already approached his mentor, Yushan. Well, all right then. Bai Wan'ning, seeing his firm stance, didn't press further and instead suggested. Since we're both heading back to school, let's walk together. Chu Li readily agreed. The two strolled through the campus, taking about half an hour to reach their destination. After bidding farewell to Bai Wan'ning, Chu Li returned directly to his dormitory to take stock of his recent gains. First were the 2 creation-level martial souls, the Ginseng fruit tree and the Rui Jingu Bang. Then there were the techniques, the creation-level 1000 gene staff technique, advanced combat experience, advanced fighting skills, and the mythical-level Xian bird soul tempering technique. Lastly, his financial situation through gladiatorial earnings and betting income. He had accumulated over 2 million Daxia currency, a fortune that could take an ordinary person a lifetime to achieve. Without realizing it, I've built quite a solid foundation, Chu Li remarked. He then sat cross-legged by the bed, ready to test the power of the Xian bird soul tempering technique. He took out a soul pill and placed it in his mouth, activating the technique. The pill's medicinal power slowly dissolved like silk, transforming into pure soul energy. In just half an hour, the entire soul pill was fully refined, a level of efficiency that left Chu Li astounded. Previously, even with a whole night of cultivation, I could only refine 7 or 8 soul pills at most. Now, with the Xian bird soul tempering technique, the speed has more than doubled. Under normal circumstances, advancing from level to a level would take nearly a month. But now, with the Xian bird soul tempering technique, it could be achieved in 2 weeks, or even faster, though time would still be needed to stabilize the realm. Even so, this cultivation speed was enviable. Chu Li quickly adjusted his mindset and focused on his practice. Before he knew it, the night had passed, and the soul pills in his hand were exhausted. To break through to a level, he still needed about 150 more. After today, resources won't be an issue for a while. As my cultivation improves, there will be more ways to acquire resources. Chu Li wasn't worried about this problem. After a simple wash, he was about to head to the Lin family's gladiatorial arena when he received a message from Bai Wan'ning. Are you going to the arena today? Bai Wan'ning asked, her tone filled with concern. This care stemmed not only from Lin's account of the struggles of civilian martial artists, but also from her concern for Chu Li. Chu Li pondered for a moment and replied, yes. I'd like to go and see too. Shall we go together? Bai Wan'ning asked. Chu Li didn't refuse Bai Wanning's invitation. After meeting at the school gate, they headed to the arena together. If you're planning to place a bet, you'd better bet on me to win, Chu Li said, glancing at Bai Wan'ning with a tone full of confidence. I already bet on you to win yesterday. Bai Wanning's beautiful eyes curved into crescents as she smiled brightly. 3 matches in a row, and I made over 2 million. Chu Li's lips twitched slightly. He had hoped to keep the profits within his circle, but it seemed Bai Wan'ning had made even more than he did. Don't worry, Bai Wan'ning continued, completely unaware of Chu Li's thoughts. I'll definitely bet on you to win today too. You have to do your best. Chu Li nodded helplessly. As they chatted, they quickly arrived at the arena entrance. Good luck, Bai Wan'ning cheered for Chu Li one last time. I will, Chu Li replied with a bitter smile. In the arena, good luck seemed particularly ironious. It's win or die, and every fighter must give their all. After saying goodbye to Bai Wan'ning, Chu Li walked through the contestant tunnel, greeted Lin Yun, and then took a seat in the lounge. He watched the live broadcast on the screen, waiting for his match to be scheduled. On the screen, the battle between 2 beast soul fighters had reached an intense climax. With the power of their beast souls, their bodies were so strong that they needed no weapons. Their bare-knuckle fight was wild and captivating. Both were covered in wounds, and one even had a collapsed chest, but this didn't weaken their fighting spirit. It only fueled their ferocity. The audience was in a frenzy, and gamblers, eyes red with excitement, shouted themselves hoarse for their chosen fighters. Finally, one fighter was hit hard in the chest by his opponent, his broken ribs piercing his heart, and he fell with a thud. Amidst the curses, there were more cheers for the victor. This was the iron rule of the arena. The defeated would be forgotten. Only the victors would be remembered. After the field was cleared, the announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. Next up in the arena is our rising star Desheng and the veteran fighter Shanghai. The audience erupted instantly. The man with the demon mask, 3 wins in 3 matches. Gamblers rushed to bet on Desheng, and in just a few breaths, the odds plummeted to even. If Chu Li won again, the odds would drop even further. This was also the main reason he planned to quit after today. As the host introduced them and the audience erupted in cheers, Chu Li and his opponent Shanghai stepped onto the arena. The showdown was imminent, and Chu Li displayed skills far exceeding those of fighters in his class. He adhered to the philosophy of, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, giving his all with every move and leaving no room for his opponent to catch a breath. In just a few short rounds, Shanghai was soundly defeated. This exhilarating victory not only drove the audience wild, but also earned Chu Li a hefty prize of 2 million Xia currency. In the subsequent match, as expected, the odds dropped to 1:0.5, meaning that betting $1 million on Chu Li would yield only 1.5 million in total. Chu Li decided to wager all 4 million Xia currency again. He took the stage once more and, with overwhelming force, crushed his opponent, boosting his funds to 6 million. Chu, I never imagined you were hiding such talent, Lin Yun said with a wry smile as she looked at Chu Li in an office backstage at the arena. The opponents I arranged for you today are well known among level fighters, yet you defeated them so easily. She had initially thought that even if Chu Li was gifted and had Yushan as his backer, he was still just a student and likely lacked practical experience. However, the young man's performance completely surprised her. Showed extensive experience in life and death combat, with swift and precise strikes that left no chance for his opponents. He seemed less like a student and more like a seasoned fighter emerging from countless battles. Sister Yun, please don't tease me, Chu Li replied with a helpless smile. I actually came to see you today with a request. What is it? Just tell me, Lin Yun responded readily, already willing to invest more due to the potential he had shown. Chu Li pondered for a moment before saying, I hope, Sister Yun, you can arrange for me to face a level fighter next. Lin Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? You want to challenge a level fighter? That's right, Chu Li confirmed with a nod. I know this goes against the arena's rules, but I hope you'll agree. He planned for this to be his final match. The current odds were too low, and only by challenging a higher-level E-class fighter could he secure better odds and earn more. Do you know what you're asking for? Lin Yun frowned. The fighters in the arena are not like those at Moda University. Although your school students are talented, they lack the experience of life and death combat, some having never even faced it. She paused briefly before adding, even our level fighters can easily defeat most of your school's level fighters. Although Lin Yun didn't say it outright, her meaning was clear. You underestimate the fighters of the world. In Lin Yun's view, if Chu Li were to fight against a level warrior from the arena, he would likely be defeated. In the arena, defeat means only one thing: death. This is a price Chu Li cannot bear, and one she cannot accept. Yun Jia, my mind is made up, Chu Li said, looking directly at Lin Yun with eyes as steadfast as steel. He calculated that in terms of combat experience, he was no less skilled than the arena fighters. More importantly, he possessed the dual mythic level martial souls, mastered creation level martial arts, and wielded the celestial staff, a weapon of the immortal king level. These advantages filled him with confidence in his victory. Are you sure? Lin Yun asked, her brows furrowed in concern. Seeing Chu Li's resolute attitude, she bit her lip and said, "All right, since you're so determined, I'll agree." Although she consented verbally, she made a secret vow to save Chu Li if he was in danger, even if it meant ruining the arena's reputation. "Thank you, Yinjia." Chu Li's eyes flashed with a hint of joy as he quickly expressed his gratitude. In the arena, the host's voice boomed throughout the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next announcement might leave you utterly shocked." The audience exchanged puzzled looks. In the VIP room on the second floor, Bai Wanning's beautiful eyes also reflected a trace of confusion. The host continued, "When I first heard this news, I was so shocked I couldn't speak. The next battle will feature our arena's rising star Dasheng." Just as the audience was getting excited, the host dramatically raised his voice. "But his opponent is the 11 human soul warrior, Snake Spear." "What? Has Dasheng lost his mind? He's actually challenging an 11 warrior?" The audience erupted in uproar. Bai Wan'ning stood up abruptly, her eyes filled with shock and concern. The host went on to introduce, "Snake Spear is a veteran contender in our arena, with 7 wins in 7 matches, all overwhelming victories. He has just broken through to become an 11 warrior, and this will be his first battle at this level." Though the host disclosed that Han Feng had just been promoted to a level, no one present had any confidence in Chu Li. After all, the difficulty of challenging across levels is immense, especially since Snake Spear possesses the immortal king-level human soul of Zhang Fei, inheriting the formidable strength of this ancient general. Now that he has advanced to a level, his power is undoubtedly greater than before. Dasheng has no chance of winning. This was the common sentiment among the audience. "You have 5 minutes to place your bets," the host announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience unhesitatingly began placing their bets on Snake Spear. To them, the situation seemed utterly hopeless. Bai Wan'ning furrowed her brow, a wave of unprecedented worry surging through her heart. She quickly picked up her phone and dialed Lin. "Sister Lin, I need your help with something," Bai Wan'ning said succinctly, explaining the situation. "Can you have the people at the arena save Chu Li if his life is in danger?" "No problem. Just because you call me Sister Lin, I have to help you." Lin agreed without hesitation. Her readiness was partly due to her friendship with Bai Wan'ning, but more importantly, she weighed the underlying stakes, the influence of the Bai group, Chu Li's displayed talent, and the power of Yushan behind him. These factors combined carried a weight far beyond what the arena could contend with. While Bai Wan'ning was seeking help, the odds at the arena were changing at an astonishing rate. "Didn't expect my odds to rise so quickly," Chu Li remarked with a smile as he watched the smart screen in the lounge. His odds had climbed to 1:5 and were still soaring. "Dasheng, the match is about to start. You should get ready to enter." The man in the suit approached, his eyes showing a hint of pity. To him and the other contestants, Chu Li's decision seemed like a path to self-destruction, with the outcome already sealed. "No rush, let's wait a bit," Chu Li said, his gaze fixed on the smart screen. It wasn't until the odds reached 1:7 that he unhesitatingly placed his entire 6 million daxia currency on himself. If he won, he would reap a massive return of 42 million. The man in the suit watched this in amazement, a ridiculous thought crossing his mind. If this man really won, his worth would skyrocket to 50 million. He quickly shook off the idea and respectfully led Chu Li to the iron gate leading to the arena. "Dasheng, please," the man in the suit said with more respect than usual, his words carrying genuine admiration. Chu Li nodded slightly in thanks and stepped through the iron gate into the arena. As soon as he appeared, the audience erupted. "Can't believe Dasheng actually dared to fight. That's an 11 warrior with Zhang Fei as his martial soul. Whatever the outcome, you have to admire the courage. Admiration is one thing, but making money is another." The audience chattered and laughed. Nearly all had bet on Snake Spear to win, convinced the outcome was already decided. The joy of a sure win overshadowed their admiration for Dasheng Jin, the face of money. What did admiration matter? Chu Li's expression remained calm throughout. To him, the opinions and thoughts of others were insignificant. Only strength mattered. Suddenly, a wave of unprecedented cheers erupted from the crowd. Chu Li looked up to see a burly, stubbled middle-aged man approaching slowly with Shimao. At that moment, Shimao was in a foul mood. Just moments earlier, he had learned that his opponent was merely an level fighter. Having just advanced to a level, he intended to use this fight to showcase his skills and gain some recognition. However, the arena had paired him with such a mismatched opponent, leaving him wondering what glory there was in defeating someone so much weaker. Shimao strode into the arena with a grim expression, his leopard-like eyes fixed on Chu Li, as if to pour out all his dissatisfaction. "I announce the duel. Begin." As soon as the host's words fell, Shimao acted immediately. With a gesture of his right hand, a long snake spear appeared out of thin air. His martial spirit fused instantly, and Shimao's demeanor changed dramatically. "Great sage, come and meet your end." Shimao shouted fiercely, raising his spear with one hand and pointing it at Chu Li. Chu Li sneered, unhurriedly summoning his Chao Tian staff. He spun it several times in his hand, creating a flurry of staff flowers, then pointed its tip towards the ground and charged at Shimao. Tricks of the trade, Shimao said coldly, thrusting his spear straight at Chu Li. Chu Li advanced instead of retreating, their weapons clashing in the air with a deafening metallic clang. This was just the beginning. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their weapons clashing repeatedly. Their movements became so fast that the audience could only see blurred shadows. The spectators gasped in amazement. An level fighter holding his own against an level fighter like Shimao was astonishing. Although most still believed Chu Li would ultimately lose, their admiration was evident. With a loud clang, their weapons collided once more and separated. Chu Li held his staff with one hand, breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. This matched the expectations of most of the audience. However, no one noticed that opposite him, Shimao, who appeared calm, had a right hand that was slightly trembling. As his opponent, Shimao knew better than anyone the strength of Chu Li. The serpent spear's heart sank. Setting aside the terrifying strength of his opponent, the quality of the opponent's weapon, the skyward staff, was at the Immortal King level. In contrast, his own prized 8 trigram serpent spear, though crafted at great expense as a human spirit-level weapon, had already developed cracks during the fierce battle. Continuing to fight would only lead to its eventual destruction. A mere level warrior has pushed me to such a point. The serpent spear was filled with restless anxiety. He had expected smooth sailing after his breakthrough, but found himself in this dire situation. Chu Li, however, gave his opponent no respite. After a brief pause to catch his breath, he charged again with his staff. With the dual enhancement of the Rui Jingu Bang martial spirit and the Thousand Gene staff technique, each strike was powerful and forceful. The serpent spear silently lamented his predicament, but was forced to muster his strength and retaliate with his spear. The two exchanged blows over several rounds, evenly matched, until, with a resounding crash, the serpent spear's weapon finally gave way and shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward, unable to control his body. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Li tightly gripped the skyward staff and hurled it. The staff, like a flash of lightning, swiftly caught up with the serpent spear's retreating figure, and with a muffled thud, pierced through his chest. The immense force carried by the staff didn't wane, propelling the serpent spear's body further backward. With a thunderous impact, the serpent spear crashed into the immense wall at the edge of the arena, the skyward staff embedding deeply into the wall and pinning him there. He spat out another mouthful of blood, this time mixed with fragments of his internal organs, and his breath visibly weakened. The vast arena fell into a dead silence. The audience stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them. An level warrior defeating an level warrior? It was beyond anyone's expectations. The gamblers who had wagered everything on the serpent spear were livid, cursing furiously. Useless. That serpent spear is useless. How could he lose? Get up and keep fighting. However, at that moment, the serpent spear found it difficult to even move a finger, let alone continue the battle. In the VIP room on the second floor, Bai Wan'ning watched the entire event unfold through the floor-to-ceiling window, her face etched with shock. Although she had faith in Chu Li's combat abilities, she had not expected him to defeat an level warrior who had clawed his way out of death. She had even pleaded with Lin Lin to save Chu Li's life. Who would have thought that Chu Li would achieve such an astounding victory over a higher-level opponent? An achievement that was truly astonishing. The aura of the serpent spear grew weaker and finally hung limply, lifeless. Seeing this, the host immediately declared Chu Li the ultimate victor. This announcement was like a heavy blow, shattering the last hopes of countless gamblers. In the audience, the crowd surged like a tide, with countless eyes turning red in an instant, and cries of despair echoed continuously. They had staked everything they owned on this battle, only to watch helplessly as their hopes turned to dust, losing everything. Chu Li understood all of this perfectly. He knew why his odds had soared so quickly. However, he didn't dwell on it. Such is the nature of gambling: some win, some lose. Chu Li's bet of 6 million Xia currency would yield him 7 times that amount, and someone would have to pay for it. After this battle, factoring in the winnings and the principal, my assets will reach nearly 50 million. Chu Li calculated in his mind. These resources are more than enough to elevate my cultivation to level, or even higher, in a short time. Despite his many thoughts, Chu Li's actions were swift. Under the gaze of countless eyes, he walked with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger straight to the fallen serpent spear. Grabbing the staff firmly, he gave a slight pull, and with a crisp crack, the staff was extracted. The serpent spear's body, along with several pieces of broken stone, fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chu Li cast a fleeting glance at it, and then paid it no further attention, turning to leave the arena. He first carefully tallied his spoils before going to find Lin Yan. The two exchanged contact information, bid each other a simple farewell, and Chu Li removed his mask, striding out of the Colosseum. Just as Chu Li was about to send a message to Bai Wan'ning, he realized she had already been waiting outside for some time. As soon as she saw Chu Li emerge, she hurried over, her delicate face filled with astonishment. Chu Li, how are you so powerful? Even an 11 warrior couldn't defeat you. Bai Wan'ning, though she had never personally killed anyone, was born into a prestigious family and was used to the violence among warriors. Therefore, she wasn't put off by Chu Li's ruthless methods. I just relied on the advantage of the weapon. Chu Li shook his head slightly, not letting it make him proud. In his view, if the staff hadn't been a celestial king-level weapon, defeating the opponent would have required considerable effort, perhaps even using the ginseng fruit tree spirit. That's still amazing, Bai Wan'ning said earnestly. Even if someone else had a mythical weapon, they might not be able to unleash its power. Chu Li just smiled, not arguing further. He then asked, I'm planning to go to the Tianhe marketplace to buy some cultivation resources. Would you like to join me? Tianhe marketplace? Bai Wan'ning was slightly taken aback, a barely noticeable flicker of emotion crossing her eyes before she nodded. Sure, I'm just bored, so let's go together. Tianhe marketplace is the largest warrior market in the city, offering everything from soul pills needed for cultivation to various weapons and equipment, even rare beast cubs. Having earned a substantial sum, Chu Li naturally intended to purchase a batch of resources to prepare for his upcoming cultivation. By the time the two arrived at Tianhe marketplace, it was already late, around 4 in the afternoon. Amidst the bustling crowd, Chu Li and Bai Wan'ning walked side by side, ready to embark on their shopping spree. It's getting late, let's hurry up, Chu Li urged, striding into the Tianhe marketplace. He headed straight for a larger store, and as soon as he stepped inside, a young female sales assistant approached him with a professional smile on her face. Hello, sir, how can I assist you today? I need to purchase a batch of Shanghai pills, Chu Li stated directly. A batch? The sales assistant's eyes lit up, and her tone became noticeably more enthusiastic. Certainly. How many do you need? After a brief moment of thought, Chu Li specified, 1,000, and I also need a storage ring. Hearing this number, the sales assistant's face broke into a bright smile. 1,000 Shanghai pills were worth millions in Xia currency, plus the storage ring, even the smallest with 1 cubic meter of space, cost 500,000. The commission from this sale alone would earn her tens of thousands. How could she not be excited? She promptly invited Chu Li and Bai Wan'ning to take a seat, ordered tea to be served, and quickly went to prepare the goods. Just over 10 minutes later, she carefully returned with a storage ring. Here's what you requested. All 1,000 Shanghai pills are inside. Chu Li nodded in thanks, but the sales assistant waved it off, saying it was her duty. After a slight hesitation, she tentatively asked, Sir, do you have a Tianhe Marketplace membership card? If not, I can help you apply for one. For just 300,000 Xia currency, you can enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases. Chu Li was about to agree when Bai Wan'ning raised her hand to stop him. No need. Seeing the sales assistant's expression change and sensing she was about to persuade further, Bai Wan'ning repeated, then took out a black card from her pocket and handed it to Chu Li. Use mine. Is that a Supreme VIP card? The sales assistant stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the card. Since Tianhe Marketplace opened, only about 100 Supreme VIP cards had been issued. Cardholders not only enjoy a 50% discount, but also numerous privileges. Chu Li accepted the card, learned how to use it from the assistant, then turned to Bai Wan'ning with a hint of surprise in his eyes. How do you have something like this? This mall is actually owned by my family. Bai Wan'ning's voice carried a hint of pride as she turned to look at Chu Li, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lucky you brought me here. Otherwise, who knows how much more you would have spent. Chu Li couldn't help but smile at Bai Wan'ning's triumphant expression. Seeing this, Bai Wan'ning rolled her eyes playfully and teased. So, how are you going to thank me later? Chu Li touched his nose, pretending to think for a moment, and jokingly replied, Well, how about you marry me? To his surprise, Bai Wan'ning agreed cheerfully, sure, as long as you keep your word. Their conversation was overheard by a nearby saleswoman, leaving her utterly shocked. She looked at the young couple in disbelief. This seemingly ordinary girl was actually the daughter of the Bai family, and from her behavior, she seemed to be actively pursuing this young man. The saleswoman felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had stumbled upon a huge secret. Chu Li, however, didn't dwell on it. After a few more jokes with Bai Wan'ning, he headed straight to the counter to pay. He took out his premium VIP card, and the original price of 15 million was instantly slashed to 7.5 million, a discount that was truly astonishing. Just as Chu Li was about to pay, Bai Wan'ning seemed to remember something and suggested, Why don't you buy some stabilizing pills? Although soul pills can quickly enhance soul power, they might lead to unstable cultivation levels. If you practice with stabilizing pills, you won't have to worry about that. Chu Li found her suggestion quite reasonable. He's always open to methods that save cultivation time. The price of stabilizing pills was 50,000 per piece, and without hesitation, Chu Li bought 200. Thanks to his VIP card, the price was halved, costing only 5 million. At this moment, Bai Wan'ning seemed to transform into Chu Li's strategist, continuing to offer advice. You could also choose some soul cultivation techniques. A human-level soul technique costs between 10 million to 50 million. She knew that these items, which were exorbitantly priced for ordinary people, were mere trifles for the Bai family. She considered gifting them to Chu Li directly, but was aware that his pride might prevent him from accepting. So, she cleverly used the VIP card to offer him some help. Chu Li understood Bai Wanning's thoughtful intentions, and, though he didn't express it, he silently appreciated her kindness. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head slightly and said, "There's no need for cultivation techniques." After all, he already possessed a mythical-level cultivation technique, making the purchase of others unnecessary. Seeing this, Bai Wan'ning proposed another idea. How about a beast cub? Raising a beast could greatly aid you in future battles. She briefly explained. Although beasts are fierce by nature, humans have developed ways to enslave them. During their cub stage, a warrior can form a blood pact to enslave them. However, a warrior can only have one beast in their lifetime unless the beast dies. A beast cub, huh? Chu Li mused, nodding thoughtfully. That's something to consider. He recalled that in this world, while betrayal among warriors was common, there were no known cases of a beast betraying its master. Such loyalty was indeed rare. Chu Li thought for a moment before making a decision. In that case, let's buy a young magical beast. Since this is your family shop, why don't you lead the way to find a reliable one? He confidently entrusted the task of choosing to Bai Wan'ning. Bai Wan'ning gave him an odd look and replied with a hint of resignation. All right, I got it. Unlike those who usually scrambled to take on tasks for her, Chu Li's attitude was both refreshing and unexpected. Under Bai Wanning's guidance, they quickly arrived at a spacious shop on the third floor. This place specializes in young magical beasts, and they are all of high quality. You can take a look, Bai Wan'ning introduced. Chu Li nodded and began to browse the store. A sales assistant promptly followed, providing detailed information about various young beasts. Suddenly, Chu Li stopped and pointed to an iron cage. What's the story with this one? Inside the cage lay a small, white fox cub. Though it appeared adorable, a closer look revealed its forehead was covered in scars, and its front paws were stained with blood. The sales assistant sighed and explained, "This cub is quite fierce. Ever since it was captured, it has been trying to escape by hitting the cage with its head and paws. As a result, it broke both front legs. Although they've healed, it's unlikely to be suitable for combat. The shop is planning to dispose of it." "Young man, are you feeling soft-hearted?" A middle-aged customer nearby chuckled. As a warrior, choosing a magical beast partner is no trivial matter. Picking a useless one will not only waste money, but also become a burden. At the word useless, the fox cub trembled slightly, a shadow passing through its eyes. Bai Wan'ning stepped forward to dissuade him as well. Just then, a system prompt echoed in Chu Li's mind. Ding. Faced with this situation, you feel hesitant. God-level choice activated. Please make a choice quickly. Option 1. Abandon this cub and choose another, receiving a random mythic-level magical beast template. Option 2. Be moved by the cub's will to resist, and choose it, receiving a mythic-level, nine-tailed heavenly fox template. Both options were incredibly tempting. It's important to note that, like human warriors, magical beasts have similar rank classifications, and their bloodline quality is divided into ordinary, spirit, king, and mythic levels. The bloodline quality determines a beast's potential and combat power. The higher the quality, the more expensive it is. The market price for an ordinary beast cub typically ranges from 10,000 to 500,000 daxia coins. Spirit-level beast cubs are even more expensive, with prices climbing from 500,000 to several million daxia coins. As for higher-level beast cubs, they are so rare that they are priceless and cause a frenzy whenever they appear. At this moment, Chu Li was standing in a shop that specialized in spirit-level beast cubs, his gaze fixed on one spot for a long time. Seeing his silence, the sales assistant gently called out, "Sir?" Chu Li snapped back to reality and unhesitatingly pointed at the demon fox. "I'll take it." Everyone present was taken aback by his words. The demon fox also lifted its head, its eyes, like black crystals, full of surprise. As a beast with spirit-level bloodline talent, it naturally understood human speech. Many warriors had paused before it in recent days, but ultimately chose to leave after all. No one wanted to partner with a disobedient and disabled beast cub. Yet this young man in front of it actually chose it. The sales assistant kindly reminded him, "Sir, although this demon fox is spirit level and its bloodline talent is indeed good, its price is as high as 2 million daxia coins. At this price, you could choose a more outstanding and healthy beast cub." A middle-aged customer nearby nodded in agreement. "Yes, young man, 2 million may not be a fortune, but it's not a small amount either. You should reconsider." Bai Wan'ning remained silent, knowing well that once Chu Li made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. As expected, Chu Li replied calmly, "I've decided. I'll choose it." After paying, Chu Li also purchased some Flevel Demon crystals. These crystals, containing the life essence of beasts, were a great supplement for other beasts and could significantly accelerate their advancement. When the two left the mall, it was nearly dusk. Chu Li's account balance had sharply decreased by over 30 million that afternoon, leaving him with less than 20 million. Even Bai Wan'ning couldn't help but be secretly amazed by such lavish spending. With his mind set on the mythical nine-tailed heavenly fox template, Chu Li hurried back to school and said a quick goodbye to Bai Wan'ning before heading straight to his dormitory. He first used his own blood as a medium to sign a contract with the demon fox, then silently recited in his mind, "Use the nine-tailed heavenly fox template." As soon as he finished, a white light enveloped the demon fox. Chu Li could clearly sense the life force within the white light rapidly increasing. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and as the white glow faded, the demon fox's form gradually emerged. Its small body was covered in snow-white fur, and the scars on its forehead and front paws had vanished. In its eyes, like black gemstones, there was a hint of innate majesty. The demon fox felt the changes in its body, tentatively stood up, circled around Chu Li a few times, and let out joyful chirps. The little fox leaped into Chu Li's arms, rubbing its small head against his chest with a grateful glow in its eyes. This affectionate gesture clearly expressed its heartfelt gratitude towards Chu Li. After all, it knew full well that its remarkable transformation was entirely thanks to the young man before it. Chu Li gently stroked the fox's fur, a slight smile on his lips. "Nine-tailed heavenly fox, let's call you Tian Tian from now on." With that, he took out a handful of sparkling demon crystals from his storage bag and carefully placed them on the ground. "Take these and eat them. Try to reach level soon. The stronger you become, the more you can help me." Tian Tian, already exceptionally intelligent, had now awakened a mythical bloodline talent, with intelligence on par with humans. It tilted its head, seemingly pondering Chu Li's words, then nodded to show understanding. It nimbly jumped down from his arms, picked up a demon crystal, and eagerly swallowed it. Seeing this, Chu Li said no more. He went straight to the bed, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began his evening cultivation. With abundant resources at his disposal and the assistance of the mythical-grade Xian bird soul refining technique, his cultivation progress was remarkable. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chu Li maintained a routine of attending classes during the day and cultivating at night, never slacking off. If it weren't for the fact that a martial practitioner's cultivation of the soul could substitute for sleep, such a high-intensity schedule would have been unbearable for most people. One evening, as Chu Li returned to his dormitory ready to continue his cultivation, a sudden message interrupted his thoughts. It was a notification from his class chat group, sent by mentor Mu Qing. "Attention, all freshmen. In 2 days you will be led by your respective mentors to the Beast Forest to participate in the 13th Freshman Competition of Magic City University." Mu Qing then sent the specific rules for the competition. Each freshman must form a team of 25 people to hunt beasts. Level beasts are worth 1 point, a level 5 points, level 15 points. The final team ranking will be determined by points. Following this were the details of the competition rewards. The team ranked first will have each member receive 1 opportunity to practice in the Martial Soul Tower, 500 soul pills, and 3 million Xia currency. The teams ranked second and third will have each member receive 1 opportunity to choose a soul cultivation method, 300 soul pills, and 1 million Xia currency. As Chu Li quickly browsed through the subsequent rewards for other rankings, he found himself largely uninterested in most of them. Given his current resources and cultivation methods, he lacked nothing. The only reward that caught his attention was the opportunity for the first-place team to practice in the Martial Soul Tower. The Martial Soul Tower, with its 99 floors, offered immense benefits to a martial practitioner's soul with each floor conquered. If one were lucky, they might even comprehend a martial soul technique. This technique was a rare skill that couldn't be understood without great fortune. Yet the existence of the Martial Soul Tower significantly lowered this threshold, giving everyone a chance to showcase their talents. However, such a miraculous Martial Soul Tower was exceedingly rare, with only a few scattered across the country. Magic City was fortunate to possess one, but any practitioner wishing to enter had to pay an exorbitant fee of 5 billion Xia currency. After all, each opening of the Martial Soul Tower consumed vast resources. The news of the 5 billion Xia currency immediately caught Chu Li's attention. While it might be insignificant for major powers, for him, it was a rare opportunity. With his talent for a fortune-level martial soul, once he mastered the martial soul technique, his strength would undoubtedly surge. After some time of training, Chu Li had reached the A-level martial artist realm. However, to break through to D-level, he still needed to refine about 1,000 soul pills. He rested his chin in thought. Breaking through to D-level in 2 days seemed unlikely, but there were other ways to enhance his combat power. His eyes drifted to the corner of the room where Tian Tian was sleeping soundly. This beast's method of refining demon crystals was remarkably simple: eat one and wake up with it done. Recently, it had successfully advanced to F-level and was not far from D-level. If it could break through in 2 days, it would become a valuable ally to Chu Li. However, he had few level demon crystals left. To speed up Tiantian's advancement, he needed to purchase level demon crystals. And level crystal was worth about 10,000 xia currency, a level 100,000, and level a staggering million. But Chu Li quickly resolved to buy them if Tiantian could reach level. With its myth-level bloodline talent, it would surely play a crucial role in the freshman competition. After all, his goal was the top spot. As he pondered, his phone suddenly buzzed. One message after another, he received dozens of messages in an instant, all from classmates in the A class of the weapons department, requesting to team up. Chu, do you still need a teammate for the freshman competition? Chu, can I team up with you? Chu, I've already broken through to level. I promise I won't hold you back. Among them, Diyu's message stood out. Chu, the school forum is blowing up. A lot of people are looking to team up with you. He quickly added, I'd like to join your team too. Faced with Diyu's request, Chu Li agreed without hesitation. For him, the strength of his teammates was not important because no one could compare to him. After receiving a definite response, Diyu couldn't hide his excitement and thanked repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Chu. I will definitely do my best. Chu Li nodded with a smile. I'm looking forward to your performance. He then began responding to classmates who requested to join his team. Being a cautious person, he preferred to team up with acquaintances rather than casually accepting classmates he had no interaction with. Meanwhile, Bai Wan'ning was also dealing with a flood of team invitations. As the school beauty, and, more importantly, possessing a mythical level support martial spirit, she naturally became a sought-after member for many teams. After all, a powerful support warrior can often play a decisive role in battle. Bai Wan'ning had already made up her mind. After declining all invitations, she sent a message to Chu Li. Chu Li, is your team full? I'd like to join. Chu Li was momentarily surprised to see the message, then replied cheerfully. Sure, if the great school beauty wants to join, I welcome you with open arms. He still remembered saving millions of xia currency last time thanks to borrowing Bai Wan'ning's Supreme card, and this was a good opportunity to repay the favor. Unaware of Chu Li's thoughts, Bai Wan'ning was secretly pleased by his quick agreement. Could it be? My efforts these days are paying off. She clenched her fist in determination. Bai Wan'ning, keep it up. You're about to win over this jerk. When the notice for the freshman competition was announced, students hurriedly formed and reported their teams. Chu Li's team ended up with only 3 members. Himself, Bai Wan'ning, and Diyu. Their mentor, Mu Qing, suggested he add more teammates, but Chu Li declined, not wanting to introduce any uncertainties. One day, in a cafe, Bai Wan'ning looked at Chu Li, who was holding a white fox, in surprise. What? You want to purchase a batch of level demon crystals? That's right. Chu Li explained while stroking Tiantian's little head. This little guy has reached the level, and I want to raise it to a level before the competition. It would be a great asset to our team. Bai Wan'ning hesitated, wanting to say, a single level demon crystal costs 1,000,000 xia currency. Even at cost price, it's still tens of thousands. Are you really going to spend that much on a disabled spirit-level beast? Bai Wan stared at the scene before her, momentarily speechless. At some point, sunlight had quietly filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow over Chu Li, who was holding the demon fox with one hand. The sight made her heart race involuntarily. Then I'll leave it to you. Just 20 pieces are enough to elevate this little one to a level. Seeing her hesitation, Chu Li simply handed over a bank card. Whatever it costs, take it from here. Oh, all right. Bai Wan met Chu Li's gaze, her cheeks reddening slightly as she readily agreed. As the future heir of the Bai group, Bai Wan was highly efficient. Within just a few hours, 20-level demon crystals were neatly arranged on the table in Chu Li's dormitory. 20-level demon crystals, costing only 10 million xia coins, even lower than the cost price. Bai Wan really put her heart into this. Chu Li sighed softly, casually tossing a demon crystal to Tian. Watching the little fox swallow it whole and then fall into a deep sleep, he murmured, all right then, I'll repay her by securing first place. 2 days flew by. In the open space in front of the weapons department's teaching building, hundreds of freshmen stood in line according to their classes. They were about to witness the results of a month's practice, and their faces couldn't hide their excitement. This time in the freshman competition, I must get a ranking. Haha, don't celebrate too soon. I've got Lu Feng from the Soul Department as a teammate. What? Lu Feng? The prodigy with the martial soul of Lu Bu? Yeah. I've also recruited a prodigy with an immortal king-level martial soul. I'm determined to make the top 10 this time. The freshmen whispered among themselves, boasting about their respective teams. Chubby Diyu stood silently in the crowd, thinking, I'm teamed up with Brother Chu. Compared to him, what are those prodigies? But he only dared to think this to himself, fearing that saying it out loud would cause trouble for Chu Li. Being in the team was already a great honor, and he decided to quietly wait his turn. On the second floor of the teaching building, the freshman mentors watched the scene below through the floor-to-ceiling windows. How much longer until we set off? Asked Chung Yun, the stern-looking head of the weapons department, dressed in a crisp suit. 10 more minutes, replied a female mentor. Chung Yun nodded. Then let's wait a bit longer. there are still some students who haven't arrived. He then turned to Mu Qing, allowing a rare smile. Mentor Mu Qing, this time in the freshman competition, all eyes are on the prodigy from your class. The prodigy he referred to was, of course, Chu Li. Upon hearing the news, the mentors all turned their envious gazes toward Mu Qing. Clearly, Chu Li's reputation had become well known. Mu Qing felt a sense of pride, but she modestly waved her hand in front of the esteemed seniors. Oh, not at all. There are actually many prodigies in this class. Quite a few from prominent families have reached a level cultivation and are just a step away from the level. Cheng Yun was about to praise Mu Qing's humility when he noticed the students suddenly becoming restless. Look, it's Chu Li, one student exclaimed. More voices followed. Oh my gosh, Chu Li is so handsome. Look at that on Chu Li's shoulder. Is it a mythical beast? Hey, I recognize that beast. It's a spirit-level white-tailed fox, worth millions in Xia currency. But why does this white-tailed fox give me such an intimidating feeling? Countless students turned their eyes in the same direction. In the distance, a figure was striding forward. It was a young man with jet black hair and striking features, dressed in a black form-fitting outfit, exuding an undeniable aura of authority as he walked. On his shoulder rested a petite white fox, curiously peering around. Brother Chu, do you recognize him immediately? And excitedly ran over to greet him. His eyes soon landed on the fox. Brother Chu, is this? Chu Li smiled helplessly and introduced. This is my mythical beast companion. You can call it Tian Tian. Hello, Tian Tian. Du Yu greeted Tian Tian warmly. However, Tian Tian didn't even glance at him, instead turning its head to Nestle against Chu Li's neck. Du Yu awkwardly rubbed his hands together. It seems like it doesn't quite like me. In truth, it was more than just a dislike for Du Yu. To Tian Tian, anyone other than Chu Li was met with hostility or even resentment. It had been forcibly captured by human warriors and, despite its struggles, couldn't escape its cage, ending up injured. Those warriors who came to buy young beasts ignored it, and even those who paused to consider it eventually walked away, some opting for creatures with far inferior bloodlines like the sky-soaring mouse. It was in this bleak and hopeless situation that Chu Li resolutely chose it. Thus, Chu Li became its sole reliance, and even without a contract, it willingly followed him. Chu Li calmly said, it doesn't like Bai Wan'ning either. Upon hearing this, Du Yu felt somewhat relieved. Bai Wan'ning was the heiress of the Bai family and the campus beauty of Magic University. If Tian Tian didn't even like Bai Wan'ning, then it not liking him seemed understandable. He then suggested, Brother Chu, let's go line up, it's getting late. All right, Chu Li nodded and agreed readily. Standing from a high vantage point, Cheng Yun watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but sigh in admiration, his eyes filled with increasing appreciation. Chu Li is truly exceptional, extraordinary. The white fox on his shoulder is likely not an ordinary white-tailed fox. Judging by its aura, it should have the bloodline of an immortal king, possibly a mutated variety. I didn't expect Principal Yushan to hold Chu Li in such high regard. With his keen eye, Cheng Yun immediately recognized the extraordinary qualities of Tian Tian. He thought to himself that such an exceptional creature must be the work of Yushan. This realization elevated his opinion of Chu Li even further. All right, it's about time. Let's head down, Cheng Yun said, turning to lead the way downstairs. The other instructors quickly followed suit. Soon, Cheng Yun and the other instructors stood before the new students of the weapons department. He glanced around, taking in each student. I assume everyone knows our destination? Yes. The new students responded in unison, showing their respect for the head of the weapons department. Cheng Yun nodded in approval. Good. Now, I need to clarify a few important points. He raised his index finger. First, once you enter the beast forest, each of you will receive an electronic wristband to record points for defeating beasts. Any other gains will be distributed among your teams. Chu Li listened intently, understanding that the more familiar he was with the rules, the better his chances in the competition. Second, Cheng Yun continued, while combat between students is allowed, there must be no fatalities. This rule is to prevent serious injuries or deaths over point disputes. After a brief pause to let the information sink in, Cheng Yun raised his voice for the final point. Third and final beyond the stated rules, you may use any means necessary. I hope you all bring glory to the weapons department. Those who rank among the top will receive special rewards from the department, in addition to school prizes. Now let's move out. With Cheng Yun's command, the students, led by their respective instructors, headed toward the school gates. A fleet of buses, waiting in line, began to fill as the weapons department freshmen boarded. Once everyone was on board, the convoy slowly set off. The Beast Forest is located 50 kilometers south of the Magic City, covering tens of thousands of square kilometers and spanning several cities. The forest is home to a vast number of beasts, including some as powerful as a level and beyond, though these are mostly concentrated in the core area. The inner region primarily hosts level-to-level beasts, while the outer region where this competition is held mainly consists of beasts below level. Except for special circumstances, the beasts from the inner areas rarely venture into the outskirts, which is why Magic University confidently holds the competition there for freshmen. At that moment, hundreds of buses were neatly parked at the perimeter of the beast forest, presenting a grand spectacle. Thousands of Magic University freshmen stood in formation by their respective departments, their youthful faces barely able to conceal their excitement. At this moment, they were still unaware of the bloody life-and-death struggle they were about to face, treating it as if it were just a game. The square was packed with people, with thousands of students crammed together. As soon as the vice principal took the stage to announce the start of the competition, the instructors quickly withdrew from the crowd and lined up neatly behind him. Without the instructor's guidance, chaos ensued. Students looked around in the crowd, trying to find their teammates, but amidst the sea of people, it was truly challenging to pinpoint their targets. Principal, should we step in to organize things? At this rate, the competition might not proceed smoothly. A female instructor expressed her concern. The vice principal snorted. It's just about finding teammates. If they can't even manage this small task, it's better for them to be eliminated early, rather than embarrassing our university in future battles with other schools. The female instructor was about to step aside when her pupils suddenly contracted sharply, staring intently at the center of the crowd. A powerful aura surged into the sky, and a massive iron pillar, as thick as 5 or 6 people could embrace, shot up into the clouds. On the pillar, 5 golden characters gleamed brilliantly Rui Jingu Bang. Amidst the faint sounds, it seemed as if thousands of troops were shouting, shaking the surroundings. Everyone simultaneously paused, staring in awe at the source of the aura. Is this Chu Li's second martial soul? What a powerful presence, even more stunning than in the videos. Could he be the legendary genius with twin mythic martial souls? Voices of discussion rose and fell. The vice principal was momentarily stunned, then smiled. What a clever boy. Using this method to help his teammates find him. It's efficient, but might make him a target. Cheng Yun, overhearing, smirked. Chu Li is Principal Yushan's personal disciple. Such a small matter is nothing for him. Indeed, the vice principal agreed. It makes me even more eager to see his performance. While the senior members were conversing, Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu had successfully found their captain, Chu Li. Chu, you're brilliant. Du Yu exclaimed excitedly, giving a thumbs up. You should have seen the look on those people's faces. Chu Li glanced at him helplessly. Instead of focusing on that, think about how we're going to hunt more beasts later. Du Yu responded with a mysterious smile. Don't worry, Chu. To ensure I don't hold us back, I got plenty of treasures from my dad. Treasure? What treasure? Bai Wan'ning furrowed her delicate eyebrows, her gaze filled with curiosity. You guessed it right, sister-in-law. Du Yu admitted with a scratch of his head. My father prepared 10 grade attack talismans and 20 grade ones for me. This way, I won't hold Brother Chu back too much. Attack talismans are a crucial asset for warriors and are quite valuable. These talismans, which encapsulate the full power of a warrior's soul technique, are graded from F to S based on their strength. To create one, a warrior must not only master a soul technique, but also expend their own soul power. Consequently, attack talismans are rare and exorbitantly priced. A basic grade talisman can cost tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of xia coins, with a grade ones reaching hundreds of thousands, and grade ones costing millions. Ordinary people simply cannot afford them, except for those with significant backgrounds. Hearing Du Yu call her sister-in-law, Bai Wan'ning blushed slightly, feeling both shy and unexpectedly pleased. This sudden emotion took her by surprise, leading her to question herself. Bai Wan'ning, what's wrong with you? Are you really happy just because he called you sister-in-law? Do you actually like that rascal Chu Li? Unaware of Bai Wan'ning's internal conflict, Chu Li surveyed their surroundings and noticed other students following his lead by revealing their soul spirits to facilitate team formation. Some had already formed groups and were heading toward the outskirts of the beast forest. It's getting late, and teams are already setting out, Chu Li decisively said. We should head to the outskirts of the beast forest and start hunting beasts too. As the core of their team, Chu Li's suggestion was immediately agreed upon by both of them. Amidst the complex gazes from other students, the trio moved through the crowd, heading straight for the beast forest. Once past the warning line, the area was clear, devoid even of non-graded wild beasts. Chu Li led them deeper, quickly losing sight of the other students. After traveling a few miles, they finally spotted some beasts. These non-graded beasts, while comparable to ordinary humans, possessed far greater lethality. Brother Chu, should I give it a try? Du Yu asked eagerly, eyeing the beasts that were cautiously observing them. Chu Li nodded slightly. With your strength close to a grade, fighting ordinary beasts shouldn't pose a life-threatening risk. It's a good opportunity to practice. Just don't take too long, as killing these beasts doesn't earn us any points. There was one thing he didn't say, which was that the beast itself wouldn't form a demon crystal, and its skin and flesh were of minimal value, hardly worth the effort. Following Chu Li's instructions, Du Yu eagerly charged at the beast. However, the moment the beast opened its gaping maw, his courage vanished. Trembling, He hastily pulled out an aggrade talisman and reduced the beast to pieces. The scene fell into a dead silence. Chu Li watched with a twitching mouth. That was a precious talisman given by his father, used on just an ordinary beast? If word got out, it would surely invite endless ridicule. Du Yu returned to Chu Li, looking dejected, forcing a smile that was worse than crying. Brother Chu, I had no choice. The beast was too terrifying, and in my panic. Forget it. Chu Li quickly waved his hand. Just watch the next battles from the side. I'll call you if we need a talisman. Even he couldn't stand such wastefulness. Even the white fox, Tian, on his shoulder, humanly raised its paw to cover its eyes. Du Yu felt even more embarrassed, wishing he could disappear. Brother Chu, is your pet fox becoming sentient? Bai Wan'ning curiously observed Tian. She clearly recalled when Chu Li purchased this fox, it was just a disabled spirit-level beast cub, yet it showed such astonishing intelligence. Even king-level beasts couldn't compare in terms of intellect. It seemed Chu Li had seen its unique qualities from the start. However, Bai Wan'ning couldn't help but feel regret. If this white-tailed fox wasn't disabled and had stronger bloodline talents, it would surely become a great asset to Chu Li. Chu Li just smiled and didn't respond to Du Yu's question. The group continued deeper into the beast forest. Before long, Tian suddenly became alert, its eyes, like black gemstones, fixed ahead, emitting a few soft chirps. Chu Li immediately signaled to stop. Tian senses an aggrade beast's presence not far ahead, he said calmly, his gaze locked forward. As a bonded partner, he could clearly understand what Tian was conveying. Gulp, Du Yu swallowed hard. Brother Chu, your pet's senses are that sharp? He found it hard to believe that a white-tailed fox cub could have such an exceptional sense of smell. Bai Wan'ning's eyes also flashed with surprise, looking at Tian with increasing curiosity. They both trusted Chu Li's words because he was never one to exaggerate. Just as Chu Li was about to speak, a rustling came from the grass ahead. A large figure slowly emerged, its cold eyes gleaming with bloodlust as it fixed its gaze on the three of them. The three of them could finally see the enormous figure clearly. A giant demon tiger, 5 meters long and about 1 meter tall, stood before them. Its entire body was snow white, covered with mysterious purple patterns. Its eerie eyes occasionally flashed with a bloodthirsty glint, exuding an intimidating aura. Du Yu gasped and instinctively took a step back. Realizing his own cowardice, he quickly glanced around to ensure no one noticed, then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He quietly took a talisman from his pocket and clutched it in his hand, regaining a little sense of security. Chu Li, drawing on his theoretical knowledge from recent courses, immediately recognized it as a purple cloud Tajera powerful demon beast with a spirit-level bloodline. He remained calm, waved his right hand to summon the skyward staff, ready to counter any potential attack. Sensing the threat, the purple cloud tiger let out a low growl, its muscles tensing as it assumed an attack stance. This sight made Du Yu even more nervous, his palms sweating profusely. Even Bai Wan'ning, the well-informed heiress of the Bai group, couldn't hide her panic in front of this A-level beast. Detecting their fear, the purple cloud tiger grew increasingly arrogant. At this critical moment, Tian suddenly emitted a series of soft calls. The sound seemed to carry some mysterious power, causing the purple cloud tiger to freeze, as if struck by lightning. Chu Li quickly realized that this was Tian's innate bloodline suppression in the world of demon beasts. Bloodline rank not only determined growth potential, but also dictated status. Unless the disparity in realms was vast, beasts with lower bloodlines could not resist the suppression from higher bloodlines. Tian gracefully leaped down from Chu Li's shoulder, walking confidently toward the massive purple cloud tiger. As Tian approached, the tiger's body began to tremble violently, its eyes filled with fear. When Tian stood before it, the contrast was absurd, a tiny creature exuding an overwhelming aura. With a few soft cries from Tian, the purple cloud tiger immediately prostrated itself, its fierce gaze completely transformed into submission. Having achieved this, Tian turned back towards Chu Li with a triumphant sound, as if seeking praise. Chu Li understood and smiled, stepping forward to gently stroke Tian's little head in reward. Tian contentedly nuzzled his palm before leaping into his arms. This scene left Du Yu and Bai Wan'ning, who had witnessed everything, speechless and frozen in place. If one were to just look at the scene before them, they would never guess that this seemingly harmless little creature, Tian, had recently made a fierce A-level demon beast, the purple cloud tiger, submit to it. Du Yu stood frozen, his Adam's apple moving as his gaze shifted back and forth between the purple cloud tiger and Tian. You this, in his shock, he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Bai Wan'ning's reaction wasn't much better. Being knowledgeable and experienced, she understood even more than Du Yu what this scene signified. Demon beasts are notoriously ferocious, with wild blood coursing through their veins, and they fight fearlessly. The only thing that can instill fear in them is the suppression from a superior bloodline. But Tian was clearly just a spirit-level white-tailed fox. A ridiculous thought popped into Bai Wan'ning's mind. Could it be that the shop made a mistake? Could this little creature actually be a mutant bloodline of an immortal king-level cub? Thinking back to when she advised Chu Li to give up on choosing Tian, she felt a deep sense of shame. If Chu Li had indeed listened to her advice, wouldn't he have missed the chance to own such a divine beast? At this moment, Chu Li paid no attention to the other's shock. He was coldly gazing down at the prostrate purple cloud tiger. Gripping his staff tightly, he swung it down without hesitation. Bang! With a dull thud, the purple cloud tiger's head shattered, and its massive body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. If it were possible, I would have liked to tame you. You'd make a good ride. Chu Li remarked with a hint of regret as he looked at the tiger's corpse. But unfortunately, I don't trust you. Although the purple cloud tiger had submitted, it was merely due to the suppression from Tiantian's bloodline. Once Tian retracted its aura, the fierce beast would surely attack. Chu Li wasn't willing to entrust his life to such an uncertain factor, so he ended it decisively. After dealing with the purple cloud tiger, Chu Li didn't hurry to leave. First, he extracted the demon crystal, then took out a dagger from his storage ring and began skillfully skinning the beast. After all, the fur and bones of demon beasts are quite valuable. What started as clumsy movements soon became more adept. Brother Chu, let me do it. Despite feeling uncomfortable with the dissection scene and his face turning pale, Du stepped forward willingly. He knew that even with talismans in hand, after witnessing Tiantian's display of power, he was destined to be a mere bystander. But doing nothing made him uneasy, so he thought he could at least help out in this way. Are you sure you can handle this? Chu Li asked, half-jokingly, as he looked at Du Yu's pale, chubby face. I can manage. Du Yu took a deep breath and answered seriously. Besides, as a warrior, he'll have to face this sooner or later, so I might as well start now and treat it as training. All right, if that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Chu Li didn't hesitate, handing the dagger to Du Yu and then patiently guiding him through the process. Initially, Du Yu was somewhat hesitant when faced with the bloody scene before him. However, under Chu Li's guidance, he gradually mastered the art of dissection, and his movements became increasingly skilled. Observing Du Yu's progress, Chu Li felt more and more satisfied. He realized that with Du Yu's assistance in the upcoming freshman competition, he would undoubtedly save a lot of effort. At this moment, Bai Wan'ning couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and asked, Chu Li, is your white-tailed fox perhaps of a mutated bloodline? Chu Li was slightly taken aback by the question but quickly guessed her thoughts. He nodded gently and replied, You could say that. Of course, he didn't reveal the full truth. The fox, named Tian, actually possessed the mythical nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline. Such a level of beast bloodline was as rare as a phoenix feather, especially for a cub. Even if someone offered an astronomical price, it would be hard to find a seller. Bai Wan'ning was unaware of these details. After receiving Chu Li's confirmation, she was filled with unprecedented shock. The fox, Tian truly has a mutated immortal king-level bloodline, she marveled to herself, then wondered. But how did Chu Li realize this in the first place? To Bai Wan'ning, Chu Li seemed shrouded in a layer of mystery, becoming increasingly enigmatic. Soon, Du completed the dissection of the purple cloud tiger and handed all the spoils to Chu Li. At this point, the numbers on Chu Li's score bracelet changed from 0 to 5. The value of an A-level beast was precisely 5 points. Let's move on, Chu Li said to the two, gently patting Tiantian's head. We'll be counting on you next. Tian immediately responded with a few barks. The trio, along with the fox, began to roam the outskirts of the beast forest. Guided by Tiantian's keen sense of smell, they easily avoided the more dangerous level beasts, specifically targeting a level or F-level opponents. This allowed them to progress smoothly, encountering almost no risks. However, the other participants in the freshman competition were not as fortunate. As time passed, they ventured deeper into the beast forest, and casualties began to occur. If someone were to tally the numbers, the results would be shocking. In just a few hours, the number of injured and dead students from Magic City University had already reached dozens, and this figure continued to rise. Even those not in immediate life-threatening danger were disheveled and miserable, nothing like the calm and composed Chu Li and his companions. Meanwhile, on a barren land, a massive gray bear nearly 2 stories tall was being attacked by 5 young students. Various attack talismans rained down on the bear, forming martial soul techniques that echoed with booming sounds. The bear was already severely injured, bleeding from multiple wounds, especially its chest, which was mangled and bloody. Suddenly, the bear let out an angry roar, its eyes blood red, and swung its giant paw fiercely at the student in front. Brother Lu Feng, watch out! Lu Feng, get out of the way! The other students cried out in alarm, trying to warn their companion to dodge the impending deadly blow. The young man known as Lu Feng did not retreat, but instead advanced, raising his silver halberd to meet the giant bear head-on. Boom! Their attacks collided midair with a deafening crash. The giant bear's massive paw was instantly torn, revealing stark, white bones. Lu Feng wasn't unscathed either. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his hand holding the halberd trembled slightly. Lu Feng, get back. We have attack talismans that can take down this demon bear. Yes, Lu Feng, fall back for now. Don't risk your life needlessly. Several students called out anxiously, holding their prepared talismans. Lu Feng ignored their pleas, his eyes fixed on the towering demon bear, a cold determination in his gaze. If I can't even defeat a mere A-level demon bear, how can I ever catch up to Chu Li? Memories surged within him. During the freshman awakening ceremony, he awakened the soul of the immortal king, the war god Lu Bu. He should have been the center of attention, yet Chu Li stole the spotlight. Later, he trained hard to become an level warrior, defeating 3 A-level students in a row at the university arena, only to learn that Chu Li had already achieved 7 consecutive victories. Both of them were from humble backgrounds, yet Chu Li always overshadowed him. How could he swallow this pride? Gritting his teeth, Lu Feng charged again with his halberd. Thud! The halberd pierced the bear's chest, but only went a few inches deep before stopping. Bang! The enraged bear swung its paw fiercely, and Lu Feng, unable to dodge in time, hastily raised his halberd in defense. Crash! The halberd shattered, and Lu Feng was sent flying, landing heavily several meters away, coughing up blood, his energy drained. Damn it! If only I had a human spirit-level weapon, I could have slain that bear. He cursed, frustration welling up inside him. The other 4 students were alarmed and quickly unleashed their attack talismans. Waves of martial soul techniques bombarded the bear, causing significant damage, but the thick-skinned beast was not easily felled. Without Lu Feng to hold it back, the bear charged straight at one of the students, bringing its paw down violently. Blood and flesh flew. The remaining students were paralyzed with fear, wanting to flee but unable to move, as if their legs were made of lead, watching helplessly as the bear advanced on them. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed. The giant bear seemed to be struck by a powerful force, its massive body stumbling back several meters before crashing to the ground. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the center of the field. Even Lu Feng, who had been severely injured and nearly hopeless, was frozen in shock, his eyes filled with unprecedented astonishment. A young man suddenly appeared in the center of the field, and his arrival shocked everyone present. His jet-black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and he wore a fitted black outfit. In his hand, he held a crimson staff, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Chu Li, one of the trainees blurted out instinctively. As soon as the name was mentioned, the others snapped back to reality. Their eyes reflected a mix of admiration, joy, and gratitude, relieved to have survived the perilous situation. Chu Li's gaze fixed on the erranked demonic bear slowly rising from the ground. He casually asked, "You all wouldn't mind if I claimed this demonic bear, would you?" "No problem," one trainee immediately responded. "If you hadn't shown up in time, we might have already fallen to the bear." "Yes, it's only fair that the bear is yours," the others echoed. Lu Feng stood aside, a complex look in his eyes. As someone who had always aimed to surpass Chu Li, being saved by him was undoubtedly a blow to his pride. He nodded slightly and tersely said, "I have no objections." With everyone's approval, Chu Li wasted no time. He stepped forward, raising his staff high and aiming it at the bear's head. The bear, relying on its robust physique, casually lifted its arm to block. Just as they were about to clash, Chu Li infused his staff with the power of his martial soul, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. Sensing the imminent danger, the bear's fur bristled, but it was too late. The staff came crashing down on its arm with a deafening boom and the sharp crack of breaking bone. The bear's arm twisted at an unnatural 90-degree angle, white bone piercing through flesh. In agony, the bear let out a low growl. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Li swung his staff again without hesitation. With a resounding bang, the bear's head exploded, scattering red and white matter. The astonishing scene left all the trainees dumbfounded. Even Lu Feng was shocked. They had all experienced the bear's formidable defense, among the best of rank beasts, yet in Chu Li's hands, it seemed so vulnerable. The power of his mythic martial soul far exceeded their expectations. The trainees exchanged glances, each thinking the same, thought perhaps following Chu Li wouldn't be such a bad idea. Just as everyone was about to speak, a panting little chubby boy emerged from the woodsit. "Was do you? Chu, you ran too fast. I couldn't keep up," he exclaimed between breaths, glancing around at Lu Feng and the others before finally realizing what had happened when he looked at Chu Li. "No wonder you were in such a hurry, Chu. It makes sense now, with students in danger." You looked at Chu Li with admiration. "You're truly deserving of your reputation for righteousness." Chu Li felt a slight blush creep up. He knew that if he were truly selfless, he wouldn't have asked about the ownership of the demon bear before intervening. The rescued students understood this too, but nodded in agreement, playing along. "Exactly. If it weren't for Chu Li, we'd have been bear food by now," one student said. "Once the competition is over, I have to make sure everyone knows about this." They planned to follow Chu Li in the future, so they flattered him eagerly. Seeing this, Du Yu's expression darkened. Feeling his status threatened, he quickly spoke up. Since your lives were saved by Chu, shouldn't you show some gratitude? At this, several students' expressions turned unfriendly. But one quickly adjusted his demeanor, slapped his forehead, and said, "Oh, how forgetful of me." He hurriedly took out a few talismans and respectfully handed them to Chu Li. Brother Chu Li, these are 3 level attack talismans, a small token of appreciation. Please accept them. This gesture left the other students feeling awkward. Initially, it was fine for no one to give gifts, but now that someone had started, not giving anything seemed inappropriate. Reluctantly, they all brought out presents. Brother Chu Li, this box contains 30 spirit pills. Please accept them. And inside here is. Although Chu Li had been spending a lot recently, he still had nearly 10 million in assets. He wouldn't let these small gifts tarnish his reputation, so he politely declined them all. The students breathed a sigh of relief and shot a resentful glance at Du Yu. Abandoning any thoughts of following Chu Liho knew what trouble a guy like Du Yu might cause. At that moment, Bai Wan'ning gracefully stepped out from the woods, her eyes briefly scanning the demon bear's carcass with understanding. Is everything resolved? She asked. Yes, it's all taken care of. Chu Li nodded, turning to Lu Feng and the others. Since the danger has passed, I suggest you leave the forest to recover. The competition lasts 3 days, so you should have enough time. Lu Feng struggled to his feet and bowed to Chu Li. Thank you. Though feeling a bit unwilling, he wasn't ungrateful. This life-saving debt had to be remembered. He waved his hand. Let's go. The other students quickly followed. Once everyone had left, Chu Li looked again at the headless demon bear on the ground. Do you? Hurry up and take care of this. We have other things to do. What is it, Chu? Du Yu asked casually as he rolled up his sleeves and approached the bear. Chu Li replied, this is a black mall bear. These types of demons are usually gentle and don't attack other creatures unless they're hunting for food. Chu Li carefully sorted through the information in his mind and began to analyze slowly. The scene where that student was smashed into pulp was clearly not for feeding. There might be another reason for the mother bear's behavior. Bai Wanning's eyes lit up. Could it be to protect its cubs? Exactly. Chu Li nodded in confirmation. According to the records, the territorial instincts of a black Mao bear increase several-fold after giving birth, and any creature entering its domain is seen as a threat. At this point, he couldn't help but feel grateful that in addition to his training over the past month, he hadn't neglected to learn about mystical beasts. Listening to him, Bai Wanning's eyes flashed with approval. As the heir to the Bai group, she had encountered all sorts of geniuses, but rarely met someone as talented and diligent as Chu Li. Let's search the area, Chu Li continued. We might find the black Mao bear's cubs. As mystical beasts with spirit-level bloodlines, their cubs can fetch millions on the market. Du Yu quickly finished dismantling the black Mao bear's materials, including handing over the 11 beast crystal to Chu Li. After organizing his storage ring, Chu Li instructed everyone to spread out and search for the mother bear's nest. He wasn't worried about his companion's safety in this area. The 11 black Mao bear, with its formidable defense, was already the dominant force, deterring ordinary beasts from encroaching. About 20 minutes later, Bai Wan'ning called. Chu Li, I found the nest. Don't make any rash moves, Chu Li cautioned. There might be a male bear inside. Return to the previous location, and I'll be there shortly. After notifying Du Yu, Chu Li quickly made his way to the meeting point. Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu were already waiting, and upon his arrival, Bai Wan'ning eagerly asked, shall we take a look now? Yes, lead the way. Navigating through numerous obstacles, the trio arrived at a massive cave. The entrance stood 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, with darkness enveloping its interior. Chu Li didn't rush in, but instead gently patted the little creature on his shoulder and asked, is it safe inside? The creature, lazily resting on Chu Li's neck, gave a soft squeak indicating safety. Only then did Chu Li breathe a sigh of relief, motioning for the other two to wait outside as he ventured into the dark cave alone. Chu Li's footsteps echoed clearly within the cave. As he ventured deeper, a faint light began to emerge ahead, just bright enough to reveal his surroundings. Not far away, a few miniature bears, each about 20 centimeters in size, lay quietly. Upon hearing the footsteps, they simultaneously lifted their round little heads to see who was approaching. Realizing it wasn't their mother but a stranger, the little creatures immediately put on a mock-fierce demeanor, emitting soft, ow-ow sounds. Their tiny bodies and immature calls made them more endearing than intimidating. Chu Li couldn't help but smile wryly. Who would have thought that these adorable cubs would grow into the massive, fierce He Mao bears, towering 5 or 6 meters tall? Yet, even such formidable creatures couldn't escape being hunted. The warriors who faced him in the arena perished due to their lack of strength, and the He Mao bear that fought to protect its young also died for the same reason. Even these cubs were destined to become commodities for trade. He understood that if he lacked strength, his fate wouldn't be much different. This thought intensified Chu Li's desire for power. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, he communicated with Tian Tian in his mind. Try to release some of your aura to subdue them. He didn't want to inadvertently harm these little creatures after all. A single Haimao bear cub was worth at least 1 million, enough to exchange for abundant resources. Tian Tian nodded her tiny head and released a slight bloodline pressure. The cubs, which had been feigning ferocity, immediately cowered as if confronted by something terrifying, burying their heads and trembling. Bai Wan'ning, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "So cute. Chu, are you sure these are the cubs of that Haimao bear? Do you, despite having read about them in textbooks, found it hard to believe when seeing them in person and couldn't help but twitch his mouth?" Chu Li explained, "Haimao bear cubs grow rapidly. With enough meat, they undergo significant changes almost every month." As he spoke, he handed the now docile cubs to Du Yu. "Take care of these little ones. Make sure to keep a close watch on them." Initially, Du Yu was delighted by the cuteness of the cubs, but the thought of their ferocious adult form sent a shiver down his spine. His arms began to tremble as he held them, and he stammered, Chu, can I not hold them?" Chu Li sighed helplessly. "If you're afraid of these little things, how do you expect to become a warrior who can stand on his own?" In the end, Du Yu accepted Chu Li's suggestion and carefully picked up the 3 young beasts. His arms trembled slightly, and his steps were unsteady, which amused Chu Li and Bai Wan'ning. As they continued on their journey, they encountered numerous flevel beasts. Chu Li didn't intervene, instead leaving these opponents for Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu as practice. The two understood his intentions and felt grateful for his thoughtful approach. By nightfall, the trio set up camp in a clearing. In front of the campfire, an flevel demon deer was being roasted, its skin removed and innards cleaned. The golden fat dripped, sizzling, and the enticing aroma filled the air, making Du Yu swallow hungrily. "Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to be good at this." Du Yu looked at Chu Li with admiration. Although Bai Wan'ning didn't say anything, a look of surprise crossed her face. "I studied some wilderness survival books earlier," Chu Li explained with a smile. As a civilian warrior, wilderness survival skills were essential. His preparedness was especially appreciated by his companions. "This is the territory of an 11 beast," Chu Li said while sprinkling seasoning on the golden deer meat. "Although we've taken it down, other beasts won't dare to enter this area for a while." When Chu Li announced that they could start eating, Du Yu and Bai Wan'ning looked uncertain. They clearly hadn't anticipated how to elegantly enjoy this wild meal. Seeing their hesitation, Chu Li sighed, retrieved 3 sets of utensils and a carving knife from his storage ring, and began to skillfully slice the deer meat. "Brother Chu, you really think of everything." Du Yu praised with a thumbs up. Bai Wan'ning's gaze at Chu Li also held a hint of admiration. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the beast forest, 2 figures were moving swiftly. One was a sturdy man with a hooked nose, who asked his expressionless, slender companion, "Big brother, where exactly is the territory of that 11 beast you mentioned?" The expressionless man responded coldly, "No need to rush. We're almost at the 11 beast's territory." The man with the hooked nose laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. Big brother, you're truly clever. Who would have thought you'd hide the stuff in the territory of the beasts? Even if that general suspects we attacked his mercenaries, without evidence, he can't do anything to us." He continued explaining the recent events. They had ambushed and killed a team of warriors in the beast forest and stolen all their belongings. What they hadn't anticipated was that the team belonged to one of the 10 generals of the Demon City Guard. Enraged, the general ordered a search of all warriors entering and leaving the city gates. Luckily, the man with the expressionless face was always cautious. After every operation, he would temporarily hide the loot. The expressionless man snorted and glanced at the sky. "Let's hurry, find the stuff and return to the city under the cover of night." The two then vanished into the night. By the campfire, Du Yu was eating heartily and praised, "This tastes amazing. If I could eat like this every meal, I'd be fine staying out here every day." Bai Wan'ning glanced at him indifferently. "Do you think training outside is that simple? If it weren't for Chu Li being with us, our situation might not be any better than the other trainees." Chu Li was focused on slicing the venison, occasionally tasting it. The meat of this grade demon deer was indeed tender and delicious. He turned to Tian Tian on his shoulder and said, "Tian Tian, want to try some?" Tian Tian gracefully accepted the piece of meat, jumped down from his shoulder, and began to eat leisurely. This behavior made Du Yu feel ashamed. How could a human warrior, a young heir, be less graceful than a beast? Chu Li and Bai Wan'ning chuckled at the sight. Suddenly, Tian Tian stopped eating. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to it, and the atmosphere tensed. "Tian Tian, what's wrong?" Chu Li asked with a frown, already sensing something. Tian Tian chirped urgently. Chu Li paused for a moment, then looked up at his companions and said in a low voice, "Someone's coming." What is the most dangerous thing in the wild? For the trainees, those elusive mythical beasts are undoubtedly the greatest threat. However, for martial artists, the real danger comes from other human martial artists. At this moment, Chu Li's expression turned uncharacteristically serious. Seeing this, Du Yu couldn't help but ask, "Chu, it's just someone approaching. Why so serious? Didn't we encounter Lu Feng and his group before?" Bai Wan'ning, as the heir of the Bai group, had not experienced life and death battles, but she had a good understanding from her surroundings. She keenly sensed something and tentatively asked, Chu Li, could it be? The newcomers aren't trainees? Chu Li nodded slightly. That's right. Tian has already sensed the scent of blood on them, indicating they are wilderness martial artists. He explained, mythical beasts naturally have a sense of smell far superior to humans. Tian, with its legendary bloodline, has an even more heightened sense. Squeak. Tian suddenly called out a few more times, as if to warn them. They've already noticed us and are approaching. Chu Li took a deep breath, his tone turning cold. In a moment, don't say a word, understand? According to Tiantian's senses, the newcomers are at least level martial artists, or even higher. The two were stunned by this and nodded stiffly. They had never experienced a situation like this before. About 2 or 3 minutes later, footsteps could be heard approaching from a distance. Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu's bodies visibly tensed. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Chu Li's mind. Ding. Faced with the impending arrival of 2 wilderness martial artists, you feel uncertain, successfully activating the divine level choice. Please make your selection quickly. Option 1. Befriend the wilderness martial artist to avoid provoking hostility. Reward: 1 million daxia currency. Option 2. Fight the wilderness martial artists relentlessly. Reward: battle heart. Option 3. Determine their intentions before deciding on a strategy. Reward: Ginseng fruit tree martial soul technique resurrection. The first option's reward of 1 million daxia currency was self-explanatory. The second option's battle heart could increase one's desire and talent for combat. The third option was the most tempting, derived from the creation-level ginseng fruit tree. The martial soul technique, resurrection, could revive beings that had died within 7 days. I choose the third option. Chu Li decided without hesitation. He then smiled and looked towards the direction of the sound. Since you're here, why not join us and enjoy some venison? As his words fell, 2 figures slowly emerged from the darkness. It was the duo with the hook-nosed man and the expressionless man from before. Chu Li didn't give the two a chance to speak and directly said, "Oh, so you're not students. My mistake. But since we've met here in the Beast Forest, we might as well share a meal." The man with the hooked nose was taken aback, furrowing his brow. What students? The expressionless man beside him didn't speak, but looked equally puzzled. It was understandable, as they had just escaped from the general's prison and made their way to the Beast Forest under the cover of night, unaware that the Magic City University was holding a freshman competition. Chu Li smiled slightly. We're new students at Magic City University, participating in the freshman competition. I initially thought you were participants too, but it seems I was mistaken. His words seemed honest, yet they carried a hidden agenda. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, revealing his identity was a way to deter them. Even the most ruthless warriors would think twice about attacking students from Magic City University. As expected, the 2 warriors fell silent. The hooked-nosed man glanced at his companion, who returned a cold stare, silently conveying the message of kill. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare attack university students, but their situation was different. The general was still searching for the culprits, and their presence in the forest at night was suspicious. To prevent any information from leaking, they felt they had no choice but to silence the students permanently. This was the survival code of warriors in the wild: better to kill mistakenly than let someone escape. The hooked-nosed man quickly understood his companion's intention, forcing a fake smile as he approached Chu Li and the others. All right then, since you insist, I won't refuse your hospitality. A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Li's eyes. Their reaction was completely wrong. If they had no ill intentions, their first choice should have been to stay away from the students, not to approach them. Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu relaxed when they saw the men accept the invitation, thinking the danger had passed. However, as the hooked-nosed man neared them, his smile turned sinister, and his right hand subtly moved towards his waist. Bang! Chu Li suddenly sprang into action, summoning his staff and channeling powerful spiritual energy into it. He unleashed a fierce attack using the Thousand June staff technique, striking at the man. The unexpected assault caught the hooked-nosed man off guard. He hurriedly tried to draw a dagger from his waist to defend himself, but it was too late. A dull thud echoed as the staff landed squarely on the hooked-nosed man's head. In an instant, his skull shattered like a watermelon, sending fragments flying everywhere. The scene was enveloped in a deathly silence. Bai Wan'ning's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chu Li, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly resorted to such violence. Du Yu stared blankly at the brutal scene before him, his entire body trembling violently with fear. The stoic man initially froze, then his gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Chu Li. Impressive, kid. With just an A-level cultivation, you managed to kill a D-level warrior. I underestimated you, the stoic man said in a chilling tone, seemingly indifferent to his subordinate's death. But how did you know we were going to make a move on you? Your act had too many flaws, Chu Li sneered. Such a clumsy tactic might deceive ordinary students, but for someone with his experience, it was all too obvious. Ha! The stoic man laughed deeply. I must admit, I'm beginning to admire you. But kid, you fail to understand that in this world, strength is what truly matters. Before he finished speaking, the stoic man unleashed his martial soul, and a phantom of a giant meteor hammer appeared behind him, its overwhelming aura sweeping across the area. Another level warrior. Bai Wan'ning stood frozen, finally realizing that from the start, these two had intended to kill them all. She shouted angrily, I'm the heir to the Bai group. If you kill me, my father will stop at nothing to hunt you down. It's pointless. Chu Li shook his head calmly. If you'd said that earlier, he might have hesitated. But now, he's committed, and your words will only fuel his resolve to kill. Exactly. The stoic man laughed, a hint of admiration in his eyes, then turned to Bai Wan'ning. A privileged girl like you will never understand. For us commoner warriors, to make a name for ourselves, we must use any means necessary, maximizing our benefits while ensuring our survival. He looked back at Chu Li. Kid, I admire you, but I have no choice but to kill you. That's quite a coincidence, because I feel the same way. Chu Li said as he gripped his staff tightly and charged towards the stoic man. The stoic man summoned a tangible meteor hammer, enhanced by his martial soul, to meet the attack. With his superior cultivation, he managed to suppress Chu Li, yet the unpredictable angles of Chu Li's staff kept him on his toes, leaving him astounded by Chu Li's combat talent. The clashing of weapons rang out continuously, as waves of energy kicked up clouds of dust all around. Bai Wan stared at the battlefield before her, a sense of awe filling her heart. In just a month, Chu Li had grown strong enough to hold his own against a rank martial artist, far exceeding her expectations. However, despite the seemingly equal match, Chu Li was under tremendous pressure. Even with his exceptional martial soul, superior equipment, and extensive combat experience, he could barely maintain a balance with his opponent. The power gap between martial artists becomes increasingly apparent with higher ranks, and if this continued, even a victory would likely be a Pyrrhic one. Luckily, I have a backup plan. Chu Li thought to himself, maintaining his focused combat stance. In the heat of battle, no one noticed that Tian's presence had quietly vanished. Amidst the faint rustling, the small figure crawled silently through the grass, stealthily approaching the stoic man's back. Her eyes, like black gemstones, glinted with an unprecedented sharpness. When the moment was ripe, Tian suddenly sprang into action, her small body launching like an arrow towards the stoic man's back. In that instant, she unleashed the aura of an rank beast without reservation. Sensing the threat from behind, the stoic man prepared to retreat from the battlefield, but a flash of red in Tian's eyes left his mind blank, freezing him in place. Tian's claws mercilessly tore into his back, ripping away large swathes of flesh. The excruciating pain snapped him back to reality, but Chu Li's assault was already upon him, forcing him to prioritize the immediate threat. Tian seized this opportunity, fiercely tearing at his body. Every time he attempted to deal with Tian, Chu Li's attacks forced him to redirect his focus. Finally, Tian's claws pierced the stoic man's heart with precision. The drank martial artist fell with resentment and disbelief, unable to comprehend his demise at the hands of an rank youth and an rank beast. After the battle, Tian excitedly ran towards Chu Li, but stopped short before jumping into his arms, looking down at her blood-stained paws with hesitation. Chu Li, unfazed, picked her up and gently patted her head. Thanks to you, we made it. Tian chirped happily in response. Chu Li then added, however, your combat experience is still lacking. You could have delivered a fatal blow earlier. Hearing this, Tian's excitement waned. All right, I'm not blaming you. With more practice, you'll get better. Chu Li quickly reassured her. At that moment, Bai Wan asked, I was wondering, was that moment when the man froze due to Tian's innate ability? Bai Wan'ning observed every detail of the battle intently. At the moment Tian made a move, she clearly saw the enemy's body suddenly become rigid, which became one of the key factors in determining the outcome. Chu Li did not hide Tian's ability, knowing that this secret would eventually be revealed in the upcoming battles. He calmly explained, Tian can now impact the enemy's soul. I call it enchantment. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Wanning's beautiful eyes. She had casually asked the question, not expecting her guess to be true. After all, even some king-level mythical beasts struggle to awaken special abilities in their lifetime. Yet Tian exhibited such a powerful talent at a young age, which naturally shocked her. Chu Li noticed Bai Wanning's reaction and internally smiled wryly. If he were to tell her that Tian possessed the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox and would awaken more abilities in the future, he wondered how she would react. Diyu finally came to his senses and asked with a trembling voice, Chu, did you really kill a class warrior? Even though he had confidence in Chu Li, he couldn't help but feel alarmed. After all, that was a warrior who had survived countless life and death struggles. Chu Li nonchalantly replied, class warriors are still human, why can't they be killed? He then frowned, pondering. However, what intrigues me more now is the reaction of those two people. He continued to analyze. Typically, upon hearing that we are students of Modi University and are participating in the freshman competition, most would avoid trouble even if they had murderous intent. But they chose to act, which means one of two things. Either they have a grudge against Modi University, or they are trying to hide something. Chu Li quickly dismissed the first possibility. If they truly had a grudge against Modi University, they would likely bide their time and plan carefully, rather than risk causing a major incident. He walked over to the corpse of the expressionless man, thinking aloud. For warriors who resort to any means, their shady dealings are often related to cultivation resources. Under the curious gazes of Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu, Chu Li summoned his martial spirita Ginseng fruit tree. This time, he deliberately controlled the spirit's intensity, making the tree only a few meters tall. The green branches swayed gently, bearing translucent ginseng fruits that exuded a rich vitality. Bai Wan stared at the scene before her, momentarily stunned. She saw Chu Li concentrating on the ginseng fruit tree, which was radiating an unprecedented vitality, flowing like a gentle stream towards the man with a blank expression lying on the ground. He can't possibly be trying to. A thought that was difficult to believe rose in Bai Wan's mind. Sure enough, with the continuous infusion of vitality, the man's injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace. His pale complexion gradually became rosy, and his chest began to rise and fall faintly. Once Chu Li confirmed that the man had regained some life but was still not fit for combat, he ceased the transfer of vitality. This life-restoring martial soul technique was evidently exhausting, and Chu Li's face had noticeably paled. Although it consumed a significant amount of spiritual power, a period of rest will allow me to recover. Chu Li calculated in his mind, his gaze falling on the man. Since you're already awake, why continue pretending to be dead? Bai Wan and Du Yu widened their eyes in surprise as the man slowly opened his eyes, a complex expression filling them. I didn't expect someone like you, a mere level warrior, to possess such extraordinary abilities. You flatter me, Chu Li replied with a calm smile. I revived you because there is something I wish to ask. I have a condition, the man said. You are in no position to negotiate with me. The man was silent for a long time before resigning himself and closing his eyes. Ask your question. I want to know the real reason why you and your brother wanted to kill us. The man slowly recounted the events. Half a month ago, he and his hook-nosed brother stumbled upon a team of warriors battling a clever beast in the beast forest. They watched from the sidelines and intervened when both sides were severely weakened, using their level cultivation to wipe out the clever warrior team and seize a large amount of resources. Out of caution, the man hid all the resources in the territory of an 11 beast. This caution saved his life unbeknownst to them. The team belonged to one of the 10 generals of the Demon City. Upon learning of the incident, the general launched a massive search for warriors who had recently entered or left the city. It was only today, under pressure, that the man was released. He planned to retrieve the resources amidst the chaos, but then everything that had just happened occurred. I was both prudent and foolish, the man said with a bitter smile. If I hadn't intended to kill you, I probably wouldn't be in this predicament, would I? Chu Li listened to the other's account, nodding slightly in agreement. He was never one for unnecessary violence. If the other party hadn't harbored murderous intent first, he wouldn't have engaged in battle. The expressionless man noticed Chu Li's reaction, feeling increasingly bitter, and continued. I suppose you've guessed it by now, those cultivation resources are hidden right here. In that case, could you show me the way? Chu Li asked calmly. Resigned to his fate, the expressionless man did not refuse and agreed immediately. Chu Li stepped forward, lifting him effortlessly. Under the man's guidance, they walked through winding paths until they reached a giant tree. The storage ring is buried beneath this tree, the man said, taking a deep breath. I don't expect you to spare me. Just give me a quick end. Those who kill will eventually be killed. He had long accepted this fate, though he hadn't expected it to come so soon. Chu Li didn't respond, crouching down to search the soil beneath the tree. Soon, his fingers touched something solid. He retrieved it and held it in his palm. A silver storage ring gleamed under the moonlight. Bai Wan'ning and her companion, who had followed, were surprised to see that the expressionless man hadn't played any tricks. They also felt a newfound respect for Chu Li. His ability to deduce intentions from mere clues and his extraordinary skills were truly impressive. Chu Li noticed their gaze but paid it no mind. He opened the storage ring to inspect its contents. It held 1,300 spirit soul pills, several hundred soul stabilizing pills, valued at over 20 million. Additionally, there were numerous precious monster crystals, 320 grade, 34 grade, 9 grade, and even 1 grade crystal. Combined with various beast materials, the total value was nearly $1 billion. Even Chu Li was taken aback by the sheer value of these items, a surprising windfall from a spontaneous decision. Young man, could you end it for me now? The expressionless man's voice came. Chu Li looked at him and nodded gently. Thank you. As soon as he spoke, Tian leaped forward, its sharp claws precisely piercing the man's heart. It was clear that Tian Tian had gained experience from this battle, as it carefully wiped its claws clean on the man's clothes before returning obediently to Chu Li's embrace. After handling the situation, Chu Li turned to Bai Wan'ning and her companion, smiling. Ladies, once this freshman competition is over, I will distribute the spoils of this journey, including what we just acquired, based on everyone's contributions. Du quickly waved his hand, his expression sincere. Chu, there's really no need. Not to mention the battle just now. Even in this freshman competition, I didn't contribute much to slaying the beasts. It wouldn't be right to take a share. Bai Wan'ning also spoke up. That's true. If we rank high in this competition, it's because of your help. I can't accept this reward. Her tone was equally firm. Seeing their determination, Chu Li didn't insist. All right then, let's rest for now. The beast forest is more dangerous at night than during the day. We can resume hunting tomorrow. 2 days passed quickly. The freshmen at Magic City University gradually adapted to the rhythm of survival in the wild. Those who couldn't either ended up like the ones who perished, or quit the competition out of fear or frustration. Though the latter wouldn't be expelled, their decision would be recorded, and they wouldn't receive any preferential treatment in future resource allocations. Under Chu Li's leadership, their team achieved remarkable results. With Tian Tian's bloodline suppression, they roamed the outskirts of the beast forest with ease, not only hunting numerous ordinary beasts, but also slaying 2 powerful level beasts. Their accumulated points reached an astonishing 321, a feat that left others in awe. At that moment, a heavy thud suddenly echoed in a part of the beast forest. An 11 earth-shaking bear fell unwillingly to the ground, struggling a few times before succumbing, its breath rapidly waning. A white figure darted forward. It was Tian Tian in her white fox form, her sharp claws slicing the bear's neck, causing blood to gush out. Moments later, the massive beast lay lifeless. Tian Tian, come back. Not far away, Chu Li, dressed in black, waved with a smile. Behind him stood Bai Wan'ning and Du, both having significantly improved their combat skills and mindset during this time. Of course, Chu Li gained the most and not only acquired cultivation resources worth nearly 1 billion, but also activated the martial soul skill resurrection, greatly enhancing his strength. Tian Tian chirped happily, leaping onto Chu Li's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his cheek. It was noon, with only a few hours left before the competition ended. Chu Li glanced at the sky and turned to his companions. We've hunted enough beasts to secure first place. Continuing won't add much value. How about we head back early? Bai Wan'ning thought for a moment. I have no objections. Du was more straightforward. Chu, you're the leader. It's your call. The 3 of them reached a consensus and immediately retraced their steps. Although they had hunted quite a few beasts on the outskirts of the forest over the past few days, they weren't far from the entrance, and it would only take a little over an hour on foot. With the beasts along the way already cleared out, they walked and chatted with ease. Chu Go, we'll be out in less than 20 minutes, huh? Du started to say but suddenly noticed that Chu Li had stopped, an intriguing smile playing on his lips. Chu Li, is something wrong? Bai Wan'ning asked with a frown, knowing that Chu Li never stopped without reason. There's an ambush ahead, Chu Li said with a hint of resignation in his voice. It must be a group of students trying to snatch points. Despite his considerable strength, he never intended to rely on robbing others to secure the top spot. With the abundance of talented individuals at Modi University, he hadn't expected anyone to actually dare to rob them. Forget it. As long as they don't provoke us, we'll pretend we didn't see them. Meanwhile, in the bushes at the side of the road. Feng Ge, there's a team coming. A student whispered as he sneaked over to report to a young man. The young man called Feng Ge sneered. Perfect timing. Get the guys ready to make a move. Feng Ge, wait. The student urgently pulled him back, lowering his voice. The team leader is Chu Li. We can't afford to mess with him. Let's just let them pass. Chu Li. Feng Ge was taken aback, hesitating. Who at Modi University didn't know of Chu Li? The possessor of twin mythical martial souls, his combat prowess was extraordinary. Going against him was like courting death. Feng Ge, decide quickly. If one of the guys can't hold back and provokes Chu Li, how will we manage afterward? The student continued to persuade. Initially, Feng Ge intended to pretend he hadn't seen them, but his subordinate's words made him flush with anger. What are you afraid of? I've teamed up with 4 or 5 squads this time, nearly 20 people. Are you saying we can't handle just one Chu Li? Feng Ge, you must stay calm. The student turned pale. Even if we win, what if he targets us individually later? How could we handle that? This only fueled Feng Ge's anger, and he snorted. My mind is made up. Go inform the others to get ready. We must stop them today. His points must be substantial. As Chu Li and the others continued on, they suddenly heard rustling from both sides of the road, followed by figures emerging from the bushes. In the blink of an eye, a dozen figures had gathered on the road ahead. Leading them, Feng stepped out from the crowd and stared directly at Chu Li. Chu Li, right? Hand over all your points, and we'll let you pass. Despite his calm exterior, Feng was trembling inside. Chu Li's fierce reputation was well known. The other students didn't feel much better. If not for their numbers, they would have likely backed off already. However, the reaction from Chu Li's group was unexpected. Du Yu, usually the most timid, was casually picking his nose, looking unconcerned. Bai Wan'ning even stepped back a few paces, crossing her arms as if she were about to watch an entertaining show. Clearly, they had unwavering confidence in Chu Li's strength after all. What were these ordinary students compared to someone capable of defeating a Drank warrior? I was thinking of letting you off. Chu Li sighed softly. But I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to me. These words left the students exchanging glances, their momentum visibly waning. Arrogant, Feng shouted, trying to sound assertive. Do you really think you can defeat all of us by yourself? Chu Li couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply waved his right hand, summoning the heavenward staff, and slammed it into the ground. This display of power made several students reconsider their stance. What are you standing around for? Attack. If we take down Chu Li, his points will put us at the top. Feng urgently exclaimed. The phrase, at the top, acted like a powerful stimulant, instantly reigniting everyone's fighting spirit. With the points they had already stolen, succeeding this time would surely secure them a good rank. Seeing the renewed determination in the group, Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brothers, follow me. In an instant, the colorful glow of martial spirits lit up the entire area as the students surged towards Chu Li like a tidal wave. If that's the case, Chu Li sighed again, gripping the heavenward staff tightly as he charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of blows, students were sent flying, rolling on the ground in agony. In less than half a minute, 6 or 7 lay motionless, some in so much pain they were crying uncontrollably, a scene too miserable to watch. Brother Chu Li, stop hitting. I was wrong. A group of trainees lay sprawled on the ground, pleading for mercy and pain. Among the once arrogant robbers, only the one called Feng was barely standing. Feng's legs were shaky, barely able to support him. He stared in disbelief at Chu Li despite being attacked by over a dozen trainees. Chu Li hadn't sustained a scratch and had easily subdued them, showcasing strength far beyond Feng's imagination. Do you want me to do it myself, or will you handle it? Chu Li asked, casually weighing the stick in his hand, looking at Feng with interest. Don't do it. Feng glanced around at his companion's miserable state and swallowed hard. I'll do it myself. Before he finished speaking, he raised his weapon and struck his own head hard, promptly fainting on the ground with a practiced grace. Chu Li couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight, then turned to pat Du Yu on the shoulder, handing him the wristband for recording points. Go collect their points. Don't worry, Brother Chu. Du Yu promised, patting his chest with confidence, then walked toward the fallen trainees with a sly grin, rubbing his hands together. Don't come over, the trainees protested. You've already beaten us, and now you want to take our points. If you do that, we won't stand a chance in the freshman competition. Feng, who had been pretending to be unconscious, sat up, acting as if he had just woken up to assess the situation. After understanding what happened, he turned to Chu Li. Brother Chu Li, even all of us together couldn't scratch you. I promise to avoid you in the future, but about the points. If you plan to rob, you should have expected to pay the price, Chu Li said calmly. I've been merciful enough. The rules only forbid killing. They don't say anything about making someone a cripple. Hearing this, Feng and the others looked into Chu Li's cold eyes, and their hearts sank into silence. Come on, everyone, be proactive and hand over your points. Du Yu, smiling broadly, approached one of the trainees. Since the team points were shared, the more they collected, the better their ranking would be. The trainee wanted to refuse, but under Chu Li's gaze, he quickly gave up the idea and reluctantly handed over his wristband. Take it. Du Yu cheerfully completed the point transfer and moved on to the next target. The process of collecting points went surprisingly smoothly. Chu Li's imposing presence was like an invisible wall, forcing the other students, despite their reluctance, to obediently hand over all the points from their wristbands. Du Yu quickly operated his wristband, his eyes scanning the numbers with a look of surprise on his face. Brother Chu, these guys are really loaded. They've got over 180 points altogether. He handed the wristband back to Chu Li, with a note of admiration in his voice. Although this number was far less than what Chu Li's team had accumulated, it was still quite impressive. Over 180 points meant the equivalent of defeating more than 180 level beasts, a staggering amount for ordinary students. I wonder how many students these guys must have robbed. Du Yu couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Chu Li chuckled at this. No matter how many they robbed, in the end, it all ends up with us, doesn't it? Du Yu agreed, a smile creeping onto his face. The ones making enemies were Feng Gu and his group, but the ones benefiting in the end were themselves, which was quite satisfying to think about. It's getting late. We should head back, Chu Li said, glancing at the darkening sky. He walked through the group of dejected students and headed toward the gathering point for freshmen. Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu followed closely behind. At the edge of the beast forest, several buses were neatly parked. The freshmen who had returned early gathered in small groups, eagerly discussing the results of the competition. Some were elated, while others were worried. But all were grateful to have returned safely, unlike those who would remain in the forest forever. The competition is finally coming to an end, the vice principal mused, arms crossed as he looked into the distance. I just wonder how many outstanding talents our university will discover. The instructors, including Chung Yun, nodded in agreement. Indeed. Hopefully, this time we'll have a few exceptional talents to bring glory to our school in future competitions against other universities. In my opinion, the one with the best chance is none other than Chu Li. Of course, Chu Li has a dual myth-level martial soul, unmatched nationwide. The vice principal listened to the discussions with a slight smile. Among all the students, he had the highest expectations for Chu Li's performance. As they spoke, a commotion suddenly erupted among the freshmen. Look over there. Chu Li and his team are back. I didn't expect them to return early too. I wonder what rank their points will get them. With Chu Li's strength, they should be in the top 3 at least, right? Chu Li and his team walked toward them from a distance. Unlike the other students, who appeared disheveled and exhausted, they were clean and well-dressed, as if they had been on a leisurely outing rather than hunting beasts. Comparing oneself to them is enough to make you frustrated, one student remarked. Another grumbled resentfully. Looking like that, they probably barely fought any beasts. Their points must be pitifully low. The students' eyes were all fixed on Chu Li, and although their emotions varied, their actions were surprisingly in sync at this moment. Chu Li walked steadily to the vice principal and handed over the score bands of the 3 members. The vice principal took the bands, a smile playing on his lips. Judging by the confidence you 3 exude, your results must be impressive. I'd say you probably scored at least 200 points. This assumption wasn't baseless throughout the history of the freshman competition at Modi University. Teams scoring 200 points were rare, typically consisting of full teams of prodigies. Chu Li's team, however, had only 3 members, including Du Yu, who was considered a potential weak link. Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu exchanged a meaningful glance, their expressions turning peculiar. They were already anticipating the vice principal's reaction upon seeing the actual score. The vice principal carefully picked up the score bands and began calculating. As the numbers appeared, his expression gradually froze, then turned into one of astonishment. Just as the waiting mentors were about to inquire about the delay, they heard the vice principal's trembling voice. Chu Li, your score? 507 points? The announcement was like a thunderclap, plunging the room into silence. Every mentor stared at Chu Li in disbelief. 507 points, equivalent to defeating 507 level beasts, shattered all previous records since the inception of Modi University's freshman competition. Facing the stunned gazes, Chu Li remained composed. Originally, we had just over 300 points, but on our way back, we encountered a few teams trying to steal points, so we conveniently took theirs. His nonchalant explanation left everyone speechless even without the additional points. Over 300 would have set a new record. The vice principal took a deep breath to compose himself and said, Chu Li, you all should rest for now. We'll tally the final results once all the students have returned. Chu Li nodded in agreement, and, with Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu, found a corner to sit and wait for the competition to conclude. Although the other students weren't sure of the specifics, the mentors' shocked expressions gave them a clue. Conversations buzzed around the room, with newfound respect in the glances directed at Chu Li. As time passed, more teams gradually returned, reporting their scores. Among them were the teams led by Chen Feng, who, despite their previous setbacks, now wore expressions of slight satisfaction, clearly having seized opportunities to boost their scores after Chu Li's departure. By the time the last group of students arrived, the sun was setting. The vice principal cleared his throat, ready to announce the final rankings. The vice principal surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over each student's face. His voice was steady and powerful, echoing clearly throughout the venue. After these 3 days of trials, I'm sure you all have a profound understanding of the dangers in the world of warriors. This is precisely why we hold the freshman grand competition. He paused briefly, his tone turning somber. To those students who sacrificed themselves in the beast forest, I can only offer my apologies. But this is the fate of a warrior from the moment you set foot on this path. You are destined to walk alongside danger. The atmosphere grew heavy, but the vice principal quickly shifted his tone. However, this competition has also seen the emergence of many outstanding teams. Now, I will announce the top 10 rankings. The other results will be distributed in a list in a few days. 10th place team, Shenyan, Feng Haoning. 9th place team. All the freshmen held their breath, knowing that those whose names were called would become the school's rising stars. 2nd place team, Lu Feng, Jin Tao, 137 points. The applause was thunderous. The members of Lu Feng's team were ecstatic, except for the captain, Lu Feng, who remained expressionless. Although the first place had yet to be announced, he seemed to sense the outcome, a wave of frustration washing over him. 1st place team. The vice principal's voice rose. Chu Li, Bai Wan'ning, Du Yu. 507 points. The hall fell silent. then erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. How is this possible? 507 points? Chu Li, I thought he'd score no more than 200. The murmurs spread, disbelief etched on every face. Lu Fong instinctively clenched his fists, questioning within if he could ever surpass that person. Once the noise subsided, the vice principal continued. All students may now board the bus back to school. The rewards for this competition will be distributed soon. Exhausted, the students moved toward the buses. Just as Chu Li and his team were about to board, Cheng Yun called out to them. Director Cheng, is there something you need? Chu Li asked with a slight frown. Cheng Yun explained with a smile. As the champions of this competition, while other rewards can be given later, there's one reward that must be completed promptly. Director Cheng, are you referring to? Chu Li pondered. The Martial Soul Tower? Exactly. The Martial Soul Tower. Cheng Yun's smile widened. In martial arts training, the focus is primarily on the soul. The stronger one's spiritual power, the more powerful the martial soul abilities they can harness. At the edge of the beast forest, a line of buses slowly pulled away. The vice principal watched this scene and began to explain the mysteries of martial soul techniques to Chu Li. Martial soul techniques are powerful abilities displayed when a martial artist becomes deeply attuned with their martial soul. The vice principal paused briefly before continuing. The Martial Soul Tower can significantly enhance the likelihood of mastering these techniques, but success ultimately depends on oneself. Rest assured, Vice Principal, Chu Li nodded slightly. As a martial artist not born into a prominent family, he understood the value of this opportunity to enter the Martial Soul Tower and was determined not to slack off, even without reminders. Seeing this, the Vice Principal smiled with satisfaction. I'm just doing my best to offer some guidance. Now, let me take you to the Martial Soul Tower. As soon as he finished speaking, a black car pulled up in front of the group. Once everyone was inside, the vehicle quickly departed the outskirts of the beast forest, speeding down the road to their destination. The Martial Soul Tower is located in the northern suburbs of the Magic City, a towering black structure that pierces the clouds. Each of its 99 floors is several meters high, stacked layer upon layer until reaching the sky. The tower is surrounded by heavily armed, stern-faced martial artists, with patrols passing every 10 minutes, ensuring tight security. The area around the tower is fully equipped with facilities ranging from luxury hotels to high-end casinos, creating a unique and prosperous industry chain in this once desolate suburb. The car finally stopped in front of a hotel. We're here, the driver said, pressing the brake and turning to await the vice principal's instructions. You can go about your business, the vice principal said with a smile to the driver, then turned to Chu Li and the others in the back seat. You've just come out of the beast forest. Rest here for a few days and get into peak condition before entering the tower. After all, opening the Martial Soul Tower requires billions of daxia currency and resources, and even Magic City University cannot afford to be careless. We'll follow your arrangements, Vice Principal. Chu Li replied with a smile. The group then followed the Vice Principal into the hotel to check in. Oh my, 20,000 daxia currency for one night. You couldn't help but complain in a low voice when he saw the price as they entered the elevator. It's daylight robbery. Chu Li responded calmly. For those determined to enter the Martial Soul Tower and willing to invest billions of daxia currency, this amount is naturally insignificant. The vice principal nodded in satisfaction, but his expression quickly turned serious. You can visit the casinos outside, but you must know your limits. He looked over the students present. I've seen too many cases where promising students lost everything because they got carried away at the casino. As students of Moda University, never bring shame to the school, no matter where you are. Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu nodded repeatedly, obediently agreeing. However, Chu Li was frozen in place, his expression dazed. The vice principal noticed this and felt even more pleased, thinking the student was deep in thought unaware that Chu Li's distraction had a different cause. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Chu Li's mind. Ding! Your internal conflict over the vice principal's words has successfully activated the divine choice. Please make your decision promptly. Option 1. Accept the advice and focus on preparing for the Soul Tower assessment to receive the Immortal King's breathing and meditation technique. Option 2. Do the opposite. Go to the casino and bet everything to acquire the mythical item, the Dice of Destiny. Chu Li pondered briefly. The first option offered limited help, as he already possessed a mythical soul technique. However, the Dice of Destiny intrigued him. It could be used once daily to enhance fortune based on the roll. After a moment's hesitation, he made his decision internally. I choose the second option. Late at night, a soft sound of a door opening echoed in the hallway. An attractive young man in a simple t-shirt and jeans emerged from a room. It was Chu Li. Once he was ready, he set out for the casino to try his luck. There's less than 10 million left in the account. Losing it won't matter, Chu Li thought as he walked towards the elevator. I still have plenty of demon crystals worth far more than this. But if the Dice of Destiny can truly change my luck. His lips curled into a slight smile. Maybe I can go for a big one. Under the bright moon and twinkling stars, the outskirts of the Wuhuan Tower were lit up and bustling with people, rivaling the vibrancy of the city center of Magic City. Chu Li had just stepped out of the hotel and was taken aback by the lively scene before him. He looked up and saw a towering black structure, the famous Wuhuan Tower, standing tall with its 99 floors piercing the sky, reaching several hundred meters high. Just seeing it from a distance inspired awe. Gazing at the tower, Chu Li couldn't help but feel excited about his upcoming visit to the Wuhuan Tower in a few days. Chu Li, where are you headed? A familiar voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw Bai Wan'ning standing there. She was dressed in a white t-shirt with a bear print, paired with blue shorts and pink sneakers, her youthful and energetic look catching the eyes of passers-by. What brings you here? Chu Li asked. Bai Wan'ning, looking slightly embarrassed, replied. The vice principal said not to go to the casino, which made me even more curious. I knocked on your door, but no one answered, so I thought I'd explore on my own. I didn't expect to run into you here. Where are you headed? Great minds think alike, Chu Li said with a helpless smile. I was planning to check out the casino too. Why don't we go together? Sure, Bai Wan'ning agreed enthusiastically. As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived at a sprawling three-story casino. Wanjia Casino. Bai Wan'ning read the sign aloud. Isn't this owned by the Lin family? The same family that owns the arena we visited before, run by their Wanjia group. Chu Li was a bit surprised by the connection to the Lin family. He quickly brushed off the thought and led Bai Wan'ning into the casino. Inside, they were met with an atmosphere completely different from outside. The gambling areas were filled with people, with cheers and sighs echoing throughout. A well-presented female attendant approached them immediately. Sir, miss, are you here to meet someone, or to try your luck? Chu Li glanced around and calmly replied. We're here to play. Where can we exchange chips? Please follow me, the attendant said, leading them to the counter. The receptionist at the counter asked, how many chips would you like to exchange, sir? Chu Li handed over his bank card. Exchange all the money on this card for chips. Bai Wan'ning widened her beautiful eyes and anxiously grabbed Chu Li's arm. Chu Li, what are you doing? It's fine to play around a little, but are you really going to bet everything? Her voice was filled with concern, as she knew Chu Li's wealth was hard-earned from the arena. I have my reasons, Chu Li replied with a smile, patting her arm before turning to hand his bank card to the receptionist. Please convert it all into chips, thank you. After providing a series of numbers, he quickly received chips of various denominations, ranging from 10,000 to 1,000,000 in Xia currency, totaling around 9 million. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Second choice completed. The Destiny Dice reward has been credited. Please check your account. Suddenly, a seemingly ordinary die appeared in Chu Li's hand. Although it looked unremarkable, Chu Li knew it was a mythical artifact, the Destiny Dice. It could be rolled once a day, with the number determining his fortune for the next 24 hours, ranging from plagued by bad luck to blessed with great fortune, across 6 levels. Even the worst, plagued by bad luck, wouldn't endanger his life, while the highest level, blessed with great fortune, could bring about unbeatable luck in gambling, treasure discoveries, and fortuitous encounters. Intrigued, Chu Li infused a wisp of his soul into the die and gently tossed it. A nearly imperceptible golden light flashed, and the die landed in his palm, showing the number 5 lucky star shining. What are you doing, Chu Li? Bai Wan'ning curiously eyed the ordinary-looking die. Chu Li half-joked. This die determines my luck for the day. Look, it's a 5, which means today's luck is good. The receptionist and the attendants inwardly scoffed at his words. They had seen many superstitious gamblers like him, who ultimately lost everything. However, what happened next left them speechless. Bai Wan'ning suddenly handed over a bank card. Please exchange this for 10 million in chips. Thank you. She turned to Chu Li with a bright smile. Since you say your luck is good, I'll join you in betting. But if we lose everything, you'll have to cover my meals next month. Her smile was as captivating as a field of blooming flowers, momentarily stunning even Chu Li. The receptionist and attendants were even more shocked, their eyes wide open. Though they had seen many high rollers, it wasn't uncommon to see someone casually betting billions. The two people in front of them seemed to be just students, right? The 2 staff members were utterly shocked by the young man and woman before them. The female student had boldly put down 10 million just because of a single word from the other, a move that truly left them speechless. They quickly exchanged chips for Bai Wan'ning and respectfully handed them over with both hands. Chu Li snapped back to reality, turned to Bai Wan'ning, and flashed a confident smile. Since you trust me so much, tonight I'm going to lead you to a sweeping victory. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Bai Wan'ning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chu Li led Bai Wan'ning to a gambling table. A dozen gamblers were intensely focused on the dealer's dice cup, not noticing the 2 newcomers. The dealer skillfully revealed the dice cup and announced, 1, 2, 3, small. The gamblers reacted with mixed emotions. Some cheered joyfully, while others hung their heads in disappointment. The dealer quickly started a new round, expertly shaking the dice cup before placing it steadily on the table. Place your bets. I bet big. I bet small. All in. The gamblers placed their bets one after another. Chu Li, how much are you planning to bet? Bai Wan'ning asked curiously. Chu Li paused for a moment, then suddenly pushed all his chips onto the table. I'm all in, betting on 3 sixes. Although he hadn't tried the effects of the Destiny dice yet, he had complete faith in the system's products. Betting a million on a triple six? Is this guy crazy? The surrounding gamblers were stunned, as if witnessing something unbelievable. The dealer remained expressionless, but inwardly sneered. With years of experience, he could immediately tell this was a casino newbie. Betting such a large amount on a triple six right away was like giving money away. I'll also bet a million on a triple six. Bai Wan'ning followed without hesitation. This money was what she had won by betting on Chu Li in the arena, so she wasn't worried about losing it. She was just playing along with him. The other gamblers exchanged glances. Was there some secret involved here? The dealer's composure began to waver, sweat beading on his forehead. 2 million if a triple six really came up, with odds of 150 to 1, the casino would lose a full 3 billion. Please reveal the dice. Chu Li said calmly. The dealer hesitated, reaching toward the dice cup. Stop stalling, just open it already. Yeah, we've been waiting forever. The gamblers urged impatiently. If a triple six really came up, it would be quite a spectacle. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the dealer finally lifted the dice cup. In an instant, the casino fell into a dead silence. Triple six. Bai Wan'ning's eyes widened in excitement as her gaze darted between the dice and Chu Li. Suddenly, she jumped up with excitement. Chu Li, we won. We won. Although she had never participated in gambling herself, she was familiar with casino rules. A triple. A payout of 150 times. This meant that their 10 million would turn into a staggering 1.5 billion xia currency. The atmosphere around the gambling table instantly grew tense. The gamblers were first silent, then burst into heated discussions. Did that young man really hit a triple? Could he be cheating? What are you talking about? Everyone here is a martial artist. Did anyone see him cheat? The news spread like wildfire, and soon the rumor of young man and woman betting on a triple and winning 3 billion swept through the entire casino. More and more gamblers flocked over, crowding around the table. Most were just there for the spectacle, but some eyed Chu Li with eager anticipation, clearly wanting to follow his lead. Chu Li, at the center of the storm, remained calm and collected, as if the enormous winnings had nothing to do with him. The dealer, watching the scene, felt a chill run down his spine. 3 billion. The number made his head spin. A waiter hurried over, carrying a briefcase, and whispered in his ear, "These are the chips for the 3 billion. But the amount is so large, should we consult with Master Chief first?" The dealer hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I'll call Master Chief first. You handle things here for now." Meanwhile, in a luxurious room on the 3rd floor of Wanjia Casino, Lin Wuhai, dressed in a black suit, lounged lazily on a leather sofa, a cigar in hand, his legs crossed. He watched the projection screen showing Chu Li's area, a playful smile on his lips. Well, who would have thought that the illustrious talent of Modu, Chu Li, would visit my little casino? And with Bai Wan'ning, the eldest daughter of the Bai group. What an honor for me, Lin Wuhai. Lin Wuhai's identity was formidable, was the 7th brother of the Lin family head in Modu, in a great powerhouse by the age of 30, renowned throughout Modu. Just then, the phone rang. He picked it up casually, listened for a moment, then frowned slightly. What did I tell you before? If they're guests, pay them what they're owed when they win. 3 billion. Lin Wuhai sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. What about 3 billion? Does the Lin family's reputation not even measure up to 3 billion? He abruptly stood up from the leather chair, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Enough. You don't need to handle this matter. I'll take care of it myself. With that, he hung up the phone. Ever since Chu Li stepped into the casino, he had been closely monitoring the situation through the surveillance system. Although he was well aware of everything that had transpired, he was not satisfied with how his subordinates had handled it. Lin Wuhai extinguished his cigar, a slight frown on his face. Never mind that the Lin family's reputation can't be measured in money. Just the weight of Chu Li and Bai Wan'ning alone far exceeds 3 billion. As he stepped into the casino hall, the previously noisy atmosphere instantly quieted down. Make way. Master Lin is here. Why is Master Lin here in person? Clear the way. The crowd parted like a tide, creating a path. Dressed in a tailored suit, Lin Wuhai exuded the aura of a tycoon with every gesture. Everyone present looked at him with reverence, mixed with a bit of puzzlement. Why would someone of Lin Wuhai's stature appear in person? Uncle Lin, Bai Wan'ning called out upon seeing Lin Wuhai, a hint of embarrassment on her face. After all, she had just won 3 billion from his side, and seeing him now made her somewhat apprehensive. Uncle Lin. This term of address stirred a wave of murmurs among the crowd, as people began speculating about the identity of this young woman. A kindly smile appeared on Lin Wuhai's face. So it's Wan'ning. Since you're here, why didn't you let Uncle Lin know in advance? I didn't want to interrupt Uncle Lin's important business. Bai Wan'ning replied, feeling even more uneasy. Ha ha, Lin Wuhai laughed heartily. What important business does your Uncle Lin have? I'm just idly passing the time. Then he turned his gaze to Chu Li, his tone gentle yet slightly scrutinizing. You must be Chu Li, I presume? At that moment, the entire casino fell silent. Lin Wuhai's gesture of treating Chu Li as an equal left everyone in shock. People were quietly speculating. There was no known prominent Chu family in the city, so who exactly was this young man? Chu Li smiled calmly and replied, Yes, I am Chu Li. But Wan'ning and I are classmates, so Uncle Lin can just call me by my name. Having talent and knowing one's limits, not bad. Lin Wuhai gave this evaluation in his heart, but outwardly remained calm and smiled. In that case, I'll act as the elder and call you Shaoli. But you and Wan'ning, are you really just classmates? Bai Wan'ning never expected the topic to suddenly shift to her, causing her cheeks to flush as she instinctively lowered her head. However, her mind was more focused than ever, eager to hear Chu Li's response. Chu Li smiled helplessly, about to brush off the question. But Lin Wuhai, being the perceptive person he was, immediately intercepted. Shaoli, Wan'ning is pretty and the future heir of the Bai group. She fits the description of what you young people call a white, rich, and beautiful woman. She matches your talent well. If you two have any ideas, I wouldn't mind playing matchmaker and proposing to the Bai family for you. Seventh uncle. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Wan'ning's face turned so red it seemed about to drip blood. She couldn't help but stomp her foot and pout. All right, I won't say any more, okay? Lin Wuhai quickly raised his hands in surrender, then seemed to remember something and asked, Wan'ning, how has your father been lately? The three of them chatted leisurely, seemingly oblivious to the large group of gamblers around them. Their conversation was shocking to almost everyone listening. The girl named Wan'ning was actually the future heir of the Bai group? Even more astonishing was that with such a status, Lin Wuhai implied she was merely a match for Chu Li's talent? This was worth coming for. This was worth coming for. The shock I've felt in my entire life doesn't compare to tonight. A gambler couldn't help but swallow and express his amazement. Wait, I think I remember. A middle-aged gambler suddenly struck his fist as if recalling something. My child mentioned the name Chu Li. He's the new prodigy of Modi University, not only possessing twin martial souls, but also personally mentored by Principal Yushan. After recounting Chu Li's achievements, he added, My child is a freshman at Modi University, so this information must be true. Upon hearing this, the group of gamblers exchanged silent glances and then looked at Chu Li with newfound respect. A dual mythical martial soul, backed by the towering figure of Yushan, his future was limitless. You see how forgetful I am. At this point, Lin Wuhai slapped his forehead and then moved behind the gambling table, retrieving a box. I almost forgot your chips. He handed the box to Chu Li and said, The people below are a bit slow, making you two wait so long. Seventh uncle feels a bit guilty. Chu Li smiled, took the box, and before he could speak, Lin Wuhai continued. Shaoli, if you're interested, why not let your seventh uncle play a few rounds with you? Don't leave later. Stay here and have a late-night snack with us. Since seventh uncle insists, I would be impolite to refuse. Chu Li thought for a moment and agreed readily. He wasn't particularly interested in winning money, as he'd already earned plenty on this trip. There was a deeper reason for his swift agreement. The dice of destiny. Chu Li was beginning to suspect that Lin Wuhai's appearance might be linked to the fortune associated with the dice of destiny. If this were true, then Lin Wuhai could represent an opportunity. Ha ha, wonderful. Lin Wuhai laughed, ordering a private room and inviting Chu Li and Bai Wan'ning to join him. In a private room on the second floor of the Wanjia Casino, Lin Wuhai sat slumped in a leather chair, staring blankly at the glaring royal flush on the opposite side of the table. This was his seventh loss of the night, with accumulated bets totaling a staggering 3 billion. What baffled him even more was Chu Li's seemingly impossible luck royal flushes and 3 of-a-kinds kept appearing in his hands. If the dealer weren't his trusted subordinate, Lin Wuhai might have suspected foul play. Bai Wan'ning widened her beautiful eyes, her gaze shifting between the cards on the table and Chu Li, utterly stunned. This had gone beyond mere luck. It was defying the limits of probability. Uncle, maybe we should call it a night, Chu Li suggested, looking at the unsettled expression on Lin Wuhai's face, with a hint of apology in his voice. After all, winning 30 billion from the casino already seemed excessive. Little Li, this amount is nothing to your uncle. Let's continue. Lin Wuhai took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. I want to see just how far your luck can go. 30 minutes later. I'm done. Lin Wuhai slammed his cards onto the table. His hand of 3, 5, 7, 9, J seemed decent, but it was utterly powerless against Chu Li's AK. Seeing Lin Wuhai's exasperated demeanor, Bai Wan'ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. This game had completely defied logic, and Lin Wuhai, unwilling to concede, had lost several more billion. Now, he could only accept his misfortune. Uncle, we were just playing for fun earlier, so the stakes don't have to be taken seriously, Chu Li said at the right moment. Having already won 30 billion in chips, he saw no need to offend Lin Wuhai over a few more billion. Hearing this, Lin Wuhai's impression of Chu Li improved greatly. After calming himself a bit, he smiled and said, "Little Li, there's no need for courtesy. A loss is a loss. Does my pride mean so little to you that it's not worth a few billion daxia currency? If that's the case, I won't refuse your generosity. But there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you, uncle." Chu Li continued. "Oh, what is it? Feel free to tell me." Lin Wuhai's interest was piqued. He had already been hoping to form a good relationship with Chu Li, and witnessing his extraordinary luck only strengthened this desire. He was eager for Chu Li to make a request, so he could owe him a favor. A smile played on Chu Li's lips as he made a request to Lin Wuhai. "Seventh Master, could you help me exchange all these chips for daxia currency?" A trace of disappointment flickered in Lin Wuhai's eyes, but he quickly adjusted his mood and readily agreed. Of course. He immediately instructed his subordinates, "Exchange all these chips for daxia currency and transfer them directly to Mr. Chu Li's account." Once everything was arranged, Lin Wuhai warmly invited, "Xiao Li, I've already had some supper prepared. Why don't you and Wan'ning stay and have some before you leave?" Chu Li glanced at Bai Wan'ning, and seeing her calm demeanor, he gladly accepted. Lin Wuhai led the two to a beautifully set dining room on the third floor. "This is where I usually dine, so make yourselves comfortable," he said, pulling out a chair and gesturing for them to sit. The table was already laden with a variety of exquisite dishes, their aroma filling the air, with a particularly eye-catching bear paw among them. As he sliced into the bear paw before him, Lin Wuhai casually asked, "I heard that Modi University has been holding a freshman competition these past few days. It should be over by now, right?" "Yes, it just concluded this afternoon," Bai Wan'ning nodded in response. Lin Wuhai mused. "Then you must have qualified to enter the Martial Soul Tower, right?" As an A-level powerhouse with the Lin family backing him, his attitude towards the Martial Soul Tower was rather nonchalant, considering the entry fee was a mere trifle to him. Indeed. Chu Li finally spoke. "Do you have any advice, seventh uncle?" Although they had just won over 30 billion daxia currency, each entry into the Martial Soul Tower required a substantial fee. Any insights could save them numerous attempts. Haha, Lin Wuhai laughed. "You've come to the right person. The Martial Soul Tower is truly extraordinary. Every 9 floors, the challenge format changes. From the first to the 9th floor, there are puppets that adjust their strength according to the challenger's level. The higher the floor, the more puppets there are." He paused to take a sip of water before continuing. "From the 10th to the 18th floor, it's a test of willpower, requiring one to withstand the tower's pressure. I've only reached the 16th floor myself." Though his tone was calm, there was an unmistakable hint of pride. It's understandable, as the Martial Soul Tower is a secret realm that descended during the spiritual awakening era, and even the strongest in daxia stopped at the 19th floor. Lin Wuhai's achievements were indeed commendable. Chu Li fell into thought, then said, "So, challenging the Martial Soul Tower isn't heavily dependent on a warrior's realm, but rather on their personal attributes." "Exactly." Lin Wuhai looked at Chu Li approvingly. It was rare to find a young man who could grasp the essence of the Martial Soul Tower from just a few words. With such talent and intelligence, his future was limitless. Lin Wuhai smiled and continued. "The first 9 levels test a warrior's combat talent, levels 10 to 18 test willpower, and levels 19 to 27 test physical strength. I'm not sure about the tests beyond that. In the entire history of the Great Xia Kingdom, no one has reached those higher levels." Suddenly recalling something, he shifted the topic. "Oh, by the way, it said that if someone can pass all 99 levels of the Martial Soul Tower, they can become its true master. However, this is just hearsay, and its truth is uncertain." Lin Wuhai then detailed the key points to watch for in the first 9 levels to Chu Li. This knowledge was far more profound than what was commonly circulated outside, and was precious information known only to family forces or powerful warriors. Bai Wan'ning listened intently, as it was equally valuable to her. When Lin Wuhai finished speaking, Chu Li sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Uncle Chi, for telling me." "No need, no need." Lin Wuhai waved his hand, half-jokingly saying, "We should thank you, Xiao Li, for showing mercy, or our Lin family's casino might have had to shut down." Though it sounded exaggerated, Lin Wuhai knew it was true. Chu Li's luck was extraordinary, and if not witnessed firsthand, no one would believe it. Hearing this, Chu Li awkwardly touched his nose. He hadn't expected that just reaching the 5th level of the Fate Dice would have such an astounding effect. If he reached the 6th level of Supreme Luck, the effect would be even more terrifying. After chatting a bit longer, Chu Li noticed the sky was getting brighter and decided to take his leave. Lin Wuhai didn't try to stop him, instead standing up with a smile. "It's been a long time since I've had such a good chat. Xiao Li, take this with you." As he spoke, he took out a golden card from his storage ring and handed it over. "This is..." Chu Li took the card, a look of confusion in his eyes. He didn't notice that Bai Wan'ning, upon seeing the card, had a flash of disbelief in her eyes. Lin Wuhai laughed heartily. This is our Lin family's VIP card. The holder receives VIP treatment at any of our Lin family enterprises. Some shop items can even be purchased at a 40% discount. Thank you, Uncle Chi. Chu Li accepted the VIP card without hesitation after expressing his gratitude. That's the spirit. Lin Wuhai laughed. I can't stand those hypocritical types. Xiaoli, you absolutely deserve this VIP card. Standing to the side, Bai Wan'ning occasionally glanced at Chu Li with a hint of amazement. She knew well the significance of the Lin family's VIP card, which was far from being as simple as Lin Wuhai made it sound. Since the Lin family's founding, only a few dozen VIP cards had been issued, all to individuals with significant background or power. Even Bai Wan'ning's father, the head of the Bai group, had only received a VIP card from the Lin family the year before last. However, Chu Li, at such a young age, had already achieved this honor. How could she not be amazed? Bai Wan'ning's eyes flashed with surprise and envy, which Chu Li keenly noticed. He understood that this VIP card was certainly extraordinary, and it was likely that his good fortune was playing a role behind the scenes. With a calm demeanor, Chu Li bid farewell to Lin Wuhai and left the casino with Bai Wan'ning, heading back to the hotel. As night deepened, the streets were sparsely populated, and the two walked side by side, each lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, a cry broke the silence of the night. Ouch! Chu Li turned around to see that Bai Wan'ning had somehow fallen to the ground, clutching her ankle with a pained expression on her delicate face. I think I twisted my ankle, Bai Wan'ning said, feeling deeply embarrassed and wishing she could disappear. As a martial artist, injuring herself just by walking carelessly would undoubtedly be a laughingstock if it got out. At first, Chu Li found it absurd, but then he took a sharp breath, wondering if this was another unintended benefit of his good fortune. He suppressed a smile and asked, Can you stand? No, Bai Wan'ning exclaimed, her face contorted with pain. It hurts. Chu Li sighed. All right, I'll carry you. He bent down and carefully lifted Bai Wan'ning onto his back. Feeling the softness against him, he was once again convinced that this was a bonus from his good fortune. Bai Wan'ning's face turned crimson, her heart racing. This was her first intimate contact with a man other than her father, and she was flustered, her body trembling slightly. They walked in silence, the atmosphere growing more ambiguous under the quiet night sky. Finally reaching the hotel, Chu Li set Bai Wan'ning down in front of her room and asked, relieved, Do you have your card? Yes. Bai Wan'ning nodded repeatedly, fumbling through her belongings. Suddenly, she froze, her face turning pale. Oh, it's not in this pocket. Or that one. Wait, I think I lost it. Bai Wan'ning was on the verge of tears. First, she twisted her ankle, and now she lost her room card, all in front of the person she admired. Useless. Bai Wan'ning, you're really useless. She berated herself internally, unaware that all of this was the work of Chu Li's hidden good fortune. Chu Li sighed. Never mind. If it's lost, it's lost. Come to my room first, and I'll help you with your injury so it doesn't affect the Martial Soul Tower in a couple of days. With that, he carried Bai Wan'ning back to his room. He settled her on the sofa and poured her a glass of water. Then, he took out a bottle of bruise ointment from his storage ring and said, Take off your shoe, and I'll apply the medicine. Bai Wan'ning blushed even more, her voice barely audible. No need. I can actually do it myself. Her shy demeanor was enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Chu Li rolled his eyes, his tone laced with impatience. You can apply the medicine, but do you know the technique? A few days before heading to the Beast Forest, he had purchased some medicine and learned some related skills. While not an expert, he was more than capable of handling a minor issue like a sprained ankle. Bai Wan'ning was instantly at a loss for words, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. She was indeed clueless about such things, and having embarrassed herself in front of Chu Li before, she couldn't help but feel somewhat inferior. She said softly, Well, then I'll leave it to you. With that, Bai Wan'ning began to remove her shoes and socks, but her fingers trembled slightly, due to nervousness. Seeing this, Chu Li impatiently stepped forward and helped her take them off, revealing a delicate little foot. Bai Wan'ning's face instantly turned crimson, and she instinctively tried to pull her foot back, but Chu Li grabbed it firmly. He scolded her unceremoniously. Don't move around. How am I supposed to apply the medicine? Despite Chu Li's reprimand, Bai Wan'ning seemed to not hear it. With her foot held by him, her heart raced, her body felt weak, and she was so embarrassed she nearly burst into tears. Chu Li, however, was oblivious to her feelings. He focused intently on applying the medicinal ointment to her ankle, using the techniques he had learned with surprising effectiveness. How does it feel? Chu Li asked, looking up, only to be taken aback by Bai Wan'ning's expression. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. When their eyes met, she hurriedly lowered her head and whispered, I feel much better. That's good. Chu Li replied absent-mindedly, his thoughts already drifting back to the dice of fate. There's a guest room here. You can rest there later. With that, he returned to his room, fully engrossed in studying the dice of fate. Left alone in the large room, Bai Wan'ning stood there in disbelief, her face still flushed. Did he just leave like that? She thought, plunging into deep self-doubt. In the following days, Chu Li didn't use the dice of fate again. Instead, he focused on his cultivation, working hard to absorb the resources at his disposal. He was no longer the same as before. The resources he now controlled could support a publicly traded company. But resources were just resources. Only by converting them into strength could Chu Li achieve his true goal. One morning, as usual, Chu Li sat on his bed, continuing to refine the soul elixir. The demon fox, Tian, was curled up in the corner of the room, asleep. A few days earlier, Chu Li had fed it a large number of demon crystals, keeping it in this obedient, sleepy state. Suddenly, the doorbell broke the silence. Ding dong. Chu Li slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing momentarily. Chu Li felt the surge of power within him, and a satisfied smile spread across his lips. His recent training had significantly improved his strength, bringing him closer to his goal of becoming a Drank warrior. As he was contemplating his plans to focus on training after the excursion to the Martial Soul Tower, a knock came at the door. Opening it, he found the vice principal waiting outside. With a friendly smile, the vice principal inquired, "Chu Li, how have you been resting these past few days?" "Pretty well," Chu Li replied with a smile, then asked, "Vice principal, is it time to head to the Martial Soul Tower?" The vice principal nodded and explained, "The school will start distributing ranking rewards in 2 days, and as tradition dictates, the top rankers need to give a speech. You 3 mustn't miss it, so it's best to enter the Martial Soul Tower soon for training." Chu Li readily agreed. Shortly after, the vice principal gathered Chu Li's team of 3, and they set off for the Martial Soul Tower. In front of the tower, hundreds of warriors of varying strengths had gathered, their eyes fixed on the towering structure, engaging in animated discussions. "Wow, that seemingly ordinary guy has already reached the 4th level. That's impressive. The 4th level is indeed something. I spent a fortune just to get to the 3rd level last time. You guys who can afford billions of daxia currency to enter the tower are already amazing. We ordinary martial artists can't compete financially." Such scenes were a daily occurrence in front of the Martial Soul Tower. Despite the staggering entrance fee of 3 billion daxia currency, many wealthy individuals in daxia pursued martial arts. Warriors from all over flocked here, while onlookers enjoyed the spectacle, making it a familiar scene at Martial Soul Towers nationwide. "It's so lively here," Du Yu exclaimed as he followed Chu Li. No wonder the Martial Soul Tower has such a draw. He had spent the past few days confined to the hotel, doing little but eating and sleeping, which had relieved his fatigue but also added a noticeable amount of weight. Hearing this, the vice principal, walking at the front, spoke with pride. "Naturally. Worldwide, only daxia has the Martial Soul Tower. Its allure is indeed formidable." Du Yu nodded eagerly, then curiously asked, "Vice principal, which level of the Martial Soul Tower have you reached?" He had heard about the tower's high difficulty and wanted to learn from the experienced elder. However, he didn't notice that his question caused the vice principal's expression to freeze, his mouth twitching visibly. After a moment, the vice principal replied with a cold face, "That's not important. You might as well chat with those people over there. You might learn something useful." Du Yu scratched his head in confusion, while Chu Li and Bai Wan'ning couldn't help but roll their eyes. As a support-type warrior, the vice principal wasn't skilled in combat. Despite the tower lowering its difficulty due to his support soul, he lacked any combat talent. This meant that even with a rank strength, he could only reach the 6th level, a well-known embarrassment throughout the school. Now, inadvertently, Du Yu had brought up this sore subject in front of the two of them. The vice principal's gaze towards Du Yu had turned dangerously sharp, yet Du Yu remained oblivious and naively continued, "Principal, you're an rank warrior. How could they possibly compare to you in conquering the Martial Soul Tower? Please, just stop talking." Chu Li and Bai Wan'ning exclaimed helplessly, black lines forming on their foreheads. They could already foresee Du Yu's impending misfortune. The vice principal's face was as dark as ink, his eyes almost blazing with anger. Was this clueless chubby kid really unable to understand human speech, or was he deliberately provoking him? Despite the fury burning inside, he managed to suppress it, mindful of his position. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, just focus on watching. The person inside will be out soon." Seeing that the vice principal was unwilling to share his experiences, Du Yu reluctantly turned his attention back to the Martial Soul Tower. Even the usually composed Chu Li couldn't help but shake his head at the scene. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere didn't last long. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd. "The 6th floor? That warrior has actually reached the 6th floor. Look, the halo of the 6th floor has disappeared. He should be coming out any moment now." Reaching the 6th floor must mean he gained quite a lot, maybe even comprehended a martial soul skill. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eyes fixed expectantly on the exit of the Martial Soul Tower. As a golden light flashed, a young warrior emerged at the exit. His clothes were disheveled, his face pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, indicating a fierce battle. This was the unique feature of the Martial Soul Tower. If a challenger was too weak to continue, they would be automatically expelled, making deaths exceedingly rare. The young warrior glanced around silently, then quickly left the crowd, clearly eager to find a quiet place to reflect on his gains. At this moment, an elderly man with a hunched figure and simple clothing stepped out from a small house beside the tower and called out loudly, "Is there another challenger?" Despite his unassuming appearance, none of the warriors present dared to underestimate him. Was the guardian sent by the Great Xia Kingdom to protect the Martial Soul Tower and maintain order. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one responded immediately. After all, the challenge fee of 3 billion Xia currency was indeed steep. Shanghai University requests to use one of its Martial Soul Tower slots. The vice principal spoke up, bowing slightly to the guardian. The guardian looked over and, recognizing the vice principal, smiled and returned the bow. "Ah, it's Principal Li. Tuesday. Shanghai University has 3 free slots each year, so it's no problem. Which student would like to challenge first?" With these words, all eyes turned to Chu Li and his group, their gazes filled with new anticipation. The prodigies of Modu University gathered, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chu Li, with a faint smile on his lips, volunteered. "In that case, let me go first." He was confident in his abilities. "Good." Vice President Li Tu nodded approvingly, and then signaled to the guardian. Understanding the cue, the guardian returned to the wooden hut to activate the formation, pouring in a large amount of resources. Soon, the Martial Soul Tower was reactivated, and the entrance shimmered with golden light. Chu Li handed the sleeping Tian to Bai Wan'ning and stepped into the golden light without hesitation, disappearing instantly. The surrounding martial artists began to chatter. "How many levels do you think this young man can reach? He's a prodigy from Moda University. Even if he's young, he should make it to the 5th level, right? I think he's extraordinary, probably the 6th level at least." Listening to the discussions, Bai Wan'ning frowned slightly and turned to Li Tu, asking, "Is this Martial Soul Tower really as difficult as they say?" Her tone was tinged with concern. Li Tu smiled reassuringly. "The difficulty is significant, but it varies from person to person. Chu Li possesses dual myth-level martial souls and has exceptional combat talent. It's hard to find a match for him at his level. I believe he can reach quite a high level." "Do you?" Standing nearby scoffed. "Humph, what do these short-sighted people know?" He had witnessed Chu Li's strength in defeating 2th-level martial artists firsthand. At this moment, Chu Li found himself on the 1st level of the Martial Soul Tower. The surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Suddenly, clusters of flames lit up one after another, forming a large circle of torches that illuminated the entire space. Chu Li stood in the center of the circle, facing a level puppet that resembled a real person. Behind it was a staircase leading to the 2nd level, but it was currently sealed. "This is a perfect opportunity to test my current strength," Chu Li thought, his eyes flashing with battle intent. The puppet, as if sensing his thoughts, suddenly opened its emotionless eyes, raised its arms slowly, and saluted Chu Li in the manner of a martial artist. The salute completed, the puppet charged at Chu Li without hesitation. Excellent. Instead of retreating, Chu Li advanced, charging directly at his opponent. The intense sounds of collision echoed continuously as he dominated the battle with his advanced combat skills and experience, forcing the puppet to retreat step by step. If this scene were to be known, it would surely embarrass countless martial artists. It's important to note that the puppet adjusts its strength according to the challenger's level, ensuring the opponent always faces an equal match. Yet, at this moment, the puppet was utterly defenseless against Chu Li, highlighting his exceptional standing among his peers. Outside the Martial Soul Tower, many martial artists watched the unchanging first layer of golden light and shook their heads. Is this the prodigy of Magic City University? Stuck on the first layer for nearly 15 minutes, it seems unlikely he'll pass the subsequent levels. Magic City University gives free spots to someone with such skills? Could it be they're becoming corrupt? Li Tu and others heard the comments clearly, but remained silently waiting. They had absolute confidence in Chu Li, believing he had his own plans. Once Chu Li revealed his true strength, these doubts would naturally be dispelled. It's time to end this. Chu Li stretched his muscles, having lost interest in this harmless a-level puppet. Spotting a flaw, he swiftly locked its neck. With a crack, the puppet's head fell off, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Boom. The barrier at the staircase slowly rose. First level cleared. Surprisingly easy, Chu Li murmured, finding such a battle to be mere child's play. Just as he was about to step onto the 2nd level, a pure force of spiritual power suddenly infused his body. Though not abundant, this power was extremely refined, comparable to the effects of half a month of refining a soul pill without any side effects. And this was just the beginning. Chu Li relaxed his mind, allowing his spirit to absorb the external force. An unprecedented, strange sensation surged within him, plunging him into a profound state. The Rui Jingu Bang martial spirit, dormant for so long, suddenly sprang to life as if responding to a summons. In Chu Li's mind, grand scenes unfurled slowly. At the peak of Mount Huagua stood a proud monkey demon clad in golden armor, wearing a cloud crown and cloud boots. It held the Rui Jingu Bang, standing with an air of confidence. Behind it were countless demon soldiers and generals, with drums beating thunderously and flags snapping in the wind. The largest flag bore the glittering words, "Great Sage equal to heaven." The monkey demon laughed heartily, exuding immense pride. "Ha! From this day forth, I am the great sage equal to heaven." The vision abruptly ended, and Chu Li slowly opened his eyes. The Rui Jingu Bang martial spirit within him was more active than ever, yet something seemed to be missing, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. What I just saw could it have been a scene from ancient mythology? Chu Li took a deep breath to calm himself. He realized that all of this stemmed from absorbing the spirit power of the martial spirit tower. If he continued to progress through the levels and earn more spirit power rewards, perhaps he could witness more scenes. A premonition arose in Chu Li's heart. Continuing forward would undoubtedly yield extraordinary gains. This thought filled him with new motivation, and he immediately took large strides towards the stairs, heading for the second level. The second level's environment was much like the first, except for the presence of two weapon-wielding puppets. With his mind on the changes in the Rui Jingu Bang martial spirit, Chu Li decided to finish the battle quickly. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned the skyward staff, imbuing it with martial spirit power. "Mighty staff technique," he shouted, sweeping the long staff in a wide arc, creating a tempestuous wave. The two puppets were instantly sent flying over 10 meters away. Before they could get back up, Chu Li was already upon them. He smashed one puppet's head with a fierce blow, then turned and struck the other one, shattering its body into pieces that scattered across the ground. The entire process took less than a minute, with Chu Li obliterating two puppets of equal level with overwhelming force. Martial Spirit Tower, second level, cleared. With a loud rumble, the staircase to the third level slowly opened. A purer spirit power than that of the first level began to merge into Chu Li's spirit. He closed his eyes, calming his mind, and continued to sense the changes in the Rui Jingu Bang. Once more, a scene appeared before him. The same Mount Huagua, the majestic great sage equal to heaven in golden armor, surrounded by countless demon soldiers and generals, flags fluttering. This time, however, the sky was overcast with dark clouds. Above those clouds, a formation of 100,000 figures stood in military array, clad in silver armor and holding long weapons, resembling a vast silver ocean spread out before him. "Sun Wukong, you call yourself the great sage equal to heaven, yet you've gathered demon troops and acted recklessly, defying the authority of the heavenly court." A middle-aged man clad in armor stood before an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers, holding a delicate pagoda in his hand as he looked down upon the demons of Flower Fruit Mountain. "Today, I advise you to surrender peacefully, lest the celestial soldiers descend and bathe Flower Fruit Mountain in blood." "Ha!" Sun Wukong laughed dismissively, his eyes glaring with defiance. "You think you can make me, Sun Wukong, surrender? Let's see if you have the skill to back that up." The middle-aged general snorted, his entire being surging with magical power. The exquisite pagoda shot out from his palm, instantly expanding tens of thousands of times, casting a massive shadow over the entire Flower Fruit Mountain. The demons fell into chaos, yet the Monkey King stood his ground, charging at the pagoda with his staff raised. Boom! A thunderous crash shook the heavens and the earth. At the moment the Rui Jingu Bang collided with the pagoda, it shattered into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong plunged into the ranks of the celestial soldiers, his staff leaving a trail of carnage, with celestial bodies falling one after another, blood staining the sky. The might of the demons dominated the era, celestial blood painting a long arc across the heavens. Chu Li slowly opened his eyes, still overwhelmed by the scene. Although he had read the original Journey to the West and watched its adaptations many times in his past life, they all seemed trivial compared to what he had just witnessed. The sheer power of the Demon King left him in awe, filling him with longing. Could I one day reach such heights? On the open ground in front of the Martial Soul Tower, hundreds of warriors were waiting idly. "Sigh, why hasn't anyone passed the first level yet? It's been so long. In my opinion, that boy probably can't make it, and is just hanging on." Just as they were chatting, an exclamation broke the monotony. "Look! The Martial Soul Tower has changed." The golden light enveloping the first level abruptly rose to the second. This spectacle did not earn admiration, but rather a chorus of sneers. He finally made it to the second level? But this is where it ends for him. Haha, I'm already surprised he got through the first level. These warriors, who had no chance to enter the Martial Soul Tower, felt their jealousy towards Chu Li grow stronger. If he were truly strong, they might have accepted it, but taking so long to clear the first level only fueled their resentment. Why? Why is it not me who gets to enter the Soul Tower for free? This angry question echoed through the crowd, expressing the pain of all the civilian warriors. Those who relied on their background and family status to freely enter and exit the Soul Tower, yet only reached the second or third level. Why should they enjoy such privileges? What the heck? He reached the third level. As everyone continued to grumble, the golden light of the Soul Tower suddenly changed, rising directly from the second to the third level. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. What? So fast? How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. How could someone who struggled on the first level suddenly become so formidable? But this was just the beginning. The golden light continued to climb fourth level, fifth level, sixth level. In just a few minutes, the light soared all the way to the ninth level. The vast square fell into a dead silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Li Tu swallowed hard, his heart pounding. A prodigy. This is a unseen-a-century prodigy. A smile gradually spread across his face. Huh? Our Magic City University will surely become the top institution in the Great Xia. Bai Wan'ning stared blankly at the ninth level, her beautiful eyes filled with pride and joy, yet hiding a trace of indescribable complexity. The gap between her and him seemed to be widening. Tian jumped down from her arms, looking up at the ninth level. That's Chu for you. Du Yu's chubby face was full of pride, as if he himself had reached the ninth level. The eyes of the surrounding warriors were no longer filled with disdain and resentment, replaced by genuine awe for the strong. At this moment, Chu Li was already standing at the center of the ninth level platform. His soul power had surged through the challenges, just a step away from reaching the level. Although the previous visions did not reappear, the unusual activity of the Jingu Bang soul hinted at something. Looking around, 9 level puppets, each holding a human spiritual weapon, stood silently, staring at him expressionlessly. The difficulty of the ninth level was evidently unprecedented, and even Chu Li felt the heavy pressure. But he simply smiled, swung the heavenward staff with a flourish, stirring up a strong breeze. With the tip of the staff angled towards the ground, he surveyed his surroundings and uttered 2 words. Bring it on. Come fight. As soon as Chu Li's words fell, 9 puppets transformed into shadows, attacking from all directions. The glinting weapons, knives, spears, swords, and halberds traced deadly arcs in the air, weaving a web of death. Faced with this lethal onslaught, Chu Li advanced instead of retreating. He gripped his staff tightly, channeling an overwhelming surge of spiritual power into it. The staff swept through the air, generating gusts of wind, and the sound of metal clashing rang continuously. The puppets' weapons were repeatedly deflected, sending sparks flying. Having escaped danger, Chu Li didn't pause. He seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on one puppet. The remaining 8 immediately closed in, turning the battlefield into chaos. Chu Li maneuvered deftly among the puppets, his staff a blur of motion, each strike precisely exploiting his opponent's weaknesses. To witness someone holding their own against 9 adversaries would leave any onlooker astounded. Break for me. Spotting a flaw in one puppet's defense, Chu Li shouted fiercely and brought his staff crashing down. With a resounding boom, the puppet's head shattered. With this breach in their formation, Chu Li's momentum surged, continuously channeling spiritual power into his staff, executing the 1,000-gene staff technique. The staff's shadows overlapped heavily, and wherever it passed, puppets fell one after another. In a blink, only 5 puppets remained. Chu Li's face was pale, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. While others might despair in such a situation, Chu Li had a trump card: 2 creation-level martial spirits. With a thought, the phantom of a ginseng fruit tree appeared behind him, exuding vibrant life force. A ginseng fruit flew into his hand, and Chu Li swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, the previously drained spiritual power replenished his entire being like a gushing spring. Rejuvenated, Chu Li dismissed the ginseng fruit tree, tightened his grip on his staff, and charged at the remaining puppets once more. This time, his presence was even more formidable than before. Time ticked by, and before anyone realized it, 20 minutes had passed. The 9th floor of the Martial Soul Tower remained enveloped in a golden glow, perfectly still. Yet, the warriors outside the tower showed no signs of anxiety. Instead, they watched the 9th floor intently, filled with both anticipation and nervousness. A young man, not even 20, had managed to reach the 9th floor and hold his ground for this long. Even if he were to be defeated now, it would still make him a legend in the city of Modu. Should he succeed, he would become a celebrated prodigy across the entire Xia kingdom. Chu Li, keep going. Vice Principal Li Tu muttered under his breath, clenching his fists unconsciously. Despite his own lack of talent in combat, he hoped more than anyone else to see the academy produce a peerless genius. Boom. The heaven-reaching staff crashed down heavily, shattering the last puppet into pieces that flew in all directions. Chu Li was breathing heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. This fierce battle had clearly pushed his stamina to its limits. With my current talent and numerous enhancements, I barely made it through the 9th level. Chu Li reflected as he caught his breath. Those who reach the higher levels are truly remarkable. As he pondered, The reward for passing the ninth level quietly descended upon him. A surge of pure spiritual power, 10 times stronger than that of the first floor, flowed into his body, instantly absorbed and refined. In an instant, a wave of energy radiated from Chu Li in all directions. He was surrounded by an unprecedentedly powerful aura, and a smile of delight appeared on his face. His level had broken through, advancing him to a rank warrior. This level of strength was considered formidable across the entire Xia kingdom, and within the academy, he was certainly among the elite. Chu Li calculated that if he were to encounter those two men in black in the demon beast forest again, he could easily defeat them without any tricks. Before he could think further, the Rui Jingu Bang martial soul within him suddenly began to tremble and grow exceedingly active. Sensing the soul's change, Chu Li's lips curled into a smile. He had a feeling that the rewards from this experience were far from over. In the next moment, a scene slowly unfolded in his mind. Under the dim sky, the once thriving Huagua Mountain lay in ruins. The ground was littered with the bodies of fallen demons, and dried blood stained every corner. Tattered banners stood askew or lay scattered, silently telling the tale of a brutal battle. Sun Wukong stood atop the mountain, his golden armor cracked and smeared with blood, as if he had emerged from a pool of it. He muttered the harsh words of the celestial being. Is this the fate of those who defy the heavens? Suddenly, a cold laugh escaped his throat. In the next instant, he raised his head abruptly, his gaze piercing the sky with a fiery intensity that seemed capable of burning the heavens themselves. We are born free. Who dares to reign over us? He shouted, gripping his Rui Jingu Bang and pointing it towards the heavens. His entire being surged with power, a terrifying aura spreading in all directions. Fight again! Fight again! Just as his battle spirit reached its peak, a faint voice called out. Great sage, do you still refuse to bow? An old monkey struggled to push away the bodies weighing him down, trembling as he approached and knelt, tears streaming down his face. Great sage, it's the heavenly court. How can we possibly win? The heavenly court? I, the great sage, am about to turn it upside down. Sun Wukong's eyes widened with rage, his anger consuming all reason. If the great sage leaves and never returns. The old monkey choked out. Then I shall leave and never return. As Sun Wukong was about to leap into the sky, he suddenly paused and slowly turned around. His gaze seemed to transcend time, fixing directly on Chu Li. Though there was no malice in his eyes, it sent a shiver down Chu Li's spine. I am heading to the heavenly court, and my fate is uncertain, Sun Wukong said calmly. I will teach you the art of the Qingquan stick. You must practice it well. Though it may not allow you to soar through the heavens, it will certainly be enough to protect yourself. His words seemed directed at both Chu Li and the kneeling old monkey. The old monkey was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly. Chu Li, however, felt a chill. Sun Wukong had sensed his presence. This was merely a memory within the Rui Jingu Bang's spirit, a remnant from ancient mythology, yet it was truly terrifying. Before Chu Li could dwell on it, Sun Wukong began demonstrating the stick techniques. He quickly focused his mind and watched intently. Sun Wukong deliberately slowed his movements, with each swing of his staff imbued with profound Taoist essence. The final move, a strike towards the heavens, saw the golden cudgel pointing diagonally towards the sky as he gradually retracted his stance. He murmured to himself, back then, when my master accepted me as a disciple and taught me the way of immortality, it was fate. Today, I pass on to you the art of the universe staff, and that too is fate. Between you and me, fate ends here. Before he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a brilliant streak, shooting towards the heavens with a vow to stain the celestial realm with blood and shatter the celestial palace. Chu Li awoke abruptly, his face as pale as paper. He could hardly believe the vision that appeared from the Rui Jingu Bang martial soul was so mystical that Sun Wukong within it actually sensed his presence as an observer. However, the information that followed calmed him somewhat. It was the complete secret of the universe staff. Rather than calling it the universe staff, this move was more aptly named the universe strike, the first martial soul technique to awaken with the Rui Jingu Bang martial soul. It was with this very move, the strike towards the heavens, that Sun Wukong once shattered the Linglong Tower with unstoppable momentum. As Chu Li absorbed the essence of this martial soul technique, he couldn't help but marvel. Just acquiring this technique makes this journey worthwhile. Little did he know, beyond the universe strike, he had received an even more precious gift, a heart set on pursuing great power. The power of the universe strike can wait to be tested. For now, I want to see what awaits on the 10th level. Chu Li looked toward the open passage and stepped forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside the martial soul tower, a cacophony of voices filled the air. He's moving again. That young man is moving again. Look, the golden light of the martial soul tower has reached the 10th level. Omai's actually reached the 10th trial? How is this possible? Countless martial artists gathered, their eyes fixed on the strange phenomenon of the martial soul tower. their shocked discussions rising and falling like waves. Li Tu was overwhelmed with joy, restraining the urge to report to Yushan, wanting to witness how far Chu Li could go. Bai Wan'ning stared blankly at the 10th level, quietly wondering how far she could get if she entered the martial soul tower. As Chu Li's #1 follower, Do you hoped more than anyone that he could advance further? His expression full of tension and anticipation. At this moment, Chu Li was unaware of the commotion outside. He held his breath, focused, and as he stepped into the 10th level, his body suddenly sank, almost causing him to fall. So, it's a test of willpower to cross this. He steadied himself with effort, gazing ahead and murmuring to himself. The 10th floor of the Martial Soul Tower was a vast open space, surrounded by torches that dispelled the darkness. Chu Li dragged his weary body forward, step by arduous step. Sweat trickled down his forehead and temples, soaking his clothes, yet he seemed oblivious to it. The short distance of a few hundred steps felt like an eternity. Each step seemed to drain all his energy. Despite the significant gains from this journey in the Martial Soul Tower, the thought of giving up had crossed his mind several times. However, every time this thought began to form, his budding determination pulled him back with force. Finally, Chu Li reached the staircase leading to the 12th floor. By this point, he was in a sorry state, his damp hair clinging to his face. Though the 10th floor appeared the simplest, requiring no combat with opponents, it was, in fact, a test of a warrior's basic willpower, becoming the most challenging hurdle. Taking a deep breath, Chu Li decided to temporarily end this challenge. The numerous trials before, combined with his attempt on the 10th floor, had drained his mental energy significantly. While his spirit and physical stamina could be replenished, recovering his mental strength wasn't as easy. Just as he had this thought, the reward for passing the 10th floor arrived. A surge of pure spiritual power flowed into him, invigorating Chu Li and bringing a slight smile to his lips. This power was equivalent to the effect of 500 spirit pills. It is known that advancing from level to level requires a full 8,000 spirit pills. Martial Soul Tower. I'll be back. With a flash of golden light, Chu Li appeared at the entrance of the Martial Soul Tower. The previously noisy area fell silent, and all the warriors turned their eyes to him, filled with awe. In a nearby wooden cabin, the guardian warrior peered at Chu Li through a window, a strange glint in his eyes. Who would have thought such a prodigious talent would emerge from the Magic City? One who might even rival that young girl Fengwu? A world of great competition indeed, interesting. Seemingly unaware of the stir he caused among the warriors, Chu Li merely furrowed his brow slightly in confusion and walked straight towards Li Tu and the others. Chu Li, you did great. Really great, Li Tu said, barely containing his excitement. I'll report this to President Yushan immediately. You've truly brought honor to our Magic City University. No matter what, I'll apply for a commendation for you. As someone with assets worth billions, Chu Li wasn't particularly concerned about the school's commendation, but he still smiled and replied, in that case, I'll thank the vice president in advance. Upon hearing this, Li Tu smiled slightly and said in a relaxed tone, no need to be modest. You've brought honor to Modi University, so it's only natural for the school to reward you. He then turned to Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu, his eyes questioning. Which one of you would like to go next? Bai Wan'ning immediately responded, I'll go first. There was a glint of determination in her eyes, clearly eager to test her strength against Chu Li. Seeing no objection from Du Yu, Li Tu nodded in agreement. Although Bai Wan'ning was a support-type warrior, the Martial Soul Tower offered certain advantages to such warriors, slightly weakening the strength of the puppets. About 20 minutes later, Bai Wan'ning, exhausted, was expelled from the tower, having reached the 5th level. Du Yu then entered the Martial Soul Tower. Although his aptitude and combat talent were originally unremarkable, under Chu Li's recent deliberate training, his combat experience had improved significantly. Du Yu persevered and managed to reach the 3rd level before conceding. The surrounding warriors breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing their results. Chu Li's terrifying performance had left a deep impression on them, and if these two had been equally formidable, they would have been even more at a loss. In truth, Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu's achievements were quite commendable, especially considering their age, making them shine even brighter. However, under the dazzling brilliance of Chu Li, these two bright stars seemed dimmer by comparison. Li Tu glanced at the darkening sky and turned to the three, asking, it's getting late. If there are no objections, shall we return to school? Although his tone was inquiring, his gaze rested solely on Chu Li, clearly indicating that Chu Li was no longer just an ordinary student in his eyes. Chu Li nodded slightly, responding succinctly, I have no issue. Since Chu Li had no objections, Bai Wan'ning and Du Yu naturally remained silent. With the return arrangements settled, Li Tu immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, a black sedan approached from afar, stopping steadily in front of them. The four of them got into the car one after another, and as the doors closed, the car drove away, leaving the warriors gathered at the Martial Soul Tower looking at each other. Does anyone know that young man's name? I didn't dare to ask earlier. One of the warriors couldn't help but ask. Another chimed in. I don't know his name, but I heard there's a rising star from Modi University named Chu Li. Yes, that young man's name is Chu Li, a voice suddenly interjected. I saw him at the Wanjia casino a few days ago. Even 7th Master was very courteous to him and invited him to stay for supper. Soon, the true identity of Chu Li was thoroughly discussed among the warriors. A commoner by birth, he had entered Modi University through outstanding exam results and was discovered to have excellent aptitude, becoming the personal disciple of Principal Yushan. He also achieved an impressive record of 7 victories in 7 battles. Now, not only did he have close ties with the Lin family, but even the renowned 7th Master treated him with respect. After piecing together this information, the warriors felt an even stronger sense of admiration for Chu Li. Most of them were of humble origins and understood how difficult it was for a commoner to reach such heights. Chu Li. They all silently repeated the name in their hearts. They knew that after today, this young man's name would likely echo throughout the land. On their way back to Magic City University, a video featuring Chu Li quickly spread across the internet. The footage captured Chu Li breaking through multiple levels in the Martial Soul Tower and depicted his final departure. In just a few hours, the video amassed over 100,000 views and thousands of shares, with numbers continuing to climb rapidly. The comments section buzzed with heated discussions. Who is this young man? How did he manage to conquer the Martial Soul Tower so effortlessly? Aren't the tower's puppets supposed to match the challenger's strength? How could he do it so easily? Soon, someone recognized Chu Li. This is Chu Li, the rising star from Magic City University, who possesses twin myth-level martial souls. As Chu Li's identity was revealed, major news outlets quickly picked up the story. Headlines like shocking. Youngster breaks through 10 levels of the Martial Soul Tower with unstoppable force, and astonishing. Youngster displays incredible prowess, sweeping through the Martial Soul Tower, fueled the video's rapid spread, thrusting Chu Li into the spotlight. Meanwhile, a significant conversation was taking place in the office of the Magic City University president. An elderly man with a wrinkled face sat across from Yushan, leisurely sipping tea before speaking. Old you, have you considered what I mentioned before? Principal Yushan paused before replying. They're still just kids. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's face twisted into a nearly sinister smile. Kids? There's less than 2 months until the next blood moon, and our Magic City military was severely weakened in the last one. He stood up, his expression grave. Our great Xia has an ancient saying, when the country is in peril, every citizen has a responsibility. These students, though young, have more advantages than ordinary warriors. Yushan was about to speak, but was interrupted by the elderly man. I know you want the students to have sufficient self-defense skills before joining the army, but I must tell you, this time, the Magic City military might not be able to hold out during the blood moon. The elderly man continued. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the blood moon occurs annually, lasting 7 days. During this time, the beasts become extremely bloodthirsty, leading to massive beast tides attacking human cities. Over the years, too many small cities have fallen, becoming beast havens. If Magic City were to fall, Yushan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and after a moment, opened them with a look of determination. In that case, I will issue the notice to all 2nd and 3rd year students as you requested. However, I hope the military can provide appropriate benefits in return. The old man finally showed a hint of a smile after hearing these words. He and Yushan began to discuss the upcoming plans in detail, both tacitly avoiding the topic of the first-year students. After all, these new students were still inexperienced, and sending them to the battlefield could not only offer limited help, but might also deplete the future potential of the Magic City. Just as they were finalizing the last details, the desk phone suddenly rang. Yushan gestured to the old man before picking up the receiver. On the other end, Li Tu's urgent voice came through. Principal, this is Li Tuesday. We've returned to the school. Do you have some time now? I'd like to come and see you with Chu Li and the others. By the way, I sent a video to your phone, you have to watch it. I guarantee it will surprise you. All right, just come over, Yushan replied briefly before hanging up. Seeing the old man preparing to leave, Yushan quickly stopped him. Don't be in such a hurry to go. Stay and meet my personal disciple. Aren't you at all interested in someone with twin mythic-level martial spirits? The old man laughed heartily at this. I've heard about your personal disciple for a while now, but haven't had the chance to meet him. Today, I must see what makes this twin mythic-level prodigy so extraordinary. Seeing the old man was willing to stay, Yushan said no more and pulled out his phone to open the video link sent by Li Tuesday. In the footage, the 2nd level of the majestic martial spirit tower was enveloped in a golden glow. The old man leaned in to watch. Initially, neither found it particularly remarkable since the 2nd level was indeed quite low. But as the video continued, their expressions grew more serious. The golden glow climbed with astonishing speed, reaching the 9th level in just over 20 minutes. The 2 seasoned elders exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Where did such a genius come from? Why had they never heard of him before? Yushan suddenly recalled Li Tu's earlier excitement, and his heart began to race. He quickly scrubbed through the video to see the golden glow finally stop at the 10th level. Moments later, a young figure emerged from the martial spirit tower's exit. This scene confirmed Yushan's suspicions, and his face lit up with joy. The old man, focused on the screen, didn't notice Yushan's change in expression, but instead stared at the boy in the video, exclaiming, "This challenger is just a boy." This young man, at such a tender age, navigated the martial soul tower with ease and grace. The elder's eyes shone with admiration, and he marveled silently. If such a prodigy were to be recruited and trained in the military, in time, he would surely become a pillar of the defense line of the metropolis. Yushan stood to the side, listening to the elder's continuous praise, a slight smile playing on his lips, and a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. As a mentor, the pride in hearing his disciple being praised was undeniable. As the video concluded, the elder turned to Yushan with lingering interest. "Principal Yu, how does this young man compare to your genius disciple?" A sly glint flashed in Yushan's eyes as he thought, "If I don't reveal the truth, seeing his reaction when he meets Chu Li will be priceless." After all, this important figure in the metropolis is always composed, rarely losing his cool, and such a rare opportunity shouldn't be missed. On the surface, he remained calm and replied, "Perhaps they are quite similar?" "Quite similar." The elder raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. "This young man must be a natural combat genius to be so invincible in the martial soul tower. Your disciple, though possessing dual mythical-level martial souls, is indeed a rare talent, but in terms of combat prowess, he may still be slightly inferior." He sighed lightly. "If he could join my military, I would make full use of him. Otherwise, such talent would be wasted." Yushan almost laughed, but years of experience allowed him to maintain his composure, simply saying, "You are right." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "It seems your disciple has arrived." The elder's interest was piqued. "Let them in quickly." Yushan gave the elder a meaningful look and then said, "Come in." The door slowly opened, and Vice Principal Li Tu entered first, followed by Chu Li's team. Li Tu was about to speak when he noticed the elder beside Yushan, his expression changing as he quickly bowed and greeted. "Li Tu of the Metropolis University, greetings to the leader." Before him stood Feng Lai, the leader holding both military and political power in the metropolis, a formidable A-level powerhouse just a step away from S-level. Li Tu greeted him respectfully, not daring to show the slightest negligence, but noticed that Feng Lai remained uncharacteristically silent. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Sweat began to form on Li Tu's forehead as he cautiously lifted his gaze, only to see Feng Lai staring wide-eyed, tugging at his beard, his eyes fixed intently behind him. Such an uncharacteristic expression was rare on the usually composed Feng Lai. Finally, Feng Lai snapped out of his trance and glared at Yushan. "Yushan, why didn't you tell me earlier that he was your disciple?" As soon as he recalled the previous conversation, his cheeks burned with embarrassment. Yushan, no longer hiding his amusement, leisurely sipped his tea with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Seeing the esteemed leader lose his composure like this is quite a rare treat for me." "You." Feng Lai was so furious that his hands trembled, and he accidentally yanked out a tuft of his beard, grimacing in pain. Before he could react, Yushan turned to Chu Li, waving him over with a smile. "Xiao Li, come here, let me introduce you." Although Chu Li was puzzled, he didn't ask questions and approached respectfully. "Greetings, master." "Haha, there's no need for such formalities between us," Yushan said with admiration in his eyes. "Your recent journey to the Martial Soul Tower has brought great honor to our Modu University." Chu Li smiled modestly. "I owe it all to the treasure you bestowed upon me, master. Without it, I wouldn't have achieved such success." He understood that although he had many advantages, without the celestial weapon, Chao Tian's staff, given by Yushan, his accomplishments would have been far less. Yushan laughed heartily at this. "Xiao Li, don't be so humble. Your achievements are all due to your own abilities." He then turned to Feng Lai with a meaningful look. "This is my personal disciple. Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied." Feng Lai found himself more and more impressed with Chu Li, as if admiring a rare gem, and completely forgot his earlier anger, nodding repeatedly. "Being satisfied won't help. He's not your disciple." Yushan's light remark quickly brought Feng Lai back to reality. Feng Lai gritted his teeth, thinking that the old man was still holding a grudge over his earlier reprimand, and wondering why he had to be so petty. "Master, who is this?" Chu Li asked, glancing at Feng Lai. Yushan introduced him. "This is Feng Lai, the leader of our Modu, a top-tier class warrior, and one of the most promising candidates to reach class." "Leader Feng Lai?" Chu Li was taken aback. As a transmigrant, he knew that the most terrifying aspect of a leader was not their personal strength, but their command over an army of thousands of warriors, able to stir up storms with a single command. "Chu Li, at your service, leader." Chu Li maintained his composure and saluted. "No need for such formality." Feng Lai's face crinkled into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Chu Li." "No." Li, would you like to join our military? I'll give you the rank of centurion, commanding 100 warriors. At that moment, he seemed more like a kindly neighbor than the fierce figure he was with Yushan. This statement left Li Tu and the others behind him dumbfounded. Du rubbed his eyes hard, muttering to himself, am I seeing and hearing things wrong? Bai Wan'ning was visibly shaken, her emotions evident on her face. She wanted to say, you didn't see or hear wrong, but was too stunned by the scene before her to speak. Li Tu took a deep breath, finally understanding Feng Li's unusual expression earlier. He speculated that Feng Li must have seen the video he sent to the principal. The display of strength by Chu Li in the video was indeed astonishing, but the suggestion of offering a military position based on that alone was still surprising to Li Tu. In Modu, Feng Li was known for his strict control over military power. Whether ordinary martial artists or members of the 8 great families, everyone had to start from the bottom if they wanted to join the army, with no exceptions. Yet today, Feng Li broke from tradition by proactively offering Chu Li a military position. If this news got out, it would surely cause a huge stir in Modu. Chu Li was also surprised by the sudden invitation and instinctively looked to Yushan for advice. Yushan merely smiled and nodded, clearly wanting Chu Li to make his own decision. This was partly because Chu Li's strength was sufficient for self-protection, and partly because the army under Feng Li's leadership, much like Moda University, was a neutral force with little power struggle, where strength was the primary measure. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Li politely declined. Leader, it's not that I'm unwilling to join the army, but I've recently acquired a large amount of resources that I haven't fully absorbed yet, so I don't have the time at the moment. Despite the tempting offer, Chu Li knew that what he needed most right now was time, not resources. Feng Li wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Haha, young people are often impetuous, but Li is surprisingly steady. His appreciation for Chu Li grew. In Feng Li's view, a martial artist's achievements depend not just on talent, but also on temperament. Chu Li possessed both, and given time, he would surely become a pillar of Modu. At this moment, Yushan, who had been observing quietly, spoke up. I have a suggestion, if you both are willing to hear it. Feng Li chuckled. What insight does principal you have? Please, speak freely. With a smile, Yushan said, although Chu Li is exceptionally talented, he's still a first-year student and needs time to grow. Any mishap would be a loss not just for Modu, but for Daxia as well. Wouldn't you agree, leader? Indeed. Feng Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging the undeniable truth in Yushan's words. After a moment of contemplation, Yushan said thoughtfully, with Chu Li's talent, it's inevitable that various factions will covet him. Flattering offers will likely come one after another. Indeed, Feng Li agreed, nodding with a slight furrow in his brow. It was precisely because he foresaw this that he wanted to draw Chu Li into the military with a position. A subtle, playful glint appeared in Yushan's eyes as he suggested, since Chu Li needs time to grow and the leader wants to recruit him into the military, why not find a solution that satisfies both needs? A solution for both? Feng Li was taken aback, as were the others, including Chu Li. Yushan smiled slightly. Why not give Chu Li the honorary title of centurion without any immediate responsibilities? This would allow him ample time to develop while deterring other factions from making any rash moves. Well done, Yushan. Feng Li exclaimed in sudden realization. You had this all planned out. It became clear to him that every word from Yushan was a carefully laid trap, waiting for him to fall into. Yushan didn't deny it, merely shrugged casually. I'm just being practical. Though you are the leader, don't forget the agreement we just reached. First-year students must not participate in the Blood Moon War. You are certainly a dedicated mentor, always planning for your disciples' benefit, Feng Li remarked, gazing at Yushan before breaking into laughter. But you're right. Even knowing it's a setup, I'm willing to go along with it. As the head of the army, Feng Li was not someone with short-sighted views. He turned to Chu Li with a smile and said, it's up to you, Chu Li. If you join the military, you only need to hold the title, and you can purchase resources at internal military prices. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Chu Li's mind. Ding. Faced with this scenario, you feel hesitant. You have activated a divine choice. Option 1. Refuse the offer, gain the spiritual physique, increasing cultivation speed by 50. Option 2. Accept the offer, gain the battle saint physique, increasing cultivation speed by 100 and enhancing combat talent. Without hesitation, Chu Li made his choice internally. I choose the second option. Even without the system's prompt, he would have accepted the invitation. Access to resources at military prices was a benefit far superior to the treatment given to VIPs by major families, almost at cost price. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Feng Li laughed heartily, stroking his beard. From today, you are a centurion in our Demon City army. Except for me, you don't need to answer to anyone. I'll send someone with the necessary credentials in a few days. If you have any difficulties, feel free to come to me. Chu Li bowed slightly. Thank you, leader. Yushan nodded with satisfaction at this outcome, which was the best arrangement for everyone involved. Meanwhile, Li Tu, Bai Wan'ning, and others stood in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Li Tu and the others stared in shock at the scene before them, unable to believe Feng Li's reaction. They had expected Feng Li to fly into a rage after Chu Li's refusal, but instead, he gladly accepted Yu Shan's suggestion and offered Chu Li such generous treatment. If word of this got out, it would surely spark envy among many. Feng Li paid no mind to Li Tu and the others' reactions, his attention solely on Yu Shan and Chu Li. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Since you've joined the Modu army, you can't come empty-handed. I'll give you this treasure to aid your cultivation. With that, he turned his palm, revealing a milky white jade pendant. The pendant was intricately carved with mysterious patterns and emitted a faint glow, clearly extraordinary. Feng Li handed the pendant to Chu Li without hesitation, explaining, "This is called the soul-nourishing pendant. Wearing it not only benefits the soul, but also slightly nourishes the martial spirit." Hearing this, Li Tu and the others couldn't help but look on with envy. It was well known that treasures related to the soul and martial spirit were extremely rare and precious, with those that could nourish the martial spirit being exceptionally valuable. Chu Li accepted the pendant and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Chief." Feng Li accepted his thanks graciously, offered a few more words of advice, and then bid farewell to Yu Shan. As the leader of Modu, he had many other matters to attend to. After Feng Li left, Yu Shan looked at Chu Li with interest and jokingly scolded, "You sly kid. You should have mentioned your abilities earlier. You almost made me lose face in front of the chief." Without waiting for Chu Li to respond, he asked, "Do you need any help with your cultivation? As a reward for your achievement, I am willing to consider anything." Chu Li pondered for a moment and replied, "Master, I have ample resources at the moment. I just wish to find a quiet place to seclude myself for cultivation. Do you have any recommendations?" Yushan thought for a moment and said, "I know of a place called the Yin Yin Cave. Cultivating there can refine your martial spirit and speed up your soul cultivation. However, it is quite costly, at least 100,000 daxia currency per day." Chu Li, now wealthy, readily agreed. "Please make the recommendation, Master." Yushan nodded and handed Chu Li a golden card from his storage ring. "This is a VIP card for Yin Yin Cave, which gives you a 20% discount. There's also over 4 million daxia currency stored in it for you to use." Chu Li took the card and thanked him once again. Afterwards, Yushan rewarded Bai Wan'ning, "Do you?" and the others, finally leaving Chu Li alone. Yushan gestured for Chu Li to sit and asked, "Xiao Li, do you know about the blood moon?" Chu Li's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed familiar with it. Chu Li nodded slightly. He was well aware of the horrors that accompanied the blood moon. Every time it appeared, most of the human territories would suffer frenzied attacks from beasts, and often, tens of thousands would perish in the aftermath. This time, less than 2 months remained before the blood moon's arrival. Yushan took a deep breath, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. "Although it might not befit my role as the headmaster, I hope you'll stay longer when you visit the flame cave." He took out a communicator from his pocket and tapped the screen. "I know there's not much in the account, but I'll transfer 1 million to you, enough for 3 to 4 months of cultivation. You can return after the blood moon ends." His real worry wasn't about the fall of the city. As one of the top cities in the Great Xia Kingdom, it had a strong foundation. He was concerned that this young man, full of vigor, might rush to the front lines to fight the beasts during the blood moon. In such large-scale battles, even a level warriors could fall, let alone Chu Li. After all, only living geniuses can achieve greatness. "Thank you, Master," Chu Li said after a moment of silence. "But there's no need for the money. During my trip to the Martial Soul Tower, I won plenty of resources at the Lin family casino, which will suffice." Seeing his refusal, Yushan didn't insist. Instead, he said, "Now that we're alone, apart from the flame cave, is there anything else I can do for you? Just say the word." Yushan had high hopes for Chu Li and wouldn't refuse anything beneficial to his cultivation. "Master, if possible, I hope my sister can also enroll in Moda University." Chu Li paused. "Given the commotion I've caused, various forces might investigate and easily discover I have a sister." He had considered this issue for a while, but never found the right opportunity to bring it up. Yushan frowned at this. He understood that if someone wanted to recruit Chu Li or had ulterior motives, they would likely target his only remaining family as sister. After a moment of contemplation, Yushan nodded. "The rules of Moda University can't be broken, but when the new students enroll next year, I can admit her unconditionally. Before then," he smiled, "I can take her as my disciple and teach her personally. Does that ease your mind?" "Thank you, Master. I'll bring her to meet you in a few days." Chu Li immediately bowed in gratitude. "Don't thank me just yet," Yushan waved his hand. "Tomorrow is the conclusion of the freshman competition, and as the top student, you must deliver a speech. Think carefully about what to say and don't let me down." "Ha. Of course, Master. Rest assured." Chu Li chatted casually with Yushan for a bit before leaving and returning to his dormitory. As he opened the door, a faint scent of dust greeted him. The room had been unoccupied for several days, leaving a thin layer of dust on the desk and bed. He gently placed the sleeping fox spirit in a corner and then picked up a cloth to meticulously clean the room. Once everything was tidied up, Chu Li sat cross-legged on the bed, reflecting on his recent gains. Two great creation-level martial souls. He counted in his mind. The ginseng fruit tree martial soul possessed the power of resurrection, bringing the dead back to life. The Rui Jingu Bang martial soul had the formidable universe strike, which he had witnessed firsthand in the martial soul tower. In addition to these, he had gained advanced combat experience, advanced martial arts skills, the destiny dice treasure, a considerable amount of wealth, the Xian bird soul refining technique, and the newly acquired battle saint physique. These accumulations made him reflect in awe. The Xian bird soul refining technique had already significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, allowing him to refine 15 soul pills in one night, totaling 30 a day. Now, with the battle saint physique, his cultivation speed doubled, enabling him to refine up to 60 pills daily. To break through from level to clevel required 8,000 soul pills, which would typically take a well-resourced warrior 2 years. However, he could achieve this in just a few months, and if the Yin Yin cave truly accelerated cultivation, this time could be further reduced. Thinking of this, Chu Li became even more eager for the upcoming trip to Yin Yin cave. He suddenly remembered Yushan's promise to take his sister as a disciple and quickly took out his phone to call her. At that moment, in the girls' dormitory of Shangwu High School, Chu Qing was lying on her bed, holding a stuffed bear and staring at the ceiling. She wore pink pajamas, her delicate face tinged with a hint of longing. Xiao Qing, thinking about your brother again, a girl on the opposite bed remarked sarcastically while playing on her phone. Yes, it's been a while since he called me, Chu Qing replied softly. Even though your brother got into Modi University, he hasn't contacted you for so long. He might have forgotten about you. The girl continued mockingly. Chu Qing was accustomed to such remarks and simply replied lightly. You wouldn't understand. As a senior at Shangwu High School, Chu Qing was known as the school beauty due to her outstanding looks, yet she remained single. This title drew jealousy from many girls, including her roommate, who had just spoken. However, Chu Qing never minded their words because she knew she couldn't cause any trouble for her brother at Modi University, at least not until he graduated. The girl with the phone, Linya, sneered and said, yeah, I might not understand. Maybe your brother really forgot about you. Or perhaps he accidentally died in the beast forest. I heard that the new student competition at Modi University just started. Shut up. Chu Qing sat up abruptly from her bed, her eyes red with anger. Linya, I've tolerated you before, not because I was afraid, but because I didn't want to cause trouble. If you speak ill of my brother again, don't expect to leave this dorm room today. The threat in her words caused Linya to instinctively shrink back. Everyone present knew that Chu Qing was not only the campus beauty, but also a combat prodigy. There had been an incident where 6 or 7 girls tried to teach her a lesson in the washroom, and she single-handedly defeated them all. If it weren't for Chu Qing's normally gentle nature, Linya wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Come on, you two, stop fighting. Another roommate intervened, trying to mediate. We're all in the same dorm, so why make things so tense? You didn't step in when she was talking about my brother, and now you act like a peacemaker. Chu Qing, overwhelmed with anger, jumped off the bed and slammed the door as she stormed out. The 3 remaining girls exchanged glances. Linya visibly relaxed once Chu Qing left, feigning nonchalance as she waved her hand. Let her do whatever she wants. She'll have to come back eventually. Linya, I suggest you keep quiet for a bit, another roommate said with a frown. You know about Chu Qing's family situation, don't you? Her parents are gone, and she's very close to her brother. If you keep this up, I won't defend you next time. Feeling embarrassed, Linya huffed and turned to her phone. Just then, a previously silent roommate suddenly exclaimed, Look at this, you guys. She shook her phone excitedly. I just checked the news about the Modi University new student competition. Guess what I found? What did you find? Another girl asked curiously, while Linya, though silent, listened intently. Chu Li. The winner of the new student competition is Chu Li. That's Chu Qing's brother. The dorm room fell silent. For these ordinary students, Modi University was like a distant star, unreachable. And someone who could win the new student competition there was almost mythical. The girl continued to read out information about Chu Li, her voice trembling with astonishment. Chu Li, with a mythic-level twin martial soul, won 7 consecutive victories at the Modi University arena, became a disciple of the principal Yushan, and is being courted by various factions. As these details were revealed, the girls in the dorm were left completely stunned. Linya felt cold sweat bead on her forehead as a chill ran up her spine. She quickly shook her head to dismiss her unsettling suspicion. This can't be true. If Chu Li is really Chu Qing's brother, why have I never seen him visit? Recalling her previous mockery of Chu Qing, she couldn't help but shiver. With a click, the door opened. Chu Qing entered with a calm expression, as if she had already put the earlier unpleasantness behind her. She walked straight to the bed, picked up a stuffed bear, and fell into contemplation. The 3 roommates exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Linya's phone vibrated. Trying to maintain her composure, she forced a laugh and said, "Could it be another one of your admirers?" Although she was trying hard to deny that Chu Li was Chu Qing's brother, the possibility of two people with the same name at a prestigious university like Modu was slim. "It's my brother," Chu Qing said, glancing at her phone, unable to hide the joy in her eyes, and then answered the video call. "Xiaoqing, are you in the dorm?" Chu Li's smiling face appeared on the screen. "Yes. Brother, are you done with your work?" Chu Qing held back tears, though her voice was still a bit choked. Chu Li's brow furrowed. "Why? Is someone bullying you?" His tone suddenly turned cold, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Having gone through the trials of the Beast Forest and the Martial Spirit Tower, his presence had transformed in ways even he hadn't noticed. The three girls shivered involuntarily. Although they hadn't yet clearly seen Chu Li's face, they were convinced he was the top student of Moda University. The thought of Chu Qing complaining made them anxious about their situation. Fortunately, Chu Qing just wiped her eyes and smiled. "No, it's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you a bit." "Haha, don't worry, we'll see each other soon." Chu Li comforted her with a smile. Although he was a transmigrator, he had inherited the feelings of this body's family, and he was very fond of this sister. "Brother, are you coming to see me?" Chu Qing's eyes lit up. Chu Li feigned mystery. "No, you're coming to see me." Chu Qing was taken aback, her brow slightly furrowed. "But outsiders aren't allowed into Moda University." Chu Li, noticing his sister's puzzled expression, smiled. "Haha, I'm actually here to give you some good news. Me master, Yushan, has agreed to take you as a disciple. Next year, you'll be guaranteed admission to Moda University." The president of Moda University, Yushan, guaranteed admission next year. Chu Qing and the girls in her dorm were stunned, as if they'd heard something out of a fairy tale. "Brother, are you serious? Did you really become a disciple of President Yushan?" Chu Qing asked, her voice still slightly trembling as she tried to calm down. "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you?" Chu Li chuckled. "Come to Moda University the day after tomorrow if you have time. Call me when you arrive, and I'll take you to meet my master." The siblings chatted a bit more, catching up on each other's lives. Though the conversation was ordinary, time flew by. Half an hour later, Chu Qing reluctantly ended the call. The dorm was silent. The three girls stared at Chu Qing in awe and newfound respect. Chu Qing, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Linya stammered, trying to apologize. Chu Qing shook her head calmly. "It's fine, I won't tell him." "Thank you," Linya said, her expression a mix of gratitude and complexity. The other two girls also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they hadn't been as antagonistic as Linya, they hadn't been the best roommates either. To Chu Qing, these people were insignificant. If Linya hadn't mentioned Chu Li, she wouldn't have felt anything at all. Trying to anger Chu Li? They weren't even close to being able to do that. After the video call ended, Chu Li sat cross-legged, took several soul pills, and began to cultivate using the Xian Niao soul refining technique. With the dual support of the Xian Niao soul refining technique and the Dozhan holy body, the energy from the soul pills was rapidly refined, and his soul power gradually increased. In the morning, at the awakening square of Moda University, thousands of freshmen were lined up in neat formations according to their departments. On the high platform, Yushan, dressed in a crisp Zhongshan suit, scanned the crowd. "Students, after 3 days of freshman trials, you must have realized that becoming a warrior is no easy task, right?" The students nodded in agreement. Over the past 3 days, many had witnessed classmates fall prey to beasts, leaving a deep impression on all who saw it. "Many of you performed outstandingly in these trials," Yushan continued. "And now, I will announce the rankings. Those whose names are called, please come up to receive your awards." As Yushan read the names from lowest to highest rank, students went up to the stage one by one to collect their rewards, and the square was filled with rounds of enthusiastic applause. Yushan stood on the platform, announcing the rankings of the students, word by word. His gaze swept over the densely packed crowd below, holding the prepared rewards in his hand. Although the process was tedious, he felt quite satisfied inside. These outstanding students who stood out would undoubtedly bring fame to the school in the future. The top of this year's new student competition. Yushan's voice echoed across the square. "Chu Li, Bai Wan'ning, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire square erupted in thunderous applause. The three of them, having waited for a long time, walked up to the platform one by one. After distributing the rewards, Yushan asked Chu Li to stay behind. "Chu Li, as the top student in this competition, it's your turn to speak." Chu Li appeared calm as he took the microphone, his gaze sweeping steadily across the crowd. The previously noisy freshmen fell silent, their eyes fixed on him with a mix of admiration, awe, and envy. "I'll keep it brief and share some personal insights today." Chu Li began, his voice clear and firm. "In this new student competition, many students fell in the demon beast forest, but their deaths serve as a warning to us." He paused briefly, then continued. "The world of martial artists is far from peaceful and simple as we might imagine. Once you become a martial artist, you are bound to face life and death struggles, constant danger, The students below nodded in agreement, their recent experiences lending weight to his words. But likewise, Chu Li's voice suddenly rose. Once you become a martial artist, you can gain power far beyond ordinary people, and perhaps even immortality. The remark caused an uproar in the crowd. Even Yushan's expression changed slightly, looking at Chu Li in disbelief. It was well known that even the most powerful class martial artists lived only about 200 years. Yet Chu Li dared to speak of immortality publicly. Seeing their reactions, Chu Li smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated it. He didn't dwell on the topic but gazed into the distance, a resolute light in his eyes. For everyone present, including myself, the road ahead will be dangerous, but also incredibly exciting. After a brief silence, applause thundered once more. Yushan looked at this spirited young man, a smile playing on his lips, thinking to himself, indeed, your future path will undoubtedly be exciting. Then, Yushan took the microphone and spent about 10 minutes giving a final summary, bringing the new student competition to a successful close. Chu Li decided to skip class and head back to his dorm to focus on stabilizing his cultivation. He was well aware that although his skills had advanced rapidly, this quick progression had left his foundation unstable, necessitating some consolidation. As soon as he pushed open the dorm door, he saw the fox spirit, Tian Tian, already awake and idly playing with its little paws on the bed. Upon seeing Chu Li, Tian Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement like black gemstones, and it leapt gracefully into Chu Li's arms, affectionately nuzzling against his chest. Have you broken through to drink? Chu Li asked while gently stroking Tian Tian's head and sensing its energy changes. Tian Tian nodded vigorously, looking up at Chu Li with a proud expression, which made Chu Li chuckle. All right, you're the best. Chu Li praised with a smile. That simple compliment made Tian Tian even happier than its own breakthrough. Here, take these drank beast crystals and eat them, Chu Li said, handing over several crystals from his storage ring. These were spoils he had obtained from the beast forest. With Tian Tian's advancement, frank crystals were no longer sufficient. Only a rank and higher could aid its cultivation. Tian Tian quickly grabbed the crystals with its paws and devoured them. After a contented burp, it rubbed against Chu Li once more before jumping down and leisurely making its way to the corner of the room to rest. Watching this, Chu Li pondered. Tian Tian, possessing the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, not only had combat abilities far surpassing other beasts of its rank, but also had awakened talents that could be crucial in battles. Once fully grown, it would undoubtedly become a significant asset. It seems it's time to purchase more beast crystals, Chu Li thought, deciding to buy some while taking Chu Qing shopping the next day. Luckily, I have over 3 billion in assets now. Otherwise, supporting Tian Tian's cultivation would be impossible, he mused, shaking his head with a sigh before settling down to cultivate. The next day at noon, a phone call interrupted Chu Li's cultivation. He opened his eyes to see it was Chu Qing calling and promptly answered. Are you here already? Yes, I'm at the entrance of Modi University. Chu Qing's voice came through the phone. All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Chu Li hung up, freshened up quickly, and headed out. At the entrance of Modi University, Chu Qing waited quietly in a black dress that highlighted her graceful figure. She wore short boots that revealed her fair legs, exuding a blend of innocence and allure. Her striking appearance and demeanor immediately caught the attention of passers-by, with many approaching to chat. Initially, Chu Qing politely declined, but as the advances continued, her expression turned cold, discouraging further approaches. Chu Qing's demeanor made many students hesitant to approach. Standing at the school gate, her expression was cold and her gaze indifferent, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. This continued for about 10 minutes until her expression suddenly changed dramatically. Her lips curved into a bright smile, instantly lighting up the atmosphere at the school gate. The male students present were stunned, unable to take their eyes off her face. However, they were even more shocked by what happened next. A tall, confident young man was walking from inside the school, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. It was none other than Chu Li. As soon as Chu Qing saw him, her eyes curved into crescents, and she transformed into a lively, innocent girl, quickly approaching him. Brother, she called out happily. It's been a while. Did you miss me? Chu Li asked, playfully ruffling his sister's hair. I did. Chu Qing nodded vigorously, her earlier aloof demeanor completely gone. Come on, I'll take you to buy some things first, Chu Li said, taking her by the wrist as they headed out of the school gate. This scene immediately sparked discussion among the nearby students. Wait, isn't that Chu Li? Someone exclaimed. Soon, more whispers followed. Isn't Chu Li with Bai Wan'ning, the campus beauty? And now there's another girl who's just as stunning. Could he be two-timing? I need to go comfort Bai Wan'ning. Meanwhile, Bai Wan'ning was just exiting the teaching building. Finally, class is over, she sighed with relief, then steeled herself, clenching her fists. Back to training. I can't fall too far behind that guy. With her mythical spirit talent and the support of the Bai family, she shouldn't have lost to anyone. Yet, Chu Li's recent rapid progress put immense pressure on the proud school beauty. She was about to return to her dormitory to continue her training when she noticed a group of about 10 male students gathered around her, looking like they wanted to say something but hesitated. What unsettled her more was that their gazes were filled with sympathy. A sense of foreboding stirred within Bai Wan'ning. A male student finally gathered the courage to walk over to Bai Wan'ning, his steps somewhat stiff. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled slightly. Bai Wan'ning, you don't have to be upset. Even if Chu Li isn't around, I'm here for you. Bai Wan'ning's pretty face instantly darkened, knowing that something must have happened with Chu Li again. She coldly replied, "Move aside." But the male student seemed determined, raising his voice to declare, "Bai, I understand. You're pretending to be strong to hide your vulnerability. Don't worry, I'll treat you well, and never two-time like Chu Li." This confession immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Bai Wan'ning gritted her teeth, finally losing her patience. Without hesitation, she kicked the male student to the ground and coldly scanned the bystanders. "What are you all staring at?" The other male students, who had been eager to approach, were so frightened by her outburst that they quickly scattered. The large area was left with only the unlucky male student trembling on the ground. "Speak. What do you mean Chu Li is two-timing?" Bai Wan'ning's gaze was sharp as a knife, glaring at him. "Nothing." The male student instinctively wanted to deny it, but seeing Bai Wan'ning's threatening posture, he quickly confessed. "Chu Li left holding hands with another girl, and it wasn't just me. Many people saw it." Bai Wan'ning frowned and, without another word, turned and quickly walked away. She was well aware that her relationship with Chu Li was just a pretend one, and he was free to see others. But at that moment, she only wanted to find Chu Li quickly before some other girl snatched him away. The male student watched her leave, relieved, and scrambled to his feet, hastily fleeing, no longer daring to entertain any romantic notions about Bai Wan'ning. Meanwhile, in a martial artist's clothing store on the second floor of Tian'an Mall, "What do you think of this one?" Chu Li asked Chu Qing, pointing to a piece of female martial artist attire. The saleswoman nearby immediately began an enthusiastic introduction. "This martial artist outfit was crafted by our store's master using a sewing machine spirit. It not only reduces physical attacks, but also has features like being dust-resistant." "And the price?" Chu Qing hesitated to ask. 360,000, the saleswoman replied. Since female martial artists also appreciate aesthetics, designing the appearance requires significant effort, often making female martial artist clothing several times more expensive than men's. "Brother, this one isn't nice. Let's try another store," Chu Qing said immediately upon hearing the price. The saleswoman sighed inwardly but didn't show any disdain. The other salespeople in the store chuckled quietly, having quickly assessed that these student-like customers had limited purchasing power, and thus delegated this challenging task to a newcomer. "I think it looks pretty good," Chu Li said, glancing at the attire, then at Chu Qing. "Why don't you try it on first?" At first, Chu Qing hesitated, but under Chu Li's insistence, she eventually nodded and walked lightly into the fitting room. A few minutes later, the door opened slowly. As soon as her figure appeared, the entire store fell into a stunned silence. Sales associates and customers alike widened their eyes, filled with amazement. Chu Qing wore a form-fitting black martial artist outfit, with a matching belt accentuating her perfect curves, and sleek black boots completing the look. She had transformed instantly, shedding any trace of her student innocence to become a Valkyrie straight out of a painting. Amid the admiring gazes, Chu Qing remained composed. Her eyes were fixed solely on Chu Li, sparkling with anticipation. "Not bad. Not bad at all," Chu Li praised sincerely. "No wonder you're my sister. You look good in anything." This compliment made Chu Qing's eyes curve into a smile, like a blossoming flower. If anyone else said it, she would find it annoying after all. She was used to sweet talk from many admirers. But Chu Li was different. In her blurry childhood memories, her parents' faces had faded, but her brother had always been there, guiding her forward. When others mocked her for being an orphan, it was Chu Li who stood up and fought for her. When people slandered her out of jealousy, Chu Li was always there to shield her. To Chu Qing, her brother was the most important person in the world. "Brother, I don't really like this outfit," Chu Qing said softly. "I'll change out of it, and we can try another store." Such words might be awkward from someone else, but she said them naturally. The sales associates exchanged sly smiles. "So what if she was pretty? If she couldn't afford it? No need to change, we'll take this one." Chu Li walked over, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. He lowered his voice. "Don't save money for me. I recently came into a fortune." "Really? How much?" Chu Qing asked, her bright eyes wide with curiosity. She knew her brother always meant what he said. "Over 3 billion," Chu Li replied with a grin. 3 billion. Chu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, you've struck it rich." "No, we've struck it rich." Chu Li laughed heartily, then turned to the sales associate. "We'll take this outfit. And anything else my sister likes, wrap it up for us." He turned back to Chu Qing. "Don't hold back. We need to make a good impression when we meet master later." "Okay, I won't." Chu Qing agreed cheerfully, though she still felt like she was dreaming. The saleswoman was completely bewildered, trailing behind Chu Qing in a daze, mechanically helping her carry the clothes she selected. The other saleswomen, witnessing the scene, had a glimmer of envy in their eyes. This was a task with commission, after all. Suddenly, they all rushed towards Chu Li, eager to introduce him to men's martial artist attire. Thank you for your kindness. I am indeed planning to buy some martial artist outfits, but I'd like her to help me. Chu Li said with a smile, pointing to the initial saleswoman. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, he was well aware of their little schemes, but chose not to dwell on such trivialities. Upon hearing this, the other saleswomen deflated like withered eggplants, their regret clearly visible. Chu Li ignored them and focused on browsing the men's martial artist attire in the store. The high cost of martial artist attire was justified. Not only were they lightweight and suitable for combat, but they also offered various special effects such as dust and rain protection as basic features. And these were just the most ordinary styles. Higher-grade martial artist attire was categorized into human spirit, celestial king, and mythical levels, capable of releasing shields, resisting martial soul attacks, and even enhancing the user's martial soul power. These types of attire started at millions in price. Looking at the dazzling array of martial artist attire before him, Chu Li couldn't help but marvel. Those once undervalued tailor martial souls had created such a vast industry chain, proving the saying, there are no useless martial souls, only useless martial artists. As he was lost in thought, a waft of fragrance approached. Looking up, Bai Wan'ning had somehow appeared in front of him, a sweet smile on her face. Chu Li, what brings you here? Chu Li was slightly surprised. I should be asking you that. I'm here to buy clothes and just happened to pass by, so I came in to take a look. Bai Wan'ning said, her gaze evasive. How could she admit that she had deliberately found out about his whereabouts, worried that someone else might snatch him away? That would be too embarrassing. I see. Chu Li nodded, his tone so even that it was impossible to tell if he believed her. Feeling increasingly guilty, Bai Wan'ning quickly changed the topic. You still haven't answered my earlier question. I'm here to accompany someone shopping and to get some martial artist outfits for myself for convenience in battle. Chu Li replied casually. This response sent a chill through Bai Wan'ning's heart. Had someone really beaten her to it? Just as she was sinking into disappointment, a clear voice called out from nearby. Brother, I'm done shopping. Bai Wan'ning looked in the direction of the voice and was momentarily stunned. In front of her stood a girl of about 17 or 18, with delicate features adorned with slightly curled eyelashes and eyes like jewels that exuded a gentle expression. She was dressed in a striking red martial artist outfit, full of vigor. This was Chu Qing. Xiao Qing, is this all you're buying? Chu Li glanced at the female sales assistant behind Chu Qing, who was holding only a few sets of female martial artist outfits, and frowned slightly. Yes, I looked around and didn't find anything I particularly liked. Chu Qing quickly explained with a nod. Actually, these few sets are enough. I wouldn't be able to wear more anyway. Although she said this, she harbored the same shopping desire as other girls, but was more focused on saving money for Chu Li. Her gaze fell on Bai Wan'ning, who was standing next to Chu Li. Brother, who is this? This is my friend, Bai Wan'ning. Chu Li introduced, then turned to Bai Wan'ning to introduce. This is my sister, Chu Qing. So, you're his sister. Bai Wan'ning relaxed instantly, her eyes becoming friendly as she extended her right hand in greeting. However, Chu Qing appeared indifferent, giving only a light handshake before letting go. How about I cover today's shopping as a gift for your sister? Bai Wan'ning turned to Chu Li for his opinion. This expenditure of several million was nothing to her, but she didn't notice the flicker of displeasure in Chu Qing's eyes. This was supposed to be a gift from her brother, so why was someone else trying to pay? That's not necessary. This is a gift from me to my sister, and I'll handle it. Chu Li declined with a shake of his head, and Chu Qing immediately smiled upon hearing this. Seeing this, Bai Wan'ning did not insist further. Chu Li went on to select 2 sets of male martial artist outfits, and when he went to check out, including the few sets for Chu Qing, the total was 2.37 million in Xia currency. This figure made Chu Qing feel a bit reluctant, but for Chu Li, who had over 3 billion in assets, it was insignificant. The real splurge came next. Chu Li led the group through various shops, first buying a storage ring for Chu Qing, then purchasing 20,000 divine soul pills and 5,000 solid soul pills as her foundational supplies for training in the Flame Cave. This round of shopping reduced Chu Li's assets by 3 billion Xia currency. But this was just the beginning. When Chu Li walked into a demon crystal shop and asked for 300 grade demon crystals and 100 grade demon crystals, the entire shop fell silent. Both the staff and customers widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Chu Qing and Bai Wan'ning, who had witnessed Chu Li's lavish spending before, were momentarily speechless. A single grade demon crystal sells for 1 million Xia coins in the market. Higher quality ones can fetch several million, and more advanced grade crystals exceed the 10 million mark each. The total is 1.3 billion Xia coins. Chu Li calmly stated the staggering figure. The sales clerk was taken aback and instinctively asked, Sir, are you sure you want that many? Of course, Chu Li nodded decisively. These demon crystals, when used together, should be enough to elevate the demon fox's cultivation to grade, though it would take considerable time to digest. The clerk's face lit up with joy, and he quickly invited Chu Li and his companions to the lounge, then hurried off to gather the goods. Bai Wan looked at Chu Li and couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to fully cultivate that demon fox with so many demon crystals?" Even someone as knowledgeable as her was shocked by the astronomical figure. "If that little creature can grow, it will be quite beneficial to me in the future." Chu Li nodded slightly before turning to Chu Qing. "We'll get you some talismans for protection next, and then we can take you to meet your master." "Okay." Chu Qing nodded seriously. She knew talismans were expensive, but having them would ease her brother's worries. "A master?" Bai Wan interjected. "Which warrior will your sister be apprenticing with? If needed, I can make an introduction." "It's my master, Yushan," Chu Li replied calmly. "This? How is that possible?" Bai Wan was stunned, standing there in shock. It took her a moment to recover. "The principal is willing to take your sister as a disciple, but she's not even a student at Magic City University yet." She suddenly realized that Yushan was likely doing so because of Chu Li. Given Chu Li's recent accomplishments, he was indeed worthy of special attention from any faction. "Sir, here are the demon crystals you requested." The clerk returned, out of breath, holding a storage ring in both hands. "Please check them. Additionally, considering the scale of your purchase, we've gifted you 10 Crade demon crystals. This gift, worth $1 billion, demonstrated the company's sincerity." "Thank you." Chu Li expressed his gratitude, quickly completed the transaction, and headed straight to the talisman shop. After a round of purchases, his assets were more than halved, leaving him with just under 1.2 billion Xia coins. While others might be distressed by such a significant expenditure, Chu Li felt a thrill. To him, wealth without strength was ultimately an illusion. Only by converting money into power could one truly succeed. As the three of them exited the marketplace, it was already afternoon. Bai Wan'ning glanced at the sky and suggested they go for lunch. Chu Li agreed readily, and the three of them found a restaurant for a casual lunch before heading back to Moda University. As they parted, Bai Wan'ning appeared relaxed. Her worries dissipated after all. Chu Qing was Chu Li's own sister, so what was there to worry about? Chu Li took Chu Qing straight to the principal's office. After a knock on the door, Yushan's cheerful voice invited them in. "Master, I've brought my sister to become your disciple," Chu Li announced as he entered, getting straight to the point. "Ha, perfect timing. I've been expecting you." Yushan put down the documents he was holding and looked at them with a beaming smile. Chu Li gently patted his sister's shoulder and handed her a delicate gift box. Chu Qing stepped forward obediently. "Master, nice to meet you." "Ha, no need for gifts. It's the master who should give a welcoming present to the disciple," Yushan said generously, waving his hand. "But, master, it's 10 Crade demon crystals," Chu Li quietly added. Yushan's smile froze instantly. 10 Crade demon crystals were equivalent to 1 billion Daxia coins, and even as the principal of Modu University with an A-level cultivation, he rarely went out to hunt demons due to his busy schedule. The sum was indeed significant. His expression shifted rapidly within seconds, and he finally forced a smile, saying, "Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. As for the welcoming gift, we should first see what kind of martial soul Qing awakens to choose the right divine weapon." "Master, are you suggesting that Xiao Qing can awaken her martial soul first?" Chu Li asked. "Exactly," Yushan nodded with a smile. Chu Qing felt a surge of excitement. She always thought of herself as a burden to her brother, and if she could awaken a martial soul, perhaps she could help him in the future. But soon, a trace of worry crept into her mind. What if she awakened an ordinary or even inferior martial soul? Chu Li remained calm and bowed to Yushan, saying, "Then I'll trouble you, master." "No trouble at all. Qing is now my disciple, and this is my duty," Yushan said as he got up to leave the room. "Follow me to the Awakening Square." When the three of them stood next to the Awakening Stone on the high platform of the Awakening Square, passing students stopped to watch. Yushan and Chu Li were well-known figures on campus, and Chu Qing's appearance surpassed even Bai Wan'ning's, naturally drawing many curious gazes. Yushan spoke slowly. "Qing, are you ready?" Chu Qing nodded vigorously, her palms already sweaty with nerves. Seeing this, Chu Li gently patted her arm and reassured her, "Don't worry, Qing. If it doesn't work out, I'll take care of you forever." Chu Qing's eyes reddened slightly as she softly replied, "Okay." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she cautiously approached the Awakening Stone and placed her right hand on it. The stone emitted a faint white glow, and a mysterious energy surged into Chu Qing's soul, attempting to awaken the latent power of her martial spirit. Dozens of students had gathered around, whispering with curiosity, "The principal and the others are here to help that girl awaken her martial spirit." That girl was holding hands with Chu Li at the school gate this morning. Could they be a couple? Chu Li watched everything calmly. To him, even if Chu Qing awakened a low-level martial spirit, he was confident that with enough resources, he could train her to become strong. Time ticked by, and the light from the Awakening Stone grew brighter. The previously noisy students held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, a purple light burst from Chu Qing, shooting straight into the sky. Mythical level. Yushan's pupils contracted sharply as he whispered in disbelief. The students' gazes towards Chu Qing were instantly filled with awe. The purple light didn't stop there. Instead, it began to condense and shrink. Minutes later, the outline of a treasured sword emerged. It was a mythical weapon-type martial spirit, the most aggressive sword type. Yushan looked at Chu Li and shook his head with a wry smile. What kind of monsters are these siblings? At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Chu Li's mind. Ding. Faced with this scene, you feel uncertain. Activating God-level choices. Option 1. Quietly observe and wait for your sister's awakening to conclude. Reward. Mythical divine weapon, Wind Spirit Sword. Option 2. Summon the Rui Jingu Bang Martial Spirit to trigger Martial Spirit Resonance. Reward. Sister's Martial Spirit evolves into the creation level Purple-Green Sword. Martial Spirit Fusion Skill, Moonlight Treasure Box. The Wind Spirit Sword, as a mythical divine weapon, is extremely rare. The purple-green sword was the weapon of the celestial being Xixia in ancient mythology. Although the Moonlight Treasure Box has no offensive power, it allows the two to work together to reverse time by a few seconds. As their soul strength increases, the duration of time reversal will also grow. I choose the second option, Chu Li declared resolutely. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the power of his spirit surged around him, causing his robe to billow despite the still air. Boom! A pillar of light shot up from within him, piercing the sky. Everyone present was visibly shaken, and the weaker students turned pale and staggered under the immense pressure. Chu Li, withdraw your martial spirit immediately. Yushan shouted sternly, his expression changing drastically. Once the martial spirit ceremony begins, it cannot be interrupted. Your martial spirit's intensity is too high. It will affect Chu Qing's awakening. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd and Yushan's reprimand, Chu Li remained as calm as ever. Chu Qing, on the other hand, looked at him with nothing but pure trust. To her, even if Chu Li were to raise a blade to her heart, it would surely have a deeper meaning. In the next moment, the two martial spirit energies collided in midair. To everyone's shock, instead of attacking each other, they entered a state of harmonious resonance. The purple light surrounding the sword grew even more brilliant. As the light solidified, a divine sword appeared. The hilt was entirely purple, etched with mysterious patterns and exuding an ancient aura. The blade was sharp, with purple light flowing over it. The intricate patterns on the nearby purple scabbard were mesmerizing. This was none other than the creation-level martial spirit, the Ziqing sword. How is this possible? Yushan stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Suddenly recalling something, his brow furrowed. Could it be the Ziqing sword from ancient mythology? He remembered reading in rare ancient texts about the special bond between the Supreme Treasure and Zixia Fairy in ancient times, with the Rui Jingu Bang and the Ziqing sword serving as evidence. So martial spirits can also form bonds. Yushan's pupils contracted sharply as he realized this was a significant discovery. If bonded martial spirits could evolve through interaction, it would present a tremendous opportunity for the warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom. He quickly thought of examples. The martial spirit of Xiang Yu paired with the Overlord Dragon Spear martial spirit, the union of Lu Bu's martial spirit with the Red Hair martial spirit. If such bonds could lead to the mastery of martial spirit techniques, unleashing even greater power. At this thought, a gleam of excitement flickered in Yushan's eyes. He had made up his mind that once this matter was settled, he would report this discovery no matter what. Yushan furrowed his brows, replaying the earlier scene in his mind, trying to comprehend Chu Li's extraordinary insight. His gaze swept across the square, and he was astonished to find that hundreds of people had gathered without him noticing, and the number was rapidly increasing. In the crowd, everyone had their eyes wide open, staring intently at the unbelievable spectacle in the sky. This scene was beyond their comprehension, and shock and confusion were etched on every face. Chu Qing stood among the crowd, and although she felt the commotion around her, her expression remained unusually calm. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible thread had appeared in her heart. She quickly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at Chu Li. She could clearly feel that this invisible thread created a connection between her and Chu Li, a mutual understanding. For a moment, endless joy filled Chu Qing's heart. To her, this simple thread was more significant than awakening a mythical-level martial soul. She instinctively used her spiritual power to gently touch the thread. Almost instantly, Chu Li's voice came through the thread. Simply put, there's a bond between our martial souls, leading to a transformation. In other words, your martial soul has now surpassed the mythical level and reached an even higher realm, the creation level. Creation level. Chu Qing was stunned. She had only heard of the mythical level as the strongest martial soul in existence, and always believed it to be so. Hearing this from Chu Li, she was deeply shaken. Chu Li's voice came again. Just now, I also understood a martial soul technique, which I can teach you later. But don't mention this to anyone else. Without hesitation, Chu Qing responded in her heart. Don't worry, brother, I won't tell anyone. They communicated in the depths of their minds, yet outwardly maintained a calm demeanor. Chu Li turned to Yushan, a smile on his lips, and said half-jokingly, Master, are you satisfied with this new disciple? Yushan couldn't hide his joy and replied repeatedly, satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Chu Li, you've given me a tremendous surprise. He recalled his initial decision to take Chu Li as a disciple, which now seemed like the wisest choice of his life. Not only did Chu Li possess dual mythical martial souls, but he also quickly won first place in the new students' competition and made a name for himself by challenging the Martial Soul Tower. Yushan initially thought Chu Li would need some time to settle down, but unexpectedly, he brought him a disciple with a mythical-level martial soul. It felt like a pie had fallen from the sky and hit him, leaving Yushan feeling dizzy. However, he was unaware that both Chu Li and Chu Qing's martial souls were actually at the creation level. If he knew the truth, he might have fainted on the spot. Chu Li looked around and saw that the awakening square was crowded with hundreds of people, all in a daze. He said, Master, there are too many people here, and it's not convenient to talk. Why don't we discuss this back at our place? Yushan immediately nodded in agreement. All right, let's go back and talk. He was eager to understand where Chu Li's earlier confidence came from. After making their decision, Chu Li and the others left the awakening square and headed straight to the principal's office. Their departure only intensified the buzz in the square, rather than calming it. Hundreds of students and faculty members remained in shock, eagerly discussing the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. During the awakening ceremony, Chu Li's martial soul didn't clash with the girls. Instead, it resonated with hers. Even more shocking is that she awakened a mythical-level martial soul. Doesn't this mean that our magic capital university now has 3 mythical-level prodigies? Some were already eagerly recording videos, ready to share them on forums. The expressions of envy, jealousy, and amazement on people's faces vividly captured the extraordinary moment. Meanwhile, Chu Li and his group had returned to the principal's office, completely unaware of the storm they had stirred outside. Yushan, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, asked, Xiao Li, how did you know that summoning your martial soul wouldn't cause a conflict? If something had gone wrong, it could have led to your sister's martial soul awakening failure or even serious injury. Chu Li was prepared and immediately explained. The moment Xiao Qing's martial soul appeared, my martial soul suddenly sensed a strong connection, as if there was some sort of link between them, rather than conflict. Yushan pondered over these words. He didn't doubt Chu Li, as the current understanding of martial souls still held many mysteries. The phenomenon of martial souls complementing each other might just be one of them. After a moment of silence, Yushan turned his attention to Chu Qing. Xiao Qing, since you have awakened your martial soul, as your mentor, I should give you a fitting gift. Saying this, he took out a purple sword from his storage ring. This is the Xixiao sword, an immortal king-level divine weapon, of the same sword type as your martial soul. With your martial soul's support, they will complement each other well. Thank you, master. Chu Qing accepted the Xixiao sword respectfully. Haha, no need to be so formal. Yushan chuckled, glancing at Chu Li. As for cultivation resources, you can ask your brother. He's much wealthier than I am now. At this point, Yushan couldn't help but feel emotional. When he first met Chu Li, although he had awakened a second mythical martial soul, he was just an insignificant warrior. In just over a month, he had grown into a D-level warrior with a remarkably deep foundation. Yushan gazed at the young disciple before him, pondering silently. Given more time, how much further could this exceptionally talented young man grow? With this thought in mind, he asked, when do you plan to head to the Yanyan cave? Master, I intend to set out immediately. Chu Li replied without hesitation. Yushan nodded slightly. That's good. As a warrior, enhancing your strength should always be a priority. His eyes were filled with appreciation and admiration as he looked at Chu Li. He couldn't help but recall his own youthful days when he was lackadaisical about training. If not for a pivotal event, he might still be an ordinary warrior. Before I head to Yanyan Cave, I have a small request, Chu Li said respectfully, clasping his hands. Speak freely. As long as it's not too much, I will agree. I hope that during my absence, Qing can stay in my dormitory, and I ask for your care. Chu Li's expression was serious. With my growing reputation, I fear someone might target my sister. Yushan chuckled softly. Of course, Qing is my disciple too. You can rest assured in your training. While I am not much into Xia, I do have some influence in this city. As for her accommodation, I will find a suitable place for Qing, so you needn't worry. With his master's promise, Chu Li and Chu Qing bid farewell to Yushan and returned to the dormitory. Chu Li immediately handed over 1,000 spirit soul pills and 500 stabilizing soul pills to his sister. While I'm away, focus on your training. Can't you take me with you? Chu Qing asked cautiously, her eyes showing reluctance. Chu Li pondered for a moment. Not for now. Yanyan Cave is thousands of miles away. With my current skills, I wouldn't be able to protect you if danger arises. Then I'll stay here and train hard until you return. Chu Qing said, nodding obediently despite her disappointment. Chu Li pointed to Tian Tian, who was snoring in the corner. This little guy will stay with you. In case of any trouble, it can protect you. Don't underestimate it. As a grade beast, it can take on several grade warriors. It's that strong. Chu Qing exclaimed in surprise, then shook her head. Brother, you should take it with you. You're going out, and am safe here at the university with the master's protection. After considering her words, Chu Li agreed. He picked up the little fox and left the dormitory with Chu Qing. At the school gates, seeing his sister insist on seeing him off, he helplessly ruffled her hair. All right, this is far enough. It's not like him not coming back. Okay. Chu Qing nodded firmly, determined that during her brother's absence, she would train diligently. Even if she couldn't keep up with his pace, she would never become a burden to him. At the airport in Shanghai, Chu Li stepped into the first-class cabin and immediately found a seat. He closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, emanating an aura that discouraged others from approaching. The flight attendants and other passengers wisely avoided disturbing the young man immersed in his practice. 2 hours slipped by quietly. The announcement of their impending arrival broke the silence, prompting Chu Li to open his eyes, a hint of anticipation flickering in them. Yin Yin Cave. Here I come. Yin Yin Cave is a unique treasure of the era of spiritual revival. Practicing martial arts there not only accelerates one's progress, but also tempers the martial soul. Because of this, Yin Yin Town has gained fame worldwide. Hey there, young man. Are you heading to Yin Yin Cave too? A middle-aged man with a broad, eager smile approached, unable to contain his excitement. Yes, Chu Li replied simply, his calm demeanor indicating he wasn't interested in further conversation. However, the man seemed oblivious to Chu Li's disinterest and continued. I'm actually from Yin Yin Town, though I left years ago. I'm returning now to train in Yin Yin Cave for the first time. He grinned sheepishly. You seem like someone with great insight. Could you give me some tips on what to watch out for in the cave? It's my first time too, Chu Li said after a brief pause. That's perfect. We can look out for each other, the man exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. As it turned out, this man was quite the chatterbox. From the plane's landing to exiting the airport, he didn't stop talking. I've been away for so many years, I wonder how much my hometown has changed. Chu Li decided to ignore him entirely, flagging down a taxi and taking the front passenger seat to Yin Yin Cave. To his dismay, the man followed and climbed into the back seat, grinning as he said, I'm with this young man. Throughout the ride, the man kept talking incessantly about everything under the sun. Even the taxi driver, unable to contain his irritation, remarked, in all my years of driving, I've never met someone who talks as much as you do. Impressive really. Thankfully, Yin Yin Cave was not far from the airport, and after a short 15-minute drive, Chu Li was finally relieved to end the exhausting journey. As Chu Li was about to pay the fare, the burly man quickly pulled out a few large bills and handed them to the driver. Keep the change, he said. The driver's face instantly lit up with a smile, his earlier annoyance vanished. Chu Li got out of the car, feeling a bit helpless, and noticed the burly man still following closely. Finally, he asked, why are you following me? What do you want? I don't want anything. The burly man scratched his head, looking honest and sincere. Chu Li's expression gradually cooled. Ever since the plane, you've been watching me. The moment I finished my meditation, you approached me. Do you think I didn't notice? Although he was focused on his practice on the plane, Chu Li remained vigilant in unfamiliar surroundings, using his spiritual senses to monitor his surroundings, fully aware of the man's movements. I didn't expect you to notice that, the burly man admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. You made it so obvious that anyone could tell something was off. Seeing this, the burly man stopped hiding and confessed, I wasn't lying before. I really am from Yin Yin Town. The Yin Yin Cave there is a place where spiritual energy gathers, often attracting monster attacks. My parents were warriors who died protecting the cave entrance. He paused and continued. Later, the military cleared the monsters within a 100-mile radius and compensated the families of the fallen. I didn't want money. I just wanted to become a warrior to avenge my parents. A military officer recommended me to a temple on the outskirts of Magic City. At this point, the burly man showed a somewhat helpless smile. The temple only had one old monk, and with me, there were just 2 of us. I wanted to leave, but he insisted on taking me as his disciple. I stayed there for over a decade. If it weren't for being able to play on my phone, I might have gone crazy. It wasn't until I hit a bottleneck in my cultivation that the old monk let me out to seek opportunities. That's quite a story, Chu Li remarked with a hint of sympathy, then asked, so why are you following me? Because you're Chu Li. The burly man replied as if it were obvious. Even though I couldn't leave the temple, I could still use my phone, right? I've seen your news and photos online so many times that I remembered you. The old monk said I'm a bit naive and told me not to get fooled outside, so he suggested I find someone strong to rely on. Chu Li felt a bit exasperated, thinking the man indeed seemed a bit naive. After a moment of contemplation, he said, all right, You can follow me for now. However, he remained cautious and kept a deliberate distance, as it was hard to discern the truth. Don't worry, buddy. I won't cause you any trouble. The burly man was overjoyed and promised, patting his chest confidently. The two continued to chat casually for a while. From the conversation, Chu Li learned that the burly man's name was Guan. Because he never agreed to shave his head and become a monk, the old monk refused to give him a dharma name, and this situation persisted to the present. How long do you plan to train in the Yin Cave, young man? Guan asked as they headed towards the cave. I'm not sure yet. I'll see how it goes, Chu Li replied, though he had already decided in his heart to train there for as long as possible, hoping to use up all his resources. I'm planning to train for a few months and then take some time to travel around. Otherwise, I might go crazy staying here. Guan laughed heartily. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Yin Cave. The entrance was quite spacious, wide enough for a dozen people to walk through side by side without feeling crowded. Waves of hot air occasionally erupted from the cave, and the surrounding rock walls and ground were a dark red, resembling dried blood. At that moment, 10 martial artists in military uniforms were on duty at the entrance, with a line of about a dozen people in front of them. Human level room. Yes, you may enter. Earth level room. There are spots available. You can go in. These martial artists were checking the entry passes of each martial artist similar to the card Yushan had given Chu Li to prevent anyone with ill intentions from entering. Soon, it was Chu Li's turn. He handed over his golden card. A military officer was about to take it when the leading officer stopped him. The officer smiled and politely pushed the card back, asking, "Which level of room would you like to enter, sir?" This sudden change in attitude surprised many onlookers. "I want the best room," Chu Li replied calmly with a smile. "The heaven level room 7 is available. Would that be satisfactory?" The officer inquired after checking the records on his phone. "Thank you." Chu Li expressed his gratitude and, seeing no one stopping him, proceeded directly into Yin Cave. "See you later, young man." Guan waved goodbye to Chu Li's retreating figure. Chu Li simply waved back without turning around, gradually disappearing into the cave entrance. After Chu Li left, the surrounding military personnel and the martial artists in line began to whisper among themselves. The heaven-level training rooms were typically not open to outsiders. Who was this young man that the officer treated him with such respect? Yin Cave, being a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, did not have uniform energy concentrations. The closer one got to the central area, the denser the spiritual energy became. The heaven-level training rooms, located nearest to the center, offered the best training conditions and were usually reserved for military personnel only. Do you even know what that is? It's a gold card. A warrior couldn't help but laugh and said, "A gold card from the Yin Cave is only for those who have made significant contributions to the Great Xia. Anyone with that card commands respect, no matter where they are." His words immediately sparked a heated discussion among the crowd. As people speculated about Chu Li's identity, something astonishing happened. Guan sheepishly scratched his head and pulled out a golden card from his pocket. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Upon entering the Yin Cave, the first thing that caught Chu Li's eye was a long corridor lined with training rooms on either side. Some had their doors open, while others were firmly shut, indicating that someone was training inside. The spiritual energy here was indeed much denser compared to the outside world. Chu Li couldn't help but remark on the richness of the energy, mingling with the waves of heat. As he moved forward, the energy grew even more concentrated. His pace quickened as he passed through the human, spirit, and earth zones, heading straight into the heavenly zone. The heavenly zone was a wide, circular open space surrounded by a few passageways and the doors of heavenly training rooms. Without lingering, Chu Li glanced around and quickly found heavenly room number 7, stepping inside. The room was small, just over 10 square meters, with nothing but a meditation mat in the center. On one wall was an electronic card reader to track expenses and time. Without hesitation, Chu Li took out the golden card and swiped it. The characters on the reader changed, displaying a message. Heavenly room number 7 successfully opened. Timing starts now. Note: the daily cost for a heavenly room is 3 million xia currency. The room will close automatically when the balance is insufficient. Previously, Yushan mentioned that 100,000 xia currency was for the human level room. The next level, Spirit, costs 50,000, Earth costs 1 million, and the heavenly level is an astonishing 3 million, an expense beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. Even Yushan, when occasionally training here, would at most choose the spirit level room. With heavenly room number 7 now open, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be guided towards it. Chu Li could clearly feel the energy around him becoming slightly humid, showing signs of turning into liquid. Considering this, 3 million xia currency wasn't too expensive. Chu Li sat cross-legged on the mat, thinking to himself, "Let's see if this investment is worth it." He then began to practice the Xian bird soul refining technique. As he did, the surrounding energy surged into his body. The fire element within it aggressively cleansed Chu Li's spirit. He could feel his previously unstable state, due to rapid breakthroughs, gradually stabilizing. Unexpectedly, training in Yin Yin Cave had such an effect. Even Chu Li couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. This meant he no longer needed to take stabilizing pills to solidify his cultivation base. Instead, he could focus all his efforts on refining the soul pill without worrying about an unstable foundation. This was just one of many benefits, but the most satisfying change for Chu Li was the transformation of his martial soul. In the practice room number 7 inside the Yin Yin Cave, Chu Li sat cross-legged. He was intently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, refining his soul bit by bit. As his training deepened, he felt the impurities within his soul being gradually expelled, and the two martial spirits within him began to tremble slightly, as if in joyful anticipation. Suddenly, Chu Li's eyes snapped open, a hint of surprise flashing across them. He distinctly sensed a slight enhancement in the strength of his martial spirits. Although it was a minor improvement, over time, this accumulation was bound to lead to remarkable progress. This trip to Yin Yin Cave was indeed worthwhile, he thought with satisfaction, then took out a soul pill and consumed it, immersing himself fully in his cultivation. Before entering the cave, he had prepared ample supplies in his storage ring, enough to support a long period of seclusion. Thus, time flew by, and over a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Outside Yin Yin Cave, several martial artists in military uniforms were conversing. Those two haven't stepped out of Yin Yin Cave for a whole month, one martial artist remarked, looking up at the sky in awe. Indeed, if it were me, I'd have gone crazy by now, another agreed. They're really hard on themselves. Everyone nodded in agreement. The two they referred to were Chu Li and Guandashan. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Chu Li was incredibly resolute. Meanwhile, Guandashan, who had been confined in a temple by an old monk for years, was already accustomed to such tedious cultivation. If you have the energy to gossip, you should use it to train more diligently, the officer scoffed. As martial artists, we should be steadfast and determined. How will you achieve anything with such an attitude? The group chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. Just then, someone in the group suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. What's that?" Everyone turned to look and saw a massive black shadow appearing on the horizon, rapidly approaching with a trail of demonic energy in its wake. A demonic beast. It's a Blevel demonic beast. Their expressions changed drastically. The officer's face paled, and he swiftly ordered a soldier. Contact the general immediately and report that Yin Yin Cave is under attack by a Blevel demonic beast. Request immediate reinforcements. The soldier quickly pulled out a communication device to contact the general. Seeing this, the group felt a slight sense of relief. Generals in all military regions were top-tier Blevel experts, and if the general arrived, this crisis could surely be resolved. However, the officer's face was shadowed with concern. The prelude to the Blood Moon has finally begun, hasn't it? With only a little over 20 days left until the Blood Moon night, the demonic beasts were already starting to stir restlessly. Although the area surrounding the Yin Yin Cave had been cleared of threats for hundreds of miles, it still attracted an attack from a class beast, suggesting that the situation elsewhere might be even more dire. As everyone pondered this, a thunderous roar shattered the sky, and the beast had already arrived above the Yin Yin Cave, as swift as lightning. Looking up, the group finally saw the creature clearly. It resembled a lion with a pair of enormous wings. Its entire body was a purplish red, covered in mysterious demonic patterns, emanating a powerful and enigmatic aura. Those present who were knowledgeable instantly recognized it as a twin-winged demon lion with the bloodline of a celestial king. Fear surged through everyone like a tidal wave. Even ordinary class beasts were challenging, but this creature, with its celestial king bloodline, possessed incomparable strength. The defensive forces of the Yin Yin Cave seemed futile against it. The twin-winged demon lion hovered in the air, its cold, crimson eyes gazing down. Suddenly, it let out a deafening roar, and its terrifying presence spread in all directions as if it were tangible. Lower-level warriors collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, and even officers, who were class warriors, turned pale, struggling to withstand the pressure. Under the terrified gaze of the crowd, the twin-winged demon lion descended slowly. Once its limbs touched the ground, it completely ignored the surrounding people and headed straight for the Yin Yin Cave, as if something crucial to it was hidden there. "Stop it immediately," an officer shouted, his face changing dramatically. "If it destroys the Yin Yin Cave, we cannot atone for it, even in death." Hearing this, the soldiers, suppressing their fear, charged forward. However, the twin-winged demon lion merely opened its mouth and spewed a ball of purple demonic fire, instantly reducing the approaching soldiers to ashes. "Damn it," the officer cursed under his breath, immediately channeling his spiritual power to activate his martial soul. His clothes fluttered without wind as a gigantic threes hang tall, Tajera, human spirit-level martial soul. The wind tiger rose behind him. The twin-winged demon lion paused, a hint of confusion flashing in its eyes, as if puzzled by why such a weak creature dared to challenge it. Martial soul technique, White Tiger's body, the officer suddenly shouted. In an instant, the enormous white tiger transformed into a pillar of white light, surging into the officer's crown and spreading throughout his body. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the officer's body suddenly grew by 50%, his clothes tearing apart to reveal his formidable muscles. His hands were covered with a layer of white fur, his nails becoming razor-sharp and glinting with cold light. It's a martial soul possession technique. I can't believe he has mastered a martial soul technique. We're saved. The surrounding warriors, who had been filled with despair and ready to flee, found new hope ignited in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. For most martial artists, martial soul techniques are something they can only dream of mastering in a lifetime. Successfully comprehending such a technique signifies a significant leap in combat power. The officer facing the winged demon lion had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Perhaps with his martial soul technique, he could hold out until the general arrived and turn the tide of the battle. Die, he shouted fiercely, transforming into a blur as his sharp claws gleamed menacingly, aiming directly at the demon lion's vital points. However, to the shock of all the martial artists present, the winged demon lion remained completely still. The officer's full-force attack left only a few shallow white marks on the demon lion's thick fur, not even breaking the skin. The scene fell into a dead silence. The officer stared at his hands in disbelief. He was well aware of the extraordinary power of a great beast with celestial king lineage, yet he never imagined that his full-force attack in beast form would be so ineffective. Despair surged over him like a tidal wave. Roar! With a roar, the winged demon lion lunged towards the flame cave, its powerful limbs propelling it forward. The officer blocking its path was knocked aside like a paper figure, flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. This collision shattered his internal organs, and blood trickled relentlessly from the corner of his mouth, his life slipping away in an instant. The thunderous crash of the demon lion colliding with the flame cave was deafening. The ground trembled, dust filled the air, and stones fell like rain, causing the surrounding martial artists to stagger. Inside the Heaven Room No. 7 training chamber, Chu Li, who was in the midst of cultivation, felt the tremor and immediately opened his eyes. As his brow furrowed, urgent knocking sounded at the door. "Little brother, it's Dashin," came the anxious call from outside. "The flame cave is under attack by a beast." Chu Li rose to open the door, finding Dashin looking worried. "Upgrade Celestial King lineage beast is attacking outside. I'm afraid the flame cave can't hold." Dashin lamented with a troubled expression. "I should have gone somewhere else to hide. Now there's no other way out." "Instead of complaining, let's figure out a solution," Chu Li replied calmly. Over a month of secluded training had significantly enhanced his strength, elevating him to a grade martial artist, and his two martial souls had become more refined. This newfound power gave him the confidence to remain composed in the face of crisis. "How can we solve this, buddy? I'm just a clever warrior. Do you really expect me to fight a level immortal king beast?" Dashin looked distressed, accepting his fate. "I say we might as well pack up and wait for the end. If you want to wait for death, then stay here," Chu Li said indifferently, turning to leave without a hint of hesitation. At that moment, his collar rustled slightly, and a small, fluffy head popped out. It was Tian. Chu Li raised an eyebrow at the little creature, but kept walking. "Are you saying your bloodline aura can suppress a level immortal king beast?" Tian nodded vigorously, emitting a series of urgent squeaks. Although it had the blood of the mythical nine-tailed heavenly fox, making it one of the most powerful beings globally, the two-level difference with the beast meant the suppression would be limited. Chu Li frowned, pondering for a moment, then gave Tian some brief instructions. "Wait for me, buddy. I'll go with you." Just as Chu Li was about to exit the flame cave, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Weren't you planning to wait for death?" Chu Li asked without looking back. "I figured waiting alone would be too lonely." Dashin caught up, scratching his head sheepishly. "I might as well try with you." Chu Li's expression darkened, ignoring him as he headed straight for the cave entrance. Boom, boom. The sound of massive impacts echoed, with debris falling as the cave entrance widened. Cracks spread across the surrounding mountain walls, threatening collapse. The winged demon lion showed no signs of tiring, growing more excited with each strike. From a distance, the warriors watched, realizing the beast ignored them, and temporarily gave up on fleeing, choosing to observe from afar. What's in the flame cave that drives the beast so crazy? This is a treasure trove of earth and heaven energy. Never seen anyone dare to destroy it so recklessly. Who knows what's hidden inside? As discussions continued, the winged demon lion delivered another powerful blow. Rumble. The thick mountain wall finally shattered, releasing streams of fiery red liquid. The winged demon lion immediately ceased its attack, leaping forward like a puppy to lap up the liquid. "Is that fire spirit liquid?" someone exclaimed. At those words, the scene fell silent. All the warriors' eyes gleamed with greedy excitement. To any warrior, spirit liquid was a highly coveted treasure. Warriors rely on the energy of the heavens and earth to temper their souls, and soul pills are precious medicines that alchemists infuse with pure energy to accelerate this process. Above soul pills, however, lies an even greater treasure for warriors: cultivation spirit liquid. Spirit liquid is a substance formed when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth becomes pure enough to transform into liquid. This natural treasure contains no impurities, only the purest essence of spiritual energy. For martial artists, spirit liquid not only significantly boosts cultivation speed, but also refines their martial spirit. With prolonged use, it can even endow the martial spirit with special attributes. The fire spirit liquid at the cave entrance glowed brilliantly, incredibly enticing. Although the martial artists were eager, they dared not act rashly due to the oppressive presence of the winged demon lion, leaving them in inner turmoil. Look, someone's coming out, a martial artist suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the entrance of the Yin Yin cave. Two figures slowly emerged from the cave, walking towards the outside. The crowd turned their heads, displaying various expressions. Coming out at a time like this, that's bold. Wait, that's Chu Li. I've seen him in the news. It's really the prodigy from Modi University. As discussions buzzed around, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Instead of fleeing, Chu Li stood his ground, calmly watching the winged demon lion. The martial artists were on edge for him, unaware that Chu Li was focused on the cold voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Faced with this situation, your heart wavered, successfully activating the divine level choice. Choice 1. Confronted with such a terrifying presence, turn and flee. Reward: creation level martial spirit Xuanwu. Choice 2. Engage in battle. Fight with what you've learned. Reward: creation level martial spirit great sage equal to heaven. Xuanwu, known as one of the ancient divine beasts, is renowned for its defense and longevity, reaching the creation level. The great sage equal to heaven, legend has it, was born from a celestial stone, and during its self-proclaimed great sage period, its power was unmatched. Chu Li's heartbeat quickened. If he could embody the martial spirit of the great sage equal to heaven and wield the Rui Jingu Bang, the combined power of the two martial spirits would be unimaginably formidable. Fight! Must fight! Without hesitation, Chu Li waved his hand to summon the skyward staff. The Rui Jingu Bang martial spirit behind him soared into the sky, transforming into a beam of light piercing the clouds. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the martial spirit rapidly contracted, pouring entirely into the skyward staff. The originally crimson staff burst into blazing flames, as if it could incinerate the heavens and earth, striking fear into all who witnessed it. The unexpected power of Chu Li's martial spirit left everyone present utterly stunned. The onlookers were shocked and instinctively took a few steps back, whispering among themselves. Despite Chu Li's extraordinary strength, the vast difference in level against the great celestial king bloodline beast made victory seem unlikely. The memory of the officer's gruesome death was still fresh, and no one had faith in this duel. Guan Dashan had intended to turn and flee, but the next moment he froze in place. To his horror, he discovered that his once proud martial spirit was deeply intimidated by Chu Li's Rui Jingu Bang. As a mythical being, his martial spirit had always been above fear, yet now it showed a rare hint of terror, leaving Guan Dashan in disbelief. Step aside. Don't interfere with my battle. Chu Li commanded coldly, noticing Guan Dashan's intent to retreat. Startled by Chu Li's words, Guan Dashan's thoughts of escape vanished instantly. His expression changed dramatically, and without hesitation, he unleashed his martial spirit. A blue pillar of light shot into the sky, revealing another mythical martial spirit. The onlookers widened their eyes in amazement. When the light faded, a silver rake appeared. This divine weapon was supposed to have 9 prongs, but 2 in the center were missing, leaving visible breaks. Chu Li's eye twitched as he realized he was looking at the legendary 9-toothed rake, albeit incomplete. The winged demon lion paused its indulgence in the fire spirit liquid and retreated a few steps. Its fiery red eyes glanced at Chu Li and Guan Dashan, a barely detectable trace of apprehension flickering in them. Although it sensed their weak aura, a fear from deep within its soul fueled its fury. How could mere ants induce such fear? Roar! The demon lion roared skyward, its deafening cry echoing all around. The crowd of martial artists clutched their ears in agony. Those closest, including Chu Li, bore the brunt of the sonic assault. We can't hesitate any longer. A resolute glint flashed in Chu Li's eyes. He pushed off the ground with his toes, launching himself like a cannonball. The flaming staff in his hand swung down with tremendous force. Boom! The staff struck the head of the winged demon lion with immense impact, forcing its massive body to sink and kicking up a cloud of dust. How is this possible? Chu Li's attack actually worked. The crowd was left speechless, but Chu Li ignored their astonishment, his staff a blur of afterimages as he relentlessly hammered down. Boom! Boom! In front of the flaming cave, Chu Li wielded the skyward staff, creating afterimages as it repeatedly struck the head of the winged demon lion. Although the lion didn't suffer any substantial harm, the throbbing pain in its head completely enraged it. Roar! The winged demon lion let out an angry roar, raising its head fiercely to meet Chu Li's attack. Bang! Chu Li felt a powerful force from the skyward staff, forcing him to retreat over a dozen steps before he could steady himself. Before he could react further, he saw the lion open its massive jaws, unleashing a surge of purple flames. As the flames spread, even the space around them seemed to warp slightly. Chu Li had no doubt that if he were hit directly, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Not daring to be careless, he quickly retreated, but the purple flames pursued him relentlessly. Brother, I'll help you. Just as the warriors thought Chu Li was doomed, Guan gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely. With a wave of his right hand, his martial spirit, the seven-tooth rake, shrank to a manageable size, and he gripped it tightly. Martial soul skill, power of the heavenly river. Guan raised the rake to the sky, and the power of his soul surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Crack! A thunderclap echoed across the blue sky. An endless torrent of water from the heavenly river cascaded down like a waterfall. Guided by Guan, the mighty waters intercepted the purple flames. Sizzle upon contact, the heavenly river water began to boil intensely, producing massive clouds of steam that were a sight to behold. How is this possible? He's just a crank warrior. Even with a martial soul skill, how could he wield such terrifying power? A warrior exclaimed in shock, snapping others out of their stupor. A crank warrior, capable of such a formidable attack? I thought Chu Li was destined to fall under those demonic flames, but I never imagined his friend possessed such immense strength. How many prodigies exist in this world? Seeing this today, I realize those words are true. Under the watchful eyes of the warriors, the heavenly river's water, though heavily consumed by the purple flames, continued to weaken them visibly. Chu Li watched in amazement, newfound respect for Guan growing within him. Since embarking on the path of a warrior, he had encountered many so-called geniuses, but none compared to Guan. However, due to the intense expenditure of soul power, Guan face was pale, and the flow of the heavenly river was visibly slowing. The martial soul skill, power of the heavenly river, channels the river through the soul's power, unleashing a devastating attack on the ground. With his cultivation, he could crush hundreds of frank beasts in an instant. But facing a brank celestial king bloodline beast, even at full strength, he could only barely fend off a single attack. Guan summoned the last of his spiritual strength to finally extinguish the fierce flames. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body unsteady, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despite being utterly exhausted, he had unwavering confidence in Chu Li. A shiver from the depths of his soul reminded him of Chu Li's power. Thank you. Chu Li nodded slightly to Guan. He was surprised by the man's willingness to help rather than flee. However, there was no time for words. Chu Li gripped his staff tightly and charged at the winged demon lion once more. The demon lion opened its massive jaws, intending to repeat its previous attack. But this time, a fierce glint appeared in Chu Li's eyes as his spiritual power surged forth. Martial skill, heaven and earth strike. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a giant figure appeared behind Chu Li, a mythical monkey clad in golden armor and cloud boots, its cloak fluttering in the invisible wind. In the next moment, this figure merged perfectly with Chu Li. The staff pierced through the demon lion's mouth with unstoppable force, the tip emerging from its neck, sending blood and flesh flying. The demon lion's pupils contracted violently, bloodshot and unable to utter a sound. With a thunderous crash, the demon lion's head exploded like a watermelon, scattering red and white matter everywhere. Its massive headless body slammed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A stunned silence fell over the scene, everyone staring in disbelief. Could a mere clever martial artist have slain a level celestial king bloodline beast? Guan gazed blankly at the figure holding the staff. Though he had faith in Chu Li, he hadn't imagined such terrifying power. He wondered to himself, is his martial soul truly only of mythic level? As the shadow of Chu Li's martial soul faded, an unprecedented fatigue washed over him, forcing him to use the staff for support to keep from falling. The Heaven and Earth Strike was a martial skill he had recently comprehended in the Martial Soul Tower, the very technique the legendary Monkey King used to shatter Li Tianhuang's treasure. While its power was immense, it also consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. If not for his recent breakthrough to Clevel, he would not have been able to wield this trump card. As Chu Li contemplated using this move more sparingly in the future, a commotion erupted among the distant group of martial artists. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they stared at the still-flowing fire essence. That fire essence is a treasure born of heaven and earth, someone shouted. My martial soul is a celestial king-level mystical bird. If I could absorb the fire essence over time, my attack power would surely increase significantly. As the warriors witnessed the winged demon lion collapsing to the ground, A look of amazement flashed in their eyes, but their attention quickly shifted to the fire spirit liquid flowing from the cracks in the rock wall. Suddenly, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and strode toward where the fire spirit liquid was located. This action seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with dozens of warriors following suit, causing the scene to become chaotic. Chu Li stood still, his face pale and brows furrowed. He watched these people coldly, anger welling up inside him. These individuals had kept their distance while he fought the beast, but now that the beast was dead, they were eager to claim the spoils. Just as Chu Li was about to speak, Dashan stepped forward and shouted sternly, "This beast was slain by brother Chu Li. When did it become your right to seize his prize?" Dashan, having somewhat recovered from the exertion of using his celestial river power, spoke with undeniable authority. The warriors involuntarily halted, a look of apprehension crossing their faces. Although there were clever experts among them, none dared to provoke Dashan, having witnessed the power of his martial skills. A middle-aged warrior in his 30s stepped forward and respectfully addressed Chu Li. "Brother Chu Li, we stayed here to assist you in case of danger. It's truly disheartening to hear such words from your companion." "Indeed," others echoed. "Brother Chu Li, as a prodigy of Modi University, surely you wouldn't mind sharing a bit of the fire spirit liquid. Grant us this favor, and we will remember your kindness forever." Dashan hesitated. Having grown up in a temple, he was not skilled in words, and could only look to Chu Li for help. Chu Li's gaze was sharp as he scanned the crowd and said coldly, "Want the fire spirit liquid? Feel free to try." Despite his pale complexion from the overuse of his soul, his imposing presence intimidated the crowd, and no one dared to step forward. The memory of Chu Li's stunning strike that pierced the winged demon lion still vividly lingered in their minds. Seeing this, Chu Li sneered and, under the watchful eyes of all present, strode toward the shattered section of the mountain wall and began collecting the fire spirit liquid with a container. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a god-level choice and obtaining a creation-level martial soul, the great sage equal to heaven. Would you like to merge it now? Chu Li's eyes lit up. Merge. Merge immediately. Not far away, dozens of warriors gathered together, silently watching Chu Li collect the fire spirit liquid. Suddenly, a young warrior with an ordinary appearance and a perpetually gloomy expression spoke up. "Everyone, are we just going to stand by and watch as all that fire spirit liquid is taken away?" A middle-aged martial artist heard this and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, his brows furrowed. "What else can we do but watch? Are we supposed to make a move and snatch it?" His words immediately resonated with the surrounding martial artists. They nodded in agreement, with someone murmuring, "This brother is right. Let's not even mention how terrifying Chu Li's combat power is. Even if he's now at the end of his tether, do we really dare to kill him?" Another martial artist chimed in, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Yes, Chu Li is the disciple of Yushan, the principal of Demon City University. If anything happens to him, it will surely cause a huge uproar. We might all be in trouble then." As they spoke, their eyes occasionally drifted towards the fire spirit liquid, filled with reluctance. The crystal-clear liquid was right there, radiating an alluring glow, yet they couldn't take it. It was hard for anyone to remain calm. At that moment, a gloomy voice suddenly broke the silence. A man with a sullen expression let out a cold snort, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. No matter how strong Chu Li is, he's just a clever martial artist. Although he unleashed that earth-shattering strike, he must be at his limit. We only need to seize the fire spirit liquid. There's no need to kill him. Once we have it, we can scatter. The world is vast, how could he possibly track us down? His words sparked some interest among the martial artists, their eyes flickering with complex emotions. Some were eager, while others hesitated, and the scene fell into silence. Seeing this, the gloomy man smirked coldly and continued, "Think about it, everyone. This is fire spirit liquid. Even a single drop could benefit us greatly. And the fire spirit liquid is the essence nurtured by the flame cavern over time. How abundant must it be? Don't you want to advance further on the martial path?" His words were like a siren's call, coaxing and enticing, gradually magnifying the greed in their hearts. The hesitation in their eyes slowly gave way to avarice. The gloomy man noticed this and felt a surge of satisfaction. He thought to himself that if there weren't so many people around, he would have long since acted to kill and seize the treasure. But given the many eyes watching, he had to settle for using these fools as pawns to draw Chu Li's ire. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated, shouting sternly, "Everyone, join me in taking action. Well, distribute the fire spirit liquid according to our contributions." As soon as he finished speaking, the gloomy man took the lead, summoning his martial soul. A crimson sword appeared behind him, exuding a sharp aura. The other martial artists, seeing this, no longer hesitated and summoned their respective martial souls. In an instant, the area was ablaze with light. Soul energy surged, and the atmosphere grew tense. The gloomy man fixed his gaze on Chu Li, speaking again with a tone of threat and temptation. "Chu Li, if you willingly step back now, You can keep the fire spirit liquid you've already obtained. Otherwise, we'll have to offend you. In that case, even the portion of the fire spirit liquid in your possession might not be safe. I hope you'll consider this carefully. His words echoed the thoughts of all the martial artists present. If it weren't necessary, who would want to clash with someone as gifted as Chu Li? Dashan, seeing that these people seemed determined to make a move, felt a bit panicked. The previous aura of confidence vanished, and he hurriedly said to Chu Li, "Yes, young man, you should think it over. You've collected so much fire spirit liquid already. It's enough. We've had our fill, but we should leave them some too, right?" Chu Li glanced at Dashan, feeling somewhat speechless. He knew that after expending so much of his soul power, there was little left. Even if he had recovered somewhat, he was still far from ready to fight. Chu Li observed Dashan's behavior and understood clearly this person had the same character as the true owner of the nine-toothed rake, aggressive when things go well, but immediately showing weakness in adversity. In one word, cowardly. He ignored Dashan and glanced at the martial artists present, his voice calm, yet filled with an undeniable threat. "If you're not afraid to die, go ahead and try to take it." "Oomph, just bluffing," sneered a sullen man, making the first move. A glow burst from his palm, and the other martial artists followed suit, their various martial soul techniques surging towards Chu Li like a tide. Courting death. Chu Li's eyes turned cold as his aura surged, breaking through to an unprecedented level in an instant. The sky changed dramatically, with clouds from all directions seemingly summoned, rapidly gathering above Yan Yan Cave, forming a massive dark cloud. As time passed, the cloud continued to expand at an astonishing rate. Boom! A thunderous clap echoed through the heavens and earth. Lightning flickered within the clouds, with countless bolts of thunder rolling and roaring, exuding a destructive pressure. The martial soul techniques released by the martial artists disintegrated in midair before they could even reach Chu Li. More terrifying was that their martial souls had completely lost control, trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? The crowd's eyes widened, their hearts pounding wildly. They had never seen, nor even heard of, a situation where martial souls went out of control. The answer soon revealed itself. Under their horrified gazes, a colossal figure appeared behind Chu Li, towering hundreds of feet high like an ancient demon god, sending chills down their spines. Dashan swallowed hard, staring at the godlike presence. His martial soul trembled violently within him, filled with deep fear, yet inexplicably laced with a hint of joy. He thought to himself that he must consult the old monk at the temple about this matter. Moments later, the demon god figure solidified wearing a golden crown, clad in golden armor, and stepping on cloud boots. Its enormous body pierced the sky. It was none other than the creation-level martial soul, Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Thud! Faced with this unparalleled demonic might, the martial artists had no resistance left, collapsing to their knees. The sullen man tried to escape, only to find himself immobilized as if shackled by invisible chains. At that moment, the godlike entity slightly lowered its head, its cold, emotionless eyes lingering on the sullen man for a brief moment. Boom! The sullen man exploded into a mist of blood without even a chance to scream. Witnessing this, the surrounding martial artists shivered, not daring to make a sound. The scene descended into a deathly silence. Chu Li gazed at the power emanating from his third martial soul, his mind swirling with thoughts. What astonishing strength would he achieve if he could integrate this Qi Tian De Sheng martial soul with his second one and comprehend a new martial soul technique? Once this idea emerged, it clung to his mind like an unshakable shadow. The martial soul tower. Chu Li's eyes gleamed. It's time to visit it again. His gaze swept over the group of martial artists before him, a murderous intent rising. Just as he was about to act, the distant roar of engines pierced the air. A dozen armored vehicles sped towards them, and a middle-aged man in a general's uniform leaned out, shouting, "Young man, hold your hand. It's General Wu. We're saved." The martial artists exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with the joy of survival. He's the commander of the 8,000 strong martial army of Flame Town. Chu Li's lips curled into a cold smile. "Do you think I'll let you go so easily?" Chu Li, what do you mean by this?" One of the martial artists sensed danger, his face filled with terror. "What do I mean? Of course, it's to kill you." As Chu Li's words fell, the demon-like martial soul slowly raised its arm, a massive finger lightly pointing. With a thunderous crash, dozens of martial artists were instantly turned into a mist of blood, the ground collapsing into a huge crater, dust billowing. Gulp! Dashan's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice trembling. "Chu Li, young man, you are. Once a choice is made, one must be prepared to pay the price," Chu Li stated calmly, as if merely conveying a simple fact. The convoy of armored vehicles came to a halt, the fully armed soldiers forming an orderly line. The general stepped out of the vehicle, his face darkened by the scene of devastation. However, when he looked up at Chu Li and the towering martial soul apparition, His expression immediately softened. You must be Chu Li from the Magic City University, I presume? I heard you're now a centurion in the Magic City military. It seems we're colleagues. Chu Li had a hunch about the identity of the person before him, but still asked. The middle-aged general introduced himself promptly. My name is Wu Hai. I command the troops at Yanyan Town and am responsible for guarding the Yanyan Cave. My apologies for arriving late and causing you distress. Although Wu Hai felt some irritation due to being previously ignored, he maintained a polite tone, especially seeing the corpse of the winged demon lion on the ground. Without such a display of prowess, he wouldn't have been so courteous. Chu Li smiled slightly. No need to be so formal, General Wu. This beast gave me a chance to test my strength. Wu Hai nodded in agreement, his gaze wandering and eventually landing on the mountain wall of Yanyan Cave. He noticed a significant collapse, with precious fire spirit liquid gushing out like a fountain. His pupils contracted sharply. His experience told him the real reason Chu Li had eliminated those martial artists. Yet, he never imagined such a vast amount of fire spirit liquid was stored within the cave's walls. Is General Wu interested in the fire spirit liquid as well? Chu Li asked, noticing his gaze. Wu Hai let out an awkward laugh. I am somewhat interested. What do you propose, young brother? Chu Li pondered for a moment before responding. General Wu, had I not been here, this winged demon lion could have taken away more fire spirit liquid. I'm sure you agree with that. Naturally, Wu Hai nodded, though he was cursing inwardly. If it weren't for Chu Li's strength, talent, and background, he would have already acted against him instead of discussing profit sharing. I'll take 50% of the fire spirit liquid, Chu Li said with a smile. The remaining 50% can serve as compensation for the fallen, which I'll leave to you to distribute. How does that sound? Wu Hai was taken aback, a look of disbelief crossing his face. He was surprised not because Chu Li's demand was too high, but because it was too low. Given the credit for slaying the winged demon lion and Chu Li's prestigious background, he could have disregarded Wu Hai entirely. However, Chu Li only asked for 50%, leaving the rest, ostensibly for compensation, in Wu Hai's hands to distribute as he pleased. Wu Hai gave Chu Li a deep look, thinking to himself that this young man, already accomplished at such a young age, was formidable in his ability to navigate such significant interests. If you say so, young brother, I have no reason to refuse. Wu Hai readily agreed. However, please rest for a while. I'll have my subordinates handle the collection of the fire spirit liquid. Chu Li didn't refuse. He offered such generous terms to avoid conflict with Wu Hai, confident that the general wouldn't try any tricks. He put away his martial soul, called out to Guan Dashan, and the three of them got into an armored vehicle. Wu Hai could no longer contain his curiosity and cautiously asked, Young brother, as far as I know, your spirit is the ginseng fruit tree and the Rui Jingu Bang. But where did that humanoid creature come from? Discussing one's spirit is typically a taboo for warriors, but the sight of that godlike figure was so overwhelming that he couldn't help but ask. Chu Li was prepared and calmly replied, That is my second spirit, a skill derived from the Rui Jingu Bang. A second spirit. Wu Hai nodded thoughtfully, deciding not to probe further. After all, mythical-level spirits are exceedingly rare worldwide, and people's understanding of them is limited, making Chu Li's explanation seem plausible. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Hai said, In that case, I have a request. I wonder if young brother Chu Li could fulfill it. Feel free to ask, General Wu. Chu Li responded with a smile. Wu Hai's expression turned serious. The blood moon is approaching, and beasts will attack various regions. As a place where spiritual energy converges, Yanyan Cave will certainly be targeted first. I would like to ask young brother Chu Li to stay and lend us your strength. He added earnestly. When the time comes, I will report your contributions truthfully, without any omission. Even Wu Hai didn't have complete confidence in the face of the impending blood moon night. Having Chu Li's formidable power would undoubtedly increase their chances of success. Chu Li paused for a moment, then honestly said, General Wu, I have gained insights in Yanyan Cave and need to go to the Spirit Tower to consolidate them. When the blood moon arrives, I must return to the Demon City. My family is still there. I hope you understand. He was not entirely selfless. Even if he had to fight to the death with the beasts, it would be in the Demon City where his only sister remained. How could he ignore that? Well, so be it. Wu Hai sighed helplessly. As a military man, he knew of the promises made by the leader of Demon City to recruit Chu Li, making it unrealistic to command him with rank. Wu Hai then turned his gaze toward Guan Dashan, thinking that anyone traveling with Chu Li must also be formidable. Before Wu Hai could speak, Guan Dashan quickly waved his hands. General Wu, please don't ask. My home is in the suburbs of Demon City. If the beasts attack, my home will be the first to suffer. I must return before the blood moon. Although he often complained about the temple and the old monks, he couldn't bear to see the place he lived for over a decade destroyed. Wu Hai felt increasingly disappointed and could only place his hopes on the fire spirit liquid, hoping it would help them advance. At that moment, a soldier hurried over, shouting, Report! Report! A soldier hurriedly approached the armored vehicle, stood at attention, and saluted. his voice resonant and powerful. All the fire spirit liquid has been collected, totaling 32 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai's pupils contracted as he exclaimed in disbelief, 32 kilograms. He was well aware of the fire spirit liquid's immense value on the market. Ordinary spirit liquid was already a rare commodity, let alone the attribute-infused fire spirit liquid. Just a single drop could fetch millions, sometimes even becoming unobtainable despite high demand. The acquisition of 32 kilograms was a staggering amount that, if revealed, would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of countless factions. Although Chu Li appeared calm on the surface, he too was internally unsettled. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Wu Hai and spoke with a grave tone. General Wu, the seriousness of this matter goes without saying. If it were only a few kilograms of fire spirit liquid, given our status, outsiders might hesitate to act recklessly. But 32 kilograms, that's enough to drive most of the forces into Xia to take desperate measures, sparing no cost to seize it. I understand the stakes all too well, Wu Hai replied solemnly. But, Brother Chu, let's first ensure the fire spirit liquid is properly allocated before discussing anything further. That sounds wise, Chu Li agreed with a nod. Despite the unexpectedly large haul, both men were pragmatic enough to know that instead of risking it all by keeping the entire amount, it was safer to split it equally and put it to personal use. Nearby, Guan Dashan was still in shock, only snapping out of it when he saw Chu Li and Wu Hai disembark. He hurriedly followed them as the soldier led the way to the entrance of the Yin Yin cave. Dozens of soldiers stood guard on either side, and in the center were two containers, each filled with an equal share of the fire spirit liquid. Please, young brother, Wu Hai said with a smile, deftly storing his share into a storage ring. Chu Li, without hesitation, also stored away the other container. The two exchanged a knowing smile, content with this most satisfactory outcome. If you wish to visit the Wuhuan Tower, I can arrange for someone to take you to the airport, Wu Hai offered, his words hinting at a farewell. Thank you for your kind offer, General Wu, but the airport is nearby, so there's no need to trouble yourself. Chu Li politely declined, patting Guan Dashan on the shoulder before turning to leave. Watching Chu Li's retreating figure, Wu Hai silently admired him. Such a young man, with extraordinary talent and a bright future, yet so composed and steady, carried himself like a seasoned veteran beyond his years. Chu Li quickly gathered his thoughts. The most urgent task was to ensure that the news about the fire spirit liquid wouldn't spread. Why are we in such a hurry, brother? Since he offered to send us, we should have agreed. Guan Dashan followed closely behind Chu Li, his tone filled with complaint. If we walk, who knows how long it'll take, and waiting for a ride might take even longer. Chu Li stopped and turned to look at Guan Dashan with a meaningful gaze. Do you really think he genuinely wants to send us off? What do you mean? Guan Dashan was taken aback, a puzzled expression on his face. He was actually giving us a hint to leave, Chu Li explained calmly. If we stayed there, how would he handle the situation of preventing the news about the fire spirit liquid from getting out? Preventing the news from getting out? Guan Dashan was initially confused, then seemed to realize something, his body jolting with shock. Could it be? Does he intend to silence his own men? Chu Li chuckled softly. It's just a guess. Who knows what he will actually do? Guan Dashan looked at Chu Li's expression and tone, realizing that Chu Li was almost implying that the general would take extreme measures. But brother, if you know this might happen, why not stop it? Stop it. Chu Li gave Guan Dashan a meaningful look. Anyone who becomes a general is at least a level warrior, and among levels, they're top tier. You and I are already exhausted from the previous battle. If we confront him, who do you think will suffer in the end? These words left Guan Dashan deflated and silent. Chu Li reflected that sometimes, humans themselves were more fearsome than the dangers posed by beasts. The silence lasted over 10 minutes until Chu Li hailed a taxi. Let's go to the airport. Brother, are you planning to go to the Wuhuan Tower? Guan Dashan finally broke the silence. Chu Li nodded in confirmation. Yes, I plan to go to the Wuhuan Tower to strengthen my skills and see if I can unlock a new Wuhuan technique. Then I'll go with you. Guan Dashan seemed to have already put the earlier unpleasantness behind him. I've never been to the Wuhuan Tower. Opening the Wuhuan Tower requires 3 billion daxia currency, Chu Li said calmly. If you don't have enough money, I can deduct some from your share of the spoils to cover it. Guan Dashan wasn't surprised upon hearing the 3 billion daxia currency, clearly already aware of this information. But when he heard the latter part, he was stunned. Brother, what did you just say? Guan Dashan stammered. Did you just say I have a share of the spoils too? He understood that the spoils Chu Li referred to were the fire spirit liquid. Such a precious treasure, and Chu Li was willing to share it with him? To Guan Dashan, he had merely helped block an attack, which, given Chu Li's displayed strength, wasn't even a threat. He couldn't fathom why Chu Li would do this. Of course, you'll get your share of the spoils. Chu Li glanced at him calmly and said in a steady voice, you contributed to the fight and took on risks as well. You'll get exactly what you deserve. Although Chu Li wasn't known for his kindness, he understood the ways of the world. Keeping all the spoils for oneself rarely ends well, while sharing can open up greater opportunities for the future. In the taxi, the driver listened intently, outwardly calm, but internally stirred. What kind of spoils could excite a man like that? He dared not ask, intimidated by the faint aura of danger emanating from Chu Li. We'll discuss the spoils when we get to the airport, Chu Li added briefly before closing his eyes to rest, falling into silence. A few minutes later, the taxi pulled up outside the airport. Chu Li stretched, casting a glance towards the direction of the city, and said softly, "Let's go to the Wuhuan Tower." In the suburbs of the metropolis, near the Wuhuan Tower, a black sedan quietly parked by the roadside, its door opening in response. A young man in a black martial artist's outfit was the first to step out. He had handsome features and a faint smile on his lips. A small white fox lay half asleep on his shoulder. Following him was a middle-aged strong man, Guandashan. "Brother Chu Li," Guandashan said, scratching his head with a simple smile. "Since you've been through the Wuhuan Tower before, could you share some of your experiences?" Chu Li glanced at him and explained succinctly. The first 9 floors of the Wuhuan Tower involve fighting puppets. Their strength matches that of a martial artist, only differing in number. With your skills, you should pass without much trouble. He paused briefly, then continued. Floors 10 to 18 test your willpower. Beyond that, I'm not too sure. Chu Li then shared some combat details, and Guandashan nodded repeatedly, his gratitude apparent. "Let's discuss the Wuhuan Tower later," Chu Li said, taking a small jade bottle from a storage ring and handing it to Guandashan. "This contains about 2 ounces of fire spirit liquid, enough to compensate for your contribution in the battle." As Chu Li spoke, he watched Guandashan closely, gauging his reaction. If Guandashan showed any dissatisfaction, Chu Li would reconsider their future interactions. A look of delight flashed in Guandashan's eyes as he quickly accepted the jade bottle, genuinely thankful. "Thank you, brother. With this fire spirit liquid, I can soon advance to rank. Then, joining the military and earning some merits to become a general won't be difficult." His words were filled with gratitude towards Chu Li, with no hint of dissatisfaction. To outsiders, it might seem stingy of Chu Li to give only 2 ounces of fire spirit liquid after obtaining 16 pounds of it. However, Guandashan was fully aware that during the previous battle, he merely blocked a harmless attack for Chu Li. Receiving even 2 ounces was an immense favor, and he dared not hope for more. Chu Li noticed Guandashan's contentment and nodded approvingly, though his expression remained calm. "In that case, let's head straight to the Martial Soul Tower." "You're the boss," Guandashan replied cheerfully, carefully storing the jade bottle containing the fire spirit liquid. When they arrived at the Martial Soul Tower, they saw hundreds of warriors gathered in the square. These individuals, diverse in attire, age, and gender, were all looking up at the same direction, the 7th floor of the Martial Soul Tower, which was glowing faintly, indicating someone was challenging the 7th level. "Looks like we'll have to wait a bit," Chu Li remarked. Guandashan grinned, showing his white teeth. "No worries, I'm curious to see how far the person inside can get." In a nearby cabin, the Guardian peered through the window at Chu Li, who was chatting casually. Surprise flickered in his eyes. This young man is back again. Impressive, reaching level in such a short time. At this rate, he might even become an S-level powerhouse in the future. Before he finished speaking, the Guardian's brow furrowed abruptly. He slowly stood up and stepped outside, noticing a convoy of a dozen black cars approaching in the distance. The scene immediately caught the attention of the warriors present. "Isn't that the Wanjia Casino's convoy? Why are the Lin family here? Are they planning to challenge the Martial Soul Tower too? Interesting, this should be quite a show." Amidst the murmurs, the convoy came to a halt. Men in black suits exited the cars, standing respectfully in 2 rows. As the door of a central car opened, a shiny black leather shoe hit the ground first. A figure emerged, scanning the surroundings before his gaze settled on Chu Li. A faint smile played on his lips. "Xiao Li? It's been a while." Chi Yi, Lin family's 7th master. In front of the Martial Soul Tower, a stir spread among the martial artists. A man of extraordinary demeanor approached slowly. It was none other than Lin Wuhai, the renowned 7th master of the Lin family from the magical city. As the younger brother of the current head of the Lin family, Lin Wuhai was a prominent figure in the magical city due to his exceptional talent. His sudden appearance immediately sparked whispers among the martial artists. Lin Wuhai's gaze was sharp as he walked straight through the crowd to stand before Chu Li. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Li, it's been a long time," he laughed heartily. "Are you here to challenge the Martial Soul Tower again?" This scene instantly drew everyone's attention. Someone in the crowd recognized Chu Li and exclaimed, "Isn't that Chu Li? Didn't he just conquer the Martial Soul Tower not long ago? Could it be that his skills have improved again? I just saw him in the news, and now I'm seeing him in person." Chu Li looked at Lin Wuhai with surprise. "Seeing such a grand entrance, I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's you, 7th uncle. Are you here to challenge the Martial Soul Tower?" "Ha ha ha, Xiao Li, you've got it wrong." Lin Wuhai shook his head. "I came specifically for you. I wanted to see what the recent prodigy, who's been the talk of the town, is really like. Thanks to the Lin family's extensive influence in the magical city, Lin Wuhai heard about Chu Li's arrival as soon as he landed at the airport, prompting him to rush over. Seventh uncle, you're overpraising me. Chu Li smiled wryly. Although he had indeed gained some reputation recently, he felt it was not as significant as Lin Wuhai implied. Lin Wuhai scrutinized Chu Li for a moment, his expression turning curious. Li, don't you know yet? Guan Dashan, standing nearby, also leaned in, full of curiosity. You've made a name for yourself again. Seeing that Chu Li was genuinely unaware, Lin Wuhai explained. A few hours ago, the incident at Yanyan Cave, you must be more aware of it than anyone, right? Chu Li nodded in agreement. I'm indeed aware of that. He appeared calm on the surface, but internally, he was speculating. Could it be that the matter of the fire spirit liquid had been exposed? But if that were the case, Lin Wuhai wouldn't have failed to mention it. As he pondered, Lin Wuhai continued. General Wu, who is responsible for guarding Yanyan Town, held a press conference regarding the incident and provided detailed explanations. Lin Wuhai paused, his expression serious as he described the situation. A bevel-winged demon lion suddenly attacked Yanyan Cave, coming with such ferocity that the army of Yanyan Town didn't have time to respond. If it weren't for you being there, single-handedly battling and slaying the bevel monster, who knows what destruction would have befallen Yanyan Cave. Lin Wuhai's voice was loud and clear, reaching all the martial artists around. Everyone present was stunned to hear this. A young man, barely of age, able to take down a bevel monster on his own? Many couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy, recalling their own lackluster achievements at that age. Just as Chu Li was about to respond, Lin Wuhai sighed again. It's just a pity about the dozens of soldiers who died in battle. But over the years, how many soldiers have perished in our battles against these monsters? Dozens of soldiers died. Chu Li's heart skipped a beat, instantly realizing General Wu's ruthless method silencing witnesses. In truth, only 10 soldiers stationed at Yanyan Cave were killed. The rest were clearly General Wu's subordinates. Beside him, Guan Dashan felt a chill run down his spine, his face involuntarily twitching. He recalled videos he'd seen on his phone in the temple, showing warriors sacrificing everything to protect their homes. Yet reality was far more complex, with ruthless figures like General Wu likely being numerous. He was secretly relieved he had followed Chu Li's advice to leave. Otherwise, even if Chu Li was unharmed, he might not have survived. Li, what's wrong? Lin Wuhai noticed their strange expressions and frowned. Chu Li quickly composed himself, calmly replying. Nothing, just got lost in thought for a moment. As long as you're okay. Lin Wuhai laughed heartily, patting Chu Li on the shoulder. Li, once the Martial Soul Tower is available, you'll be the first to challenge it. I want to see just how far this genius who can single-handedly slay a Blevel Celestial King bloodline monster can go. This statement ignited the crowd. A Blevel Celestial King bloodline monster. Does Chu Li really have such strength? You know, normally it takes several Blevel fighters to take down a Blevel Celestial King monster. People whispered among themselves, their gazes at Chu Li filled with awe. They finally understood why Lin Wuhai had come personally. Chu Li's displayed talent and battle prowess indeed warranted such attention. Lin Wuhai spoke with Chu Li with utmost respect and admiration throughout their conversation. In response to this attitude, Chu Li merely smiled slightly and said, in that case, I'll humbly accept. Hurrah! All right. Lin Wuhai nodded with a laugh, then turned his gaze to Guan Dashan. Li, you haven't introduced this gentleman to me yet. He thought to himself that anyone accompanying Chu Li must be extraordinary. Guan Dashan immediately bowed slightly and greeted, Greetings, Master Lin. I am Guan Dashan, a disciple of Tianhai Temple, under Master Yuan Ci. Tianhai Temple? Yuan Ci. These names made Lin Wuhai's pupils contract suddenly. Although Tianhai Temple appeared to be an unremarkable, neglected temple on the surface, as the seventh master of the Lin family, he knew that Master Yuan Ci had reached the peak of a level cultivation years ago, just a step away from S-level. What shocked him even more was that Guan Dashan, who seemed ordinary, was Yuan Ci's disciple and held such respect for Chu Li. Lin Wuhai composed himself, smiling. So you are a disciple of Master Yuan Ci. I had some acquaintance with your master in the past, and was thinking of paying a visit. Perhaps you could lead the way. Guan Dashan was momentarily stunned, not expecting his humble master to be held in such high regard by Master Lin. It wasn't until Chu Li gently patted his shoulder that he came to his senses and replied, Since Master Lin has said so, it would be my honor. The three of them then engaged in a discussion about their cultivation experiences. Lin Wuhai, with his extensive experience, led the conversation, while Chu Li and Guan Dashan, as outstanding members of the younger generation, offered many unique insights. The surrounding martial artists could only watch in awe, lacking the strength or qualifications to join in. About half an hour later, a pale-faced but joyful female martial artist emerged from the 10th floor of the Soul Tower, clearly having gained much. Next, the elderly guardian stepped forward, looking around and announcing loudly. The scene fell silent, with everyone's eyes fixed on Chu Li. They all remembered that Lin Wuhai had previously mentioned Chu Li would be the first to enter the tower, and no one dared to go ahead of him. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Chu Li nodded slightly to Lin Wuhai and then approached the guardian, paying the fee of 3 billion xia currency. After confirming the payment, the guardian stepped aside, clearing the path to the Soul Tower. Chu Li didn't pause as he walked straight into the entrance of the martial Soul Tower under the watchful eyes of many. As a flash of white light passed, his figure vanished. Even though I had challenged the martial Soul Tower before, re-entering still meant starting from the first level. Chu Li surveyed his surroundings and finally focused on the puppet before him. He pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, lamenting that passing repeated levels didn't yield rewards. Otherwise, he could have leveraged the tower's power to rapidly elevate his cultivation level. Despite these thoughts, he didn't hesitate. He summoned his staff with his right hand and charged at the puppet. Boom! With a loud crash, the puppet's body exploded and scattered. Chu Li had cleared the first level so quickly, living up to his reputation as a prodigy. Haven't you watched Chu Li's previous videos of conquering the martial Soul Tower? This is just the beginning. The real excitement is yet to come. The martial artists watched as the white light of the tower rose to the second level, engaging in lively discussion. The guardian simply shook his head slightly and returned to his cabin, leisurely watching from his wooden chair. He was well aware of Chu Li's talent, and this was just a glimpse of it. Chu Li, Lin Wuhai gazed at the tower with a meaningful look, wondering how far Chu Li could go after returning from the Yin Yin cave. With anticipation in the air, the light of the martial Soul Tower continued to rise. Third level, fourth level, fifth level. It continued until the 10th level, where the speed began to slow. The martial artists were amazed, exclaiming at the spectacle. Climbing the tower usually felt like a slow crawl for any martial artist, akin to a turtle's pace. Even though they weren't the ones taking on the challenge, they couldn't help but feel exhilarated watching it. At the 10th level, Chu Li felt the pressure on his body and soul, but remained calm as he proceeded forward. He had conquered this level before and, with his improved mindset and willpower, it was no longer a challenge for him. Soon, he crossed the 10th level and stepped into the 11th. As he entered the 11th level, he immediately felt a heavy pressure. But if it was just this, he could handle it. Chu Li took a deep breath and continued forward. The 11th level cleared. Before he could catch his breath, a pure force of spiritual energy surged into him. His 3 martial souls trembled slightly. It seemed there was hope for mastering a new martial soul technique. Feeling the changes within, Chu Li's lips curled into a slight smile as he regained his composure and headed towards the 12th level. Time ticked by. The higher the levels Chu Li climbed, the greater the pressure he faced. The rewards from each level couldn't counteract his physical and mental exhaustion. From initial calmness, Chu Li gradually became more disheveled. His clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging to his body, while large beads of sweat continuously rolled down his forehead. Chu Li was gasping heavily, veins bulging on his forehead as he fought against bouts of dizziness. The pressure of the 17th level of the martial Soul Tower had pushed him to his limits, yet his eyes still flickered with an unwilling determination. I can feel it. Just a bit more. The martial soul will undergo an earth-shattering transformation. He gritted his teeth, taking painstaking steps toward the 18th level. Boom. A thunderous noise reverberated through the entire martial Soul Tower as the staircase to the 18th level slowly unfolded. The moment the pressure eased, Chu Li nearly stumbled, but a faint smile played on his lips, contrasting sharply with his disheveled appearance. A surge of pure divine soul energy flooded into his body, not only strengthening his soul, but also stirring his 3 martial souls. Among them, the vibration of the Qi Tian De Sheng martial soul was particularly intense. A scene of a celestial paradise unfolded before Chu Li's eyes. Above the clouds, numerous palaces stood majestically, shrouded in mist with celestial music playing softly. Immortals floated on clouds, elders rode on cranes, and ethereal beauties with unmatched elegance moved gracefully, holding flower baskets. Trouble. That demon monkey is coming. A celestial soldier in silver-white armor dashed past, shattering the tranquility. The once complacent deities turned pale, all looking toward the horizon. There, dark clouds gathered ominously, filled with demonic energy. Boom. The majestic celestial gate shattered into pieces with a deafening crash. Hurrah! I, Sun Wukong, am here to settle scores with you today. Amidst the wild laughter, a figure cloaked in overwhelming demonic aura charged forward. As it passed, celestial palaces burned, and weaker deities fell one after another. Chu Li stared intently at the figure, a tattered golden crown and armor, a blood-red cape, emanating a murderous aura. Who else could it be but the great sage, heaven's equal? The heavenly emperor commands. All deities are to mobilize, at all costs, to annihilate this demon and uphold the honor of the heavenly court. A voice as resonant as a great bell echoed through the skies. In mere moments, a silver sea of celestial soldiers surged from all directions, encircling the great sage, heaven's equal. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums echoed across the sky, growing louder as the heavenly soldiers advanced. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king soared from the silver sea, glaring down at the great sage equal to heaven below, his eyes flashing with cold light. You monkey demon, you destroyed my pagoda once, and now you dare to storm the heavens. Today, I'll settle both new and old scores with you. With a wave of his right arm, the heavenly king commanded, attack. In an instant, heavenly soldiers surged from all directions like a steel torrent towards the great sage. Facing the overwhelming army, Sun Wukong advanced instead of retreating, laughing loudly. Future generations, watch closely. I, Sun Wukong, even if faced with death 1,000 times, have never taken a step back. You truly are a bewitched monkey demon, the heavenly king sneered, spitting out cold words. You must be exterminated. The silver sea instantly engulfed Sun Wukong. High above, Chu Li watched everything unfold from a godlike perspective. Hearing Sun Wukong mention future generations, he trembled slightly, his gaze complex. This Sun Wukong, who could sense his existence across millennia, what kind of being was he? The fearless and unyielding spirit in the words, even if faced with death 1,000 times, have never taken a step back, deeply moved and inspired Chu Li. He watched intently, unaware of how his mindset was rapidly refining and elevating. Boom. A strange light erupted from the center of the silver ocean, sweeping thousands of heavenly soldiers into the sky. The figure of the great sage appeared, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang with fierce power. Soldiers vanished upon contact, unable to even scream. Gradually, a vacuum formed around him for hundreds of meters, with no one daring to approach. Sun Wukong stood proudly between heaven and earth, like a demon god, laughing loudly. For the next 10,000 years, you will remember this name. The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. The scene suddenly froze. Chu Li slowly opened his eyes, his hands trembling slightly, thoughts difficult to calm. After a long moment, he took a deep breath, feeling the change within himself. Though he hadn't mastered a martial soul technique, he had gained something more precious than indomitable will that permeated the life of the great sage equal to heaven, now woven into his martial path. With a slight smile, Chu Li headed straight for the entrance to the 18th level. If that's the case, let me see if this final test of willpower can truly challenge me. The faint white glow of the 17th level of the martial soul tower rose again, pointing directly to the 18th level. Hundreds of warriors were struck speechless, staring in awe. The mysterious guardian had unknowingly risen to his feet, hands gripping the window ledge, eyes fixed on the martial soul tower with an expectant gaze. Lin Wuhai murmured in disbelief. Chu Li, this young man, was he really just a commoner before this? Gradually, his gaze turned calm as he made a silent decision. Befriend him. At all costs, befriend him. In the 18th level of the Tower of Heaven, a long corridor leads to the staircase ascending to the 19th level, with flickering candlelight casting shifting shadows in the dimness. Chu Li stood at the entrance of the corridor, his gaze steady. The 18th level. Let me see what challenges lie here that have halted the progress of countless prodigies. He murmured to himself as he took his first step. Surprisingly, the immense pressure he anticipated did not materialize, making it seem like an ordinary corridor. His brow furrowed slightly as he lifted his second step. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of fatigue swept over him, leaving his left foot suspended in midair, unable to touch the ground. Chu Li, a voice echoed in his mind, carrying a seductive power. Reaching this point already proves your exceptional talent. This level has stopped countless prodigies of the great Xia kingdom. No one will question you if you stop here. The voice continued to entice him. Do not proceed further. The martial soul tower is beyond what you imagine. It's not something you can conquer with mere passion. Stop now, and I can grant you the rewards of the 18th level, even awaken a martial soul skill for you. You only need to promise never to enter the martial soul tower again. Although Chu Li's eyes appeared momentarily dazed, they quickly cleared. If such tactics are all it takes to stop me, that's too naive. He sneered, planting his left foot firmly down, and the beguiling voice vanished instantly. With another step, the scene before him changed abruptly. Countless beautiful women clad in gauzy dresses appeared, their laughter like tinkling bells, as if he had fallen into a fairyland. Chu Li did not even furrow his brow, dismissing it with a cold snort as he continued forward. Crack! The illusion of a fairyland fractured, spreading rapidly until it shattered like a mirror. With Chu Li's determined strides, the scene shifted again. This time, he found himself in a resplendent grand hall. 32 massive dragon-carved pillars stood majestically, and he was seated high on a dragon throne. Inside the hall, hundreds of rank warriors knelt, and outside on the plaza, tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers stood in neat formations. Today is the birthday of Emperor Chu. We congratulate Emperor Chu on his boundless fortune and supreme power throughout the realm, an rank warrior announced loudly. Subsequently, an endless stream of gold, Silver, jewels, rare treasures, and beauties from various tribes were presented in the hall as tributes. Chu Li stood on the 18th floor of the Martial Soul Tower, surrounded by dazzling treasures. Before he could take a closer look, a well-dressed rank warrior approached him with a booming voice. Your Majesty, today is your birthday. Yet not a single envoy from the Western nations has come to offer their respects. This is a grave insult to our empire. Please allow me to lead a million-strong army to sweep through the Western regions and assert our empire's might. What an enticing display of power, the ability to decide the fate of millions with just a word. Chu Li slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the magnificent palace, the ministers, and the thousands of warriors outside all vanished like illusions. Before him was once again the dim corridor. Without true strength, power and beauty are but illusions. Chu Li muttered with a hint of disdain in his smile as he continued forward. With each step, the scenery around him shifted. He saw martial arts masters in golden armor kneeling, unable to proceed. He saw peerless beauties lost in illusions of desire, unable to break free. He saw arrogant strength warriors trapped in the whirlpool of power, unable to maintain control. These were not mere illusions, but projections of past failures. Even the most powerful strength warriors had fallen here, their martial paths destroyed by inner demons. Chu Li walked through these projections with unwavering steps. Having gained enlightenment on the previous level, the will of the great sage had fully integrated into his martial path. How could these temptations sway him in the slightest? Finally, he reached the end of the 18th floor. Behind him, countless projections and illusions shattered into nothingness. The 18th floor was conquered. A surge of pure spiritual power flowed into his body, elevating Chu Li's realm, bringing him just a step away from becoming a rank warrior. At that moment, his three martial souls trembled violently, as if summoned by something. Clang! The sound of metal scraping echoed through the space. Behind Chu Li, a pillar of blood-red light shot up, reaching the top of the floor. As the light faded, it revealed a blood-red staff several meters long, the Rui Jingu Bang. Chu Li frowned. This was not what he had expected. His goal was to awaken the martial soul of the great sage. Although the Rui Jingu Bang matched its rank, it was ultimately less powerful than he had hoped. Well, that's not too bad. It's certainly better than gaining nothing at all. Chu Li quickly adjusted his mindset and was about to focus on sensing the changes in the Rui Jingu Bang when suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. A golden light pillar appeared behind him once more, even more intense than the Rui Jingu Bang. Chu Li was startled. Could it be that a third martial soul was awakening? He instinctively turned around to see the golden light gradually dissipate, revealing a tall figure standing on the 18th floor of the Martial Soul Tower. The figure wore a damaged golden crown and blood-stained golden armor, with a tattered cape gently swaying in the invisible wind. Its eyes were tinged with blood, filled with boundless battle intent. It was unmistakably Chu Li's third martial soul, the great sage equal to heaven. Chu Li was ecstatic. If he could truly awaken two martial soul abilities simultaneously, he would have the strength to fight on the upcoming night of the blood moon. Just as he was immersed in joy, the scene before him suddenly changed. A scroll appeared out of thin air, slowly unfolding in front of him. In the painting, high above the clouds, the great sage equal to heaven stood covered in blood, holding the Rui Jingu Bang upside down, glancing around and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! Who can defeat me? Surrounding him were hundreds of thousands of celestial soldiers and generals, yet none dared to step forward. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king ascended to the sky, his face ashen, and shouted sternly, "You demon monkey! Surrender quickly, or do you wish for Mount Huagua to be completely razed?" Mount Huagua, the great sage equal to heaven, was momentarily taken aback. Then a layer of blood appeared in his eyes. The desolate mountains, the blood-stained earth, and the scattered remains echoed in his heart. An overwhelming tide of anger and hatred surged within him, and he roared, "Mount Huagua was already destroyed by you." The pagoda-bearing heavenly king was momentarily speechless, then gritted his teeth and said, "You demons dare to oppose the heavens. Not even 10,000 deaths can atone for your sins. Now that Mount Huagua is destroyed, some remnants still flee. If you surrender, I promise not to pursue their crimes." The great sage equal to heaven sneered, "Demons? Born as demons, must we be slaughtered by you immortals at will? Yes, you stand above all, but how can you understand the suffering of living beings? Today, I, Sun Wukong, will see if you immortals can feel pain. If you can wail." The scene froze there. On the 18th floor of the Martial Soul Tower, the great sage equal to heaven's martial soul slowly moved. It raised its right arm, and the Rui Jingu Bang martial soul seemed guided, flying over, shrinking to a size suitable for the great sage equal to heaven's martial soul, and landing in its palm. In an instant, golden light burst forth. The entire 18th floor was engulfed in dazzling golden light. Chu Li had to shield his eyes with his hand, filled with disbelief. He could clearly feel that at this moment, The two martial souls showed signs of merging. With a loud boom, the golden light vanished instantly. When Chu Li reopened his eyes, he saw a figure standing proudly. It was the martial soul of the great sage equal to heaven. Now, it no longer appeared as disheveled as before, replaced by an aura of commanding presence over the world. With a golden crown on his head, clad in golden armor, a red cloak draped over his shoulders, and cloud boots on his feet, a figure stood majestically in the clouds, holding an inverted Rui Jingu Bang. At that moment, Chu Li felt the profound fusion of two martial souls. His breath quickened as he clearly sensed the strength of the fused martial soul surpassing the realm of creation-level martial souls, reaching an unprecedented and terrifying level. So this is how it is, Chu Li murmured, his voice tinged with a slight tremble. He finally understood that while the Rui Jingu Bang from ancient mythology was a supreme treasure, it was ultimately just a divine weapon, limited to the creation level. The great sage equal to heaven, born from the essence of heaven and earth, struggled to wield his full power barehanded. Now, with the fusion of the two, the power of the martial soul had ascended, and the will that defined the great sage equal to heaven's life had integrated into his martial arts. As Chu Li took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind, the scene before him suddenly fluctuated violently. Boom! With a thunderous roar, tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers were swept into the sky, falling like raindrops. The great sage equal to heaven wielded the Jingu Bang, his laughter echoing through the heavens. Ha ha! So fragile are the immortals and gods. Kill him. Slay this demon. I will personally report to the heavenly emperor and request credit. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king roared, a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. The heavenly soldiers, responding to the order, gritted their teeth and transformed into a torrent of steel, surging towards the great sage equal to heaven. Surrounded on all sides, the great sage showed no fear. Instead, he laughed, his battle spirit soaring. His Jingu Bang suddenly expanded 1,000-fold, sweeping across, and numerous heavenly soldiers fell without even a scream. In the clouds above, flesh and blood flew, resembling a purgatory. Demonic aura pierces the rainbow. Divine blood splatters the sky. The great sage swung his staff again, scattering thousands of heavenly soldiers, then pointed fiercely at the heavens, his eyes filled with malice. You destroyed my flower fruit mountain. Today, I will destroy your heavenly court. What are you doing? The pagoda-bearing heavenly king's pupils contracted violently, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The great sage answered with action. His Jingu Bang expanded continuously, shooting towards the sky. Rumble! A thunderous sound echoed through the world, resonating in all directions. Countless heavenly soldiers and the pagoda-bearing heavenly king stood frozen, staring at the sky, eyes filled with terror. The azure sky was forcibly pierced, and endless magma poured down. The sky is falling. A heavenly soldier's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. Fear spread like a plague among the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers, plunging the scene into chaos. Quick! Report to the heavenly emperor. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king's scalp tingled as he screamed hoarsely. Hurry! Hurry! The great sage stood high in the sky, facing the terrified gazes, laughing heartily. Ha! So you can fear too. So you can wail as well. The voice of the Monkey King abruptly ceased. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing through millennia to directly meet Chu Li's location. Raising his voice sharply, he declared, Latecomer, this is the final gift from me, the great sage, equal of heaven. Above, the sky poured down magma like a waterfall, its crimson glow reflecting on the blood-stained face of the Monkey King, a visage both fierce and forlorn. He slightly tilted his head, looking westward, and silently thought, this is the end. It can only end here. The enormous scene before Chu Li began to dissolve, transforming into specks of starlight that vanished into the void. Only the towering figure standing firm on the 18th floor of the martial soul tower remained, as if to confirm everything he had just witnessed. No matter what you are, I accept your gift. Chu Li silently expressed his gratitude, then waved his right arm. The Monkey King's martial soul shrank and returned to his body. The memories of two martial soul techniques flooded his mind, sky-shattering strike and demon sage possession. The former was the Monkey King's signature move to pierce the heavens, while the latter was a secret art to enhance oneself by embodying the martial soul. Chu Li marveled at the wealth of gains from this journey. Not only had he forged an indomitable spirit and broadened his martial path, but he had also fused two creation-level martial souls, ascending to a more powerful existence. Now, with the awakening of two martial soul techniques, his strength was sure to undergo a transformative leap. Such fortune, if known, would drive martial artists across the world into a frenzy. I'm not far from becoming a level martial artist. I should seize this opportunity to advance further. Chu Li took a deep breath, his gaze firmly set on the staircase leading to the 19th floor. Let me see what else this martial soul tower has in store. Outside the Martial Soul Tower, hundreds of martial artists waited in anticipation. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "It's changing. Look, the Martial Soul Tower is changing." The white light encircling the 18th floor gradually faded, replaced by a glow emanating from the 19th floor. Chu Li actually did it? That's the 18th floor. So many prodigies have stopped there, yet he reached such a level at such a young age. The martial artists were amazed, each expressing their awe. This young man's talent is truly remarkable. Inside the cabin, the guardian stared in the direction of the 19th floor of the Martial Soul Tower, his hand gently resting on the windowsill. If given enough time to grow, this young one will surely become the dragon of our great Xia, commanding awe far and wide. He murmured with admiration. Outside the crowd, Lin Wuhai observed the scene and called out, "Someone!" Seventh Master. A sturdy man in black quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Prepare a celebration banquet immediately," Lin Wuhai instructed, turning to the man with a tone that was calm yet authoritative. "Make it grand. You know what to do." Given Chu Li's extraordinary performance, Lin Wuhai was willing to strengthen his connection with him despite his own status. "Yes, Seventh Master." The man nodded and left to carry out the orders. The scene of the 19th floor of the Martial Soul Tower suddenly unfolded before Chu Li. He viewed it from an omniscient perspective, a massive circular platform below, surrounded by 8 blazing torches. In the center of the platform stood a golden sword, its hilt wrapped in dragon patterns, with mysterious engravings covering its blade, gleaming coldly in the firelight. "Is this a martial soul?" Chu Li frowned. This floor was entirely different from the previous one. She couldn't control his body, and even his spirit was difficult to wield, though he could still use his martial soul. Could it be that this level requires a battle of martial souls? He wondered, feeling a surge of excitement at having just fused with his martial soul and grasped its techniques. "If that's the case, let's see what you're made of." He called forth his Qi Tian De Sheng martial soul. The golden sword on the platform trembled violently, emitting a clear, resonant sound and shooting forth a divine light. The force matched that of the Qi Tian De Sheng martial soul. Chu Li realized that the Martial Soul Tower could adjust its difficulty according to the challenger, even replicating such formidable martial souls. The two martial souls clashed fiercely in the air, gold and red intertwining, their immense aura sweeping across the scene. Any weaker cultivators present might have been obliterated in an instant. This pure martial soul duel was unlike ordinary combat. While fighting with martial souls could greatly enhance one's strength, any damage to the martial soul would require a long recovery. Therefore, warriors typically used indirect methods, either channeling martial soul power into their weapons or using martial soul techniques to enhance themselves, allowing them to wield power while protecting their martial soul. During previous battles, Chu Li relied heavily on infusing his martial spirit into his divine weapon. Now, faced with a pure martial spirit duel, he felt somewhat out of practice. Although this fighting style posed certain risks to his martial spirit, his eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a perfect opportunity to hone his control over it. "Come on, show me the true potential of the Qi Tian Da Sheng martial spirit." Chu Li clenched his fists, his fighting spirit soaring. Outside the martial spirit tower, hundreds of martial artists waited anxiously. The challenge on the 19th floor had been going on for quite some time, and the crowd buzzed with speculation. Could he be stuck at this stage? Reaching this far is already impressive, considering he's just a young lad. Haha, at his age, I was still scheming in the academy, let alone tackling the martial spirit tower, or even seeing a beast. Guan Dashin grinned as he looked at the 19th floor. He's really something. Even if Chu Li stops here, he's already achieved something most can only dream of. Lin Wuhai, however, remained calm, his gaze fixed on the 19th floor. He was inexplicably certain that Chu Li would not stop here. Sure enough, the white light surrounding the 19th floor gradually faded, and the 20th floor lit up. After today, this young man will surely become famous throughout Xia, Lin Wuhai thought to himself. Although Chu Li was not the only one with a mythical martial spirit, none before had ever conquered 19 floors of the martial spirit tower. By evening, Chu Li had reached the 24th floor. The onlookers, far from growing weary, were increasingly exhilarated. Witnessing the birth of a legend was a story to tell for years to come. At this moment, within the vast circular arena surrounded by 8 torches on the 24th floor, 2 figures faced each other from a distance. One of them wore silver armor and a white cloak, his handsome features reminiscent of a young general. On the other side, the resplendent Qi Tian De Sheng Wuhuan stood proudly, clad in a golden crown and armor, and wearing cloud boots. His imposing presence was even more formidable than before. The golden light on the surface of the Wuhuan subtly shimmered with a hint of crimson. This was the reward for passing the Wuhuan Tower, enhancing the Wuhuan's original power. "I am Faping. If you wish to pass, you'll have to step over my corpse," declared the young general's Wuhuan opposite him, his voice carrying an air of indifference. Faping. Chu Li's pupils narrowed as an ancient myth surfaced in his mind. Legend speaks of a supreme godly general in the heavenly realm, unmatched in power, who single-handedly guarded the heavenly gate, preventing the demon realm from setting foot in the heavens for millennia. Though this Faping Wuhan likely pales in comparison to its peak power, could such a presence really appear on the 24th level of the Wuhan Tower? As Chu Li pondered the true nature of the Wuhan Tower, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Did you see that? Even the heavens can tremble and wail. Even gods and immortals can fall. Fear not, for this is my final gift to you. The defiant figure of Qi Tian de Sheng seemed to linger before him. Chu Li's eyes quickly regained clarity, and a fighting spirit surged within him. Even gods and immortals can fall. Faping might be an ancient supreme godly general, but what's in front of him is merely a remnant Wuhuan. If he feared even such a Wuhuan, how could he speak of pursuing martial arts? With a thought, Chu Li commanded Qi Tian de Sheng Wuhuan to swing the Rui Jinggu Bang, which spun several times in the air before pointing obliquely at the ground, while his other hand gestured provocatively at Faping. A flicker of anger appeared in Faping's indifferent eyes. He swiftly raised his right hand, and a silver longsword materialized, its blade engraved with intricate patterns, and the azure hilt exuding a mysterious aura. This was Faping's lifebound weapon, the demon-suppressing sword. Chu Li mused. So, like Qi Tian de Sheng, Faping's Wuhuan is intertwined with his lifebound weapon. That's perfect. It makes the battle more interesting. Without hesitation, he commanded the Wuhuan to attack. Qi Tian de Sheng hefted the Jinggu Bang and charged toward Faping with long strides. The staff scraped along the ground, sparking fiercely. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded, and Qi Tian de Sheng's figure vanished, reappearing above Faping the next instant, bringing the staff crashing down. Faping snorted coldly, swiftly raising the demon-suppressing sword to block. A clear metallic clash resounded throughout the arena. Sparks flew incessantly as the Rui Jinggu Bang clashed with the Jinyao sword, producing a piercing, unpleasant sound. Waves of invisible force erupted from their meeting point, sweeping the surroundings. The faint flames atop the 8 torches flickered violently, as if they might extinguish at any moment, indicating that these fires were not of ordinary origin. Chu Li glanced briefly at them before quickly refocusing his attention on his martial soul. At that moment, Fei Peng let out a decisive shout and suddenly swung the Jinyao sword upward. The immense force caused the great sage equal to heaven to be sent flying backward. Unwilling to relent, Fei Peng lifted the Jinyao sword with one hand and brought it down powerfully. A massive crescent-shaped sword energy shot forth, swiftly approaching the great sage equal to heaven. Chu Li, not daring to be careless, immediately maneuvered his martial soul to raise the Rui Jinggu Bang in defense. With a thunderous explosion, the sword energy was forcibly intercepted and detonated, transforming into a powerful shockwave that struck the great sage equal to heaven's martial soul. The martial soul was sent flying back, its once solid form noticeably dimmed. Despite possessing such a formidable martial soul, his combat skills were lacking significantly. Seeing this, Fei Peng shook his head slightly, losing interest in the fight. His pride made him disdainful of those weaker than himself, but his duty to guard the 24th floor compelled him to act. After a brief pause, he chose to attack again. Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, he slowly raised it, an unprecedentedly terrifying aura quickly gathering. A direct hit from this strike would shatter the martial soul completely, and I might even die, thought Chu Li as he observed the scene below. Yet, he felt no inclination to retreat. If that's the case, let me show you this move. The outcome will be decided here and now. As Chu Li's resolve solidified, the great sage equal to heaven's form erupted with a brilliant golden light. The Rui Jinggu Bang in his hand seemed to come alive, growing rapidly and hurtling towards Fei Peng with unmatched force. Such power! The indifference in Fei Peng's eyes was replaced by a strong sense of shock. He dared not underestimate it, and swung the Jinyao sword down fiercely. With a deafening crash, the entire 24th floor was instantly engulfed in gold and silver, obscuring everything from view. For a moment, gold and silver were locked in a stalemate. As time passed, their momentum gradually diminished until it finally faded into nothingness. The 8 torches remained standing, undamaged, their flames still flickering, yet never extinguished. However, the large disc below was now riddled with pits and sword marks, a scene of utter chaos. Fei Peng's martial soul appeared significantly dimmer, becoming somewhat ethereal. The great sage equal to heaven's martial soul was in a similar state. You are indeed strong. I take back what I said earlier, Fei Peng said after a long silence, looking towards Chu Li's vantage point. However, you've expended too much energy while traversing the Soul Tower earlier, making it very difficult to surpass me now. Chu Li didn't respond to Fei Peng's words. His condition was indeed dire. Intense pain was tearing through his spirit like a sharp blade, a consequence of his martial soul being injured. Even though his fighting spirit still surged within him, he had to admit Fei Peng was right. After a long silence, Chu Li slowly spoke. It seems this is as far as I can go this time. But it won't be long before I return. Hearing this, Fei Peng smiled and said loudly, I'll be waiting for your return. As a worthy opponent, you deserve some privileges. Privileges? Chu Li was slightly taken aback. Fei Peng's smile widened. Next time you enter the Martial Soul Tower, you'll come directly to my level without starting from the first. It's a small privilege I can grant as a guardian, he said, raising his voice. I hope next time you'll be stronger than you are now. Don't disappoint me. Ha! Chu Li laughed heartily. I will. A flash of white light, and Chu Li appeared at the entrance of the Martial Soul Tower. His face was pale, and he swayed as if he might collapse at any moment. His battle with Fei Peng had severely damaged his martial soul, and his spirit was critically injured. Even with ample resources, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover. Despite his disheveled state, no one dared to mock him. Everyone looked at him with awe. The possessor of dual mythical martial souls, the disciple of Yushan, a prodigy who single-handedly slew a level immortal king beast, and now a terrifying figure who reached the 24th level at such a young age. With such achievements, how could anyone not be impressed? Lin Wuhai was about to approach when Guan Dashan got there first. Brother, I always knew you were exceptionally talented, but you surpassed even my expectations, Guan Dashan said as he helped Chu Li stand. If the old monk saw this, he'd be scared out of his wits. Chu Li rolled his eyes helplessly. Guan Dashan's resentment towards the old monk ran deep. Xiao Li, how are you feeling now? Lin Wuhai asked as he came forward. Not great, Chu Li frowned. My spirit was severely injured in the battle just now and needs time to heal. After a pause, he added, by the way, there's something I need to ask of Uncle Lin. Xiao Li, just say the word. If I can help, I definitely will, Lin Wuhai eagerly promised. I'd like Uncle Lin to help me find a quiet place to recover. That's a small matter. You're too polite, Xiao Li, Lin Wuhai said, waving his hand. I'll also send someone to buy some medicine that can help heal your spirit. I hope it aids in your recovery. Uncle Lin, there's no need for that, Chu Li said with a smile. You might have forgotten that my first martial soul is the Ginseng fruit tree. The fruits it bears can heal physical injuries and have a remarkable effect on the soul as well. Lin Wuhai's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Although he had long known that Chu Li possessed the Ginseng fruit tree martial soul, he hadn't realized it could heal the soul too. If true, this martial soul was indeed extraordinary. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lin Wuhai replied, in that case, I'll have someone prepare the practice room right away. After a pause, he added, however, if you're not in urgent need of recovery, why not join the celebration banquet first before going into seclusion? Chu Li thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although his soul was significantly injured, it wasn't an immediate concern. He turned to Guan Dashan and said, you go ahead and take on the challenge. I'll wait for you here. Seeing Guan Dashan's hesitation, Chu Li smiled calmly. This injury isn't enough to bring me down. Without further words, Guan Dashan paid the resources and entered the Martial Soul Tower. As night fell, Guan Dashan made his way up to the 11th floor with unstoppable momentum, only to be defeated on the 12th. It wasn't a lack of strength, but rather a difference in mindset compared to Chu Li. Even so, his performance left the gathered warriors in awe. It's worth noting that among the warriors of the Grand Xia, those who could pass the 4th or 5th floor were already considered elite, and the 12th floor was a height many couldn't reach in a lifetime. Guan Dashan approached Chu Li, expressing his admiration. I had only heard of it before, but experiencing it firsthand, I now understand how challenging the Martial Soul Tower is. His gaze at Chu Li was full of respect. I truly admire you for reaching the 24th floor. Chu Li could only smile wryly. At this time, Lin Wuhai stepped forward and said, both of you are outstanding talents, and it's a wonderful story that you've become friends. I've prepared a celebration banquet, so why not join and have a good drink? Both agreed with pleasure. Lin Wuhai looked around and announced loudly, everyone, Chu Li has achieved the remarkable feat of reaching the 24th floor of the Martial Soul Tower at such a young age, which is a blessing for our Modu and for the Grand Xia. Even late into the night, the gathering of over 100 warriors remained. Upon hearing these words, everyone nodded in agreement. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and their faces were filled with an unmistakable joy. Indeed, this is truly a fortunate event for our great Xia, exclaimed a martial artist, sparking a chorus of agreement from those around him. Ha ha! Another martial artist laughed, his eyes brimming with pride. To witness Chu Tianjiao reaching the 24th level firsthand is something I can boast about to my friends for a long time. Lin Wuhai surveyed the crowd, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He spoke slowly. In that case, why don't we all join together to celebrate Chu Li's achievement? The moment these words were spoken, there was a brief silence. Then, the martial artists exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a mix of disbelief and delight. Lin Wuhai's words were clear, was inviting them to a grand feast. For the martial artists present, this was beyond their wildest dreams. They never imagined they would receive a personal invitation from Lin Wuhai. let alone have the opportunity to dine with the famous prodigy, Chu Li. Such an honor was incredibly rare. Filled with excitement, the martial artist did not hesitate and responded eagerly. Hurrah! To celebrate Chu Tianjiao's success is indeed our good fortune. We must go. We must go. With Master Lin's invitation and Chu Tianjiao's achievement of reaching the 24th level, how could we miss such a joyous occasion? Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Wuhai said no more and signaled for everyone to get into the cars. The convoy of a dozen vehicles quickly filled up, yet there still weren't enough seats. Undeterred, the martial artist climbed onto the car roofs, jokingly declaring, "On such a happy day, feeling the cool breeze would be exhilarating." Despite the late hour, the nightlife around the Wuhuan Tower was just beginning. Neon lights flashed, and the streets were bustling with people. As the convoy passed by, it attracted curious stares. "Can people actually sit on car roofs? That's something you don't see every day," whispered passersby. If they didn't know this was Master Lin's convoy, they would have been laughing uncontrollably. However, the martial artists felt no shame. Instead, they appeared quite pleased with themselves. After all, receiving an invitation from Master Lin and attending Chu Li's celebration was not an opportunity everyone got. The convoy traveled through several districts before finally stopping in front of the Wanjia Casino. Lin Wuhai was the first to get out, personally organizing the martial artists to enter in an orderly fashion to prevent chaos. The celebration was held on the third floor of the casino. The large dining room was already set with tables full of dishes. Dozens of neatly dressed waitstaff moved around, carrying an array of exquisite dishes. There was roasted demon deer, which had been an impressive level creature in life, and the paw of a red demon bear, comparable to a level in strength. The dishes made from rare treasures were countless. Any single dish was expensive enough to be out of reach for ordinary people. As the martial artists entered the dining room, they were stunned by the sight. Though some were influential, they paled in comparison to Lin Wuhai. Moreover, Lin Wuhai had clearly spared no expense for this celebration, far beyond anything they had ever seen. They stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Leading Chu Li and Guan Dashan into the dining room, Lin Wuhai laughed heartily at the scene. "Ha! There's no need to stand on ceremony. Everyone, just take your seats. Today is Chu Li's celebration banquet. On such a joyous occasion, regardless of your cultivation level or status, feel free to enjoy yourselves." Hearing this, the martial artists felt a surge of energy. One of them, feeling bold, laughed loudly. "Huh? Since Master Lin has said so, why should we hesitate? Let's sit down." Once the martial artists took their seats, the entire restaurant was filled with laughter and joy. Lin Wuhai glanced around, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He turned to Chu Li and asked warmly, "Xiao Li, are you satisfied with this celebration banquet?" Although none of the martial artists present could compare to Lin Wuhai in terms of status, each was a renowned figure in their own right. After all, not many could afford to spend 3 billion to challenge the Wuhuan Tower. To gather so many people for a celebration in such a short time was quite an impressive feat. "Thank you for your efforts, Seventh Master." Chu Li nodded with a smile. These simple 5 words were more sincere than any false flattery, making Lin Wuhai's smile even warmer. "In that case," Lin Wuhai suggested, "why not take this opportunity to say a few words, Xiao Li? Share some of your experiences with the Wuhuan Tower, so others may learn from them." Guan Dashan immediately chimed in. "If I could gain even a fraction of your insights, it would be immensely beneficial for me. It might help me advance further in the Wuhuan Tower. As a martial artist on the cusp of reaching level, any guidance could help him overcome the final hurdle. Indeed, if Chu Tianjiao could share his experiences, it would certainly help us all improve. Chu Tianjiao, let me toast to you first." The surrounding martial artists echoed the sentiment, and the restaurant erupted with excitement. Even those in other corners joined in, creating a lively atmosphere. Seeing this, Chu Li was also enthused and laughed heartily. "All right, I'll give it a try." With that, he walked to the front of the restaurant under everyone's watchful eyes. Instantly, the noisy venue fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The audience, all martial arts elites with a deep understanding of the Wuhuan Tower, listened intently to Chu Li's every word, not wanting to miss any detail. After a brief pause, Chu Li humbly began, "I'd like to share some personal experiences, which you can adapt to your own situations." This modesty immediately won everyone's favor. As you all know, the first 9 levels of the Wuhuan Tower consist of puppets, testing a martial artist's combat talent. This part cannot be circumvented and must be passed with genuine skill. At this point, some martial artists showed disappointment, having hoped for some unique tricks only to hear a rather ordinary answer. Just as disappointment began to set in, Chu Li continued, "However, from the 10th to the 18th level, there is much potential." An elderly martial artist with white hair rose from his chair and respectfully bowed to Chu Li. His eyes were bright and his tone sincere. "May I ask, Chu Tianjiao, what do you mean by this?" Chu Li calmly accepted the gesture and then began to speak. "From the 10th to the 18th level, the test is one of a martial artist's willpower. Only those with unwavering determination can remain steadfast and persevere to the end. This willpower I call martial way. The entire hall fell silent at his words, and the martial artists present widened their eyes in astonishment. Though they anticipated Chu Li's words would be remarkable, they hadn't expected him to address the essence of the martial way so directly. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Chu Li continued, "The martial way is not just about advancing in skill, it is a reflection of one's will. Some practice martial arts for wealth, others for power, and some for protection." His gaze swept over the faces of the martial artists present. Everyone has their own reasons for persisting, and it is this persistence that has carried you through countless trials to where you stand today. The room fell into deep thought, including Lin Wuhai. All the martial artists present were well aware of the dangers of the path of the martial way, where a single misstep could mean life or death. Their experiences were nothing short of a saga of blood and tears. After giving everyone a moment to reflect, Chu Li softly added, "Do not concern yourselves with others' opinions, nor overthink matters. Just relentlessly persevere, because that is your martial way." These words seemed to break through an invisible barrier, bringing sudden clarity to everyone. A middle-aged martial artist suddenly stood up, raising his cup excitedly. "Chu Tianjiao, I toast to you. Your words are worth more than 10 years of hard training." With that, he downed his drink in one go. Following suit, an old martial artist stood up with a hearty laugh. "Huh? I have wandered through the world for decades, yet what I've seen and heard is not as profound as Chu Tianjiao's words. I am impressed." He too drank his strong liquor with satisfaction. The martial artists applauded and cheered, creating an exuberant atmosphere. At that moment, Lin Wuhai slowly rose to his feet, and his movement immediately drew everyone's attention. Lin Wuhai faced the many questioning eyes with a calm expression. He gazed at Chu Li, his voice low and resolute. "Xiao Li, although I'm not good at drinking, today, I must toast to you." With that, he downed his drink in one go and returned to his seat, a trace of sadness flickering in his eyes. Everyone present knew of Lin Wuhai's prominent identity, seventh master of the Lin family, a true prodigy. Yet few realized that his easy rise to an A-level fighter was backed by the Lin family's vast resources, and came at the cost of sacrificing his true love. The woman he deeply loved was now the wife of his elder brother, the current head of the Lin family. Memories surged like a tide. Those years, he trained desperately, striving for the approval of the prominent family of a certain lady from one of the 8 great families of the Magic City. Even after becoming a celebrated level fighter, he couldn't compete with the arranged family marriage. Once the marriage was set, his elder brother took over as family head and provided him with abundant resources to help him reach the A-level as compensation. However, from that point on, Lin Wuhai's cultivation stagnated, as if the fire in his heart had extinguished. He volunteered to guard the casino, wasting away in a daze. "So, my persistence, my martial path, I abandoned them with my own hands years ago." Lin Wuhai sighed inwardly, his heart shrouded in darkness. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned heavy, the once lively chatter gradually subsiding. Chu Li looked deeply at Lin Wuhai, and though unaware of the full details, he had gleaned enough from the hints. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice firm and powerful. "A person's life is filled with countless obstacles, and a martial artist's life even more so, by several, or even dozens of times. But so what?" At this point, his voice rose sharply. "Why can't what was lost be regained? Why can't a broken martial path be continued? A martial artist must forge ahead fearlessly, to be worthy of this prosperous era." As his words fell, the room was silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. "Well said. A martial artist should advance fearlessly. This prosperous era, this prosperous era. Chu Tianjiao's vision far surpasses ours by 100-fold. If Chu Tianjiao ever needs my help, I will not hesitate." The martial artists laughed heartily, their spirits lifted. What could be more exhilarating to them than a clear martial path? Lin Wuhai stood rigid, repeating to himself, "To advance fearlessly, to be worthy, to be worthy." His eyes gradually brightened, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, dispelling the confusion of the past. To be worthy of this prosperous era. Crack! With a crisp sound of breaking, a roaring explosion echoed in the room. Lin Wuhai's clothes fluttered without wind, heralding the beginning of some kind of transformation. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from Lin Wuhai, sweeping across the surroundings. A terrifying aura was brewing within him, slowly building up before it suddenly erupted, dominating the entire scene in an instant. How is this possible? Seventh Master. Could Seventh Master be on the verge of breaking through to strength? Someone stammered in disbelief. All the martial artists present were fixated on Lin Wuhai at the center of the arena, feeling their bodies tremble and their souls quiver, a primal fear of a powerful presence. Ha 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 ha. Lin Wuhai could no longer contain his excitement and burst into a wild laughter that echoed throughout the casino, causing countless gamblers and staff to turn pale. The terrifying aura around him did not subside but instead intensified, climbing steadily higher. As time passed, Lin Wuhai's aura finally reached an unprecedented peak-rank pinnacle. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply, and they held their breath. Even Chu Li's eyes flickered with amazement. He realized that Lin Wuhai's martial path must have been blocked by something, and his earlier words had been like a key, unlocking the shackles that bound him. Years of accumulation had erupted in a single moment. Crack! A faint cracking sound was heard. Lin Wuhai's aura suddenly surged beyond its limits, multiplying several times over. The martial artists present turned pale and spat blood, collapsing to the ground. Only Guan Dashin managed to barely withstand it using the power of his 7-foot rake martial soul, while Chu Li remained calm, intently observing this rare breakthrough process. 15 minutes later, Lin Wuhai's aura gradually stabilized, and the terrifying presence vanished without a trace, leaving everything peaceful once more. This was the realm of legends. He slowly opened his arms, taking a deep breath and savoring the beauty of the air around him for the first time. After a while, his mind settled, and he opened his eyes, which shone with a piercing brilliance. Khan, congratulations, 7th Master. Breaking through to the legendary realm, soon to ascend to the Great Xia's legend list. A martial artist trembled as he loudly congratulated. Subsequently, the other martial artists got to their feet, joining in the chorus of congratulations. Congratulations to 7th Master. You've ascended to the realm of legends and become one of the top powerhouses in our city. The cheers of the martial artists echoed throughout the spacious hall. First, Chu Tianzhao broke through the 24th level of the Martial Soul Tower, and now, 7th Master Lin has reached legendary status. To witness such events in person is a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Lin Wuhai scanned the crowd with his eyes, then suddenly let out a cold snort. From today onwards, I am no longer the 7th Master of the Lin family. Anyone who dares to call me that will meet their end. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Having just stepped into the legendary realm, he had completely broken free from the shackles in his heart, and his entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. The martial artists, who were previously jubilant, were now frozen in place, exchanging puzzled looks, unable to comprehend why Lin Wuhai seemed like a different person. Ignoring the confused stares, Lin Wuhai slowly directed his gaze towards Chu Li. The two locked eyes silently, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Guan Dashin stood to the side, sweating profusely, his heart pounding. He silently worried. Hopefully, the young master won't anger this newly ascended level powerhouse. Lin Wuhai was no longer the A-level martial artist bound by numerous constraints. He was now a legendary figure who could disregard most of the world's rules. If provoked, a bloodbath would be of little consequence. Chu Li, though aware of this, remained calm and unafraid. Just as everyone was holding their breath, Lin Wuhai suddenly broke into a gentle smile, as if he were a different person. Xiao Li, you truly are extraordinary, deserving of the title of prodigy, he said softly. Anyone else would have trembled before my earlier display of power, but you remained composed, and it wasn't an act. Uncle Lin, you're too kind, Chu Li replied with a smile. It's not flattery, every word is from the heart, Lin Wuhai said earnestly. In that case, I humbly accept your praise. Chu Li responded playfully. Lin Wuhai burst into hearty laughter. Xiao Li, I'm growing fonder of you by the day. He paused, giving Chu Li a meaningful look. No matter what, my breakthrough to this level is thanks to you, and I won't forget this debt. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. All the martial artists turned their eyes to Chu Li, filled with envy. A favor from its class powerhouse was incredibly valuable. Lin Wuhai's promise meant that Chu Li could now move freely across to Xia without hindrance. Uncle Lin, your breakthrough was due to resolving your inner conflict. Even without my help, you would have eventually overcome it, Chu Li said calmly. Even so, without your guidance, I might have remained lost for much longer, Lin Wuhai replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Xiao Li, after today, I'll return to the Lin family in Modu. Whenever you miss me, just come to the Lin family, and you'll be warmly welcomed. As a newly recognized class powerhouse, he had decided to leave immediately to resolve his personal matters. All right, Chu Li agreed readily. How about we have a drink tonight? Sounds perfect. Today is a day of double celebrations. We should drink to our heart's content. With both leading figures in agreement, the other martial artists naturally chimed in, though their enthusiasm was notably more reserved than before. Despite Lin Wuhai's easygoing nature, his status had changed, and they had to be more mindful of their words and actions. As dawn broke and the guests dispersed, Lin Wuhai led Chu Li to the basement level of a casino, where he entered a code at an iron door. Inside, it was a whole new world, a spacious living room complete with sofas and a television, guest rooms, and other amenities. It resembled a tasteful residence rather than a basement. This is a place I've prepared for your recovery, Lin Wuhai explained simply. I usually retreat here for seclusion. Feel free to rest here. Someone will bring meals daily. I'll instruct my people not to disturb you after I leave. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Chu Li expressed his genuine gratitude. He understood that although he was hailed as a prodigious talent to Lin Wuhai, now in class legendary figure, he was still insignificant. Lin Wuhai's care was purely out of past friendship. After closing the door, Lin Wuhai sat with Chu Li on the sofa. Shao Li, since we're alone here, I'll be honest, my inner conflict is related to the Lin family. After Lin Wuhai shared his story, Chu Li couldn't help but reflect. Though heirs of noble families enjoy wealth and endless cultivation resources, isn't there a certain sadness behind it all? After Lin Wuhai finally shared the thoughts he had kept hidden for years, he felt a significant weight lifted off his shoulders. What do you plan to do when you get back? Chu Li asked. Lin Wuhai thought for a moment, shrugged, and said, I haven't decided yet. If you're really curious, just keep an eye on the news in the coming days. Chu Li couldn't help but smile at his words. Lin Wuhai, unfazed, took a jade pendant from his storage ring and handed it over. What is this? Chu Li asked with a frown. It's just an ordinary jade pendant. Lin Wuhai paused, as if expecting to see disappointment on Chu Li's face, but Chu Li's expression remained calm and unchanged. Sometimes I really wonder, Lin Wuhai said helplessly. Do you have the soul of an ancient spirit living inside you? How can you remain so calm in every situation? Never mind, I'll just be straightforward. He continued while looking at the jade pendant in his hand. I've infused a trace of martial soul power into this pendant. If you find yourself in danger, crush it, and I'll sense it and come to help as quickly as I can. In that case, thank you. Chu Li replied, not standing on ceremony, and placed the pendant into his storage ring. It's getting late. I should be going. Lin Wuhai said as he stood up. Take care and heal well. No need to see me out. With that, he left the room. Chu Li wandered around the room for a bit, then went to the bedroom to place the fox demon, Tian, on the bed. He took out a crayed demon crystal from his storage ring and tossed it to the fox, saying, Eat these first. They should be enough for you to advance to crate. Although Tian was still at the grade level, it had been continuously refining demon crystals in the Yin cave and was close to reaching crate. The little fox chirped happily, nodded, then picked up a demon crystal and swallowed it before promptly falling asleep. Watching Tian, Chu Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Being a demon beast certainly had its unique advantages. Having enough demon crystals meant not having to worry about cultivation. Enough of that. The priority now is to heal my soul injuries. Chu Li shook off his distracting thoughts and focused his mind. A green light flashed behind him as the shadow of the ginseng fruit tree gradually materialized and became tangible. Under Chu Li's control, the tree was only a few meters tall, appearing more delicate and charming compared to its previous massive form. The tree bore ginseng fruits shaped like infants, each one crystal clear, plump, and full. Now that my cultivation has improved significantly, the effectiveness of the ginseng fruits will surely increase as well. Chu Li pondered silently, yet his hands moved without hesitation as he swiftly picked a ginseng fruit and popped it into his mouth. The sweet flesh melted instantly, and a surge of pure energy traveled down his throat to his abdomen. He could clearly feel a tingling itch deep in his soul, which was rapidly healing from its severe injuries. The effects of the ginseng fruit far exceeded his expectations, and Chu Li couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He then focused intently, concentrating on refining this miraculous power. 10 days flew by. On this night, the full moon shone brightly, accompanied by a scattering of stars. A massive wall, towering several dozen feet high, stood imposingly on the outskirts of the Magic City's defenses, where several fully armed soldiers were vigilantly performing their duties. A young soldier, around 18 or 19, leaned against the wall, carefully cleaning his Type 95 rifle. An older soldier approached with a wry smile and said, Young man, times have changed. This gun isn't as practical as swords anymore. With only a few days left until the night of the blood moon, the older soldier continued to advise. If you ask me, you should put away these obsolete firearms and practice your sword skills. That might give you a better chance of surviving the impending disaster. The young soldier remained silent for a moment before responding earnestly. This is my grandfather's keepsake. When spiritual energy first reawakened, there weren't any warriors around. It was with this gun that he managed to hunt so many beasts. The older soldier shook his head. It's fine for dealing with level beasts, but it's useless against anything a level or higher, let alone stronger creatures. Seeing the young soldier about to argue, the older soldier lost patience and walked away, saying, I've made myself clear. Do as you see fit. Just don't be a burden during combat. The young soldier looked down at his well-maintained rifle, murmuring to himself, has it really been rendered obsolete? He looked up at the night sky, noticing the moon had taken on a faint reddish hue. The blood moon night was approaching, signaling slaughter and danger, but also offering a chance for glory. Every year, some lost their lives during this time, while others gained military merit and rose through the ranks. Like all new recruits, he harbored such aspirations. Suddenly, He furrowed his brow, thought he saw a shadow flicker across the moonlit sky. Upon closer inspection, the night appeared unchanged, and the moon was as it always was. The young soldier rubbed his eyes and observed carefully again, eventually muttering to himself, "Maybe I just imagined it." He chose not to alert others, not wanting to seem overly alarmed. "Perhaps I've been too tense lately, leading to some hallucinations." The young soldier thought this as he gently rubbed his temples. Suddenly, his movements stopped abruptly, and his pupils contracted sharply. In the moonlight, a line of blood quietly appeared on his pale face. With a soft pop, it was as if something had cracked open. The line of blood instantly widened, and the young soldier's head slowly separated along the blood mark. His body fell heavily to the ground, spilling red and white matter everywhere. "Alert! We're under attack!" A nearby soldier shouted hoarsely, his face pale. The alarm sounded immediately, piercing through the night sky with its shrill wail. Countless shadows rose from the darkness, quickly gathering into a cloud that loomed over the city walls. The news broadcast played on the LCD TV. According to the latest reports, the northern city wall of Modu was attacked by a beast tide last night. Nearly 1,000 level demon beasts, known as skull-cracking bat demons, launched a surprise attack. These fast and fierce beasts caused severe losses to the northern wall's defenders, with 491 soldiers killed in action. Our forces ultimately managed to kill over 600 skull-cracking bat demons. Although such losses are within an acceptable range for the northern camp, this beast tide signals the imminent arrival of Blood Moon Night. Citizens are advised to avoid leaving the city and to stay indoors. With a click, Chu Li turned off the TV, his brow furrowed. There's still 3 or 4 days until Blood Moon Night, and the beast tide is already gathering. He muttered to himself, recalling the recent level Immortal King beast attack in the Yin Yin Cave. A strong premonition surged within him. This beast tide might be fiercer than in previous years. However, thinking of Lin Wuhai, the newly ascended S-level powerhouse of Modu, Chu Li felt slightly reassured. The news had been flooded with stories of this legendary figure, especially his actions after ascending to S-level, where he went to his own family clan and brutally beat his brother, the head of the Lin family, and in a level powerhouse for hours. Even though Lin Wuhai had deliberately controlled his strength, his brother was still sent to the hospital with multiple fractures, barely clinging to life. Had Lin Wuhai used his full force, a single punch might have reduced him to dust. Notably, the first decision his brother made upon regaining consciousness was to appoint Lin Wuhai as the next head of the Lin family. These events had long spread throughout Daxia, known by almost everyone. Chu Li gazed into the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts. With a formidable figure like Lin Wuhai stationed there, the safety of the Magic City was indeed maximized. Logically, his wisest choice should be to stay away from the impending Blood Moon battle and devote all his time to enhancing his own strength. However, the Blood Moon battle occurred only once a year. Participating in it would undoubtedly provide him with invaluable real combat experience. After all, a warrior can only achieve the fastest growth through actual combat. As he pondered, a familiar notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Faced with the upcoming Blood Moon Night, doubt arises in your heart, activating the divine choice. 2 options appeared. Option 1. Avoid the Blood Moon battle, focus on training, and obtain the Ginseng fruit tree martial soul skill, Mist Moon Flying Leaves. This powerful defensive martial soul skill can summon numerous ginseng tree leaves to form a natural barrier around you. Option 2. Join the Blood Moon battle, hone yourself in combat, and acquire the mythical technique, Great Steel Body Refinement Art. The uniqueness of this technique lies in its ability to strengthen the body by absorbing battle intent and killing aura, rather than traditional relentless practice. Chu Li's lips curled slightly, having already made up his mind. Although he had mastered various martial soul skills and possessed spiritual cultivation techniques, he indeed had a weakness in physical strength. The battleground of the Blood Moon battle was the perfect place to practice the Great Steel Body Refinement Art. I choose the second option, he decided decisively. Taking a deep breath, Chu Li picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly, and a deep, powerful male voice came through. "This is Feng Lai. Is that you, Xiao Li?" Feng Lai was the supreme leader of the Magic City, a top-tier A-level powerhouse. Not only was he exceptionally strong, but he also held the power of life and death over countless individuals. For someone of his stature to give a personal phone number to a young man was enough to astonish any onlooker. Chu Li spoke calmly. "Leader, I plan to participate in the Blood Moon battle." There was a moment of silence on the other end before Feng Lai's voice, tinged with doubt, asked, "Xiao Li, why do you say this suddenly? You should know that even A-level powerhouses can fall on Blood Moon Night. With your talent, given enough time, you could not only become an A-level powerhouse, but might even reach the legendary S-level." As the leader of the Magic City, Feng Lai had to consider the long term, which was why he had agreed to Yu Shan's proposal in the first place. "Leader, after careful consideration, I've decided that I need to fight to improve myself. The battlefield on the night of the blood moon is undoubtedly the best place for that, Chu Li stated with a firm expression, his tone unwavering. Feng Lai furrowed his brows slightly, lost in thought. After a moment, he nodded slowly. In that case, head to the northern military camp of the Demon City. I will assign 100 warriors to serve under you. Remember, apart from me, you are not to obey anyone else's orders. Without my direct instructions, you have full autonomy. Those words carried significant weight. Having such autonomy on the battlefield meant Chu Li could act entirely based on his own judgment. However, this trust also carried immense risk. The battlefield is ever-changing. If Chu Li chose to retreat at a critical moment, it could undermine the morale of the troops, leading to a complete collapse. Thank you, leader. Aware of the weight of this trust, Chu Li expressed his gratitude solemnly before turning to return to his chamber. What met his eyes was the sight of the fox demon Tian Tian sprawled out in sleep, her small belly gently rising and falling with her breaths. Chu Li couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It had taken him 10 whole days and the power of a ginseng fruit to restore his spirit, yet this little one had managed to break through to the Clevel realm simply by sleeping. Let it be. Chu Li sighed softly, shaking his head, as he gently picked up the sleeping Tian Tian. With her mythic level bloodline, Tian Tian's breakthrough to Clevel would surely play a greater role in the Blood Moon battle. In the northern military camp of the Demon City, thousands of barracks stood in orderly rows, with a vast training ground in the center capable of holding tens of thousands of people. At this moment, 100 fully armed elite warriors were lined up neatly, standing before a middle-aged man clad in silver armor. Yang Qing, a major general under Feng Lai. Yang Qing had a handsome yet stern face, with an aura of authority that comes from long-standing power. He surveyed the crowd, asking coldly, "Do you know why I have summoned you here today?" Faced with the general's inquiry, the 100 warriors remained silent. Yang Qing continued, "You are all elites of the northern military camp. Even the weakest among you has an A-level cultivation, enough to lead a 10-man squad. The reason you have been gathered here is for one purpose, or rather, for one person." Upon hearing this, the warriors exchanged puzzled glances, many frowning, clearly perplexed by this statement. Because of one person? Yang Qing surveyed the 100 elite warriors before him. Each was battle-hardened, yet now they appeared puzzled by this simple question. Yang Qing didn't keep them in suspense and asked gravely, "Have you heard of Chu Li?" Chu Li. A flicker of recognition passed through the eyes of the warriors. In today's Great Xia, who hasn't heard that name? Once they realized that this mission involved Chu Li, they didn't feel slighted. After all, despite his youth, Chu Li was recognized as a prodigy. If he were to grow to his full potential, he might surpass the strength of thousands of them. I've gathered you here to assign you under Chu Li's command. From now on, you will follow his orders in battle. Yang Qing paused and added, "This is also the wish of Chief Feng Lai." The moment these words were spoken, silence fell over the group. The 100 elite warriors stared at each other in disbelief. "What? You want us to follow Chu Li's orders in combat?" A middle-aged warrior stepped forward angrily. "Protecting Chu Li is our duty, but taking orders from him is out of the question." "Indeed," other warriors echoed. "Though Chu Li is a prodigy, he's still young and inexperienced in warfare. Following his commands would be suicide. We urge General Qi Hu to reconsider." Yang Qing's gaze was sharp as he looked over the group. "I have already stated, this is Chief Feng Lai's decision." Even though he himself found the order puzzling, as a subordinate, he had no choice but to enforce it strictly. The warriors, faced with this reality, looked dejected. How could they alter an order from Chief Feng Lai? "General Yang," one warrior pondered for a moment before speaking. "Surely you don't want Chu Li's mistakes to endanger the entire army at a critical moment?" Yang Qing took a deep breath. "No matter what decisions Chu Li makes, your duty is to execute them. Anyone who disobeys will face military justice." He understood these concerns might materialize, but Chief Feng Lai had made his stance clear, was willing to stake the entire northern defense on Chu Li. This heavy trust was beyond Yang Qing's influence. Just as the warriors were silently resigning themselves to their fate in the tense atmosphere, a soldier hurried into the tent. "Report. Someone claiming to be Chu Li requests to see the general outside the camp." Chu Li arrived so quickly? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow and turned to the soldier beside him, ordering, "Bring him over." Then, facing the 100 warriors present, Yang Qing spoke with a serious expression. "Chu Li is already here. During the Blood Moon battle, I expect you not to embarrass me, and certainly not the leader." "Understood." "Yes." The warriors answered in unison, though their heads hung low, clearly reluctant about the arrangement. Yang Qing noticed their reaction but wasn't concerned. In his view, although Chu Li was exceptionally talented and powerful, he was still young and would likely hesitate in real combat. These 100 warriors were merely here to accompany this young master. Moments later, a soldier led a young man over. The crowd looked up, and despite their reluctance, they had to admit the young man carried himself with extraordinary poise. He wore a black martial artist's outfit, a black patterned belt around his waist, and his handsome face and composed demeanor were evident in his every move. I am Chu Li, greetings to the general. Chu Li approached Yang Qing and bowed slightly. Yang Qing nodded to himself, acknowledging that this young man was indeed composed and unusual. However, he maintained a calm exterior, smiling slightly as he said, Chu Li, you arrived just in time. These are elite warriors I've personally selected for you. With their help, even if you face a small beast tide, you can retreat safely. Chu Li glanced around at the crowd, easily assessing from their unguarded auras that they were indeed formidable elite warriors. However, his brow gradually furrowed. Chu Li, is there a problem? Yang Qing noticed his change in expression and asked, General, if I may. Chu Li clasped his hands. These warriors are individually elite, but together, they are a disorganized crowd. A disorganized crowd. Yang Qing was taken aback, as were the warriors, who soon felt a surge of discontent. Before they could react, Chu Li explained, General, please observe. While these soldiers are elite, their formation is chaotic and their morale is low. What else could such a group be but a disorganized crowd? Upon hearing this, Yang Qing scrutinized Chu Li with a serious gaze. This young man had such insight into the battlefield. No wonder he had attracted Feng Li's attention. Most warriors, after hearing Chu Li's words, felt their anger dissipate and were instead filled with shame. Yet, a few remained defiant, and among them, a middle-aged strong man suddenly stepped forward, shouting, Chu Li, though you are renowned, I am not convinced by you. Yang Qing furrowed his brow, feeling a bit displeased. He was ready to intervene when someone dared to make things difficult for Chu Li. However, he noticed that Chu Li ignored the provocation from the middle-aged man and instead turned to him, asking, General Yang, according to what you said earlier, this team should be under my command, right? That's correct. Yang Qing confirmed with a nod, somewhat surprised. This team is officially under your leadership now. His anger gradually subsided, replaced by curiosity about how Chu Li would handle the situation. Once Chu Li received confirmation, he shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man in the crowd and calmly said, Since you want to speak, why don't you step forward? Hiding below, what skill is that? The man's thoughts were laid bare by these words. He strode out of the line, approached Chu Li, and as he removed his upper armor, he declared loudly, Chu Li, although you're a prodigy with great combat power, I just don't submit to you. His muscular body was covered with a web of scars, crisscrossing like a spider web. He pointed to a scar on his chest, his voice booming. This scar is from when I first joined the army and fought in Flevel Beast. This one is from saving a comrade from the jaws of a Clevel Tiger. This one, and this one. The man rambled on for quite some time, and the crowd remained silent. Chu Li listened calmly, absorbing the man's grievances. Once the man's voice calmed down, he continued, Chu Li, when it comes to battlefield experience, I surpass countless warriors. With my battle achievements and cultivation, leading a 1,000-strong team should be a given. Yet now, I'm assigned under you, an inexperienced newcomer, to control my fate. I truly feel unwilling. His words immediately resonated with many of the warriors present. The man added, I actually have no issue with you personally, and even admire you. After all, possessing dual mythical martial souls and setting a record on the 24th floor of the Martial Soul Tower is unprecedented among the younger generation in Xia. But this is the battlefield. The warriors nodded in agreement. While they admired Chu Li's talent, they were reluctant to entrust their lives to a battlefield novice. Yang Qing secretly anticipated Chu Li's response. If this young hero was left speechless, it would be a shame given his many accolades. Chu Li, however, did not disappoint. He maintained his calm demeanor, paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly. I understand everything you've said. The moment Chu Li finished speaking, the scene fell into a deathly silence. All the warriors widened their eyes, staring incredulously at the tall figure in front of them. Their expressions shifted from shock to confusion, and then to complexity, as if they had gone through 1,000 twists and turns. The burly man stood in place, clenching his fists, his brow furrowed, clearly engaged in an intense internal struggle. He had been prepared to face the other's wrath, yet what he received was understanding and forgiveness. Chu Li's expression was calm as he glanced over the crowd and spoke slowly. I completely understand your concerns. However, I, Chu Li, solemnly promise, once on the battlefield, I will never abandon my comrades. Together with everyone here, I will fight to the last moment. This is my vow. His voice grew more resolute as he concluded, his gaze firm as he looked directly at them. I know that anyone can make grand promises. But I earnestly ask you all, give me one chance, just this once. Let me prove my sincerity through my actions. Silence descended once more. The crowd was filled with mixed emotions, fully aware that with Chu Li's military rank and prestigious status, he could have simply issued orders without explanation. Yet, he chose to humble himself and speak candidly with them. This sincerity spoke volumes. Finally, a warrior broke the silence. He stepped forward abruptly, clasped his fists, and shouted loudly, willing to follow the officer's orders. This shout seemed to open a floodgate. More warriors stepped out from the formation, clasping their fists and loudly proclaiming, willing to follow the officer's orders. Their voices echoed across the open space, resonating for a long time. The burly man took a deep breath, a complex light flashing in his eyes. He suddenly clasped his fists, his voice booming, grateful for the officer's magnanimity, not holding my insubordination against me. I, Wang Hu, am willing to follow the officer's orders and pledge my life. At this moment, everyone entrusted their lives wholeheartedly to Chu Li. Even Chu Li, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but show a hint of a pleased smile. He turned to Wang Hu and said in a deep voice, "From this moment, you are my deputy." Wang Hu was stunned, looking up at Chu Li in disbelief. "Sir, I spoke out of line just now, and yet you still." Chu Li smiled slightly. "You spoke the truth, reflecting the sentiments of everyone. How could that be wrong? Do you truly think I am someone with a narrow mind?" "No, I dare not." Wang Hu shook his head quickly, his face full of fear and gratitude. Chu Li continued, "The scars on your body tell a lot. Having you as my deputy to advise me at critical moments is more than appropriate." These words sent a warm current through Wang Hu's heart. He bit his lip and bowed again. "I accept the command." Yang Qing, who had remained silent throughout, had witnessed the entire process. At this moment, he looked at Chu Li with newfound admiration in his eyes. Yang Qing gazed intently at Chu Li's figure, feeling a storm of emotions within him. Previously, he had only regarded Chu Li as a prodigy with exceptional talent and combat skills. Now, he had to admit that this young man also possessed an astonishing gift for understanding and influencing people. As a seasoned veteran, Yang Qing keenly noticed that from the moment Chu Li entered, he had already discerned that the troops were not wholeheartedly committed. In such a situation, most would either choose to slowly win them over or exert authority to command obedience. However, Chu Li took a different approach, first stirred the troops' emotions with sharp words, and then seized the opportunity to address the root of the problem. So young, yet so calculating. Yang Qing thought to himself, his gaze growing more intense. If Chu Li truly fulfilled his promises in the Blood Moon battle, this elite force of 100 might wholeheartedly pledge their loyalty. Chu Li was unaware of Yang Qing's thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was executing an open and honest strategy, with nothing to hide. With a piercing gaze, he surveyed the crowd and called out, "Wang Hu, present." Wang Hu immediately stepped forward, fists clasped in salute. "Reorganize the formation at once. Order the entire army to summon their martial spirits. I need to plan the combat sequence." At these words, the soldiers' expressions changed. Everyone knew that coordination of martial spirits in an army was crucial, as a single mistake could harm allies. Even a squad of 10 required careful arrangement, let alone 100. Chu Li clearly understood this well, proving he was no novice to the battlefield. Wang Hu accepted the order and commanded, "Hear me, troops. Reorganize the formation. Summon your martial spirits." The sound of armor clashing echoed as, in an instant, 100 warriors formed a neat phalanx, standing solemnly. The silence that followed starkly contrasted with the previous chaos. With Wang Hu's command, vibrant martial spirit lights burst from the soldiers' bodies. Chu Li methodically issued orders. "Weapon-type martial spirits, step out. Stand on the left." Over 30 people responded and moved. "Human and beast-type martial spirits, step out. Stand on the right." Another 20 or so shifted into position. "Support-type martial spirits, stay in the center. Other types, step out." The commands flowed continuously, with precise and swift deployment. The soldiers stood ready, executing each order flawlessly. Yang Qing watched in astonishment, thinking to himself, "This is no rookie. He's a seasoned commander." With only 3 days remaining until the night of the Blood Moon, the city defenses of the Magic City have been repeatedly tested by small-scale beast attacks, all of which have thankfully been repelled by the soldiers. At this moment, a black armored vehicle is quietly parked at the entrance of the northern military camp, where Hanya, a female reporter dressed in red martial attire, is reporting live in front of the camera. "Dear viewers," Hanya says, her gaze unwavering as she looks into the camera, "the soldiers who silently protect our homes should not remain unknown. As a war correspondent, I will be providing live coverage of every detail in the camp, ensuring the heroes' images are forever remembered. Perhaps you might even spot your own family members here." With that, Hanya turns and walks deeper into the camp, followed closely by the cameraman, who hurriedly carries the equipment. The guards do not stop her. Her presence is well known to them. In the past 3 Blood Moon battles, Hanya had volunteered to report from the front lines, remaining steadfast even during the fiercest conflicts. Her multiple brushes with death have not shaken her resolve. As she often says, "The heroes who fight to protect our home should not fade into obscurity, even if they fall in battle." Hanya moves unhindered, visiting various posts in the infirmary, providing detailed updates on the current situation. Just as she is about to head to the command tent, a burst of colorful light appears in the distance. A martial spirit? She pauses, then addresses the camera. Viewers, something seems to be happening at the training ground. Let's go take a look. A few minutes later, Hanya arrives at the training ground. What she sees surprises her. 100 warriors are each releasing their martial spirits, moving in an orderly fashion across the field. Even more notable is the presence of a strikingly handsome young man confidently giving commands, while Yang Qing, the commander of the northern military camp, stands silently behind him. Yang Qing, known for his strategic brilliance under the leadership of Feng Lai, has orchestrated plans that have led to the destruction of countless beasts in past Blood Moon battles, significantly reducing soldier casualties. Yet here he is, willingly standing in the background? As Hanya observes the young man closely, she suddenly recognizes him and exclaims, "Wait, isn't that Chu Li?" In a dorm room at Magic City University, Chu Qing stared blankly at the image on the LCD TV. The young hero, full of vigor and pointing out strategies, was none other than her brother, Chu Li, whom she missed dearly. The reporter's exclamations snapped her back to reality, and the joy that flashed in her eyes was quickly replaced by deep concern. She clenched her fists and pressed her lips tightly together. For the past 2 months, she had barely left the house, dedicating herself entirely to cultivation, refining the soul pilled day and night. With her Nirvana-level martial soul, her skills had advanced rapidly, reaching a level standard, and she was not far from level. It's still too slow, Chu Qing murmured, taking a deep breath to suppress her longing for her brother. She knew very well that with her current strength, going to the front lines would only distract Chu Li. Rather than diverting his attention, it was better to continue her rigorous training and grow to a level where she could truly assist him. With this thought, she returned to her tedious and lengthy cultivation. In the principal's office, Yushan stared at the familiar figure in the live broadcast on his phone, so shocked he nearly fell out of his chair. He immediately pulled out his phone, dialing a number in anger. "Phone Lai, you promised not to let Chu Li go to the battlefield. What is going on now?" At the Bai family's villa in Chintian Pavilion, Bai Wan'ning watched the television in a daze. Since Chu Li left school, she had taken leave to focus on her cultivation, never expecting to see him again in a war zone broadcast. Now as a commander of a 100-man unit, her eyes flickered with a complex expression. In the Lin family's villa, the new family head, Lin Wuhai, lounged lazily on the sofa, holding a premium cigar, watching the screen with amusement. Interesting. Since it's Xiao Li, let's see what kind of brilliance this prodigy, renowned in Xia, can shine. As the Blood Moon Night approached, an event of great significance to Xia and the entire world, countless people were glued to their televisions, following the war zone reports. Chu Li's appearance caused a stir, eliciting varied reactions from those who knew him. Some sneered, some were pleased, some worried, but all kept their eyes on the screen, unwilling to miss any detail. Even strangers, intrigued by the frequent mentions of this prodigy in the news, buzzed with discussion, marking the first peak of this war zone coverage. Chu Li noticed the arrival of the war correspondent early on, but chose to ignore it for the time being. He was completely focused on directing 100 elite warriors, efficiently assigning them to different combat sequences. Within just a few minutes, he had clearly divided the team into 4 combat units: reconnaissance, combat, support, and reinforcement. Despite the small size of just 100 people, the division of labor was exceptionally precise. The warriors watched Chu Li's orderly coordination with admiration, their previous doubts vanishing. Reporting to the officer, "The combat sequences have been organized." Wang Hu straightened up and reported firmly. Chu Li nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over each warrior present as he issued his command in a steady voice. "Remember your combat sequences and disband here." His words, though light, carried an undeniable authority. The warriors immediately obeyed and dispersed quickly. "Chu Li, you truly impress me," Yang Qing remarked with genuine admiration after witnessing the entire process. Chu Li respectfully clasped his fists in response. "Thank you for your praise, General." "This isn't praise, it's a fact," Yang Qing said with a smile, then signaled to Hanya, who had been waiting. Hanya promptly approached with the photographer, her gaze shifting between Chu Li and Yang Qing. "I wonder if the General and Chu Tianjiao have time for an interview?" "Let's do it here," Yang Qing agreed readily. He was always open to such battlefield interviews, as the Blood Moon War had become a tradition that needed to be remembered by more people. Hanya nodded and began the interview. "Do you have confidence in facing this Blood Moon Night?" "Of course," Yang Qing replied with a smile. "Our soldiers are the bravest warriors. The Blood Moon Night cannot stop them." Chu Li nodded silently beside him, fully aware of the importance of displaying confidence in public. Hanya continued her questioning. "I've heard that on the eve of this Blood Moon Night, the city defenses have suffered unprecedented small-scale beast-tide attacks. Does this signify anything?" Yang Qing pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, the activities of the beasts have been more frequent than in previous years before this Blood Moon Night. Therefore, this time, the beast hordes may attack more fiercely, but I believe our soldiers are fully capable of handling this crisis." Hanya then asked several more simple, yet insightful questions. "Yang Qing, impressed by her professionalism, patiently answered each one thoroughly. Finally, Hanya turned her attention to Chu Li. General Chihu, may I interview Chu Tianjiao? Yang Qing did not immediately agree, but instead turned to Chu Li for his opinion. Chu Li, what do you think? This move surprised Hanya, and everyone present. Chu Li had unknowingly attained such a high status that even the renowned General Chihu showed him such respect. After a brief consideration, Chu Li readily agreed. No problem. A glimmer of delight flashed in Hanya's eyes as she seized the opportunity to ask her question. If I remember correctly, Chu Tianjiao is a freshman at Magic City University. Why is he at the front lines? I need battles to hone my skills and push my limits. Chu Li replied, straightforward and direct. Hanya was momentarily at a loss for words. This answer was a far cry from the grandiose declarations of serving humanity she had anticipated. However, the audience watching from home appreciated his honesty. After hearing too many empty declarations, Chu Li's candid response seemed more trustworthy. Moreover, he had already demonstrated his commitment through his actions. So, may I ask, Chu Tianjiao, have you had any prior battlefield experience? I noticed you commanded the troops with remarkable ease, Hanya asked, this time choosing her words more carefully. No. Chu Li maintained his succinct style. Such an answer nearly brought Hanya to tears. Instinctively, she glanced at Yang Qing for assistance, only to find him deliberately looking elsewhere. Desperate, Hanya took a deep breath and quickly searched her mind for information on Chu Li. Moments later, she regrouped. I heard you recently reached the 24th level of the Martial Soul Tower. What is your current cultivation level? Chu Li didn't respond verbally, but answered through action. He focused slightly, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Class. Peak. Just a step away from class. Hanya's eyes widened with surprise. To reach such a level in less than 6 months is something many warriors can achieve in a lifetime. Such talent is unparalleled, even surpassing the newly legendary Lin Wuhai. Despite the praise, Chu Li remained calm, as if it were all expected. In truth, if he revealed the fusion of his Qitian dashing martial soul, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout Xia. In the following interview, Hanya posed several more questions, and Chu Li continued with his brief responses. Eventually, Yang Qing stepped in to steer the conversation, ensuring the interview concluded smoothly. After Hanya left, Yang Qing arranged accommodations for Chu Li and instructed that meals be delivered to him daily. Then he returned to his tent to handle official duties. Chu Li didn't choose to rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged and took out an exquisite milky white jade bottle. The intricate patterns on the bottle indicated its extraordinary value, with such an item fetching at least tens of thousands of Xia currency on the market. Inside the small jade bottle was a precious liquid known as fire spirit essence. Chu Li gazed at the fiery red liquid within, contemplating his next move. Ever since he acquired the fire spirit essence, he had been occupied with training in the martial soul tower and healing his soul wounds, leaving no time to refine this treasure. Now settled, he carefully unscrewed the cap. A rich aura immediately escaped from the bottle, and just inhaling a breath invigorated him. Without further hesitation, Chu Li activated his soul power, guiding a drop of the fire spirit essence into his mouth. As soon as it entered, a wave of heat spread through him, though it was still within his tolerance. He quickly swallowed it, enveloping the drop with his soul power to begin the refinement process. Over time, the fire spirit essence gradually dissolved, transforming into pure energy circulating within him. The speed of soul power growth is astonishing. Chu Li noted the changes within, surprise flickering in his eyes. The refinement speed was at least 10 times faster than that of a soul pill. What stunned him even more was that the faint fire element within the drop had not dissipated. Instead, it lingered inside him. Chu Li furrowed his brow, recalling the records on fire spirit essence. Indeed, it had the ability to temper a martial soul. He attempted to use his soul power to draw out the hair-thin fire element, and it responded. Delighted, Chu Li immediately guided the fire element into his second martial soul. He bypassed the wood attribute Ginseng fruit tree martial soul, instead channeling the fire element into the Qitian de Sheng martial soul. At the moment of infusion, a hair on the Qitian de Sheng martial soul turned fiery red. Although the change was subtle, Chu Li, as the martial soul's owner, sensed it keenly. He could feel that this alteration was beneficial, so he immersed himself entirely in refining the fire spirit essence. Time flew by, and night fell. A peculiar full moon hung high in the sky, its surface shrouded in a faint red glow. On the northern city wall of the Demon City, the station soldiers were on high alert, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a shout pierced the night. Beast Tide. The Beast Tide is coming. Several searchlights instantly flicked on, their blinding white beams converging in front of the wall, turning the night as bright as day. In the open wasteland in front of the city walls, hundreds of Tianma tigers were slowly approaching. These creatures were massive, their sharp claws gleaming coldly, and each step caused the ground to tremble slightly. The officer in charge of defending the city wore a grave expression, his white armor glinting in the sunlight. Tianma tigers are known for their sharp claws and ferocious nature. Adult Tianma tigers typically reach a level rank, with a rare few breaking through their bloodline constraints to reach level. He glanced around at the attentive officers. There are about 300 to 400 of these tigers, a limited threat. You should organize your defenses accordingly. The officers responded with a salute and quickly turned to deploy their troops. Meanwhile, Chu Li was sitting cross-legged inside his tent, focused on refining the fire spirit liquid. The sudden alarm interrupted his practice. An attack. He abruptly opened his eyes, ending his cultivation. This session had been fruitful. He had successfully refined 32 drops of fire spirit liquid, not only enhancing his Qi Tian de Sheng martial spirit, but also advancing his cultivation at the peak of level, just a step away from becoming a level warrior. Chu Li stood up and looked toward the northern city wall, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. It's a perfect time to test the effects of the great steel body technique. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Faced with the approaching beast tide, the system labeled him as hesitant, which momentarily surprised the initially eager Chu Li. The system then presented two choices. 1. Continue cultivating to prepare for the Blood Moon battle, with a reward of the Ginseng fruit tree martial spirit skill, Mist Moon flying leaves, a powerful defensive martial spirit skill. 2. Take the initiative to engage in battle, with a reward of the Ginseng fruit tree martial spirit skill, Revival of the Withered, a skill that requires a significant amount of soul power and can heal surrounding life forms. Without hesitation, Chu Li chose the second option. Even without the reward, he would have chosen to fight, eager to test the efficacy of the great steel body technique. The system's reward was merely a bonus. With this in mind, he strode out of the tent with determination. At that moment, several hundred meters outside the northern city wall of the Demon City, 400 to 500 Tianma tigers were lined up in formation, their eerie red eyes strikingly visible in the white light. As they gradually approached the wall, and when the distance had narrowed to less than 100 meters, the lead Tianma tiger suddenly halted. What is this guy trying to do? This question arose in the minds of countless soldiers defending the city. Below the city wall, the leading demon tiger slowly raised its massive head, bristling with fangs, and suddenly opened its gaping maw. Roar! The deafening roar echoed through the sky. With this command, hundreds of demon tigers to the left and right began their charge in unison, their claws striking the ground and stirring up a storm of dust, the rumbling sound continuous and overwhelming. The city gate emitted a deep thud and then slowly rose. A heavily armored officer strode out, followed by over 1,000 battle-ready soldiers, their armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. Charge with me, the officer commanded, leading the charge against the demon tiger horde. Kill! Echoed the 1,000 warriors, surging out of the gate like a torrent of steel. In an instant, the vibrant glow of their martial spirits illuminated the battlefield. The two sides collided with thunderous force, flesh and blood flying. Shouts of battle, screams of agony, and the roars of demon tigers intertwined, turning the ground before the northern city wall into a scene of carnage. Officer, we should send reinforcements immediately, urged a soldier on the city wall, watching as over 100 warriors had already fallen in a short time. Though the demon tigers suffered greater losses, continuing like this would surely result in heavy casualties for their side. Reinforcements? The officer defending the city surveyed the battlefield coldly. Even if we send more men, it won't help. He had guarded this place for years, accustomed to life and death. Though his heart ached, he was powerless. Sending 10 men against one demon tiger would only hinder the warriors. As time ticked by, the battle grew increasingly brutal. Over 300 demon tiger corpses lay piled up, and the human side had also paid the price of hundreds of lives, with countless more wounded. Brothers, push harder. We're close to victory. The commander, his right arm severed by a demon tiger's claws and bleeding profusely, still shouted encouragement with bloodshot eyes. Charge with me. Kill. The warriors' fighting spirit surged once more as they launched into another round of bloody combat with the demon tigers. Just as the battle reached its peak, a screeching sound suddenly emanated from the direction of the city wall. The officer split open the head of the demon tiger in front of him with a single strike, when he suddenly heard a strange noise. He turned towards the sound and was instantly frozen in place. At the city gate, a figure was rushing towards them. The silver armor glinted coldly under the blood moon, and the white cloak flapped fiercely in the wind. The person held a black-red staff upside down, its tip fiercely scraping against the ground, sending sparks flying. Chu Li. The officer's pupils contracted sharply as he gasped in surprise. The soldiers, who had momentarily escaped danger, looked over at the sound and stood dumbfounded when they saw who it was. Wasn't Chu Li supposed to be in the camp? Why was he here? Quick! Stop Chu Li. Don't let him come over. It's too dangerous here. Despite knowing Chu Li's strength far surpassed their own, the soldiers instinctively worried about this exceptionally talented student putting himself in harm's way too soon. "Look out, officer!" A loud shout interrupted everyone's thoughts. The demon tiger king in the distance had launched a surprise attack, its massive body suddenly appearing above the officer. Sensing the danger, the officer tried to dodge, but it was too late, and despair filled his heart. Prepare to die. In that critical moment, a powerful shout resonated across the battlefield. Chu Li had already dashed into the fray, leaping towards the demon tiger king. Under the blood moon, this scene held everyone breathless. The silver-armored youth wielding the staff, surrounded by countless wounded soldiers and ferocious demon tigers, yet he faced the Tiger King without fear. "Die!" Chu Li shouted, as the staff gleamed with an eerie cold light under the blood moon. With a thunderous crash, the staff struck before the tiger's claws, smashing down heavily on the Tiger King's head. The massive body of the demon Tiger King collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust, its skull already caved in. The Tiger King let out an angry roar, struggling to rise, but Chu Li wouldn't give it a chance to recover. He unleashed a relentless barrage with the staff, each strike like a bolt of lightning. With each booming hit, the Tiger King's struggles weakened, until finally, with a decisive blow, its head was completely shattered, sending red and white matter flying. The crank spirit-blooded demon Tiger King had fallen. Hundreds of demon tigers stood frozen, their crimson eyes showing a hint of human-like fear. The soldiers also paused their fighting, staring in disbelief at the silver-armored youth. A boy who could kill a crank spirit-blooded demon Tiger King with his own hands, even if he had previously slain a brank immortal king beast. Witnessing it in person was far more shocking than the stories. Drip, drip. Scarlet blood trickled down from the Morningstar staff. The clamor of the battlefield abruptly ceased, and a deathly silence enveloped the scene of carnage. "Chu Li, thank you." The rescued officer spoke with a trembling voice, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He gazed at the young warrior in silver armor, his heart unable to calm. Despite being so young, Chu Li possessed such formidable strength, while he himself was still struggling at the crank level, having just narrowly escaped death. "As comrades, it's only right," Chu Li replied with a calm demeanor, his gaze shifting to a nearby demon tiger. He suddenly propelled himself forward, causing the ground to shatter beneath him as debris flew in all directions. Like an arrow released from a bow, he charged at the demon tiger, his morning star staff enveloped in a fierce wind, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The thunderous impact left the demon tiger no time to evade, its head exploding under the powerful blow, and its massive body collapsing to the ground. Chu Li's onslaught grew even fiercer, as if he had become the embodiment of death traversing the battlefield. Each swing of his staff claimed the life of a demon tiger. The soldiers on the battlefield and the defenders on the city walls watched in awe, their minds buzzing. Even brank warriors struggled to achieve such overwhelming dominance, and a genuine sense of reverence began to spread among them. Amidst the battle, Chu Li sensed something unusual. The grand steel body technique was autonomously activating, drawing the murderous aura of the battlefield into his body like rivers converging into the sea, continuously enhancing his physical form. The grand steel body technique has such effects, Chu Li thought with delight. In a short span, his physique had strengthened several times over, reaching a level comparable to an frank beast. Imagining the heights he could achieve in the future, he attacked with even greater ferocity. However, as he prepared to pursue after slaying another demon tiger, the remaining demon tigers suddenly turned tail and fled, as if they had seen death itself. The demon tiger pack actually fled? The officer defending the city was dumbfounded, as if in a dream. The soldiers' cheers erupted around him, pulling him back to reality. He stared at Chu Li in disbelief, overwhelmed by the realization that all of this was the work of one young man. "For today, it seems this is as far as we go," Chu Li murmured, shaking his head slightly as he watched nearly 100 demon tigers retreat. Though he was an exceptionally powerful crank warrior, he still couldn't match the speed of these demon tigers. Although the gains were limited, Chu Li was quite satisfied in his heart. The power of the Daigang body refining technique was indeed formidable. "Chu Li, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we would have lost countless soldiers in vain." A sincere voice called out from nearby. The city defense officer had quietly descended from the wall and quickly approached Chu Li through the city gate. "I'm just doing my duty." Chu Li nodded slightly. The officer gave him an appreciative look and said solemnly, "Regardless, we will report this to the general. The recognition you deserve for your contributions will not be overlooked." Chu Li acknowledged with a nod, and the officer's gaze shifted to the battlefield. The scene was heartbreaking. Hundreds of broken bodies lay scattered, half of them belonging to the Tianma tigers and the other half to human soldiers. Even more distressing were the severely wounded soldiers, some missing limbs, others with their abdomens slashed open, their bloodied organs exposed, clinging to life by a thread. Their agonized moans echoed across the battlefield, piercing everyone's hearts. "Damn beasts," the city defense officer muttered, feeling a sense of shared fate. He knew all too well that such a fate might one day befall him. Yet, despite this, the battle must go on. The officer sighed deeply and ordered, "Logistics team, move out, clear the battlefield, and aid the wounded." Before he finished speaking, 100-strong team, including dozens of skilled healers, sprang into action. They immediately began treatment, but for many of the gravely injured soldiers, even their best efforts seemed in vain. As despair loomed over the scene, Chu Li suddenly spoke. "Why not? Let me give it a try." Everyone's attention turned to him. Although Chu Li was acknowledged as a prodigy, was it possible he could succeed where even seasoned military healers had failed? Sensing their doubt, Chu Li calmly said, "If you don't give it a try, how will you ever know?" His words, though understated, somehow instilled a sense of confidence. The city defense officer hesitated only briefly before decisively ordering, "Step aside, let Chu Li have a go." The crowd quickly retreated, including the healers, who withdrew their soul weapons and stood aside. Everyone watched Chu Li's every move with bated breath. "Chu Li, there's no pressure," the officer said gently. "Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. Your achievements today are already remarkable. Without you, the losses would have been much greater." After a pause, he added, "Just give it your best shot. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility." The words of the officer defending the city were clearly heard by the surrounding soldiers. The implication was obvious: even if Chu Li couldn't heal the severely injured, it wouldn't affect his status as a hero in this battle. After all, the injuries were so severe that even the professional medical team was at a loss, so it was understandable if Chu Li couldn't heal them either. Chu Li simply nodded calmly in response. In the next moment, an extraordinary sight appeared. A vibrant green light burst forth from behind him, shooting straight into the sky. To the astonishment of those present, a towering phantom of a ginseng fruit tree gradually took shape behind Chu Li. "Is this Chu Li's first martial spirit, the ginseng fruit tree?" one soldier asked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. Although the other soldiers had heard of it, witnessing such a spectacle firsthand was still incredibly shocking. Martial spirit skill, reviving spring. With a composed expression, Chu Li activated the skill he had recently obtained from a divine selection, a group healing martial spirit skill perfectly suited to the current situation. A layer of emerald green light appeared on the surface of the ginseng fruit tree, and as the branches and leaves gently swayed, countless green light particles scattered in all directions like a shower of blessings. The seasoned city defense officer could sense the life force contained within each light particle, which was comparable to the full effort of a Kraid healing martial artist. More astonishing was the sheer volume of these particles, falling like a continuous rain. All the soldiers were stunned as the light particles touched the wounded, their injuries healed at a visible pace. Although those with severed limbs couldn't regenerate them, their wounds rapidly stopped bleeding and healed. This healing rain continued for over 10 breaths, and nearly all the injured were completely healed. Even those on the brink of death were pulled back from the edge. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, the command tent was brightly lit. General Yang Qing, known as the Red Fox, sat calmly at his desk, eyes slightly closed, fingers rhythmically tapping the tabletop as he attentively listened to the report from the city defense officer. "General, that's the situation. If not for Chu Li's final use of the ginseng fruit tree martial spirit to shower the light rain, many soldiers would have perished," the officer reported, standing aside to await the general's decision. Yang Qing slowly opened his eyes, intrigued. "Is Chu Li's ability truly as miraculous as you say? You know, the level of healing you described is something only an grade support martial artist could achieve." "I wouldn't dare to conceal the truth," the officer replied solemnly. "Not only can I attest to this, but many soldiers present at the time also witnessed it with their own eyes." Yang Qing nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor, but internally, he was almost convinced. Even he couldn't help but silently marvel at Chu Li's abilities. Chu Li was truly remarkable. Not only was his combat prowess unexpected, but his healing skills were astonishingly formidable. Could it be that the leader entrusted him with this mission precisely because of this knowledge? Yang Qing pondered this. In his view, Chu Li had already demonstrated sufficient capability, and he would surely shine on the battlefield. It was only natural that Feng Lai sent him. Besides, Yang Qing couldn't think of any other explanation. With this in mind, Yang Qing contemplated for a moment before speaking slowly. "Chu Li has slain a total of 87 class Devil Tigers and 1 class Devil Tiger King, earning 900 merit points. Additionally, he has saved numerous wounded soldiers, earning 500 merit points. In total, 1,400 points." He paused slightly, then looked at the city defense officer. "You report this to the entire army as a means of reward and punishment. Merits must be rewarded and faults punished. This is a necessary method of military governance." "Yes." The officer immediately accepted the order and left. The large command tent was left with only Yang Qing. He sat quietly for a while, then murmured, "Chu Li, you have truly brought me many surprises." After dealing with the small beast tied, Chu Li returned directly to his tent. He was planning to continue refining the fire spirit liquid to try to elevate his own level, when a soldier hurriedly delivered a list. What is this? Chu Li glanced at the list, noticing it was filled with resources, each followed by a number. Reporting to Officer Chu. The soldier quickly saluted, looking at Chu Li with admiration, and said, "This list is actually the merit exchange chart of our Demon City army. Anything on this list can be exchanged with merit points." The soldier pointed to the numbers next to each resource and explained, "These numbers represent the merit points required for exchange. So, by giving me this list, it means I have merit points now?" Chu Li quickly grasped the key point. Though he spoke as if questioning, he was already certain in his heart. "That's right." The soldier nodded eagerly, then continued, "Sir, today at the city gates, you displayed great prowess, slaying countless beasts and saving numerous comrades, earning a total of 1,400 merit points." He spoke with undisguised envy in his eyes. "Is 1,400 merit points a lot?" Chu Li raised an eyebrow, noting the soldier's expression. "Yes, a lot." The soldier nodded emphatically. "For ordinary soldiers, earning even 100 merit points requires risking their lives in countless battles. 1,400 merit points can exchange for many precious items." He then explained some important points about exchanging merit points. Chu Li listened intently, not dismissing the soldier due to his lower rank or strength. After all, these were valuable insights. His attentive demeanor only heightened the soldier's respect for him. Chu Li meticulously studied the list of rewards available for military achievements. Through his conversation with a fellow soldier, he gradually understood the true value of this list. While resources for cultivation like the Divine Soul Pill seemed commonplace, the truly precious items were the rare treasures hard to find in the market: divine weapons, armor, and valuable elixirs. For instance, just a small amount of fire elixir required 500 achievement points, an astonishingly high price. These treasures are directly supported by the royal family of the Great Xia, so their quality is naturally top-notch, the soldier added when he saw Chu Li's admiration. Chu Li nodded slightly and continued to search the list. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on an item called the Grade Barrier-Breaking Pill, priced at 1,000 achievement points. This was a rare pill that could allow a peak grade warrior to break through to grade. Seeing his interest, the soldier eagerly explained, "This is something you absolutely cannot buy outside. If converted to Great Xia currency, it would start at least 10 billion. Above this, there are grade barrier-breaking pills, and as for Scrade, I've never even heard of them. I'm going to exchange for it." Chu Li decided after a moment of thought. Although there were many rare treasures on the list, enhancing his strength was the immediate priority, and other things could wait. The soldier went to fulfill the request, and soon returned with a milky white jade bottle. He carefully handed it to Chu Li and informed him that if he needed anything else, he could always visit the military supply camp for exchanges. After the soldier left, Chu Li opened the jade bottle and poured out a purple pill. Instantly, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the tent, invigorating him with just a sniff. He first used his divine soul power to carefully examine the pill and, confirming it was safe, consumed it. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a stream of energy that spread throughout his body. In a moment, Chu Li felt his soul vibrate, and the invisible barrier that had always blocked his path began to loosen. He did not rush to break through, but patiently awaited the full effect of the pill. About 20 minutes later, the barrier had become exceptionally pliable, and with a gentle touch of his soul power, it shattered like paper. 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, stories of Chu Li single-handedly slaying dozens of heavenly demon tigers and rescuing numerous wounded soldiers spread throughout the northern camp. Those who had once doubted him now had to keep quiet in the military. Strength was the ultimate proof. Chu Li demonstrated his worth through his strength, earning the respect of the soldiers in the army. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the command tent of the Northern Army camp in the Demon City was tense. Yang Qing sat at the head of the table, with officers of various ranks from the Northern Army standing on both sides, including Chu Li. The large tent was silent, and a heavy atmosphere weighed on everyone. "The night of the blood moon has arrived," Yang Qing said solemnly, looking around. The officers remained silent, unwilling to discuss this time associated with slaughter and death. "What are the casualty figures over the past 2 days?" Yang Qing asked calmly. As the commander, he needed to maintain composure during this critical time. An officer stepped forward, reporting to the general. "Our forces have encountered 3 small-scale beast attacks in the past 2 days. Thanks to Chu Li's assistance, the number of fallen soldiers is less than 100, while we have eliminated over 1,000 beasts." Hearing this, the officers present all turned their gaze towards Chu Li with respect in their eyes. Over the past few days, Chu Li's performance had been astonishing, charging into battle at the forefront and using extraordinary means to treat the wounded afterward. In a short time, his reputation in the Northern Army had risen to just below that of Yang Qing. Facing the respectful gazes of the others, Chu Li remained calm. The battles of recent days had been rewarding. His body, enhanced by the Great Gang refinement technique, had reached the level of an rank beast, making him impervious to ordinary weapons. His spiritual cultivation was solidly at rank. and he had accumulated an impressive 3,000 military merit points. Chu Li, Yang Qing addressed him. Your performance these days has been witnessed by all. But remember, you are human, not a machine, and you need proper rest. This statement surprised most officers, though a few remained unfazed, understanding Yang Qing's intention. Yang Qing continued. I hope you can rest well for a few days, conserve your strength, and then join the battle on the night of the blood moon. The beast waves on the blood moon night are typically fiercest in the early days and weaken over time. General is right. With Chu Tianjiao's abilities, he should indeed rest and gather his strength before returning to the battlefield. The officers who understood Yang Qing's intention quickly concurred. Just as Chu Li was about to speak, a familiar cold prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chu Li's mind. Faced with the decision before him, his expression remained unusually calm, as if accustomed to the system's presence. Different choices will determine different outcomes. Please make your decision soon. Two options appeared before him. Option 1. Accept the advice of others, avoid the limelight, and conserve your strength. Reward: 10 pounds of wood spirit elixir. Option 2. Stay true to yourself, argue against the majority, and participate in the blood moon night battle. Reward: God-level artifact crafting technique. The wood spirit elixir is similar to the fire spirit elixir, just with different attributes. If used to refine a ginseng fruit tree, it would have miraculous effects. Meanwhile, the God-level artifact crafting technique could elevate someone to a master craftsman, capable of creating all sorts of legendary armor and weapons. Either reward would drive martial artists into a frenzy. However, Chu Li had already made up his mind. I choose the second option. At this moment, what he craved most was an increase in strength. The Great Gang Body Refinement technique, though powerful, required breakthroughs during combat. Although he had just stepped into the level realm, far from its peak, accumulating battle merits in advance to exchange for a level barrier-breaking pill was a wise choice. The path of martial arts demands courage and relentless progress. Retreating without a fight is not my way. Chu Li's gaze was firm as he looked directly at the Red Fox General, Yang Qing. General, after these days of battle, I am still full of energy. The Blood Moon battle must include me. Hearing this, Yang Qing furrowed his brows, full of confusion. The officers present exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand why Chu Li was so willing to risk his life. At that moment, a loud clap broke the silence. Lu Feng, a city defense officer clad in silver-white armor, suddenly stood up. Well said. Over the past days, he had witnessed Chu Li's heroic deeds on the battlefield, repeatedly turning the tide and saving countless wounded soldiers. Throughout the military ranks, no one commanded more respect and awe than Chu Li. Yang Qing looked at Lu Feng, his frown deepening. What's with this guy? Yang Qing gazed at Chu Li, a hint of concern in his eyes. As a representative of Yu Mountain, if Chu Li were to fall here, he would not only be unable to answer to Yu Mountain, but also unable to face the leader. However, Lu Feng met Yang Qing's gaze fearlessly and said loudly, with Chu Tianjiao's abilities, he will surely shine in the Blood Moon battle. Why stop him, General? In his view, Chu Li's participation in the battle would not only ensure his safety, but also significantly reduce the casualties among their soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding officers echoed his sentiments. General, Chu Tianjiao is a dual myth and martial soul. Earlier, he could slay a level immortal king bloodline beast with clevel strength. Now that he's at the level, he will surely be able to navigate the Blood Moon night with ease. Please allow him to join. Hearing their persuasion, Yang Qing felt increasingly helpless and turned his gaze to Chu Li. He knew well that with the authority given to Chu Li by leader Feng Lai, Chu Li could completely disregard his opinion. The polite words from earlier were just to save face. Seeing Chu Li nod slightly, indicating his decision was made, Yang Qing could only sigh and say, since that's the case, you may participate in this Blood Moon battle. As the sun set and dusk grew, on the northern city wall of the magic capital, war correspondent Hanya was broadcasting live to the camera. It is now 6 in the evening. Based on past experience, the Blood Moon night will officially begin at 8. The northern garrison is ready and waiting. I'm reporter Hanya, and I will continue to provide updates. She paused briefly, adding, this live broadcast will be available on television and major online platforms. Viewers can choose how to watch and pray for our soldiers. This broadcast was just one among many across the nation, yet her channel had already attracted tens of thousands of viewers. The comments scrolled continuously. Less than 2 hours until the Blood Moon night. Praying for the soldiers. I only regret not having the talent of a warrior to fight on the front lines. Soldiers, keep it up. We've made it through every time before, and this time will be no different. I see my brother, he's also in the city guard. Hanya took advantage of the pre-battle lull to interview the soldiers. When she approached a young soldier quietly polishing his long knife, his silence puzzled her. Young man, don't you have anything to say to your family? Viewers shared their opinions. This young man is so cold. Maybe he's already called his family. The young soldier slowly looked up at Hanya, his voice low and steady. My parents were both exceptional warriors. They always fought at the front during the Blood Moon battles, but 2 years ago, they were killed by beasts. The live stream was eerily silent, with only the words of the young soldier lingering in the air. I have no family left, so there's nothing much to say. His gaze drifted into the distance, his voice growing more somber. It was my parents before, and now, it's my turn. The comments section exploded with viewers expressing their heartfelt sorrow for the young soldier's plight. Damn those beasts. I can't believe this young man has had such a tragic life. There are so many others like him all around the world. A complex emotion flickered in Hanya's eyes, but she said nothing more. She understood that for these warriors, who were prepared to die in battle, any pity or regret would be an insult. She turned away to continue interviewing other soldiers. As time passed and night fell, at 7:58 p.m., a blood-red full moon hung high in the sky. Unlike the pale red moon of previous nights, its light was now deeply stained with a heavy crimson, casting an eerie glow over the entire city of Modu. On the northern city wall, the atmosphere was intensely grave. Countless soldiers held their breath, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Lu Feng, the officer in charge of defending the city, stood on the wall, gazing into the pitch-black night, his clenched fists revealing a determination to die if necessary. The audience in the live stream ceased their chatter, and Hanya put away her interview equipment. Everyone waited in silence for the night of the blood moon to unfold. In front of the command tent in the northern camp, tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers stood in neat rows on the open ground. Yang Qing, clad in golden armor, swept his piercing gaze over them, his voice booming. Comrades, do you know that in just a moment, the night of the blood moon will begin? The soldiers stood solemnly, their eyes fixed on their commander. Yang Qing continued. The night of the blood moon is when the beasts are at their most ferocious. If they breach our walls, the city behind us will become ruins, and our families and friends will fall prey to them. Our predecessors defended this city with their lives, and today, it is our turn. Defend the walls to the death, a military officer shouted, raising his weapon with all his might. Instantly, the voices of thousands of soldiers merged from chaos into a thunderous vow. Defend the walls to the death. Defend the walls to the death. Not far from the camp, 100 warriors in silver armor stood silently, swords at their waists, their expressions stern as they watched the scene unfold on the training ground. In front of the city wall, a striking figure stood tall. It was a young man clad in silver armor, with jet black hair and handsome features. He held a long staff, black and red in color, with a commanding presence. This was Chu Li. Shangwan, when will we join the Battle of the Blood Moon? Deputy Wang Hu asked, gazing into the distance. No rush, Chu Li replied calmly. We are a mere 100 strong. Even if we join the defense, our impact would be minimal. We must wait for the opportune moment to maximize our effectiveness. Understood. Wang Hu responded, clasping his hands in respect, then stood silently to the side. The 100 or so soldiers around him remained silent as well. Over time, Chu Li's actions had earned their genuine trust, and they were willing to entrust their lives to him, following his lead. Since Chu Li advised waiting for the right moment, they patiently awaited. As the clock struck 8 p.m., the blood moon in the night sky began to emit an eerie crimson glow. They're coming, shouted Lu Feng, a city defense officer, suddenly opening his eyes and raising his arm. All troops, prepare for battle. The order swiftly spread across the walls, and all the defenders instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. Boom, boom. In the distance, two dull thuds echoed from the darkness. Under the beam of a searchlight, a massive figure began to emerge. Was a giant elephant towering several dozen feet high, its legs alone requiring more than a dozen people to encircle. Most striking were its tusks, which glinted with a chilling gleam under the blood moonlight. That's a mammoth demon elephant. Lu Feng's pupils contracted sharply, and his face turned pale. Many seasoned defenders turned white, while the new recruits were left bewildered. On the wall, reporter Hanya maintained a grave expression as she adjusted her camera towards the giant elephant, narrating. This is a mammoth demon elephant, naturally gigantic, born at Clevel, and reaching a level in adulthood. Its skin is tough, impervious to typical A-level warriors, and its strength can demolish structures. In past Blood Moon battles, such creatures usually appeared only after ordinary beasts charged first. Though she didn't finish her sentence, the implication was clear. This Blood Moon night was unlike any other. Viewers in the live stream were in an uproar, expressing their concerns. If the demon elephant were to charge, wouldn't the northern walls of the city be in grave danger? Some reminded. Last year, the western wall was destroyed by such an elephant, and it took immense effort to repair it just in time for this Blood Moon battle. Anxiety and worry filled everyone's hearts. In the boundless night, a blood-red moon hung high above the northern city walls of the magical city. Several hundred meters away from the walls, a massive mammoth-like demon beast was slowly advancing with heavy steps. Behind it, New figures continually emerged from the endless darkness. In just a few minutes, hundreds of demon beasts had gathered around the mammoth, and the number was increasing at an alarming rate. Spotlights on the city wall cast their beams, illuminating the vast army of beasts. Lions, bears, tigers, and various other demon beasts mingled together, all sharing the common trait of blood-red glows in their eyes. Is it finally starting? Lu Feng gripped his weapon tightly, took a deep breath, and ordered sharply, "Eagle Squad, move out. Ensure that the mammoth demon is stopped at least 100 meters from the wall." With the command, a dozen soldiers on the wall simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, enveloping the wall in a dazzling array of colors. Without hesitation, they leaped off the wall, spreading their wings to soar into the air as they headed straight for the mammoth demon. Standing by the camera, Hanya provided commentary for the viewers. The Eagle Squad is an elite unit under General Chi Hu. Every member possesses a flying-type martial spirit, making them top-notch in reconnaissance, assassination, and maneuvering. The audience was invigorated by this information. So it's General Yang Qing's elite squad. In that case, dealing with the mammoth demon shouldn't be a problem. I was worried earlier, but I almost forgot that General Yang Qing is a strategist-level figure in the magical city. How could there be a mistake at such a critical moment? The Eagle Squad quickly reached the skies above the demon mammoth. The team members simultaneously retrieved sharp spears from their storage rings and hurled them downwards. As the spears pierced the air, they embedded into the mammoth's flesh, causing a spray of blood. However, these divine weapons, crafted with immense resources by General Chi Hu, could only penetrate half a meter deep before they could go no further. It's worth noting that these spears, imbued with spiritual power and combined with the momentum of the fall, should have been enough to instantly kill an rank demon beast. Everyone stay calm. The squad leader took a deep breath and said steadily, "We'll go down, retrieve the spears, and launch another attack. Even if it becomes a war of attrition, we must wear this beast down to the death." Just as the group expressed their agreement, the mammoth demon, driven by the pain, raised its enormous head and let out an earth-shattering wail. The sound echoed in all directions, causing the low-level warriors on the distant city wall to turn pale and struggle to remain standing. The Skyhawk squad was closest to the mammoth beast, and the terrifying sonic waves made their scalps tingle and their bodies unsteady, almost causing them to fall from the sky. "Everyone, make haste," the lead captain ordered sharply, fighting through the discomfort. "Yes." The team members responded through gritted teeth, ready to take action. Just then, several dark shadows suddenly appeared on the horizon, speeding towards them with alarming velocity. When they saw what these figures truly were, fear was evident on everyone's faces. They were massive flying beasts, their bodies dark brown, each enormous feather as sharp as a weapon, radiating a chilling gleam. Most terrifying of all were their gigantic wings, spanning several meters wide, each flap stirring up a violent gust. A class beasts, winged vultures. "Retreat immediately." The Skyhawk squad captain decisively ordered a retreat. The team members, already inclined to withdraw, quickly turned and rushed towards the city walls upon hearing the command. However, the winged vultures had no intention of letting them escape. Their massive wings unfurled simultaneously, and countless feathers shot out like arrows, weaving an impenetrable web of death that descended upon the Skyhawk squad. "It's over." The captain of the Skyhawk squad watched in despair, knowing full well that their speed was insufficient to escape the range of the arrow-like feathers. What puzzled him even more was the appearance of 4 or 5 A-class beasts so early in the Blood Moon battle, which was completely unexpected. The other team members also halted their escape, exchanging bitter glances. As an elite squad, it was unthinkable to face imminent destruction without achieving any significant results. Meanwhile, inside the command tent, how is this possible? Yang Qing stood up abruptly, staring in disbelief at the projection showing the battle outside the city. This Blood Moon battle was far beyond his expectations. Not only had the mammoth beast appeared, but the plan to exhaust it with a kite strategy was thwarted by the presence of several A-class winged vultures. It was as if someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Yang Qing's gaze was fixed on the screen filled with arrow feathers, his expression dark. Officer Lu Feng had deployed the Skyhawk squad under his directive, and now, as the elite team faced annihilation, he felt accountable. Despite his shock and anger, and his grief over the loss of the elite squad, Yang Qing, as the Red Fox, quickly regained his composure. Staring intently at the projection, he murmured, "This Blood Moon battle is indeed exceptional. It was my oversight, but..." His eyes sharpened. "I can conclude that someone is definitely manipulating this attack. Beasts are inherently dull-witted. Even those with Celestial King bloodlines have intelligence akin to human children. To suggest they could devise such a complex strategy is sheer folly." At this point, the peculiar behavior of these mythical beasts can only be temporarily set aside. Yang Qing stood in the command room, his brow furrowed. The battle projection before him showed a massive mammoth-like creature approaching the city walls, with several aggrade flying beasts circling above, ready to strike at any moment. As the commander, Yang Qing's expression was serious yet calm. Clearly, he had a strategy in reserve. However, just as he was contemplating his next move, an unexpected figure appeared in the projection. A young man clad in silver armor slowly emerged from the city gates, his black hair like ink, and his features strikingly handsome. He held a staff upside down, confidently approaching the giant beast. This young man was none other than Chu Li. Is that kid insane? Yang Qing's face darkened instantly. Not only was the mammoth-like creature there, but several flying beasts were also poised to attack. If anything happened to Chu Li, it would be a devastating blow to the morale of the Northern Army. What surprised him even more was that over 100 warriors followed Chu Li, the elite squad he had previously assigned to him. This team was divided into several groups, marching in unison, showing no signs of fear. Yang Qing immediately grabbed the communicator and ordered the city defense officer, Lu Feng. Stop Chu Li at once. Tell him I have another plan and he doesn't need to risk his life. On the other end, Lu Feng's voice came with a wry smile. General, I'm afraid we can't stop him. Amidst his voice, the faint sound of soldiers cheering could be heard. On the northern city wall, thousands of defenders focused their gaze on the tall figure. With Chu Tianjiao in action, these beasts are doomed. Go Chu Li. Wipe them out. Morale soared, and some even started placing bets on how long it would take Chu Li to defeat the giant creature. Watching this scene, Lu Feng spoke into the communicator with resignation. General, if you want to stop them, you'll have to come yourself. No one here is listening to anyone else right now. It was no wonder, as Chu Li, with his series of victories and the miraculous healing ability of his ginseng fruit tree, had already established an unparalleled reputation in the army. If it weren't for Yang Qing's presence, the Northern Army would have long been manipulated by the enemy. On the other end of the communicator, Yang Qing fell into a prolonged silence upon hearing this, finally managing to utter a dry, I understand. At this point, it's too late to stop Chu Li. All he can do is silently pray for his safety. War correspondent Han Yu stood on the city wall, her eyes scanning the scene before her, filled with doubt. The camp, previously shrouded in gloom, had been revitalized with high spirits due to Chu Li's arrival. This transformation puzzled her and sparked widespread discussion among viewers watching the live broadcast. Although Chu Li's reputation as a prodigy was well known, it seemed insufficient to explain the defenders' dramatic change. With questions in mind, Han Yu approached a young soldier. Excuse me, young man, why is it that with Chu Li going out to face the enemy, you all are so? She trailed off, unsure how to describe the soldier's exuberant state. The young soldier smiled knowingly. Reporter Han, in recent days, Chu Tianjiao has achieved numerous victories, saving countless comrades. He raised his right arm to show her. Look, this arm was torn by a beast, and it's thanks to Chu Tianjiao that it's healed. Even so, he's up against several A-level beasts. Aren't you worried at all? Han Yu still couldn't comprehend. Worried about what? The young soldier paused, then proudly declared. We've seen Chu Tianjiao kill a level beast with a single strike. With such strength, calling him a level is no exaggeration. These words caused a stir on the live streaming platform. Killed a level beast with one strike. Isn't he still in school? He has a level combat power. Comments flooded in. Han Yu stood frozen, involuntarily looking toward Chu Li's direction, her heart filled with awe. At this moment, under countless gazes and cameras, Chu Li led 100 elite warriors steadily forward, less than 100 meters from the mammoth beast. He raised his right hand, and the 100 warriors stopped in unison. The combat team, distract the beasts around the mammoth. The rest, perform your roles and make decisions based on the battle situation. Chu Li's voice was calm, yet powerful. Yes. Wang Hu and the other 100 warriors responded in unison, their faces showing no fear, only the glow of excitement. Fighting for the country under the watchful eyes of the nation, what an honor. Brothers, the mammoth demon elephant is slow. Let's move quickly and distract the beasts around it. With Wang Hu's command, his body glowed with a red aura as he summoned his martial spirit. 100 elite warriors responded immediately, their martial spirits shining brightly as they dispersed like shooting stars. These battle-hardened fighters, working in perfect harmony, divided into small groups and moved in different directions. With precise maneuvers, they drew the beasts away from the mammoth demon elephant. In no time, the hundreds of beasts surrounding the giant creature were scattered and fleeing. The moment had arrived. Chu Li, gripping the Chaotian staff tightly, charged toward the colossal creature without hesitation. In front of the towering elephant, as tall as a multi-story building, Chu Li seemed as insignificant as an ant. Yet, this stark contrast only highlighted his remarkable bravery. In the span of a few breaths, Chu Li reached the elephant's feet. With a fierce shout, he leaped into the air, swinging the Chaotian staff in a sharp arc aimed directly at the elephant's right front leg. The giant beast let out an earth-shattering cry, its massive trunk swooping down with the intent to crush the audacious human. However, its enormous size became a disadvantage. Chu Li, agile and swift, easily evaded the deadly strike. Boom! The trunk slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and leaving a deep trench in its wake. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Li struck the giant elephant's right front leg with the Chaotian staff. A muffled sound followed, and the searing pain caused the mammoth demon elephant to rear up involuntarily, its anguished howl echoing through the sky. A gleam flashed in Chu Li's eyes. Seeing the beast supported only by its hind legs, he swiftly executed the 1,000-pound staff technique. The Chaotian staff became a blur of shadows, raining down blows on the elephant's hind legs like a torrential downpour. The elephant's cries grew more desperate until it could no longer support its massive body, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Sensing danger, Chu Li quickly withdrew and retreated. Boom! The sound of the elephant's fall was deafening, its enormous body creating a crater several meters deep upon impact. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Chu Li couldn't help but feel a chill. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been crushed to pulp. On the city wall, a soldier burst into laughter. Ha! I knew it. Chu Li could do it. The other soldiers joined in, their laughter merging into a unified chant, loudly calling out Chu Li's name. Chu Li! Chu Li! Countless voices rose and fell, merging into a thunderous roar. Hanya gazed at the battlefield in the distance, dust swirling around, her eyes filled with awe. A massive mammoth-like beast was repelled so effortlessly by Chu Li. Although the beast wasn't mortally wounded, it was astounding that its defense, which even a class warrior struggled to penetrate, appeared so fragile before Chu Li. Is this the prodigy of Magic City, Chu Li? Spectators exclaimed in the live broadcast channel. A large influx of viewers from other regions had joined the stream, astonished to find that multiple A-class beasts were simultaneously attacking the city walls of Magic City, a stark contrast to other areas facing only class beasts. Suddenly, a sharp alert rang out in the live stream. Look at the sky. Shangguan, watch above you. Wang Hu, entangled with a beast, suddenly looked up, his pupils contracting intensely. 3 flying feathered beasts, in a triangular formation, were diving towards Chu Li with a fierce momentum, stirring up gusts of wind. Faced with this sudden threat, Chu Li did not retreat. Instead, he burst into laughter. Bring it on. He gripped the Chaotian bone tightly, instantly unleashing the aura of a class warrior, his black hair flying, his robes rustling loudly. Skyward strike! Chu Li shouted, his inner spiritual power and martial soul energy surging wildly, channeling into the Chaotian staff. In an instant, the staff erupted in blood-red flames. This was the martial soul technique he first mastered in the martial soul tower, once used to slay a class celestial bloodline twin-winged demon lion. Chu Li stomped the ground fiercely, pointing the flaming Chaotian staff towards the sky. With a thunderous roar, a giant dragon formed by flames roared out, charging towards the lead flying beast. The beast sensed danger, emitting a sharp screech in an attempt to dodge, but its dive was too steep, leaving it unable to avoid crashing directly into the blazing fire dragon. Screech! A piercing sound suddenly rang out. The feathers of the flying demon vulture burst into flames, with blood-red fire consuming its flesh like a raging tide. The vulture let out a harrowing wail, struggling to escape the range of the fiery dragon, but it couldn't shake off the relentless flames. Overwhelmed by agony, it lost all sense of reason and thrashed wildly through the air, inadvertently spreading the unquenchable fire to its 2 companions who had narrowly escaped the initial attack. As the fiery dragon gradually dissipated, Chu Li slowly lowered his staff, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Though he had used the heavenward strike before, back then his martial spirit was merely the Rui Jingu Bang. Now, after the fusion of his martial spirit with that of the great sage equal to heaven, he had anticipated some enhancement in his martial skills power, but he hadn't expected it to be this formidable. In truth, Chu Li was unaware that the dramatic increase in the power of the heavenward strike was not solely due to the fusion of his martial spirit. Part of it was also because he had been tirelessly refining fire spirit liquid in recent days, using the fire element to temper his martial spirit. Without this, the strike's power could never have reached such heights. Despite the success of the heavenward strike, Chu Li knew that one move wasn't enough to completely defeat the demon vultures. He quickly calmed himself, watching the 3 flaming vultures thrashing in the sky, trying to extinguish the flames. He thought to himself, since that's the case, why not try this move? With a flick of his right hand, Chu Li twirled his staff, creating a flourish. Then, he suddenly swung his arm, pointing the long staff skyward. Heaven shatter strike, he uttered in a low, forceful voice. Boom! A surge of divine soul power intertwined with martial spirit force erupted. Following a deafening explosion, the body of one flying demon vulture exploded into a shower of blood, scattering across the sky. On the northern city wall of the magic capital, there was a stunned silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the blood mist bursting in the sky, too shocked to speak. An 11 beast, taken down in a single strike by Chu Li? How is this possible? Normally, it would take several rounds of combat to determine a victor, wouldn't it? Even the soldiers who had always revered Chu Li were astounded once more. Slaying an 11 beast with a single strike while being at a level cultivation, who would believe such a tale? On the live streaming platform, viewers were dumbfounded. After a brief silence, a deluge of comments flooded in. Wow! The audience was stunned by the scene before them. Chu Li, wielding a long staff, had effortlessly slain an 11 beast with a single blow, completely overturning everyone's understanding of power. On the northern city wall, for fierce 11 beasts had been stopped by just one person. The prowess displayed by this prodigy from the Magic City was anything but youthful. It was more akin to that of a reclusive master hidden away for years. But someone in the audience voiced doubt. Chu Li is still just a level warrior. That strike must have drained all his strength. He probably can't fight anymore. This line of thinking was indeed consistent with the usual logic of warrior battles. Standing on the city wall, Hanya anxiously turned to the officer Lu Feng. General Lu, send reinforcements to support Chu Li. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Lu Feng responded with a knowing smile. Reporter Han, it seems you still don't understand Chu Li's first martial spirit, do you? The first martial spirit. Hanya was taken aback. Isn't it just that auxiliary-type ginseng fruit tree? Lu Feng said no more, only exchanging a knowing glance with the surrounding soldiers. They had all witnessed the astonishing capabilities of that martial spirit first-hand, bringing even the dying back to life, so the exhaustion of a soul was hardly a concern. In the distant night sky, a dazzling green light suddenly shot up, complementing the blood moon. A towering tree emerged, as tall as a monstrous elephant, approximately 20 to 30 stories high. Its branches were laden with peculiar fruit resembling infants. Chu Li lightly raised his right hand, and a ginseng fruit, as if possessing a will of its own, flew into his palm. He devoured it in a few swift bites, and instantly, his previously depleted soul power was fully restored, his aura even stronger than before. How is this possible? Hanya and the live stream viewers were collectively stunned. Merely consuming a martial spirit fruit to instantly restore full strength? This completely defied all their understanding. How could such a powerful martial spirit exist in the world? The live chat was flooded with viewers' incredulous exclamations. 100 meters outside the northern city wall of Magic City, a towering giant tree stood proudly, its branches and leaves swaying gently in the wind, emitting a vibrant green glow. Chu Li held his skyward staff in a reverse grip, his cold gaze fixed on two fiery feathered demon vultures burning fiercely in the sky. This time, I'll take you both down together. He focused intently on the sky, waiting for the perfect moment. As the two demon vultures crossed paths in the air, Chu Li suddenly tightened his grip on the skyward staff and struck upwards with immense force. Boom! After the deafening explosion, the two demon vultures couldn't even let out a cry before bursting apart in the sky, turning into a blood rain that showered the ground. This astonishing strike nearly exhausted all of Chu Li's spiritual power, causing him to stagger. Yet, he managed to lift his right hand as a ginseng fruit flew from the giant tree. He swallowed it without hesitation, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. The Qitian dashing martial soul as the main force, with the ginseng tree martial soul as support, their combined power is more than several times greater. Chu Li mused to himself. The people on the city wall were so shocked by the spectacle that they were almost numb. They stared blankly at the young man in the field, who seemed like a war god, until someone first shouted, "Chu Li!" This cry seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and countless soldiers snapped back to reality, raising their arms and shouting, "Chu Li! Chu Li!" The thunderous roar was deafening. Han Yu's gaze flickered between the soldiers and Chu Li, finally understanding how he had gained such prestige in the army in just a few days' strength. Ultimately, it all came down to strength. Such a prodigy, no matter where he was destined to be the brightest star. On the battlefield, Wang Hu was laughing heartily as he smashed the head of a demon beast in front of him. Ha ha! I always knew it. Our officer would make it. Our officer is the greatest prodigy of Great Xia. No, the greatest in the world. To slay an 11 demon beast with such ease at such a young age, how many can match such a feat? Other warriors responsible for luring the demon beasts also laughed along, proud to be part of the moment. Meanwhile, despite the reverence in the eyes of those around him, Chu Li's expression remained as calm as ever. Chu Li's eyes blazed with pure battle intent. The aftermath of the recent fight, along with the killing aura from the surrounding warriors and beasts, had been completely absorbed by the Daigang refining body technique, elevating his physique to the level of a grade beast. Such a staggering rate of breakthrough, if spread, would undoubtedly cause a sensation in the outside world. In the distance, the mammoth demon elephant was slowly rising from the ground, its massive form casting a huge shadow. Chu Li gazed at the giant beast, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Today, you shall be the stepping stone for my body refinement. Before the words finished, Chu Li had already launched himself forward like a cannonball. The staff in his hand scraped the ground, sparking a trail behind him. The mammoth demon elephant, seeing this ant that had previously injured it coming again, was filled with fury, swinging its long trunk and shooting a massive water dragon from its nostrils. Break! Facing this fierce attack, Chu Li advanced instead of retreating, thrusting his staff forward. With a thunderous boom, the water dragon was split in two by the flames enveloping the staff, sending steam billowing into the air. Without pausing, Chu Li charged ahead, dispersing the water dragon as he went. In just a few breaths, he had closed in on the demon elephant. The mammoth demon elephant let out a piercing shriek, ceasing its water attack and instead swinging its long trunk down heavily. Sensing danger, Chu Li swiftly dodged. With a loud crash, a crater several meters wide formed in the ground, dust flying everywhere. At that moment, Chu Li appeared like a phantom at the elephant's flank, slamming his staff into its right foreleg. With a dull thud, the beast howled in pain, but this time it was prepared, standing firm. Seeing this, Chu Li's expression darkened, and he immediately quickened his attack pace, his staff turning into a flurry of afterimages that relentlessly struck the elephant. Despite Chu Li's ferocious assault, it was difficult to inflict lethal damage on this thick-skinned behemoth. Minutes passed as the elephant continually swung its massive trunk in retaliation, attempting to crush the impudent human. Yet, Chu Li's agile movements allowed him to evade just in time. The elephant's initial rage slowly turned to indifference, ignoring Chu Li's harassment as it marched steadily towards the northern city wall. Each step it took made the ground tremble, kicking up clouds of dust. This astonishing scene was captured in full by the cameras. At this point, Chu Tianjiao had done everything he could. Even with his strength, breaking through the elephant's defenses was impossible without enscrayed warriors' intervention. Viewers watching the live broadcast were filled with concern for the fate of Magic City. If General Chihu had no other strategies, the first wave of the Blood Moon battle might be too much for the city to withstand. On the northern city wall of the Magic City, a soldier fixed his gaze on the slowly approaching mammoth beast in the distance. Clutching his weapon tightly, he shouted with determination, "Brothers, it's time to fight for our lives." As soon as his words fell, the walls echoed with voices of agreement. "Hurrah! Well said. Chu Tianjiao has done his part by getting us here. Now it's our turn, the rough and ready men, to take over." The soldiers stood tall, their eyes filled with resolute determination. "No matter what, the northern defenders will not retreat a single step. We swear to defend the wall to the death." At that moment, the officer Lu Feng quietly approached the reporter Hanya and whispered, "Reporter Han, you should leave now." "Leave?" Hanya was taken aback. "But we are still broadcasting live." "It's enough," Lu Feng interrupted her, his eyes firm. "Thank you for your battlefield broadcast, ensuring our brothers' sacrifices won't go unnoticed. But now it truly is enough." He was well aware that the night of the Blood Moon had just begun, and the appearance of the mammoth beast heralded an imminent fierce battle. "I'm not leaving," Hanya replied with unwavering determination. "This is not just my duty, it's my conviction. If the North truly falls, I will broadcast until the last moment." Her words left the surrounding soldiers momentarily silent. Then, a loud voice broke the quiet. "Well said. Reporter Han stands as an equal to any man. We can't let ourselves be outdone. If there's danger, we'll ensure we fall before she does." The soldiers were instantly invigorated by these words. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended, and the wall fell silent. All eyes were drawn to the distant scene, filled with awe and shock. Behind the mammoth beast, a colossal figure was taking form, a majestic figure several stories tall, crowned with gold, armored in gold, and standing on cloud boots, with a scarlet robe billowing in the wind. In his hand, he held a staff as long as his body, inscribed with the words Rui Jingu Bang. The terrifying power sent chills down everyone's spine. The mammoth beast seemed to sense something and abruptly stopped, slowly turning around. Upon seeing the figure, a deep, primal fear appeared in its eyes. Below that imposing figure stood Chu Li, holding his staff upside down with a defiant stance, his eyes gleaming with a playful glint. Chu Li was not surprised by the reaction of the mammoth demon elephant. As the great sage equal to heaven, a revered figure in ancient lore, even in the form of a martial spirit, he was far beyond what an ordinary demon could contend with. "I didn't want to resort to this." Chu Li sighed softly, slowly spreading his arms. In an instant, the martial spirit of the great sage exploded with brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire sky and land in dazzling gold. The weaker martial artists and beasts had to close their eyes, unable to face the blinding brilliance. The golden light seemed to be summoned, rapidly converging towards Chu Li. The great sage's martial spirit became part of the golden glow, pouring entirely into Chu Li's body. In moments, he was enveloped in the light, resembling a massive golden cocoon. As the golden light faded, a strange phenomenon occurred. Hundreds of beasts stopped in their tracks, bowing towards the golden cocoon, their bodies trembling with fear. Even the mighty mammoth demon elephant retreated several steps, its enormous body shaking violently, as if sensing the terrifying presence forming within the cocoon. On the northern city wall, the guards watched in stunned silence. After a long pause, someone nervously asked, "Was that terrifying presence just now summoned by Chu Li?" This question set off a flurry of discussion among the guards. It had to be Chu Li. That figure appeared right behind him. It looked like a martial spirit. But doesn't Chu Li only have the ginseng fruit tree and the Rui Jingu Bang as his martial spirits? Could his martial spirit have mutated somehow? Why are the beasts reacting like that? At the same time, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into a live stream from the northern part of the city, comments scrolling by like a tidal wave. "Oh my god, I just finished watching the defense of my hometown, and now I'm seeing this incredible scene. That's definitely Chu Li, but how did his martial spirit change like that?" Amidst the confusion, one prominent comment caught everyone's attention. "Look closely at what that figure is holding. It's the Rui Jingu Bang." In the live stream, a comment about the Rui Jingu Bang sparked a heated discussion among the audience. Thousands of comments scrolled rapidly, with nearly everyone questioning, how did Chu Li's martial soul undergo such a massive transformation? The moderator quickly pinned the comment that caused the uproar, and the commenter added a cryptic remark. In ancient mythology, who could truly wield the Rui Jingu Bang? This question plunged the entire live stream into a momentary silence. Tens of thousands of viewers simultaneously considered the same possibility. Could this terrifying martial soul be the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong? Above, the sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning dancing through them and thunder rumbling ominously. On the ground, a golden cocoon-like sphere of light stood silently, surrounded by numerous beasts led by the mammoth demon elephant and thousands of soldiers on high alert. All eyes were fixed on the golden cocoon, a mix of anticipation and fear in every heart. Suddenly, a tiny crack appeared on the surface of the golden cocoon. This crack quickly spread, covering the entire surface like a web. Everyone present held their breath, afraid of missing the astonishing scene about to unfold. A beam of golden light shot out from the crack, followed by more beams in quick succession. With a loud explosion, the golden cocoon shattered, enveloping the surrounding area in dazzling light. A suffocating aura of terror swept out, causing even the battle-hardened Lu Feng to feel his hair stand on end. The weaker soldiers felt their legs give way, barely able to remain standing. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. With soft footsteps, a figure slowly emerged from the golden light. He wore a golden crown, with two phoenix wings gently swaying in the breeze, a golden chainmail armor, and a red cape fluttering behind him. In his right hand, he held an upward-pointing staff, its shaft ablaze with blood-red flames. The calm on that handsome face contrasted sharply with the fierce battle intent erupting from his eyes. Chu Li looked down at his left hand, murmuring to himself, "Is this the power of the demon sage's possession?" The soldiers on the city wall were left speechless by the scene. It took them several moments to recover from their shock, their minds buzzing incessantly. Was this still the Chu Li they knew? That suffocating and terrifying aura made even the mammoth demon elephant pale in comparison. A resounding thud echoed as not only the soldiers' spirits trembled, but even the souls of the hundreds of fierce beasts present quivered uncontrollably. Suddenly, Chu Li raised his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixed on the mammoth demon elephant towering like a mountain. He spoke softly. "In that case, let's test the power of the demon sage's possession on you." Before he finished speaking, the ground beneath Chu Li's feet exploded with a roar, sending debris flying and leaving a large crater. His figure shot forward like a cannonball, reaching the demon elephant in an instant. "Take this!" he shouted fiercely, leaping dozens of meters into the air to meet the giant creature eye to eye. He could clearly see the fear in the elephant's eyes, but he showed no mercy. "Die!" With a thunderous shout, the staff in his hand came crashing down. The demon elephant, sensing an unprecedented threat of death, hurriedly swung its massive trunk to block. With a deafening crash, the trunk collided with the staff. In an instant, the elephant's trunk shattered into pieces, blood and flesh flying. Its agonized wails echoed far and wide, causing the weaker soldiers' eardrums to bleed. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chu Li leaped onto the elephant's head, shouting "Die!" once more as he drove the flaming staff into its skull, as if piercing through tofu. The flames rampaged within the elephant's brain, wreaking havoc on its nerves and mind. Despite the mammoth demon elephant's renowned physical strength, its brain remained a fatal weakness. Overwhelmed by unbearable pain, the elephant let out one last wail before its massive body toppled backward. Chu Li snorted coldly, withdrawing his staff and leaping away. The colossal creature crashed heavily to the ground, sinking several meters into the earth and sending dust flying into the air. The mammoth demon elephant lay on its back, its massive body trembling constantly as it struggled several times to right itself. Its bulky form and severe injuries made this simple movement extremely difficult. Chu Li, holding the heavenward staff, walked steadily to the front of the beast's head. Sensing the threat of death, the mammoth demon elephant's struggle became more intense, its heavy breathing mixed with plaintive cries. Chu Li remained expressionless, raising the heavenward staff high before swiftly and forcefully driving it down. With a thud, the staff instantly pierced the elephant's hard skull. Chu Li's overwhelming soul force surged like a flood, channeled through the staff into the elephant's head, destroying all signs of life within. After a piercing wail, the massive body of the mammoth demon elephant suddenly stiffened, then collapsed completely, devoid of any life. The vast battlefield fell into a sudden silence. Hundreds of demon beasts, elite warriors like Wang Hu, and thousands of soldiers on the city walls all widened their eyes, watching this scene in disbelief. To slay a class mammoth demon elephant so effortlessly? It completely overturned their understanding. The city walls erupted into a frenzy, with soldiers discussing in awe and excitement. The live streaming platform was flooded with comments. Is this the rising star of the Magic City, Chu Li? The rumors are true. Is that golden armor some kind of martial spirit technique? It's so cool. In the command tent of the northern military camp, Yang Qing stared blankly at the golden figure in the projection. In previous Blood Moon battles, eliminating such a giant would have required a significant price, yet now Chu Li accomplished it alone, leaving him unable to remain calm. In the office of the president of Magic City University, Yushan gazed at the live broadcast, unable to regain his composure for a long time. After a while, he sighed and said, "I didn't expect you to reach such heights in such a short time." He couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing that taking Chu Li as a student might actually be benefiting himself. Meanwhile, in an apartment at Magic City University, Chu Qing watched the live broadcast intently. From the moment Chu Li led the army out of the city to the perilous moment when several flying demon vultures swooped down, her heart was in her throat. Fortunately, everything was unfolding in a positive direction. Chu Li unleashed his formidable power, obliterating several flying demon vultures with lightning speed. In a flash, the immense strength of the demon saint within him erupted, allowing him to crush the mighty mammoth demon elephant completely. Watching from the sidelines, Chu Qing felt relieved that the crisis was over and immensely proud of her brother. As the mammoth demon elephant fell with a thunderous crash, the hundreds of other demon beasts, previously held at bay by Wang Hu and other elite warriors, lost their leader and fled in terror. Wang Hu and his team did not pursue them recklessly. Instead, they turned to Chu Li, awaiting his orders. "Let's head back," Chu Li said in a deep voice. The 100 or so demon beasts were insignificant compared to the impending Blood Moon battle. More importantly, the recent fierce battle had drained much of his energy. Although the ginseng fruit had restored some of his spiritual power, pursuing further might leave him vulnerable to unexpected dangers. "Yes, sir," Wang Hu and the others responded, their eyes shining with fervor. In their minds, Chu Li's image had become almost godlike. The 100 warriors quickly formed ranks and marched back to the camp amidst the respectful gazes of onlookers. Hearing of Chu Li's return, Yang Qing was about to step out of the command tent to greet him when he saw Chu Li already leading the elite warriors into the training ground. "Hurrah, Chu Li, you're just in time." Yang Qing greeted him with a hearty laugh as he strode forward. "You were quite impressive just now." "You're too kind, General," Chu Li replied with a slight bow. "If it weren't for the soldiers distracting those beasts, it wouldn't have been so easy." At this, Yang Qing's expression turned peculiar, and Wang Hu and the others looked embarrassed. They had witnessed Chu Li effortlessly slay a-level demon beasts as if they were mere livestock. In comparison, their contribution seemed negligible. Yet Chu Li's words were sincere. While he had the potent card of the demon saint's power, he was still human, and the intense battle had left him exhausted. Adding 100 more demon beasts to the mix would indeed be overwhelming. Yang Qing cleared his throat and said, "Chu Li, although the first wave of the Blood Moon battle has passed, the most dangerous aspect is that the demon beast's attacks will only intensify." His expression turned serious. "The Blood Moon battle will last several days. You should take this time to rest and recover your strength." Having witnessed Chu Li's power firsthand, Yang Qing's attitude toward him had completely changed. In this Blood Moon battle, Chu Li was undoubtedly a crucial force not to be underestimated. Chu Li nodded slightly. He needed to engage in battles to practice the great steel body technique and hone himself, so he fully agreed with Yang Qing's advice. "Chu Li, wait a moment." Yang Qing suddenly called out to Chu Li, who was about to leave, with a serious expression. "In recognition of your outstanding performance on the battlefield, I have reported your achievements to the leader. The leader has decided to promote you to the rank of Centurion, commanding 1,000 troops. I will arrange for personnel allocation for you shortly." After saying this, Yang Qing proceeded to allocate the battle honors among Chu Li and his men. Once everything was settled, Chu Li dismissed the others and returned to his tent alone. Unusually, instead of continuing his cultivation, he lay down to rest. After such intense battles, only deep sleep could effectively restore his energy. However, the Blood Moon battle did not pause for Chu Li's rest. Just half an hour after the mammoth demon elephant was defeated, a new wave of beasts surged in. Although there were no A-level beasts this time, the sheer number of D-level and A-level beasts reached an unprecedented thousands. The defenders held the city with a do-or-die determination, refusing to yield an inch. Even the officers had to join the front lines, fighting the beasts themselves. This letting the example action immediately boosted the army's morale. After several hours of fierce combat, the defenders finally repelled the beast tide, but the battlefield was left in ruins. Officer, our army killed over 1,300 beasts in this battle, but as for casualties, a soldier came to report to Lu Feng, choking on the words when mentioning the losses. Lu Feng surveyed the battlefield littered with bodies, suppressing his inner shock, and said as calmly as possible, "How many casualties? Just say it." "Our fallen soldiers, over 1,500. The soldier gritted his teeth and delivered the staggering number. The number hit Lu Feng like a heavy blow, causing his mind to buzz and his body to sway. The northern camp's total force was only in the tens of thousands, and to lose so many soldiers in just a few hours, how could they sustain the subsequent battles? This scene was fully captured by the live broadcast cameras and immediately caused an uproar online. Viewers flooded the comments with, "The battle's just started, and we've already lost so many. How can we keep fighting? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the magic city falls. If only Chu Li were here. Even Chu Li is just human. Doesn't he need rest?" Amidst the chatter, a soldier rushed over, urgently reporting, "Report, officer. The third wave of beasts is approaching. This time, the numbers are no less than 10,000. What? Lu Feng's face turned pale upon hearing this. This was only the third wave of beast attacks, yet the city's defenses were already on the brink of collapse. Without deploying their last resort, it was only a matter of time before the city fell. Inside the command tent, Yang Qing's face was as grim as iron, his brows tightly knitted. He seemed to have made a difficult decision, gritting his teeth as he picked up the phone and dialed a series of numbers. "Chief, it's me, Yang Qing," he said, his voice low and urgent. "The intensity of the beast wave far exceeds our expectations. We have no other choice. I request permission to deploy those special weapons." After a brief conversation, Yang Qing hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. A bitter smile crept onto his lips, knowing that this decision would cause a global uproar. On the open ground in front of the city walls, the battle was fierce. Tens of thousands of soldiers were engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the massive beast tide. The battlefield was bathed in the colorful glow of martial spirits, with beasts being shattered into pieces every second, their blood and flesh flying. Yet human soldiers also fell continuously, some torn in half by the beast's claws before they could even scream. Despite the brutal conditions, neither side retreated an inch. Atop the city walls, Lu Feng continuously issued orders, directing support-type martial artists to unleash their spirit abilities to bolster the frontline soldiers. This did enhance the soldiers' combat effectiveness, but only served to slow the rate of casualties. As time passed, the battle grew increasingly intense. The human soldiers on the battlefield were fighting with bloodshot eyes. Some young martial artists, exhausted, resolutely embraced a beast and self-destructed their martial spirit, perishing together. Middle-aged warriors, even with severed limbs, seized opportunities to launch themselves at beasts with their remaining strength, biting down on their throats. Some, even in death, clung to a beast's throat, as if determined to drag it to hell. The fight continued, and the martial artist's spiritual strength was nearly depleted, forcing them to rely on hand-to-hand combat. However, human physiques were no match for the beasts, and the casualty rate soared. In just a few minutes, the number of human soldiers dwindled to less than 5,000, while thousands of beasts remained. "Damn it," Lu Feng cursed, glancing around and shouting fiercely. "Who dares to follow me down to fight?" His shout stunned all the soldiers momentarily. Then, a surge of hot blood rushed through them. A support-type martial artist raised his fist. "Though I am a support-type spirit, my close combat experience is not inferior. I am willing to fight to the death with the commander. In the face of annihilation, how can we survive alone? We are willing to fight to the death with the commander." More and more defenders shouted in agreement, their voices growing louder and more determined. "Good." Lu Feng's spirit soared, and he raised his arm with vigor. "Comrades, today, we will charge out of the city together. Attack." Before he finished speaking, Lu Feng led the defenders in a charge down the city walls, straight into the battlefield. Lu Feng led his troops into battle, instantly turning the tide of what seemed to be an impending defeat. On the battlefield, support warriors seized the opportunity, rushing among the wounded to administer healing techniques, while Lu Feng led the combat warriors in a fierce charge against the beasts. The situation once again reached a stalemate, with neither side gaining an advantage. At that moment, a blood-soaked soldier staggered to Lu Feng's side, gasping for breath as he reported, "Commander, there's a group of shadows approaching from the east, identity unknown." Hearing this, Lu Feng's expression changed dramatically. He surveyed the area, observing the soldiers still engaged in fierce combat, and felt a wave of despair. Just as he was preparing for a desperate fight, another soldier came running, his face alight with joy. "Commander, reinforcements are here. They're coming from the west." Lu Feng turned to look, and saw a black-clad force rapidly closing in from the western wasteland. In the blood-red moonlight, the figures of 300 warriors in black armor were clearly visible. They were unarmed, their eyes cold and full of murderous intent. At the front of the formation, a young woman stood out. Her features were delicate, and the black armor accentuated her graceful figure, exuding a heroic spirit. With a stern expression, she halted abruptly less than 100 meters from the battlefield and raised her hand. Instantly, the 300 warriors stopped in unison, disciplined like a well-trained army. Turning to face them, her cool voice resonated around. "You all know why we've held on this long. It's for this very moment." The 300 remained silent, but their eyes burned with fighting spirit. Nodding slightly, she continued, "In this battle, we will show the world that even mere mortals can slay gods." As her words hung in the air, the warriors trembled with excitement. "Follow me into battle," she commanded, charging towards the battlefield. The 300 followed closely, sweeping forward like a torrent of steel, tearing a path through the battlefield. The young woman led the charge, confronting a grayed demon tiger. Clenching her fist, she struck the beast hard. With a dull thud, a bloody hole was blasted in the tiger's chest, sending its massive body flying back several meters, crushing other beasts in its path. Without pause, she locked onto her next target and launched another assault. Her ferocious fighting style stood in stark contrast to her striking beauty. The 300 warriors mirrored her actions, unleashing a storm of bloodshed among the beasts. They had no weapons, but their fists were the most formidable weapons imaginable. This mysterious reinforcement was like a sharp dagger, instantly tearing a massive rift through the battlefield. Beasts were sent flying, tossed aside, and slammed heavily to the ground, plunging the entire battlefield into unprecedented chaos. The soldiers in the midst of battle were stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Where did these terrifying warriors come from? Were they truly human fighters? The city defense officer, Lu Feng, stood frozen, too shocked to speak. He had thought the arrival of reinforcements would relieve the pressure of the battle, but who would have expected this group to possess the power to end the fight in one swift move? On the city wall, reporter Hanya snapped back to reality and quickly turned to the photographer beside her. "Did you get it all?" "Yes, got it all." The photographer nodded repeatedly. Hanya took a deep breath and began her report into the camera. With the arrival of this mysterious reinforcement, the tide of the battle has fundamentally shifted, and victory is now tipping in our favor. The live broadcast audience surged to over 2 million, and the barrage of comments flowed like a tidal wave. Are these warriors really human? They look fiercer than the beasts. To fight beasts barehanded, such physical strength is unheard of. When did such pure physical cultivation techniques emerge? The battle raged on. As time passed, the number of beasts dwindled rapidly, until only a few dozen remained, making their last stand. The woman with the cold demeanor no longer took action, instead gracefully pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her hands, leaving the cleanup to her subordinates. She walked straight towards Lu Feng. Instinctively, Lu Feng took half a step back, then realized she was part of the human reinforcements and hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. "May I ask which reinforcements you belong to? I need to report to my superiors." The woman glanced at him coldly, and instead of answering, asked, "Are you Lu Feng?" Seeing him nod, she commanded directly, "Take me to see Yang Qing." The surrounding soldiers were in an uproar. This was the Red Fox general she was addressing by name. Who exactly was this woman? Lu Feng hesitated. "Could I first notify?" Before he could finish, the woman tossed him a token. Lu Feng caught it and saw the bold inscription, "General Li Hu." In the command tent of the northern military camp of the Magic City, the dim light illuminated the two figures sitting opposite each other. Yang Qing gazed at the aloof woman across from him, his expression complex as he said, "Li Hu, you've grown stronger. We owe the success of breaking the third wave of beast attacks to you." Li Hu sneered, a hint of derision flashing in her eyes. "Yang Qing, spare me the empty words. To those in power like you, we're just tools to be used when needed and discarded when not." Yang Qing could only smile wryly. "I know we've wronged you, but remember, you chose to become experimental subjects voluntarily." "Indeed." Li Hu nodded slightly, her gaze tinged with mockery. "That's why you, the famous Qi Hu, proposed using a survival-off-thefitist method to have us eliminate each other, selecting the best candidates for your experiments." Yang Qing remained silent for a long time before speaking. "Conducting genetic experiments comes at a great cost to us as well. We must identify those with true potential. You know, light and darkness coexist, and only I can bear this darkness. How selfless of you. Li Hu replied with a cold smile, changing the subject. I heard about a prodigy named Chu Li who shone brightly in the Blood Moon battle, slaying several level beasts. After Yang Qing confirmed, Li Hu continued, and where is he now? Upon receiving an answer, she said lightly, in that case, I'll wait and see what makes this legendary prodigy so remarkable. As time slipped past 3 in the morning, the beasts launched several waves of attacks. General Li Hu, leading hundreds of her subordinates, with the support of tens of thousands of soldiers, decisively repelled each wave. Her reputation within the army quickly soared, almost rivaling that of Chu Li. At the edge of the battlefield, reporter Hanya watched the aloof figure directing the cleanup and wondered aloud. Who exactly is this General Li Hu? She doesn't seem to be among the top 10 generals of the Magic City. Her words were captured by the camera, sparking heated discussions among viewers. I think General Li Hu must be a secret ace up the Magic City's sleeve. I feel like she and her subordinates don't seem like martial artists. They seem more like beasts. Did you notice? They never summoned their martial souls. Wow, that's true. Just as the audience was deep in discussion, Li Hu, who had been directing the battlefield cleanup, suddenly paused. She furrowed her brows and looked sharply into the distance. As the most striking presence on the battlefield, her actions immediately drew everyone's attention, and they all followed her gaze. In an instant, the scene plunged into a deathly silence. In the distant night sky, a massive shadow appeared, slowly approaching like a thick, ominous cloud. As it moved, birds and beasts scattered in all directions, and the ground swarmed with dense shadows, kicking up dust as they charged forward. Everyone present felt a heavy weight in their hearts. General Li, who looked grave and gestured for his subordinates to retreat behind the city walls, then sent someone to relay the message to Yang Qing. Flying demons in such numbers? Yang Qing frowned deeply, troubled by the situation. He would rather face more ground-based beasts than this aerial threat. The city walls offered no defense against attacks from the sky, leaving them with no choice but to engage in direct combat. Thinking of this, Yang Qing quickly called their leader, Feng Lai. On the other end, Feng Lai's weary voice came through. What's happening, Yang Qing? After a brief report on the battle situation, Yang Qing got straight to the point. Leader, how are the other 3 sections of the wall holding up? If possible, I would like to request reinforcements. Reinforcements? Feng Lai chuckled bitterly. The other defenses are under less pressure, but without strong fighters like Chu Li or Li Hu, they're also suffering losses, implying that there were no reinforcements available. What about the 8 great families of Modu? Yang Qing pressed on. In such a crisis, they should step up, shouldn't they? Yang Qing, you're losing your composure. Feng Lai's words were like a cold splash of water. Yang Qing was silent for a moment, then sneered. These powerful families plan to sit back and watch. It's no surprise. If Modu falls, they can find new places to settle and continue their reign. But if they suffer too many losses, they might fall from their pedestal. Yang Qing, that's human nature. Feng Lai sighed deeply. This should have been an era of martial prosperity for us. Why do we suffer repeated invasions by these beasts? It all boils down to human nature. At that moment, urgent reports came from all 4 walls, and even someone like Feng Lai couldn't help but feel disheartened. So be it, whether we succeed or fail, it's up to fate. At worst, I'll perish with Modu, and at least I won't have failed the people. Yang Qing remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Leader, I believe we still have a chance. These words reignited a glimmer of hope in Feng Lai's dim eyes. What chance? Yang Qing slowly uttered 2 words. Chu Li. Chu Li. Feng Lai frowned in disbelief. He is indeed an exceptional talent, and his performance on the battlefield has exceeded expectations. But to say the hope of turning the tide rests on him seems a bit. Leader, don't forget, Yang Qing said with a confident smile. Recently, Lin Wuhai of the Lin family broke through to the legendary realm because of Chu Li. Lin Wuhai owes Chu Li a favor. If he doesn't acknowledge it, it could lead to inner turmoil and public criticism. Even a legendary figure can't withstand such pressure. After a brief pause, he continued. As for the 8 major families, since Lin Wuhai reached the legendary realm, the Lin family has become the de facto leader, making subsequent negotiations easier. Feng Lai suddenly realized that Chu Li had unknowingly amassed such significant influence that even in this critical moment, he had no choice but to place his hopes on him. In that case, let's proceed as you suggested, Feng Lai said with a wry smile. But you must promise me one thing. Please go ahead, leader. Yang Qing replied respectfully, already having an inkling of what was to come. If things become untenable, immediately escort Chu Li away from the front line. Out of the Devil City, Feng Lai took a deep breath. Additionally, I will arrange for people at Devil City University. If the front line collapses, they will immediately take Chu Li's sister and other prodigies to safety. They will be the last hope for Devil City. Leader, Yang Qing suddenly spoke. To be honest, you are not a conventional leader. He smiled bitterly. But because of that, if things go awry, I am willing to die alongside you. Chu Li, wake up. Chu Li opened his eyes to find Yang Qing standing in his tent. How did you rest? Yang Qing asked. Pretty well. Chu Li nodded, feeling refreshed after the battle and fully recovered. That's good. I have something to ask of you. Yang Qing said directly, his tone sincere. He detailed the current battle situation and revealed the decision made with Feng Lai, but omitted any mention of the plan to evacuate the prodigies. Ding. As Yang Qing made his request, a system prompt sounded in Chu Li's ear. Option 1. Refuse Yang Qing's request, believing it's unwise to waste a legendary figure's favor. Reward. Mythical forging material 9 heavens meteorite iron. Option 2. Accept Yang Qing's request and persuade the 8 major families to join the Blood Moon War. Reward. Rui Jingu Bang, crafting blueprint. The first reward, 9 heavens meteorite iron, is an invaluable material essential for crafting mythical weapons. The second option was laid out before him, the blueprint for the Rui Jingu Bang. If this legendary weapon could be forged successfully, it would certainly surpass the Chao Tian stick currently used by Chu Li, unleashing even greater power. However, this option came with a strict condition. He must persuade the 8 great families to join the battle for the task to be considered complete. In comparison, the first option seemed much simpler. But Chu Li didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately made his decision. I choose the second option. General Yang, I understand. Chu Li said to Yang Qing with determination in his voice. He promptly took out his phone and dialed a sequence of numbers with practiced ease. Meanwhile, in the Lin family villa, Lin Wuhai was lounging on a leather sofa, watching a live broadcast on the LCD TV, when he picked up the phone. Li, calling out of the blue, what's the matter? Uncle Lin, I'm calling because I need to discuss something with you. Chu Li's voice came through the receiver. A glint of insight flashed in Lin Wuhai's eyes. Li, I can help with personal matters, but if it's something else, you might want to reconsider. He had already guessed the intention. Uncle Lin, I'm not asking the Lin family to participate in the Blood Moon battle. Chu Li said calmly. I only hope you can gather the leaders of the 8 great families together. After that, you just need to be present as a witness. Lin Wuhai paused for a moment. Li, you intend to persuade the 8 families? Yes, Chu Li replied candidly. The leaders of the 8 families are no fools, Lin Wuhai reminded him. I understand, Chu Li said with unwavering resolve. So if you agree to this, all past favors will be wiped clean. All right, I agree, Lin Wuhai replied decisively. Meet me at the Tianfeng Hotel in the Magic City. I'll be waiting for you there. After hanging up, Yang Qing couldn't help but ask. Chu Li, are you really confident you can convince the 8 families? No, Chu Li admitted with a wry smile, shaking his head. But if I don't say so, there's no chance at all. Yang Qing nodded in agreement. That's true. It's all up to you now. He looked towards the direction of the city wall outside the camp. Until then, I'll do everything in my power to buy you time. Subsequently, Chu Li boarded the military vehicle that Yang Qing had arranged and sped towards the city center of the Magic City. Meanwhile, Lin Wuhai began reaching out to the leaders of the other 7 families. These savvy family heads initially wanted to refuse, but upon hearing it was merely a dinner invitation with no obligation to agree, they decided to give Lin Wuhai the courtesy and unanimously agreed to go to the Tianfeng Hotel. On the top floor of the Tianfeng Hotel in the bustling city, the large restaurant was brightly lit. The leaders of the 8 major families sat around a central round table, led by Lin Wuhai. Surrounding them, hundreds of elite martial artists from each family were strategically positioned throughout the restaurant, prepared for any extreme actions the city's military might take. Master Lin, one of the family heads, looked intently at Lin Wuhai. We all agreed before coming here that the final decision would be ours alone. With this statement, the other family heads also turned their attention to Lin Wuhai, clearly sharing this common concern. Lin Wuhai remained calm and replied, Rest assured, everyone. When Chu Li arrives, I will remain silent until the banquet concludes. How does that sound? Master Lin, you are wise and considerate. We admire you. The family heads expressed their relief and began to praise him. At that moment, a young martial artist quickly approached, bowed to Lin Wuhai, and reported, Master, Chu Li has arrived at the hotel entrance. Please bring him in. Lin Wuhai nodded slightly. Shortly after, led by the young martial artist, Chu Li strode into the restaurant. As soon as he appeared, hundreds of sharp gazes focused on him, including the scrutinizing eyes of the 8 family heads. An ordinary person might have been overwhelmed by such pressure, but Chu Li remained composed. He first greeted the family heads with a respectful bow and then spoke steadily. I am Chu Li, here to meet the esteemed heads. Impressive. A young hero indeed, one family head exclaimed. Your reputation is well deserved. I have seen it firsthand. The other family heads, observing Chu Li's poise, couldn't help but show their approval. Chu Li, please take a seat, one of the family heads warmly invited. Chu Li smiled slightly and politely declined. Thank you for the kind offer, but there's no need to sit. There is a more pressing matter at hand. At this, the family head's expressions became slightly colder. While they admired his demeanor, when it came to family interests, they approached everything with caution. In that case, please speak directly, one family head said straightforwardly. Chu Li, neither arrogant nor humble, stepped forward and began. The reason for my visit is likely already clear to you, so I won't waste words. After a brief pause, he continued. Some of you might think that my visit is a plea, but that's not the case. His words immediately piqued the interest of the family heads, and even Lin Wuhai regarded the young man with curiosity, eager to hear his perspective. Chu Li calmly stated, in fact, I believe this should be mutually beneficial. Ha ha, one family head laughed heartily. In that case, why don't you explain how it can be mutually beneficial? Chu Li confidently responded, while the 8 families are indeed powerful, their foundation is rooted in this city. If the city falls, the 8 families would suffer the most significant losses. I believe you all wouldn't deny this fact. Indeed, the others had to acknowledge this reality. The head of the family nodded slightly and said, it's better to sacrifice some of our assets than to lose our people, isn't it? Chu Li's gaze was intense as he looked directly at the crowd. What if I told you that if we win this battle, the 8 families could claim 50% of the demon cores and materials from the Blood Moon War? The entire hall fell silent at these words. The expressions of the 8 family heads shifted from shock to disbelief. Even the usually composed Lin Wuhai couldn't help but widen his eyes. They all knew that the spoils of the Blood Moon War traditionally belonged to the capital and the magical city, and no one had ever dared to covet them. The sheer quantity of demon cores and materials each year was astronomical, even for these powerful families. Are you serious? One family head finally broke the silence, his voice tinged with cautious inquiry. Of course, Chu Li replied with a faint smile. If the city falls, we won't even be able to save our lives, let alone these materials. The family heads fell into deep thought as Chu Li continued. With your capabilities, you could certainly evacuate your families if the city were to fall, but your accumulated assets over generations would be lost. If converted into resources, how many talented warriors could the assets of the 8 families nurture? Chu Li's words were devoid of pleading or emotion, focusing solely on stark interests. It was precisely this focus on interests that resonated with those present. Lin Wuhai silently praised. What a bold move by Chu Li. If it had been any other argument, these family heads would likely have been unimpressed. But Chu Li had pinpointed the crucial issue, demonstrating remarkable skill for someone so young. The 7 family heads exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of interest in the other's eyes. They all looked to Lin Wuhai for his opinion. Lin Wuhai shrugged and said, don't look at me. I've already stated that I won't comment on this matter. One family head, no longer hesitating, looked directly at Chu Li. 70%. Give us 70% of the spoils, and the 8 families will immediately dispatch troops. Deal. Chu Li's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness before he burst into hearty laughter. 70% it is. With the help of the 8 families, the magical city will be secure. He strode towards a nearby table, filled a cup, and raised it high. In this time of crisis, you are willing to lend a hand and support us. On behalf of the millions in the magical city, I, Chu Li, toast to you all. His words not only offered ample benefits, but also bestowed them with honor. The family heads, looking at Chu Li with increasing admiration, raised their glasses in response. On the northern city wall of the Magic City, an unprecedented crisis is looming. Just a few miles away, the horizon is completely swallowed by a dark cloud formed by countless flying beasts, blocking out the sky. Under this ominous cloud, a more terrifying scene unfolds on the ground. A vast army of beasts is advancing towards the city wall. From class demon snakes to class demon wolves, and up to the massive class demon tigers, the beasts are layered in an unending wave. The most terrifying sight is the presence of several class mammoth demon elephants, as large as hills, each step causing the earth to tremble. This beast army, capable of leveling any city, is now baring its fangs at the Magic City. Lu Feng, the city defense officer, stands on the wall, his face as pale as paper. He knows all too well that even mobilizing all of the Magic City's defensive forces may not be enough to withstand such a beast tide, and currently, they can only rely on the limited forces of the northern barracks. Even with talents like Chu Li and the valor of General Li Hu, they seem overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the beast tide. A great catastrophe is imminent, and defeat is certain. This thought spreads like a plague among the defenders, with despair etched on every face. Live reporter Hanya, her voice trembling, broadcasts, the northern Magic City is facing an attack larger than the combined scale of all previous Blood Moon battles. Her voice, transmitted through cameras, echoes across the internet, leaving millions of viewers in stunned silence. Moments later, comments flood in like a breached dam. How is this possible? What has happened to the Magic City? It's over. Not even Chu Li can save us now. Damn beasts, one day we'll wipe you out. Amidst the pervasive despair, a cold shout cuts through the air like thunder. A bunch of useless cowards. All eyes turn towards the source of the voice, General Li, who strides confidently onto the wall. Her long legs move with the characteristic stride of a soldier, her gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over the soldiers around her. Heaven granted you martial souls, gave you the opportunity to cultivate, and yet you cower like this and dare call yourselves warriors. Her voice is filled with disdain and anger. Under her piercing gaze, many men lower their heads in shame. Li Hu continues coldly. Those who want to flee, leave now. Once the beasts are upon us, it will be too late. With that, she strides to the front of the wall, her gaze fixed on the surging beast tide in the distance, without a trace of fear in her eyes. Everyone understands General Li, who is prepared to make a last stand against the beasts here. Run? Where could we possibly run to? An old soldier, his face weathered by time, took a few steps forward and bowed deeply to Li Hu. He gave a bitter smile, his eyes reflecting the weight of years gone by. I've defended these walls for over a decade. My son and grandson died here in battle. Now I'm alone. Where else could I go? He turned to gaze at the distant gathering of the beast army, a fierce, resolute light in his clouded eyes. To have lived this long is a blessing. Today, I will follow General Li, who without retreating an inch. My father died under the claws of those beasts, declared a young soldier, stepping forward with a loud, clear voice. I came here for revenge. Others may retreat, but I will not. A middle-aged soldier looked around, his voice low but firm. My wife and children are in the city. If the city falls, what chance do they have? Anyone wanting to harm them will have to step over my dead body. I grew up an orphan, no parents, no children, nothing holding me back in this world. Another soldier laughed heartily. Today, I offer my life for the country. Even if I die, I'll take a piece of those beasts with me. Their words were simple, even rough, but they were genuine and struck a chord. Gradually, their spirits spread among the troops, transforming panic into steely resolve. They had already prepared to die, and now their determination was unwavering. We vow to live and die with these walls. The united shouts echoed across the battlements, shaking the heavens. Li Hu watched, a faint smile on his lips. This is what true warriors should be like. The moving scene was captured entirely by the live broadcast, sparking a storm on the platform. Countless viewers were moved by the soldiers' resolve and sent their prayers in various forms. In the command tent, Yang Qing watched the walls closely through a projection. He slowly stood up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. In that case, I, Yang Qing, will join you in the afterlife. The rumbling grew louder as the beast army charged faster, the ground trembling beneath them. In the sky, swarms of flying beasts beat their wings, stirring up fierce winds. An unprecedented sense of oppression weighed on everyone's hearts. As the beast army closed within 100 meters of the walls, Lu Feng was about to order the defense when a booming "Hold on" rang out. The soldiers paused, while Lu Feng and other officers smiled, turning towards the voice. A figure clad in golden armor strode up the wall. It was the imposing Yang Qing. With battle upon us, skip the formalities, he commanded, halting the soldiers' attempts to salute. Though they obeyed, they watched the leader who refused to stay behind with curiosity. Yang Qing, sensing their thoughts, smiled calmly and walked to the forefront of the wall, looking around before beginning to speak. Yang Qing took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers on the city wall, and said in a deep voice, "At this point, our city has no defensive forces left. I've committed all our fighting power to the battlefield." The soldiers were taken aback, exchanging glances. This was unlike any other commander they knew. Others would try every method to boost morale before a battle, but Yang Qing was blunt about the lack of defenses. Before they could ponder further, Yang Qing's voice rang out again, resolute and powerful. "Therefore, I am here to fight alongside you all, until death." These words struck the soldiers like a heavy blow to the heart. They felt a surge of hot blood boiling in their chests, their eyes shining with a determined light. Nearby, the reporter Han Yi silently praised him. Truly worthy of the title Red Fox. She knew these few words were enough to inspire the soldiers to fight to the death. General Li, who watched coldly, merely giving a soft snort without comment. "Are you willing to face death with me?" Yang Qing's voice echoed over the city walls. "To death with the general," one soldier shouted first, and soon the entire wall erupted in a unified cry. "To death with the general." Yang Qing laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on the beast army less than 50 meters from the walls. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and a brilliant white light burst forth behind him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the light condensed into the form of a distinguished figure in a white robe, holding a feather fan. "Is that the Red Fox General's spirit, Zhuge Liang?" a warrior murmured, recalling the ancient legend, the era of heroes vying for supremacy, the tripartite division of the land. Zhuge Liang assisting the Han Emperor, his 7 expeditions to Qishan. Though he couldn't change fate, he left a lasting legacy. The crowd couldn't help but wonder what powers such a legendary figure could wield as a spirit. Yang Qing's expression was stern as he stared down the beast army, shouting, "Spirit technique. East wind rises." Behind him, the spirit of Zhuge Liang gently waved the feather fan. unleashing a fierce gale that swept toward the airborne beast army. Weaker flying beasts immediately lost balance and plummeted. Though using the spirit technique left Yangqing pale, he didn't stop, calling out again, "Spirit technique, flames of war." Once more, the Zhuge Liang spirit waved the fan, unleashing countless sparks that flew toward the beast army like a shower of stars. Through the camera's close-up, one could clearly see the sparks landing on the beasts. A spark in the sky quickly expanded into a blazing fire, engulfing a monstrous beast entirely. Amidst its piercing howls, the beast's life swiftly ebbed away, turning to ashes within seconds. Sparks rained down on other beasts, and in an instant, thousands of them were ensnared by flames. Yangqing's face was pale, evidently exhausted. He endured the discomfort in his spirit, took a deep breath, and once again unleashed the east wind rising martial soul technique. As the east wind swept across the battlefield, the flames surged, consuming thousands of beasts in moments, their life force rapidly waning. General Chihu has such incredible skills. Hurrah! With General Chihu here, we're sure to win this battle. The soldiers' morale soared at this sight, but only Hanya noticed Yangqing's unusual state. Casting the martial soul technique 3 times had pushed his spirit to its limits. Yangqing's vision was darkening, and if he hadn't been holding onto the city wall, he might have collapsed. He bit his tongue hard, barely managing to steady himself. At that moment, a sound like a dragon's roar pierced the sky. In the distant horizon, a massive silhouette approached rapidly. Is that an glass water dragon? Yangqing's pupils contracted as he gazed incredulously at the sky. The previously invigorated soldiers were also taken aback. Under countless gazes, the colossal creature swiftly arrived above the battlefield. It roared again, and the sky unleashed a torrent of rain, extinguishing the fierce flames. Yangqing's achievements vanished in an instant. The beasts, now unthreatened, surged angrily toward the city wall like a tide. Meanwhile, on the road leading from the Magic City to the northern military camp, Chu Li was speeding in a military vehicle. Behind him was a long convoy of hundreds of luxury cars, carrying the heads of the 8 great families and their elite warriors. These family elites far surpassed the soldiers in strength. After all, the military had to support many soldiers, while families only needed to nurture a few elites, concentrating resources to enhance their personal power. Chu Li glanced toward the northern city wall, a hint of concern in his eyes. The addition of these 1,000 elite warriors could change the tide of the battle, but time was of the essence. He turned to the driver and asked, "How much longer?" 20 minutes. Boom. Crackling sounds echoed as the northern city gate slowly rose. Under the blood-red moonlight, a graceful figure shot out like an arrow from a bow. It was Li Hu. Her exquisite, cold face was filled with determination as 300 subordinates followed closely behind, each with a fierce and resolute expression. "Charge with me," Li Hu commanded, leading the charge against the surging wave of beasts. Her 300 subordinates followed without fear. From a bird's-eye view, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Li Hu and her group cut through the dark mass of beasts like a sharp blade. Though unarmed, they were unstoppable. With each punch, massive beasts were sent flying, crashing into their comrades with howls of agony filling the air. Inside the city gate, Lu Feng raised his weapon high, addressing the tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers behind him with a thunderous voice. "Everyone, General Li Hu is at the forefront. How can we, the brothers of the northern camp, fall behind?" "We cannot," the soldiers shouted in unison. "The beasts are advancing fiercely. Can we allow them to set foot within our walls?" "We cannot." Their morale soared once more. Lu Feng's face was flushed, his voice hoarse with passion. "Warriors." Chu Li, at a young age, fought beasts, vanquished demon vultures, and slew giant elephants. Li Hu, as a woman, leads the charge. General Chi Hu, of noble status, is here on the battlefield. What should we do? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The soldiers raised their arms and shouted, reaching an unprecedented peak in morale. Many had tears in their eyes, eager to rush into battle. "Charge with me." Lu Feng led the charge, rushing out with the troops. If Li Hu was the arrowhead and her subordinates the arrow blade, then Lu Feng and his men became the shaft and fletching, tearing open a path through the beast army. Their martial spirits flared, and the beasts fell like wheat, blood and flesh flying. In just a few breaths, nearly 1,000 beasts perished. However, this unstoppable momentum did not last long. As the warriors continuously unleashed their ultimate techniques, their spiritual energy waned, and they began to be overwhelmed by the beasts, casualties mounting. More terrifyingly, thousands of flying beasts suddenly swooped down from the sky, many soldiers unable to even scream before being turned into blood mist by sharp claws. The battlefield transformed into a hellish scene, littered with severed limbs and torn flesh, a horrifying sight. "Brothers, fight to the death." Lu Feng, drenched in blood, raised his weapon and roared once more. His voice was hoarse yet unwavering, echoing across the battlefield. Suddenly, A flash of cold light appeared. A massive sky demon eagle swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws piercing through Lu Feng's back in an instant. Blood gushed out, staining his armor. The eagle flapped its wings and carried Lu Feng's body high into the air. Shangguan. No. Save Shangguan quickly. Countless soldiers witnessed this scene, their faces filled with shock and terror. Their cries were laced with despair and urgency. However, Lu Feng did not scream in agony. Despite the excruciating pain tearing through his back, he forced himself to endure it and instead burst into wild laughter. His laughter was filled with determination and defiance. My brothers, this is the end for me, but you can keep going. Kill them. Lu Feng's voice resonated in the air, inspiring the soldiers below. Before he could finish, Lu Feng began to cough violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. The blood was mixed with fragments of his internal organs, indicating that his injuries were beyond recovery. Yet, he pressed on, laughing and shouting defiantly. Kill them all. As long as one of us from the Demon City army is alive, we cannot allow these beasts to take a single step forward. If there comes a day, we shall meet again in the afterlife. As he finished speaking, Lu Feng suddenly raised his right hand, gripping the eagle's ankle tightly. His eyes burned with a fierce resolve, and in the next moment, his martial spirit exploded. Boom! The massive explosion roared through the sky. The sky demon eagle didn't even have time to scream before it burst into a bloody rain in the air. Shangguan. Countless soldiers watched this scene, their eyes instantly red, their anger erupting like a volcano. Their attacks became even more ferocious as they charged at the beasts from all directions without regard for their own safety. Out of spiritual power? No worries. There's still weapons. Weapons broken? No problem. There's still fists. Arms broken? There's still teeth. The soldiers used everything at their disposal as weapons, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the beasts. When everything was exhausted, they resolutely chose to self-destruct their martial spirits, taking the beasts before them with them. This reckless combat style instilled fear even in the ferocious beasts, causing their attacks to noticeably weaken. These are the brave sons of our demon city. Yang Qing leaned on the city wall, barely supporting himself as he stared below. His eyes were filled with satisfaction, but even more so with intense pain. General, how are you feeling? A nearby officer couldn't help but ask, his voice full of concern. Nothing too serious. Yang Qing took a deep breath and then forced himself to walk towards the edge of the wall. General, what are you doing? The officer froze, then hurriedly caught up. I'm going to fight alongside the soldiers. Yang Qing's lips curled into a grim smile. If the city falls, no one will survive. Now, all our forces from the northern camp are engaged. If the front line collapses, then it's truly over. The officer was left standing in shock, an uncontrollable wave of fear rising within him. He understood all too well that when the commander himself took up arms to fight, the battle had reached a dire state. General, I'll go with you. The officer took a deep breath, then made his decision, speaking with determination. If you are to fall in battle, I will die before you. With Yang Qing's involvement, the Demon City army, which was on the brink of collapse, miraculously held on. But even so, this was merely a delay. The downfall of the northern camp was inevitable. Chu Li, Yang Qing mustered all his strength, slicing off a beast's head, and couldn't help but look towards the direction of Demon City, silently whispering to himself, I promised to hold on until you arrived, but this time, I might not be able to keep my word. Dawn was breaking, casting a pale light across the sky. Beneath the northern city walls of the Magic City, a fierce battle was drawing to a close. The battlefield was a grim sight, littered with the intermingled corpses of human soldiers and beasts, blood soaking every inch of the ground, and scattered remains creating a hellish landscape. Kill! Yang Qing roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. He was drenched in blood, covered in wounds, with his long hair matted and filthy, far removed from his former scholarly demeanor. His forehead was veined with rage, his face twisted in anger as he led the remaining 2,000 soldiers in a desperate stand against the relentless beast army. Despite being exhausted and drained, not a single soldier retreated. They understood that if they fell back, the city walls would be breached and everything they fought for would be lost. Li Hu's forces had also suffered heavy losses. Of the original 300 elite warriors, barely 100 remained, all wounded. Under Li Hu's command, they moved closer to Yang Qing, forming a protective circle around him. The beast army pressed forward, eventually encircling the beleaguered troops. Li Hu, didn't you once wish to tear me to pieces? Why save me now? Yang Qing asked with a bitter smile, looking at Li Hu. I still want to tear you apart, Li Hu replied coldly, glancing at him. But in this battle, you can't die. If you do, the morale will collapse. Her voice was icy, yet she understood the gravity of the situation. Regardless, thank you, Yang Qing sighed. Even if I had to do it over, I would make the same choice because it wasn't just for myself. Li Hu gave no reply, not even sparing him a glance, her focus entirely on the beasts ready to attack at any moment. A deafening beast roar signaled another fierce assault. "Hold the line, brothers," a soldier shouted as he cleaved a beast wolf's skull. But in the next moment, a massive beast bear struck, shattering the soldier to pieces before he could even scream. Scenes of carnage unfolded repeatedly, and the defensive circle around Yangqing rapidly shrank. On the city wall, Hanya watched the scene unfold, murmuring, "In the end, we can't hold them back." Her eyes were filled with sorrow, as if she already foresaw the city's fall. In the live stream, millions of viewers fell into an eerie silence until a comment ignited the chat. "Look, what's Hanya doing? What? Is she really going to join the battle? Stop her, cameraman. She doesn't even have a martial spirit." Hanya took off her jacket, picked up a weapon from the ground, determination flashing in her eyes, clearly intending to enter the battle. "Sister Hanya, what are you?" The cameraman's face turned pale as he rushed to stop her. "If the nest falls, how can any eggs remain intact? The warriors are almost all gone." "It's my turn now," Hanya said resolutely. Hanya took a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she looked at the photographer beside her. "No matter what, I want you to capture the warriors' final stand. Let the world know that the soldiers of Modu have courage, and the ordinary people of Modu are just as remarkable." As soon as she finished speaking, the live streaming platform fell into silence, and even the comments paused momentarily. Just as Hanya was about to turn away from the city wall, the photographer suddenly let out a near-ecstatic shout. "Sister Hanya, look, reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements are here." Hanya halted abruptly and rushed to the edge of the wall. On the distant horizon, a massive convoy was speeding towards them, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. This unexpected glimmer of hope brought tears to her eyes, and she staggered back a couple of steps. The audience on the live platform erupted. "Reinforcements? Are there really reinforcements? General Chihu and the others are saved. Where did these reinforcements come from? Have the threats from other regions been dealt with?" Hanya snapped back to reality, grabbing the photographer and shouting with all her might. "General Chihu, reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived." Though they were not warriors with enhanced spiritual powers, their voices still reached the soldiers below the wall. General Yangqing, known as Chihu, was taken aback, his long-suppressed emotions finally bursting forth. He laughed heartily, his laughter amplified by his spiritual power, echoing around them. "Haha." The soldiers fighting fiercely nearby looked puzzled, and Li Hu eyed him as if he were mad. "Have you lost your mind?" "I'm not crazy." Yangqing's laughter abruptly stopped, his expression suddenly serious. "Li Hu, didn't you want to meet Chu Li? Well, he's here." He immediately gathered the last of his spiritual power to communicate with the soldiers. "Brothers, hold on. Chu Li has arrived with reinforcements." The battlefield fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. "So Chu Tianjiao went to get reinforcements. Brothers, hold on. We're saved." The name of Chu Li, held in high esteem in the northern military camp, reignited the fighting spirit of the soldiers who were on the brink of despair. They unleashed an incredible surge of strength, holding back the fierce assault of the beasts. The thunderous roar of engines grew louder as a massive convoy of hundreds of military vehicles approached, shaking the entire battlefield. The lead military vehicle executed a perfect drift and came to a precise stop, with the following vehicles halting uniformly behind it. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of car doors opening and closing filled the air. Figures clad in combat gear poured out of the vehicles and quickly formed a neat phalanx on the battlefield, numbering in the thousands. Most striking were the 9 figures standing at the front of the formation. Chu Li stood shoulder to shoulder with the heads of the 8 great families, exuding an imposing presence. Cameras on the city walls captured this awe-inspiring scene. Watching from afar, Hanya was left speechless. Those are the 8 great families. The live stream chat erupted in excitement. The heads of the 8 families? They're all here. Wait, isn't that the newly famed legendary warrior Lin Wuhai? Why is he standing with Chu Li? Incredible. In past years, the families barely lifted a finger against the beast tides, but now they've shown up in full force. How did Chu Li manage this? Doesn't he have a humble background? What do you know? He's a disciple of Yu Shan, the president of Magic City University, and a favorite of Feng Lai, the leader. Even Lin Wuhai's breakthrough is connected to him. Chu Li turned to face the 8 family heads, smiling as he said, "I'll leave the rest to you all. The promises made before remain unchanged." "Great." Lin Wuhai laughed heartily. "Since you're so straightforward, Xiao Li, we certainly won't fall behind." Before he finished speaking, a sword spirit appeared behind Lin Wuhai. He shot up into the sky like an arrow, hovering above the battlefield. The sword's radiance intensified, illuminating the entire sky. 10,000 swords. Return to the sect. With a low shout from Lin Wuhai, the sword transformed into countless beams of light, pouring down like a torrential rain. The airborne beasts had no time to evade and were instantly pierced by the sword lights. Those on the ground were decapitated before they could even scream. In mere moments, hundreds of beasts lay dead, yet Lin Wuhai remained composed, his aura steady. Yang Qing watched this astonishing spectacle and breathed a sigh of relief, quietly exclaiming, "Truly worthy of the legendary realm." The realm of legends marks a new frontier for martial artists. Those at this level can not only fly, but also experience a qualitative leap in both martial and spiritual power, far surpassing A-level warriors. Li Hu, observing the battlefield, could no longer suppress her curiosity. Yang Qing, what's going on here? The 8 great families have always prioritized their own interests. Why are they suddenly helping us? Yang Qing looked at her with a hint of admiration. Chu Li didn't join the battle because he went to negotiate with the 8 great families. This reinforcement is his doing. Chu Li. Li Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. He's barely in his 20s, and he managed to pull this off? You're just over 20 yourself, and already possess A-level warrior's strength, Yang Qing remarked with a wry smile. You'll meet him once this battle is over. Before he finished speaking, Lin Wuhai in the sky struck again. Sword dominates the world, he shouted, as his martial spirit erupted into a dazzling light, transforming into a giant sword that plunged into the battlefield. With a resounding crash, several mammoth demon elephants were blown to pieces, and the surrounding beasts turned to ash. Lin Wuhai was like a reaping machine on the battlefield, unleashing a series of martial spirit techniques that felled the beasts one after another. The other 7 family leaders joined the fray, showcasing their powers. The elite members of the families, eager to impress their leaders, fought with all their might. The endless demon beast army was being harvested like a field of wheat, and the tide of battle began to turn in favor of the humans. Chu Li watched, silently marveling at the strength of the 8 great families. Not standing idly by, he threw himself into the battle, simultaneously activating the great firmament body refinement technique to absorb the surging aura of slaughter around him. The scale of this battle was astonishing. Tens of thousands, if not more, of demon beasts clashed in a life-and-death struggle against the 8 family leaders, General Qi Hu, and others. Such a battle was rare even in the Great Xia Kingdom, and the resulting aura of slaughter was overwhelming. In the dense atmosphere of slaughter, Chu Li's physical realm advanced at an incredible pace. With a crisp cracking sound, a surge of energy filled his body, and every cell seemed to cheer. His physique broke through to level. But this was just the beginning. As time passed, his rate of improvement only accelerated. Half an hour later, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of demon beasts, some in pieces, others reduced to bloody foam. Although there were losses on the human side, their morale soared. At that moment, Chu Li's strength broke through again, leaping directly into the Blevel realm. With a single punch, he shattered the head of a Clevel demon beast. Feeling the surge of power within him, Chu Li's eyes lit up with joy. His physical state had finally advanced to a Blevel, matching his cultivation level at last. What a thrill! What a thrill! He laughed heartily, ready to charge back into battle, but a sudden cry interrupted him. How is this possible? Enslevel Beast! Enslevel Beast has appeared. Damn it! Enslevel Beast on the first day of the Blood Moon battle? The previously spirited members of the 8 great families suddenly seemed defeated, their faces ashen, including Yang Qing and others. Only Lin Wuhai stood firm in the air, watching the distance with a grave expression. Following everyone's gaze, Chu Li saw a massive figure racing across the sky. It was a giant demon roc, its wings spanning 100 meters wide, each flap stirring up violent gusts, casting a vast shadow on the ground below. A fierce demonic aura spread like a tidal wave. In a flash, the roc was upon them, launching a fierce assault directly at Lin Wuhai. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city. It's over, it's really over this time. Guan Dashan lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration as he stared at the image on the old television. How could there be so many twists in the Blood Moon battle? He turned to look at the old monk beside him, who was calmly fingering prayer beads. The monk, with a shiny bald head and long white eyebrows, had a kindly expression. Amitba, Dashan, you should address me as abbot, the old monk said calmly. We're about to die, and you care what I call you? Guan Dashan rolled his eyes. It's just a pity for my good brother. Though he was extraordinarily talented, now he's likely to die at the hands of a beast. He spoke with regret in his eyes. This good brother was naturally Chu Li. Initially, he just wanted to ride on Chu Li's coattails, but after fighting alongside him against a 2-winged demon lion and sharing the fire spirit liquid, he had come to cherish their friendship. Amitba, the old monk murmured a Buddhist chant. If that's the case, why don't you go save him? Are you serious? Old monk, if you want me dead sooner, just say it. On such a battlefield, with my limited skills, I'd be finished in no time. Guan Dashan exclaimed incredulously. The old monk remained unfazed, neither pleased nor angry, and simply asked, Dashan, haven't you noticed something? Guan Dashan was taken aback, momentarily stunned by the old monk's words. Your martial spirit has undergone quite a change recently. Haven't you noticed? The old monk asked softly. Hearing this, Guan Dashan immediately summoned his martial spirit, the familiar rake hovering in the air. He scrutinized his weapon, murmuring to himself, I do feel that my martial spirit has become much stronger, but there hasn't been any other change." Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. His eyes were fixed on the rake's teeth as he counted them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 8. His pupils contracted sharply. 8? How did my seven-toothed rake become 8? The old monk explained slowly. Do you still not know? Your martial spirit is the legendary weapon of martial Tianpeng from ancient mythology, the nine-toothed rake. Although it was reduced to 7 teeth, ever since you met Chu Li, it has begun to restore itself. He paused briefly before continuing. Whether out of your feelings for Chu Li or for the continued enhancement of your martial spirit, you must go to this battle. Guan Dashan was silent for a long time before finally smiling wryly. Old monk, since you can predict so much, why not tell me if I go? Won't it be a near-death experience? You won't die, the old monk replied calmly. You've calculated this? There's no need to calculate that. As soon as he finished speaking, the old monk's robe fluttered as if caught in an invisible breeze, emitting a terrifying aura. Behind him appeared the ethereal image of a golden Buddha, bare-chested with hands clasped in a gesture of prayer, eyes fierce, surrounded by dragon spirits. It was none other than the dragon subduing Arhut from ancient mythology. This. Guan Dashan was so shocked he nearly fell off his chair, staring at the old monk in disbelief. You're at the legendary realm? How did I not know? If you had been attentive, you'd have known long ago. The old monk shook his head slightly, reciting a Buddhist mantra before saying, Now you should believe it. With me here, you will not die. Without waiting for Guan Dashan's response, he grabbed the ladder by his clothes and leapt out of the temple, speeding towards the battlefield. Above the battlefield, the sound of explosions was relentless. Lin Wuhai and the demon rock had clashed dozens of times, both bearing injuries. Yet, Lin Wuhai's energy was waning, while the demon rock grew more frenzied with pain. With another loud crash, Lin Wuhai could no longer hold on, his body plummeting straight to the ground. He hit the earth with a heavy thud, half a meter deep, blood gushing from his mouth, unable to move. Yang Qing and others looked despairing, and the 7 clan leaders began to consider retreating, casting a pall of hopelessness over the battlefield. Only Chu Li stood unwavering, his eyes showing no fear, but rather a flash of excitement at this moment. The divine choice system activated once again, offering him 2 options. Option 1. Faced with such an invincible presence, choose to turn and flee. As the saying goes, he who fights and runs away, lives to fight another day. Reward. Mythical martial art. Earthly Fiend 72. Transformations. Option 2. Confront this terrifying presence, abandon everything, and fight. Reward. Nirvana level Ancient Battle Art. The 72 transformations and the Ancient Battle Technique, 2 legendary skills, stood before Chu Li. The former, derived from ancient lore, was the art of transformation mastered by Sun Wukong, unparalleled in its brilliance. The latter, originating in primordial times, focused on combat, enhancing strength according to the practitioner's willpower. Ancient Battle Technique. Chu Li chose decisively, his eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit. Even when faced with Enshrank legendary beast, he showed no fear. He had reached the Brank level and possessed several powerful martial soul skills, including the possession of the Demon Saint. Even if victory was elusive, he was confident in his ability to retreat safely. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded as a dazzling golden light burst forth behind Chu Li, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The light quickly condensed into the form of the great sage equal to heaven, a martial soul standing several stories tall. Gripping the Rui Jingu Bang, Chu Li looked up at the Shrank legendary rock in the sky, his fighting spirit growing even stronger. Challenging a legend with a Brank body? The audience was incredulous, their eyes wide in disbelief. The live stream chat exploded with viewers questioning Chu Li's sanity, urging him to withdraw while he still could, reminding him that discretion is the better part of valor. However, Chu Li ignored the chatter, his gaze fixed on the legendary rock. He slowly tightened his grip on the staff, the powerful energy within him surging higher and higher. Chu Li, retreat. Don't fight Hedon. Yang Qing, exhausted, rushed forward to try to stop him. But it was too late. The great sage martial soul had already merged into Chu Li's body as a streak of golden light. Enveloped in this golden glow, an unprecedentedly terrifying aura began to form. In just a few breaths, the pressure emanating from Chu Li was enough to make Yang Qing's heart race with fear. It was far more astounding than the peak power he had seen through projections before. The weaker soldiers and beasts present felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to their knees. Martial soul skill, Demon Saint possession. Chu Li silently chanted, as the golden light on his body gradually retracted, revealing his true form. Chu Li stood with a phoenix-winged golden crown on his head, clad in golden armor, cloud boots on his feet, and a heavenward staff in hand, blazing with an indomitable fighting spirit in his eyes. The legendary demon rock circling the sky suddenly halted, a hint of astonishment and doubt flickering in its sharp eyes. It had sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this seemingly weak human that made its very soul tremble. Seizing the moment of hesitation from the rock, Chu Li powered his legs with explosive force. The ground shattered beneath him, debris scattering as he launched himself skyward like a cannonball. In an instant, he soared to 100 meters, closing in on the rock. Heavenward strike. Without hesitation, Chu Li swung his staff with immense force, striking the rock heavily. Though the blow didn't cause substantial damage, it enraged the legendary beast. The rock let out an earth-shaking screech, its mighty wings creating a violent gale. Chu Li landed gracefully, holding the heavenward staff before him, splitting the oncoming windstorm in two. He stood firm, unscathed amid the swirling dust. The battlefield fell into a stunned silence. Countless soldiers dumbfounded, a rank warrior, standing toe-to-toe with a legendary beast and holding his ground. The battle was far from over. Chu Li launched a fierce offensive, unleashing a barrage of soul skills like Heavenward Strike and Skybreaking Strike, fiery dragons roaring from the staff's tip. The rock, relying on its formidable physique, withstood the attacks, but the intense pain drove it into a frenzy. It circled in the air before diving down, stirring a tempestuous wind wherever it passed. Quick! Scatter! Yang Qing shouted desperately, sensing the danger. Though the rock's target was Chu Li, its destructive force threatened everyone. The soldiers moved swiftly, escorting Yang Qing toward the city walls. The beasts, intimidated by the presence of the great sage and the legendary rock, could only cower and tremble, powerless to stop them. The clan leaders made a swift decision, retreating with their elite members and the gravely injured Lin Wuhai towards the city walls. However, the rock's speed far surpassed theirs, and within mere breaths, it dove from the sky, closing the gap to less than 100 meters from Chu Li. In front of the northern city wall of the Magic City, a heavy shadow loomed over the vast ground like a giant curtain, descending with an overwhelming pressure that suffocated everything beneath it. Countless demonic beasts trembled and cowered under this terrifying aura, while human warriors with weaker cultivation found their hearts heavy and their steps faltering. Amidst this fear-stricken scene, only Chu Li stood tall and unyielding. His cold gaze was fixed on the massive creature descending from the sky, a gigantic demon rock that seemed capable of shrouding the entire sky. There was no trace of retreat in Chu Li's eyes, only a fiery battle spirit burning fiercely. Even immortals and gods can fall. Even the eternal heavens can collapse. Chu Li shouted in his heart. This mere demon beast, even if it steps into the realm of legends, so what? Chu Li's battle spirit surged ever higher within him. He gripped his staff tightly with his right hand and uttered in a low voice, ancient battle art. In an instant, an immense energy surged into Chu Li's body. His soul power roared like a vast ocean, and the golden armor on his body emitted a dazzling golden light. Facing the giant demon rock diving down at him, a fierce flame flickered in Chu Li's eyes, and he swung his staff upward with great force. Heaven-splitting strike. Though Chu Li's figure appeared insignificant before the demon rock, in the eyes of countless beings, he seemed more formidable than ever, standing toe-to-toe with the legendary demon rock. Images of the great sage equal to heaven splitting the sky with a single strike, causing molten lava to cascade down, flashed through Chu Li's mind. His golden armor trembled violently, as if responding to some call. Die! Chu Li shouted fiercely, the staff in his hand transforming into a shadow as it pointed at the demon rock. The overwhelming flames engulfing the staff surged forth with unparalleled might, crashing down fiercely. The demon rock instantly sensed the mortal danger, its feathers bristling as it hurriedly folded its wings in front of itself. Boom! The overwhelming flames struck its wings, rendering them bloodied and torn, with large feathers scattering like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The demon rock let out a piercing, mournful screech, followed by an unprecedented fury. It spread its wings wide once more, diving down again. Chu Li, holding his staff, met the charge without a hint of retreat. Boom! The demon rock's massive right claw collided fiercely with the staff. The ground around Chu Li collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. An invisible shockwave spread out from the two as its center, sweeping rapidly in all directions. Numerous demon beasts exploded without even a chance to scream, their remains scattering. Some human warriors who hadn't managed to retreat were flung away, their internal organs shattered, dying instantly. Yang Qing, who had already led most people back inside the city gates, looked at the figure holding its ground against the demon rock with disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible? He murmured, too shocked to speak. The scene where Chu Li, a rank warrior, stood his ground against a legendary beast left everyone present speechless. Even the legendary fighter Lin Wuhai, severely injured, could only muster the strength to keep watching the center of the battlefield, murmuring to himself, Chu Li, I thought I already held you in high esteem, but I still underestimated your power. The leaders of the 7 clans and the many human warriors watched with a mix of shock and awe. They once thought Chu Li was merely a prodigy, but now they realized he had quietly grown to the level of contending with legends. Such talent is rare even throughout the entire Great Xia. Hanya, watching through the live broadcast, exclaimed, "After this battle, Chu Li will surely become known throughout the world." Her words spread quickly across the internet, causing a massive stir on the live streaming platform. The comment section was flooded with messages. "This is the strongest prodigy I've ever seen. To stand against a legend at such a young age is unheard of. I want to have Chu Li's babies." 110,086 inch. Meanwhile, in an apartment at Modi University, Chu Qing watched the television with tears welling in her eyes. As a warrior herself, she understood the terrifying power of a legendary beast capable of destroying armies. Without hesitation, she rushed out the door, thinking to herself, "Brother, if anything happens to you, I will face it by your side." On the battlefield, in the massive crater before the northern city wall, Chu Li gripped the skyward staff tightly, holding off the iron claw of the demon rock. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his golden armor creaked under the immense pressure. His physical strength and spirit were depleting rapidly, threatening to crush him completely in mere minutes. In this critical moment, an idea sparked in Chu Li's mind: the great gang body refinement technique. He realized that through continuous battle, he had been absorbing the surrounding killing intent, bringing his physical form close to the rank beast level. If he could hold on just a little longer, a breakthrough was within reach. He immediately summoned his ginseng fruit tree martial spirit, and ginseng fruits flew into his mouth, converting into pure energy to quickly restore his strength and spirit. The once faltering golden armor stabilized, alerting the demon rock, which increased its force, trying to crush this audacious human into dust. Yet, Chu Li remained unmoved. This scene left countless spectators wide-eyed, unable to believe that a brank warrior could render a legendary beast helpless. Then, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The demon rock, frustrated by its inability to subdue Chu Li, was seething with rage. It suddenly opened its massive mouth and let out an earth-shaking roar. Instantly, an invisible wave of sound radiated outward from the demon rock like ripples. Wherever it passed, the ground churned, and countless beasts and human warriors had their brains shattered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chu Li, positioned closest, bore the brunt of the attack. He felt a violent shock to his spirit, his ears in excruciating pain as blood flowed from them. Seizing the moment, the demon rock exerted its enormous body downward with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Chu Li was driven further into the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The golden armor he wore began to show fine cracks under the immense pressure. Over time, these cracks spread like a spiderweb across his entire body. The onlookers watching the battle were filled with dread for Chu Li. If the golden armor shattered, his fate would be sealed. "Damn it!" Yang Qing cursed under his breath, breaking free from the soldiers supporting him. He fixed his gaze on the massive figure in the distance, determination flashing in his eyes. "Chu Li, I'll help you." Before his words had fully left his mouth, the spectral image of a martial marquis appeared behind Yang Qing. With a gentle wave of a feathered fan, a blazing flame surged into the sky, aiming directly at the demon rock. This final strike drained Yang Qing of all his spiritual power, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to his knees. "General!" The surrounding soldiers erupted into chaos. "Chu Li must not die," Yang Qing managed to utter with his last ounce of strength before losing consciousness. The soldiers exchanged glances, then unanimously made a decision to unleash their martial spirits and attack the demon rock with all their might. In an instant, the area within the city gates was illuminated with radiant light as countless martial spirit techniques surged toward the demon rock like a tidal wave. Yang Qing's beacon of flames was the first to hit the demon rock, igniting a fierce blaze on its surface. Following closely were the martial spirit techniques of the soldiers, bombarding the demon rock in rapid succession. Even for a legendary beast, the relentless barrage was overwhelming. It roared in anger, ready to abandon Chu Li and annihilate these ants. At that moment, Chu Li's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly murmured, "It's about time." With a crisp sound, Chu Li's physical body finally broke through, reaching the 11th realm. A surge of immense power coursed through him, and he raised his staff with a mighty swing, forcing the demon rock's massive body back several meters. Skybreaker strike. Without hesitation, Chu Li launched a strike into the air. With a resounding boom, a torrent of energy erupted forth. The demon rock attempted to shield itself with its wings, but its enormous size rendered its movements just a fraction too slow. Chu Li's attack struck the demon rock's abdomen like a thunderbolt, piercing through flesh and blood instantly. The demon rock let out a piercing scream and suddenly soared into the air. Chu Li followed closely, leaping up to land steadily on the rock's back. His staff transformed into a flurry of afterimages, raining down on the rock's body like a storm. Amid the thunderous sounds, the demon rock's flesh was torn apart. Driven by the threat of death, it frantically surged higher into the sky, twisting and turning in an attempt to shake off Chu Li. However, Chu Li held tightly to its feathers, refusing to be dislodged no matter how the rock struggled. The people on the ground watched in awe as the legendary beast was subdued by a single person. Suddenly, the rock flipped over, diving toward the ground with its back facing down, intending to crush Chu Li into pulp. Chu Li quickly released the feathers, dodging aside. The rock's massive body crashed heavily onto the ground, sending dust and debris flying into the air. Without giving the rock a chance to catch its breath, Chu Li immediately closed in again, aiming his staff at its head. The rock hastily swung its right wing to block, only to hear a sharp crack as the wing bone shattered, spraying blood and flesh. The tremendous recoil sent Chu Li flying back dozens of meters. At that moment, Chu Li heard a faint, crackling sound. Looking down, he saw that the surface of his staff was covered with fine cracks, and in an instant, it shattered completely. This divine weapon of the Celestial King level was destroyed in a single blow. Chu Li's expression turned grim without a suitable weapon. His martial soul and techniques were difficult to use. The people watching from afar felt a chill in their hearts, and the audience on the live streaming platform erupted, convinced that the fate of the city was sealed. Just as despair was spreading, a Buddhist chant came from above the northern city wall. Amit Ba, Chu Li, you have done enough. Everyone looked up to see an old monk in robes flying from afar, carrying a burly middle-aged man with thick eyebrows. The monk descended slowly, speaking calmly. Chu Li, leave the rest to me. On the vast battlefield, one wave of conflict had barely settled when another arose. The echoes of Lin Wuhai's fierce battle with the demon rock still lingered, and the shocking sight of Chu Li, a class warrior, confronting a legendary creature was fresh in everyone's minds. Now, the sudden appearance of another mysterious legendary figure had elevated the battlefield's tension to new heights. Who is this legendary figure? Why have we never heard of him? Journalist Han Ye's voice, broadcast through the camera to the live stream, sparked a flurry of discussion among the viewers. The Great Xia Kingdom has always been home to many hidden powerful figures. This old monk must be one of them. Judging by his familiarity with Chu Li, could he have come specifically to help? With such a legendary figure on our side, we should be able to weather this beast tide safely. High above the battlefield, the old monk gently descended, carrying Guan Dashan with one hand. As soon as Guan Dashan landed, he quickly made his way to Chu Li's side, looking at him with concern. Brother, no worries. Chu Li shook his head lightly. It's just that my weapon is broken. He thought to himself that he had long planned to forge a Rui Jinggu Bang, and now that his staff was damaged, he was more determined to do so. Turning to the old monk, he asked, and this is? This is the abbot I've mentioned before, Yuan Ci. Guan Dashan replied with a peculiar tone. He had previously assumed Yuan Ci was just a wise old monk, but realizing he was an class legendary figure, he felt grateful for having been respectful. Yuan Ci put his palms together and softly chanted, Amit Ba. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a beam of golden light shot skyward from behind him. The heavily injured demon rock sensed the overwhelming power and panicked, frantically flapping its wings in an attempt to flee. The soldiers shielded themselves from the whirlwind of dust and sand. Just as the demon rock was about to lift off, Yuan Ci softly intoned a Buddhist prayer, and the golden light behind him took form. Dragon subduing Arhut. He slowly raised his right hand and gently pressed down. Boom. A gigantic golden palm descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the demon rock. The legendary beast was slammed back to the ground, and after a few struggles, it breathed its last. Amit Ba. Yuan Ci withdrew his martial spirit and turned to Chu Li, saying, Thanks to you, Benefactor Chu, for gravely wounding this beast. Otherwise, it would have taken me more effort to eradicate it. Chu Li smiled wryly at these words. The abbot is too modest. With your strength, eradicating this beast would have been easy. He immediately saw through the other's intention to give him credit. A sincere smile appeared on Yuan Ci's face as he said, Master Chu, there's no need for self-deprecation. With your talent, being able to battle a legendary beast to this extent is already a miracle. After this battle, Master Chu, you will surely become renowned across the land. These words came from the heart though he was already a legendary fighter. He recalled that when he was an level warrior, he could only fight beasts of the same level, nowhere near Chu Li's astonishing prowess. A beast's roar suddenly echoed from nearby. On the battlefield, an 11 demon lion was trembling as it struggled to rise from the ground, emitting a low growl. Its body was visibly shaking, not from injury, but from deep fear of the three formidable figures before it, whether it was Chu Li with his Monkey King soul, the legendary demon rock, or this Buddhist legendary warrior. Any one of them was enough to instill terror. As the lion's roar reverberated, the beast scattered across the battlefield seemed to receive a signal retreating into the darkness. The defending soldiers witnessing this couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have survived. This scene was broadcasted live, and countless viewers were relieved for the safety of the city, while developing a profound respect for Chu Li, Lin Wuhai, and Abbot Yuan Si. Without these three, the city might have already fallen, and millions of lives could have been lost. However, Chu Li did not stop there. He turned to Yuan Si and asked in a loud voice, "Abbot, would you care to join me for a journey?" "Master Chu, what do you intend?" Yuan Si was slightly taken aback and then asked. Their conversation was not deliberately quiet, and the surrounding soldiers listened intently, looking at Chu Li with confusion. Chu Li calmly explained, "Based on past experience with the Blood Moon battles, this conflict is bound to last several days. Moreover, this time it seems unusually difficult to defend." He paused briefly before continuing. "I fear the beast tide might be endless. Even with the abbot here, if we continue to defend passively, it might be hard to sustain. After all, there's no guarantee that Morse-level beasts won't appear." "So, Master Chu, you mean to say?" Yuan Si furrowed his brow and asked tentatively. Chu Li smiled slightly. "Naturally, it means following them and seeing what's really going on behind all this." With these words, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. The forest of beasts was already teeming with countless creatures, and the Blood Moon battle drew even more from its depths to the periphery. In such circumstances, venturing in recklessly posed a grave risk. Even for enslevel legendary warrior Lin Wuhai's severe injuries were evidence enough. Yet, despite the puzzled gazes of those around him, Chu Li's demeanor remained calm and steady. Chu Li calmly spoke, his gaze piercing as he looked at Abbot Yuan Si. "What do you think, Abbot?" Hearing this, Yuan Si furrowed his brows, falling into a brief contemplation. Moments later, a compassionate smile appeared on his face, and he said firmly yet gently, "Since Benefactor Chu has the noble intention of helping the world, this old monk shall also devote himself to the cause. To save millions from suffering is indeed a great deed." His words left the crowd in stunned silence. Countless eyes widened in disbelief at the revered old monk. It was one thing for Chu Li to propose such a daring idea, but for a seasoned monk like him to agree, had he also lost his senses? However, even more astonishing events were to follow. A weak cough broke the silence. All eyes turned to the city gate, where Lin Wuhai had somehow regained consciousness. Pushing away the Lin family elite supporting him, he stood straight, his eyes bright as he looked at Chu Li and declared loudly, "With such grand intentions, how can I, Lin Wuhai, be left behind?" His declaration drew gasps from all the martial artists of the 8 great families, who stared at Lin Wuhai in disbelief. Just moments ago, Ensclassed demonic bird had nearly claimed his life, and now he intended to follow Chu Li into enemy territory? One clan leader couldn't help but advise, "Master Lin, you are gravely injured. I think you should rest and recover. As they say, as long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood." Other clan leaders chimed in. "Yes, Master Lin, you represent not just yourself, but the entire Lin family. Master Lin, please reconsider." Despite their usual rivalries, the 8 great families could unite on matters of family interest. They had reached a consensus. Under no circumstances should a powerful asset like Lin Wuhai be risked on such an uncertain battlefield. Any mishap at this critical moment would spell disaster for any family. Lin Wuhai had anticipated their objections. He calmly surveyed the crowd and said, "If you all choose not to go, I, Lin Wuhai, will not force you. But please, do not stand in my way." The brush with death had not instilled fear in him. Instead, it ignited his competitive spirit. If Chu Li, merely a class warrior, could stand against legendary beasts, how could he, Lin Wuhai, show weakness? Suppressing the pain from his injuries, Lin Wuhai looked intently at Chu Li and laughed boldly. "Would the illustrious Chu be willing to take me along?" His words left no doubt about his resolve. Seeing this, the clan leaders could only sigh in resignation, unable to further dissuade him. After all, given Lin Wuhai's status and strength, they had no right to interfere with his decision. However, they could still make their own choices. The 7 clan leaders exchanged a knowing glance, and collectively took a step back. The family elites followed suit without hesitation, aligning themselves with their leaders. Their stance was clear: they had no intention of joining such a perilous venture. Lin Wuhai observed all this without comment, focusing solely on Chu Li, awaiting his response. Chu Li maintained his composed demeanor, but there was a noticeable glimmer in his eyes as he regarded Lin Wuhai. After a brief pause, he broke into a hearty laugh and said loudly, "Master Lin, already a legend in his own right. Since Lin Zuzhu is willing to join us, that's certainly the best outcome." Chu Li was secretly delighted. With the legendary strength of Lin Zuzhu on their side, this battle was sure to be a success. Without hesitation, Chu Li focused his mind, and a brilliant green light burst forth from behind him. Under everyone's gaze, the light gradually took shape, transforming into a ginseng fruit tree. On its branches hung several crystal-clear ginseng fruits. gently swaying in the breeze and emitting an intoxicating fragrance. A soft gulp could be heard as one of the soldiers couldn't help but swallow. This small sound seemed to open the floodgates, as more gulps followed in succession. Lin Wuhai stared intently at the ginseng fruits, his eyes filled with awe. As a legendary warrior, he could clearly sense the immense vitality contained within the fruits. What astonished him even more was that Chu Li was currently at an A-level cultivation. If his cultivation advanced further, how powerful could the effects of these ginseng fruits become? Uncle Lin, please take this ginseng fruit first to recover, Chu Li said, and with a thought, a ginseng fruit floated towards Lin Wuhai. Lin Wuhai took the fruit without hesitation and swallowed it. It melted in his mouth, transforming into pure energy that swiftly spread throughout his body. In just a few minutes, he felt his physical strength and spiritual power recovering at an astounding rate, soon reaching their peak. This ginseng fruit is truly miraculous, a healing treasure. Thank you. Lin Wuhai expressed his genuine gratitude. His attitude towards Chu Li had shifted from polite acknowledgement due to previous guidance to genuine respect for his abilities. Please wait a moment, Chu Tianjiao. Lin Wuhai turned to the elite members of the Lin family and spoke loudly. You are all the elite of our Lin family. If anything happens to me on this journey, the future of our family will rest on your shoulders. Before he finished speaking, one Lin family elite stepped forward quickly. I swear to follow the clan leader to the death. Even if we face a sea of fire and blades, I won't flinch. Following these words, more Lin family elites echoed. The clan leader is an once-in-a-century genius of our family, now a legendary warrior. To fight alongside the clan leader is a blessing that can't be earned in several lifetimes. We are willing to fight to the death with the clan leader. Lin Wuhai gazed at the members of the Lin family before him, momentarily speechless. As the head of the Lin family, he was acutely aware that he had yet to make any substantial contributions to the family. Witnessing his clan's willingness to sacrifice themselves for him stirred something deep within him. Master, a middle-aged martial artist declared with unwavering determination. Throughout the generations, only you have stepped into the legendary realm. You are the one destined to lead our family to greatness. Even if it means facing insurmountable odds, we are prepared to follow you and protect you. With these words, the Lin family warriors were filled with fervor, each expressing their commitment. Lin Wuhai took a deep breath and solemnly vowed. With such trust from all of you, I, Lin Wuhai, will ensure your safety. Chu Li observed the scene quietly, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he bowed his head slightly in contemplation. As Lin Wuhai and his followers joined Chu Li and his companions, the 7 clan leaders began to waver, sensing the unfavorable turn of events. Though unspoken, a mutual understanding emerged. If Chu Li and his allies were defeated, they would retreat immediately. If victorious, they would lend their support. Ultimately, the interests of the family would prevail. Yang Qing stood silently by, fully aware of his inability to change the situation. He couldn't even join the expedition, leaving him to pray for Chu Li and the others. At that moment, Li Hu strode confidently towards Chu Li. Clad in form-fitting black armor that accentuated her figure, the bloodstains on her armor only added to her fierce allure. Li Hu, you, Yang Qing instinctively called out. Without turning back, she replied calmly. 2 legends, 1 prodigy. Such an event cannot be missed. Her 100+ followers trailed her without hesitation. The soldiers present were eager to join, but constrained by orders, they could only watch in awe as the determined group marched on. Cameras captured the powerful scene, resonating deeply with viewers. Hundreds of warriors, driven by their own beliefs, united for a common cause, igniting passion among countless spectators. Chu Li, someone murmured. I thought he was just a young prodigy, but the impact he has brought is beyond imagination. I hope they return victorious, or else the city may fall. Silently, countless viewers prayed for Chu Li and his comrades, hoping for their triumphant return. Standing resolute under the watchful eyes of the masses, Chu Li was about to give the order to advance when a sudden urgent shout came from outside the battlefield. Wait! Everyone turned to see a black car parked not far away, unnoticed until now. A graceful figure hurriedly exited the car and rushed towards Chu Li. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, with delicate features and dressed in a red, form-fitting martial artist outfit that accentuated her graceful figure while adding a touch of heroism. She was Chu Li's sister, Chu Qing. After witnessing Chu Li's battle with the legendary beast, she rushed from her dormitory to the battlefield. The scene before her exceeded her expectations. A massive beast lay lifeless on the ground, and the surrounding soldiers were invigorated. The battle had ended in a resounding victory. Chu Qing quickly approached Chu Li, carefully assessing his condition. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Chu Li gently ruffled her hair with a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. You should head back to the city. I have some matters to attend to here. With these words, those around them suddenly realized Chu Qing's identity. They were surprised that this seemingly delicate girl dared to come to such a dangerous battlefield alone. Instead of seeing her as reckless, they admired her courage. Li Hu, being a woman herself, felt a particular fondness for Chu Qing and said, Chu Li, don't worry. I'll assign 2 people to escort her, and if there's any trouble, they'll move her to safety immediately. Thank you for your kindness, sister. Chu Qing replied firmly, shaking her head. I want to stay with my brother. She knew her unstable clever power might be a burden on the battlefield, but the soul bond between her and Chu Li, along with their unique fusion soul technique, gave her the confidence to come. Chu Li paused, giving her a deep look. Xiaoqing, are you sure? I'm sure, Chu Qing responded with a bright smile and unwavering determination. She had already made up her mind that if Chu Li faced danger, she wouldn't live on her own. With that resolve, what was there to fear in this dragon's lair? At that moment, a cold prompt sounded in Chu Li's mind. Ding! Faced with this situation, you feel hesitation, activating a divine-level choice. Choice 1. Firmly reject Chu Qing's request and stop her with force, earning the reward. Creation-level forging material, 1,000 pounds of 9 heavens black iron. Choice 2. Agree to Chu Qing's request and head to the battlefield together, earning the reward. Creation-level forging material, 100 pounds of blazing fire crystal. Both materials are essential for forging the Rui Jingu Bang, the 9 heavens black iron, as the base material, and the blazing fire crystal to enhance its power. To forge a more powerful Rui Jingu Bang, the more materials, the better. Chu Li met his sister Chu Qing's hopeful gaze, and, after a moment of silence, nodded slightly. All right, in that case, let's fight side by side as siblings. This decision wasn't driven by the system's rewards, but by his understanding of his sister's genuine intentions. More importantly, his current strength was far beyond what it used to be, giving him the confidence to ensure their safety even in the face of danger. Yes. Chu Qing nodded vigorously, excitement shining in her eyes. It was the first time she could fight alongside her brother as a warrior, and the thrill was hard to contain. Chu Li didn't dwell on his sister's emotional shift, but turned his attention to the hundreds present, his voice resonant. I trust you all understand the significance of our mission. The entire crowd fell silent. Even legendary figures like Lin Wuhai and Abbot Yuan Ci remained quiet, silently acknowledging Chu Li's prowess. His gaze swept across their faces. Ahead lies potential peril, perhaps a den of dragons and tigers, possibly even ambushes by legendary beasts. At these words, the expressions of all present grew solemn, with even Lin Wuhai and Abbot Yuan Ci furrowing their brows. Suddenly, Chu Li changed his tone, raising his voice sharply. But we have no choice. The Blood Moon battle is far from over, and the defensive forces of the Magic City are nearly exhausted. If this continues, in just a few more attacks, the Magic City will fall, becoming a haven for beasts. Our families and friends will face utter destruction. He took a deep breath and declared with conviction, we must take the initiative, discover the root cause of the Blood Moon battle's anomaly, and then strike it down in one blow. His words were like sparks igniting a wildfire, instantly fueling the fighting spirit of those present. Although Chu Li was young, and perhaps not yet seasoned in battle, everyone at that moment was willing to believe that this young man could lead them, and the entire Magic City, out of their predicament. Ready to fight. Chu Li's eyes flashed with determination as he raised his arm and shouted, move out. With the command issued, the army began advancing in the direction the beasts had retreated. As the troops were about to disappear from the camera's view, Hanya, anxious, paced in circles before approaching Yang Qing directly. General Red Fox, I have a request, and I hope you can grant it. A look of understanding passed through Yang Qing's eyes, signaling her to continue. I want to obtain a military vehicle to follow them and livestream the entire operation. Hanya took a deep breath, her voice filled with resolve. Yang Qing didn't need further explanation. Over the years, Hanya had been responsible for live-streaming the Blood Moon battle, and her commitment was well known to everyone. He knew that once the other party had made a decision, it would not be easily changed. Yang Qing thought for a moment and was about to arrange for a military vehicle when a young officer quickly stepped forward. General, I can take journalist Han there, the officer said, looking at Yang Qing with determination before turning to explain to Hanya. My martial soul is the celestial king-level demon wings, and my awakened martial soul skill is flight. Compared to a military vehicle, it's not only safer but also provides a more comprehensive filming perspective. A flicker of interest flashed in Hanya's eyes, but she remained hesitant. This journey is fraught with danger, you. If journalist Han isn't afraid, why should I hesitate? The officer laughed heartily, and with a shake, 2 black beams of light burst from his back, transforming into a pair of large black wings. Seeing this, Hanya no longer hesitated. She took the camera from the photographer and followed the officer, flying in the direction where Chu Li and the others had gone. As Chu Li and his group stepped into the beast forest, a heavy sense of oppression came over them. Lin Wuhai reacted most intensely, frowning and looking around. I can feel many eyes watching us. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of rustling surrounded them. Numerous sky blue serpent demons had appeared without notice, forming a tightening circle. These snake-like monsters were small in size, but their eyes glowed coldly and their scarlet tongues flickered menacingly. These are class sky blue serpent demons. Lin Wuhai took a deep breath and quickly explained. Their most dangerous feature is the venom in their fangs. Even a class expert would find it hard to survive if touched by it. His experienced explanation slightly eased the tension among the warriors. Everyone, let's begin the battle. Chu Li said calmly, and before the words were fully out of his mouth, he had already dashed forward like a shadow. In an instant, he was in front of a several-meter-long sky blue serpent demon, gripping its head with fingers like steel clamps. No matter how the serpent struggled, it was futile. A slight exertion of force crushed its head. Chu Li casually swung the serpent's corpse as a weapon, sweeping through the surroundings in a blur. Wherever he passed, the serpents had no time to react and were smashed into blood mist. My brother, how is this possible? Chu Qing stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. The scene before her shattered her understanding. Chu Li had crushed the head of a crank azure serpent demon with nothing but his physical strength, even wielding its corpse as a weapon with devastating power. Everyone present was equally stunned. Though they had witnessed Chu Li's might before, seeing it firsthand left their minds buzzing. Just how powerful had Chu Li's physical strength become? Humph! Li Hu let out a cold snort, unwilling to be outdone. He charged into the mass of serpents, mimicking Chu Li's fighting style. He first killed a serpent demon, then used its body to sweep through the crowd. His display of strength was even more overwhelming than Chu Li's. The performances of these two warriors greatly boosted the soldiers' morale. They unleashed their skills, cutting down the azure serpent demons like a harvest. Within minutes, hundreds of serpent corpses littered the battlefield, staining it with blood. Chu Li led the group as they broke through the encirclement and advanced deeper into the forest. As they progressed, the density of the beasts increased, with wave after wave blocking their path. Despite being elite fighters, the relentless attacks began to take their toll, resulting in casualties. After advancing several miles, countless beast corpses marked their path, and they had lost over 100 people. Xiao Li, we can't keep this up, Lin Wuhai said, his face pale from exhaustion. We might be wiped out before we uncover the truth. Though the others remained silent, their faces showed hesitation, except for Chu Qing, who continued to look at Chu Li with unwavering trust. Chu Li surveyed the group, speaking calmly. Haven't you noticed? The further we go, the greater the resistance and the fiercer the beast attacks. This means we're heading in the right direction. His words enlightened them. As elite warriors, they possessed rich combat experience and sharp instincts. Chu Li's insight reinvigorated their spirits. Let's keep going. With Chu Tianjiao, Lin clan leader, and the master with us, we might achieve great feats in this battle. With renewed confidence, they set off again. As Chu Li had pointed out, the further they advanced, the stronger the opposition became, making life-and-death battles inevitable. Fortunately, the presence of the three powerful figures kept casualties to a minimum. As Chu Li and his group pressed on, Hanya, guided by a young officer, flew over the beast-filled forest. The two of them stared at the path ahead, paved with blood and bodies, and fell into silence. The camera transmitted this horrifying scene live, causing an uproar among the audience. Oh my God, just a few hundred people managed to carve out this bloody path. The number of beasts here is unbelievable. Could it be that Chu Li and his team are nearing the source? Han, keep up. We want to know how they're doing. Although Hanya couldn't hear these discussions, she was equally anxious. She turned to the officer beside her and said, Can we go any faster? The officer's face was pale, clearly exhausted from using his spiritual energy, yet he gritted his teeth and nodded, flapping his wings to speed up along the bloody path. About 10 minutes later, dense figures appeared on the ground ahead, accompanied by the sounds of battle cries and the roars of beasts. The officer flew with Hanya over the battlefield. The sight below was shocking. Chu Li was leading his men in a fierce battle against nearly 1,000 crayed tiger beasts. Soldiers fell continuously on the battlefield, yet none retreated. A young soldier with severed legs unhesitatingly hurled himself at a tiger beast. He took one last look towards the direction of the magic city before detonating himself, perishing along with the beast. Elsewhere, a middle-aged warrior with a chest pierced by tiger claws knelt on the ground. His eyes held no fear, only regret. With his last bit of strength, he looked towards Chu Li, his lips moving slightly. It seems, this is as far as I go. Chu Tianjiao, keep going. The future of the magic city. Before he could finish, he fell forever. Such sacrifices continued to unfold. The audience in the live stream was moved to tears. If everyone in our great Xia were like this, what have we to fear from the beasts? These soldiers, paving the way for Chu Li with their lives. Chu Li, you must hold on. The barrage of comments flooded in like a tide, nearly crashing the live stream. Each comment was filled with respect for the heroes and a longing for victory. On the chaotic battlefield, amidst the turmoil, Lin Wuhai noticed that Chu Li was clearly limited in combat without a weapon. He quickly retrieved a silver spear from his storage ring and tossed it to Chu Li. This spear, named Pation, was an immortal king-level divine weapon, about 2 meters long, and it drew a silver arc through the air. Chu Li caught the spear effortlessly, scanning the approaching horde of demon tigers around him. Gripping the Pation spear firmly with both hands, he swung it unhurriedly. The sound of collisions echoed continuously, and the demon tigers were shattered into pieces before they could even let out a cry. Blood and flesh splattered through the air, creating a horrifying scene. Although not skilled in spear techniques, Chu Li wielded the Pation spear like a staff with ease. He charged directly into the tiger horde, leaving a trail of fallen tigers in his wake, as if mowing down wheat. This sight greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers, intensifying their assault. Even though Chu Qing was only a clever warrior, her prowess with the fortune-level purple-green sword spirit exceeded that of ordinary warriors. Her sword glowed with a purple-green light, cutting through everything in her path. Lin Wuhai, Yuan Ci Abbot, and Li Hu also displayed their extraordinary abilities, forcing the demon tigers into a retreat. Chu Li crushed the skull of the last demon tiger with a single blow, sending red and white matter flying, and its massive body fell heavily to the ground. He casually twirled the spear in a graceful motion before putting it away. Surveying the battlefield, more than half of the original hundreds of soldiers had perished, and most survivors were injured. Only the stronger individuals like Lin Wuhai remained unscathed. Chu Li immediately summoned the Ginseng fruit tree spirit, performing the withered tree meets spring technique. Green light dots descended, swiftly healing the wounded. The soldiers, familiar with Chu Li's miraculous abilities, looked at him with growing reverence. This commander was not only exceptionally powerful, but also possessed such incredible healing skills, truly impeccable. Just as Chu Li was about to order the advance, several terrifying auras of legendary beasts rose from a distance. Except for Chu Li, Lin Wuhai, and Yuan Ci Abbot, who remained calm, everyone else looked tense. Curiously, these legendary auras lingered at a distance, as if issuing a warning, yet they did not appear. Chu Li paused for a moment, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at Lin Wuhai and Yuan Ci, seeing them nod in silent agreement. The three of them understood without words the appearance of those legendary beasts was no coincidence. They were likely guarding the objective of their journey ahead. Lin Wuhai took a deep breath, his eyes shining with a fierce fighting spirit. It seems we must investigate further. Ba, Abbot Yuan Ci murmured softly, hands pressed together in prayer. Finding the source and lifting the curse on the city would indeed be a great deed. Their gazes shifted to Chu Li, awaiting his decision. Without hesitation, Chu Li declared, "Let's move forward." The group set off once more. This time, the path was unusually smooth, with no beasts to obstruct them. After advancing several hundred meters, they halted before an open area. All eyes were fixed on the same spot. 3 enormous flame lion beasts stood in a triangular formation, coldly watching the newcomers. These lions were several meters tall, their bodies covered in fiery red fur that emitted an intimidating aura. Flame lion beasts, beasts of celestial king lineage, Lin Wuhai explained gravely. Adult flame lions typically reach a level, known for breathing fire to scorch enemies. But these three have attained legendary status. They likely have other abilities as well. We must be cautious. Ba, I can handle one of them, Abbot Yuan Ci offered. I'll take the second one, Lin Wuhai added. Then I'll deal with the third, Chu Li said with a calm smile, stepping forward. It is well known that while there are differences in cultivation levels, the gap between ordinary realms is not insurmountable. However, crossing into the legendary realm is a qualitative leap. Beneath the legends, all our ants is no exaggeration. Of course, Chu Li was an exception. Among those present, only the three of them were qualified to battle these legendary beasts. The others understood and retreated to a safe distance. Even Chu Qing, though her eyes betrayed her concern. In the distant sky, a young officer hovered with large demon wings spread, saying, "This is as far as I can go. I can't proceed any further." He knew that advancing with his current strength would only be a hindrance in the battle. Hanya, who was held by him and clutching a camera tightly, nodded. "Here is fine. Although it's a bit far, I can still manage to film." On the live streaming platform, countless viewers watched the scene, engaged in lively discussion. It seems that Chu Li and his team have found the source, as evidenced by the presence of 3 legendary flame demon lions. The audience is abuzz with both worry and anticipation. If Chu Li and his companions were to fail, the city could face destruction. However, the strength the trio has displayed so far gives everyone a glimmer of hope. The battle erupts in an instant. Lin Wuhai strikes first, with his martial soul unfurling behind him as he charges at one of the demon lions. The hit enrages the flame demon lion, causing its fur to stand on end and flames to ignite around its body as it attacks. Abbot Yuan Ci swiftly follows, diverting the second lion's attention. In no time, 2 fierce aerial duels unfold, with powerful shockwaves sweeping in all directions. Seeing the situation, Chu Li doesn't hesitate to brandish his spear and launch an attack on the third flame demon lion. However, despite its earth-shaking roars, the lion remains steadfast, as if guarding something. Sensing something unusual, Chu Li halts and instead uses his martial soul skill, Skyward Strike. His formidable soul power transforms into flames that strike the demon lion, only to be engulfed by the crimson flames it breathes out, which then rush toward him. Chu Li easily dodges, but the crimson flames melt the ground, creating a gigantic pit over 10 meters in diameter. The crowd gasps, while Chu Li's face lights up with excitement has discerned the lion's predicament. As a guardian, it cannot abandon its post, a vulnerability that could be its downfall. Seizing the moment, Chu Li summons the Qi Tian de Sheng martial soul and activates Demon Sage Possession. A golden light condenses into a suit of armor covering his body, and he can feel his power surging wildly. The flame demon lion, initially indifferent, now regards him with a growing seriousness. Chu Li's fighting spirit surged even higher as he unleashed the ancient battle technique once more. Images of the Monkey King causing havoc in the heavenly palace flashed through his mind, amplifying the power of his technique. A flicker of apprehension crossed the eyes of the fiery lion, and it hesitated no longer, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames from its mouth. Chu Li was prepared. With a deft movement, he sidestepped the attack. The ground exploded with a thunderous boom where the flames struck. The lion continued its fiery assault, but Chu Li evaded every attempt effortlessly. In the brief moments of evasion, he gathered his energy to its peak. Heaven-breaking strike. Seizing the moment, Chu Li darted to the lion's side, thrusting his spear with lightning speed. The spearhead tore through flesh, penetrating half a meter deep, sending blood spraying. The lion roared in pain, trying to shake Chu Li off, but instead of retreating, he pressed harder, driving the spear another half-meter deeper, directly injuring its organs. The lion's fur bristled, and flames surged violently. The divine spear, Heavenbreaker, began to sizzle under the intense heat, emitting a piercing sound. Making a swift decision, Chu Li withdrew the spear and leaped above the lion. At that moment, the shadow of the Monkey King appeared behind him, mirroring Chu Li's stance with his own staff. The two figures merged, and the Heavenbreaker crashed down onto the lion's head. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, tearing up the earth, snapping trees, and forcing soldiers to brace themselves to stay upright. Amidst the swirling dust, fine cracks appeared on the spear, yet Chu Li showed no hesitation, intensifying his assault. With a resounding crack, the lion's head finally caved in. Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Sensing the opportunity, Chu Li swiftly adjusted his stance, aiming the spearhead directly at the lion's eyes. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.